Chapter 1. The Yandere childhood friend finds me. For your better reading experience, please leave your mind at the door. Next, let's welcome Kuan Kuan to speak. Dear readers, if you do not love, please do not harm. The main text begins. Play the music at a suffocating volume. My name is Lin Yu, and I lead a mundane and tranquil life. However, this tranquility was utterly shattered on that stormy night. Outside, the sky was lit with flashes of lightning, and the rain hammered violently against the window. I was home alone, savoring this solitude, when suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door shattered the calm. A bit dazed, I walked towards the door and peered through the peephole, only to see the familiar yet chilling face of Xiao Yan, my childhood friend. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened the door. She stood there, drenched, her hair disheveled and clinging to her face, her eyes radiating a mixture of madness and obsession. Lin Yu, I've finally found you. Her voice trembled, laced with a strange smile that sent shivers down my spine. I stepped aside to let her in, hastily grabbing a towel to hand to her. She sat on the sofa, her gaze never leaving me. Xiao Yan, it's so late, and it's pouring rain. What brings you here? I attempted to break the eerie silence. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, striding towards me with an intensity that bordered on frenzy. Lin Yu, do you know? I think of you every moment, and I want to be with you forever, eternally. A warning bell rang in my mind, sensing that something was terribly amiss. Xiao Yan, stop joking around. You should rest. We can talk about this tomorrow. She abruptly seized my wrist, her grip unyielding. No, Lin Yu, I can't wait until tomorrow. From this day forth, you belong to me alone. Her eyes burned with a fervor that filled me with dread. I feigned calmness, attempting to soothe her. Xiao Yan, please calm down. You're really scaring me. Yet, she paid no heed to my words, tugging at me as she marched towards the bedroom. I struggled desperately, my feet thrashing against the floor, but I could not escape her iron grip. Once inside the bedroom, she forcefully pushed me onto the bed, then began to frantically tear at her own clothes, muttering, Lin Yu, we must be together forever. No one can separate us. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? In the days that followed, Xiao Yan transformed into a different person. She forbade me from going outside, sealed all the windows, and even cut the telephone lines. I attempted to reason with her, but her behavior only grew more erratic. Lin Yu, the outside world is too perilous. Only here, with me, are you safe. I was engulfed in fear and despair, unsure how to escape this nightmare. Xiao Yan's eyes burned with an unrelenting madness, as if she intended to imprison me in this darkness forever. As days turned into weeks, my anxiety and restlessness escalated. Xiao Yan's control over me tightened, to the point where she began to restrict my eating and sleeping. One day, seizing an opportunity when her attention waned, I attempted to escape through the window, only to be caught. She stormed over, shoving me harshly to the ground. Lin Yu, why are you doing this to me? Don't you love me anymore? Her voice quivered with tears, her eyes a tempest of despair and fury. I gazed at her, feeling both fear and helplessness. Xiao Yan, this isn't love, it's hurting us both. It seemed she did not hear my plea, as she turned and strode into the kitchen, emerging with a sharp knife. Lin Yu, since you refuse to stay by my side, we shall remain here together forever. She brandished the knife, advancing towards me. My heart raced, my back pressed against the wall with no escape. In that critical moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Police, open up. Apparently, my neighbor had sensed something was amiss and called for help. Upon hearing the police, Xiao Yan froze momentarily. Seizing the chance, I dashed forward and wrested the knife from her grasp. The police burst in and restrained Xiao Yan. As she was taken away, her gaze remained fixed on me, murmuring, Lin Yu, everything I did was for you. After this harrowing experience, I finally liberated myself from Xiao Yan's clutches. Yet, each time I recalled those dark days, a chill ran down my spine. Following some time for recovery, I endeavored to restore my life to normalcy. However, Xiao Yan's shadow frequently resurfaced in my mind, becoming an inescapable nightmare. One day, I received a letter. The handwriting was so familiar that it made my heart stop. It was from Xiao Yan. Lin Yu, I think of you constantly while I'm here. I realized my wrongs. Could you come to see me? My heart was torn, caught between the fear of her madness and the hope that perhaps she had truly changed. Ultimately, I resolved to meet her. When I saw her through the glass, the madness in her eyes had diminished, replaced with a glimmer of guilt and remorse. Lin Yu, I'm sorry. I truly understand now. I'm receiving treatment here and slowly coming to terms with everything. Tears welled in her eyes. I remained silent for a long while, uncertain whether to trust her. As days passed, her words in the letters grew increasingly sincere, and I gradually lowered my guard. Until one day, I received news that Xiao Yan had been released early. My heart sank again, unsure of what this meant. That evening, upon returning home from work, I found a familiar figure standing at my doorstep. It was Xiao Yan, holding a bouquet of flowers, smiling at me. Lin Yu, I'm back. This time, I'm truly well. I hesitated, unsure whether to allow her inside. Just then, she suddenly stepped forward and embraced me. Caught off guard by her unexpected embrace, I stood stiffly, unsure of how to react. Lin Yu, trust me, I have really changed, Xiao Yan's voice whispered in my ear, laced with a hint of desperation. I gently pushed her away, gazing into her eyes, searching for any trace of deceit, but all I found was sincerity and hope. All right, let's talk inside. My heart softened in the end. Once inside, Xiao Yan behaved exceptionally well, assisting with tidying up and preparing a lavish dinner. All of this left me in a daze, as if we had returned to the beautiful times of our childhood friendship. However, as I began to lower my guard, I noticed Xiao Yan was always observing my every move, her eyes occasionally flashing with an unusual light. One night, I was startled awake by a faint noise. Upon opening my eyes, I found Xiao Yan standing beside my bed, scissors in hand, her expression eerily sinister in the moonlight. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? I sat up in terror. She paused momentarily before forcing a smile. I saw your clothes were torn and wanted to help you cut them. Are you kidding me? I realized that things might not be as simple as they seemed. From that moment on, I began to scrutinize every one of Xiao Yan's actions, discovering she was secretly collecting strange items like ropes and tape. A shroud of fear enveloped my heart. Once more, could it be that she had not changed at all, and this was merely a fad? As I pondered how to confront this reality, Xiao Yan seemed to sense my suspicion, and her behavior grew increasingly bizarre and extreme. One day, I returned home from work to find the house arranged like a prison, adorned with countless photographs of me, all meticulously placed, sending chills down my spine. Xiao Yan, dressed in a black dress and adorned with beautiful makeup, smiled at me, saying, Lin Yu, look, these are all our memories. I stared in horror at the scene, trying to escape, only to discover the door was locked. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Open the door, I shouted. She slowly approached me, her gaze obsessive. Lin Yu, you can never leave me. This is our world. With that, she produced a chain, intending to bind me. I fought back desperately, but she forcefully threw me to the ground. Why do you always want to leave me? Why? Her voice turned sharp and frenzied. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, I snatched the chain from her grasp, determined to fight back. But then she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Yu, everything I've done is because I love you beyond reason. I looked at her, filled with fear and helplessness. In that moment, she lunged at me again, clinging tightly. Lin Yu, even if you hate me, I will never let go. I felt a sense of despair, unsure how to escape from this childhood friend who had spiraled into madness. Chapter 2. Compliance. With every ounce of strength I possessed, I endeavored to break free from the clutches of Xiao Yan, only to discover her strength was astonishingly formidable. Xiao Yan, let me go. What you're doing is illegal, I shouted hoarsely. Yet, Xiao Yan appeared oblivious to my pleas, a frenzied smile spreading across her face. Illegal? Lin Yu, as long as I can be with you, I care for nothing else. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. Xiao Yan's expression transformed into one of fierce hostility. She snatched the device from my grasp and hurled it violently against the floor. No one is allowed to disturb us, she bellowed. Despair washed over me as I gazed at the shattered phone. My heart racing with terror. Was I truly destined to remain trapped here, under the control of this once familiar childhood friend who had now lost her sanity? Suddenly, an idea struck me. I feigned compliance, saying, Xiao Yan, I know you love me. In truth, I don't want to leave you either, but your behavior frightens me. Upon hearing my words, her countenance softened slightly. Lin Yu, as long as you obey, I will treat you well. Seizing the opportunity of her momentary relaxation, I cautiously approached the window, hoping to find a chance for escape. However, Xiao Yan quickly sensed my intentions, rushing over to pull me back into the corner of the room. Lin Yu, you still want to leave me, don't you? Her voice was laced with desperation and rage that I hastily explained. No, Xiao Yan, I merely wished to see the scenery outside. Yet, she no longer believed me, producing a length of rope. She bound me to a chair. You will stay here and not attempt to escape again, she commanded, taking a seat beside me. Her gaze fixed intently upon me that as time ticked by, my body grew numb from the prolonged confinement, while her eyes remained unwaveringly locked on me. Just as I was on the verge of surrendering to hopelessness, I suddenly heard a cacophony of noise outside the door. Moments later, the door was violently struck, and Xiao Yan sprang to her feet, panic and fury etched across her features. Who is it? No one is allowed to shatter our world, she shouted. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, and a cadre of police officers stormed in. Let him go, they commanded. Xiao Yan flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to resist, but was swiftly subdued by the officers. I was liberated, my body so weak I could scarcely stand, with the officers' assistance. I emerged from that dreadful room, sunlight spilling onto my face, yet I felt no warmth. For an extended period after returning home, I dwelled in fear and shadows. Each nightfall, Xiao Yan's deranged gaze haunted my mind. In a bid to escape this torment, I sought psychological therapy. With the therapist's guidance, I gradually learned to confront the horrifying experiences and endeavored to reclaim a semblance of normalcy. However, just when I believed I had moved past it all, one evening, I received an anonymous letter that contained but a single sentence. Lin Yu, I will return for you. My heart plummeted. Had Xiao Yan truly not released me? Fear once more enveloped my existence, leaving me uncertain of what lay ahead. Yet, within a few days, I learned that Xiao Yan had been released. She had feigned a state of mental normalcy and profound remorse, successfully deceiving the doctors and police. Upon hearing this news, my heart clenched tightly. Terror shadowing my every step. One day, while walking home alone, I was abruptly yanked into a dark alley. It was Xiao Yan. Her eyes gleamed with an even more intense madness and obsession. Lin Yu, I told you I would return for you. No one shall separate us. She clung to me tightly, her grip so strong I found it impossible to break free. That I attempted to reason with her to let me go, but she paid no heed. Lin Yu, your world can only contain me. I shall keep you by my side forever. From that moment on, Xiao Yan monitored my every move incessantly. She would unexpectedly appear at my workplace, lurking outside my home for entire nights. I dared not contact the police, for I knew they no longer believed my claims. My life descended into darkness, ensnared by this obsessive childhood friend, with no escape in sight. Amidst the ceaseless dread and despair, I resolved to feign compliance with Xiao Yan, seeking an opportunity to finally liberate myself from her grasp. Initially, Xiao Yan eyed me with suspicion, but as I acquiesced to her every whim, a satisfied smile gradually blossomed on her face. She began to lower her guard, no longer scrutinizing my every action with such intensity that I accompanied her on shopping trips, watched films, and engaged in activities typical of couples. All the while my heart was besieged by torment and unease. One day, Xiao Yan announced she wished to take me to a special place. It turned out to be a secluded, abandoned factory, shrouded in an eerie aura. Lin Yu, from now on, this will be our secret base, she declared, excitement glimmering in her eyes as she grasped my hand. Suppressing my inner terror, I followed her into the dark recesses of the factory, uncertain of what awaited me, yet knowing I must remain calm and bide my time for an escape. Once deep within the forsaken factory, Xiao Yan suddenly halted, spinning around to embrace me tightly. Lin Yu, do you know? Here, no one can disturb us. Her voice echoed in the vast emptiness of the building, sounding particularly sinister. I forced a smile, responding, indeed, Xiao Yan. At that moment, she produced a key from her pocket and unlocked a nearby room. Inside, an array of peculiar items lay strewn about, my photographs, belongings I had once used, and even some tools that appeared designed for confinement. My heart sank heavily, an unsettling sense of foreboding creeping in. Xiao Yan urged me to sit on a dilapidated chair as she began to unveil her wild plans for our future. Lin Yu, We shall reside here from now on, never to part ways. That I will prepare delicious meals for you every day and accompany you in any activity you desired. And I nodded along, feigning agreement while plotting my escape. Days passed, and Xiao Yan seemed to have completely lowered her guard regarding my compliance. One day, while she ventured out in search of food, I noticed she had forgotten to lock the door. This was the opportunity one had awaited for so long. I dashed out without hesitation. Yet, just as I had made a bit of distance, I heard her furious voice echoing behind me. Lin Yu, you dare deceive me. My heart raced, and I ran for my life. Refusing to glance back, I dashed through the overgrown paths, mud splattering my shoes, branches tearing at my clothes. But I paid no mind. Xiao Yan's shouts faded into the distance, and a flicker of hope ignited within me. Finally, I burst forth from the desolate area, reaching a roadside. Fortunately, a taxi happened to be passing by, and I waved it down urgently. Driver, please hurry, I implored. The taxi driver, perceiving my panic, asked no questions and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle speeding away, I sat in the back, gasping for breath, my heart still racing. I glanced back to ensure Xiao Yan had not pursued me, and only then did I allow myself a moment of relief. Upon returning to the city, I found a modest inn to stay in temporarily. I dared not return home or contact anyone, fearing Xiao Yan might track me down once more. I in the confines of my inn room. I curled up in a corner, haunted by visions of Xiao Yan's deranged gaze, uncertain of when this nightmare would cease. Days passed as I remained sequestered in my small inn room, too fearful to venture outside. Each day was marked by anxiety and dread, terrified that Xiao Yan might appear at any moment. However, as time progressed, her presence remained absent, causing me to gradually lower my guard and contemplate my next steps. I realized that hiding indefinitely was not a viable solution. I needed to resume my life. Thus, I resolved to seek employment and reintegrate into society. After considerable effort, I secured a modest position at a small company. My colleagues were kind, and the work environment was tolerable. I endeavored to immerse myself in my tasks, striving to forget the harrowing ordeal I had endured. Yet, as night fell, thoughts of Xiao Yan would inevitably resurface, and I worried she might once again intrude upon my life. One evening, after work, I strolled home as usual when I sensed someone trailing me, and my heart raced, and the first thought that crossed my mind was of Xiao Yan. I quickened my pace, attempting to shake off the feeling of being watched. However, no matter how fast I walked, that sensation clung to me like a shadow. Eventually, unable to resist the urge, I glanced back, only to see a dark figure dart into a nearby alley. My heart leapt into my throat. After much hesitation, I decided to venture into the alley for a closer look. As I stepped into the dim, damp passage, a foul odor hung heavily in the air. I proceeded cautiously, only to suddenly hear a low, labored breathing sound. "Who is there?" I asked, my voice trembling with tension. At that moment, a disheveled man with long hair emerged from the shadows, his gaze unfocused, revealing signs of mental instability. "Stay back. Don't come any closer," I warned. Retreating cautiously, he mumbled incoherently, advancing toward me with an unsettling intent. As I was on the verge of turning to flee, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. I halted my steps, a pang of compassion stirring within me, and approached to assess his condition. At that moment, he lunged forward, grasping my ankle with astonishing strength. Help me, he mumbled incoherently. It took immense effort for me to extricate myself from his grip, and I hurriedly fled the alley. Upon returning home, I found myself in a state of unrest. Pondering the plight of that peculiar man in the following days, I was perpetually on edge, the image of that man haunting my thoughts. In a bid to escape the shadow he cast, I resolved to inquire about his circumstances. I approached nearby residents and learned that he was, in fact, a vagrant who had been mentally unstable for some time. Some claimed he had suffered a horrific accident, while others suggested he had been subjected to a tremendous shock that rendered him thus. Yet, the precise cause remained shrouded in ambiguity. One day, as I was returning from work and passed by that alley, I was taken aback to see him once more. He was curled up in the corner, trembling violently. My heart softened, and I purchased some food and water to offer him. Upon noticing me, a flicker of gratitude flashed in his eyes, only to be quickly replaced by confusion and fear. "Thank you, but I can't control myself," he trembled. From that day forward, I occasionally brought him supplies. Gradually, he became less wary of me and would engage in brief conversations. However, one night, upon returning home, I discovered a letter at my doorstep. The handwriting was erratic. "Leave here, or you will regret it." My heart sank, uncertain whether it was penned by the vagrant or someone else entirely. Was it Xiao Yan making another appearance? Or was there yet another unknown peril lurking? As I stood there, enveloped in confusion and clutching the letter, a familiar figure suddenly materialized at the street corner. It was Xiao Yan. Clad in a black dress, her pallor striking, her eyes still radiated that same madness and obsession. "Lin Yu, I knew you could not escape my grasp," she coldly mocked, advancing step by step towards me. My heart raced, terror surging anew. "Xiao Yan, please let me go," I shouted in despair, yet she seemed impervious to my pleas. Reaching out to seize me. "Lin Yu, come with me. This is our destiny." That moment, the vagrant charged forth, positioning himself protectively in front of me. "You shall not harm him," he bellowed. Xiao Yan momentarily froze, her expression shifting to one of rage. "You madman, get out of my way." The vagrant steadfastly shielded me, standing firm against Xiao Yan. A tense standoff ensued, and I was at a loss as to what would unfold next. In the midst of this fraught standoff, Xiao Yan suddenly lunged forward, attempting to shove the vagrant aside, but he refused to yield, engaging her in a struggle. I stood by, panic-stricken, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan pushed the vagrant with force, causing him to stumble and fall. Capitalizing on this, she lunged at me once more, tightly gripping my arm with an intensity that caused me pain. "Lin Yu, come with me," she insisted, dragging me along. That moment, the vagrant scrambled to his feet and grasped Xiao Yan from behind, affording me a chance to break free. "Run," he shouted. Without hesitation, I turned and fled with all my might. After running for a considerable distance, I concealed myself in a corner, gasping for breath, my heart racing uncontrollably. I was unaware of the vagrant's fate or whether Xiao Yan would pursue me. After what felt like an eternity, the silence enveloping the surroundings prompted me to cautiously peek out, retracing my steps to the earlier location. Upon my return, I discovered that both the vagrant and Xiao Yan had vanished. A wave of confusion and concern washed over me as I began searching for any trace of them. In that moment, a barrage of terrifying thoughts invaded my mind. What if Xiao Yan had evaded the vagrant and was now on my trail? What if he had faced misfortune for aiding me? Yet, at that instant, fear dominated my thoughts, leaving little room for reflection. My sole focus became a singular thought: to run, to distance myself as far as possible from this nightmare-laden place, to escape Xiao Yan's grasp. I turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, with the only sounds accompanying me being the rush of the wind and my labored breaths. Chapter 3. The mysterious vagrant. I ran with all my might until my legs grew weak and I was panting heavily. Forcing myself to a stop, bent over with hands on my knees, I drew in deep breaths. That moment, I realized I had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place, surrounded by narrow streets and dilapidated buildings. The oppressive silence instilled a sense of unease, yet it paled in comparison to the fear of being found by Xiao Yan. I endeavored to calm my breathing, scrutinizing my surroundings in search of a temporary refuge. Just then, I heard footsteps, each echoing clearly in the stillness, as if they were stepping on my very heart. My pulse quickened, and I nervously fixated on the direction of the sound, instinctively retreating. Could it be Xiao Yan in pursuit? Or the enigmatic vagrant? Perhaps another unknown peril? I pressed my back against the wall, cold sweat trickling down my forehead, my mind racing as I pondered my next move. The footsteps drew nearer, my heart climbing into my throat. Finally, a figure emerged around the corner. It was the vagrant. He appeared somewhat weary, his clothing even more disheveled than before. Upon seeing me, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. "Come with me. She cannot find you here," he whispered urgently. I hesitated momentarily, but with no better options presenting themselves, I followed him into a rundown house. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, exuding a foul odor. The vagrant found a place to sit and gestured for me to do the same. "Why are you helping me?" I couldn't help but ask. The vagrant paused, then spoke slowly. "Because I too have endured the torment of being ensnared by madness." I was filled with curiosity, eager to delve deeper into his story, when a cacophony of noise erupted outside. "This is bad. She may have arrived," the vagrant said, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm. My heart raced again, apprehensive about whether we could evade Xiao Yan's pursuit this time. The vagrant pulled me into a cluttered corner, signaling for silence. The sounds outside grew louder, my heartbeat quickening to a frantic tempo. making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the footsteps halted at the door. Lin Yu. I know you're in there. Come out. Xiao Yan's voice rang out, laced with an uncontrollable fervor. The vagrant clamped his hand tightly over my mouth, fearful that even the slightest sound would betray us. After a while, the outside noise subsided. The vagrant cautiously peered out, then exhaled a sigh of relief. She's temporarily gone, but she will surely return. We must leave this place quickly. We stealthily exited the house, the vagrant leading me through a maze of narrow alleys. After what felt like an eternity, we arrived at an abandoned warehouse. We'll hide here for the night, the vagrant instructed. I nodded, weary in body and spirit, and sank down in a corner. The night breeze wafted through the broken windows, bringing a chill that I gazed into the darkened corners, filled with confusion and dread, uncertain when this ordeal would reach its conclusion. Inside the desolate warehouse, the vagrant and I leaned against each other, too anxious to sleep. The surrounding darkness seemed to conceal myriad unknown dangers, every slight sound sending my nerves into a frenzy. Do you think we can escape her? I broke the silence, my voice tinged with profound helplessness. The vagrant was silent for a moment before replying. As long as we do not give up, there will always be a way. That I lost track of time, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off into a restless slumber. When I awoke once more, daylight had broken, yet the vagrant was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding gripped me, and I sprang up to search the warehouse, calling out his name, but met only silence. Just as anxiety began to consume me, the door of the warehouse swung open, and Xiao Yan stepped inside, a triumphant smile adorning her face. Lin Yu, did you truly believe that vagrant could save you? Terror coursed through me as I recoiled. What have you done to him? I demanded. Xiao Yan advanced slowly, her voice dripping with malice. He was overestimating himself. I have ensured he will never return. My heart plummeted, rage and despair flooding my chest. Xiao Yan, you are utterly deranged. I spat, yet she remained unfazed by my accusations. Lin Yu, no one can keep us apart now. With a swift motion, she seized my arm with a grip so strong I could not break free. Lin Yu, come home with me. Xiao Yan's voice was undeniably commanding. I struggled desperately, yet it proved futile as she forcibly dragged me out of the warehouse. Along the way, I attempted to seek help from passers-by, but Xiao Yan's fierce gaze rendered me mute. Upon returning to that familiar yet terrifying place, the door slammed shut behind us, imprisoning me once again in this nightmare. Lin Yu, do not even think about escaping. It is utterly futile, Xiao Yan coldly declared. Despair washed over me as I slumped to the ground, engulfed by feelings of helplessness and regret. That I wondered if there would ever be a chance to escape this dreadful woman. That I sat motionless in the corner, my eyes hollow, my heart as dead as ash. Xiao Yan, meanwhile, kept a vigilant watch over me, fearful that I might vanish from her sight again. Time seemed to freeze, each minute and second stretching into an endless torment. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's phone rang, and after she finished the call, her expression darkened considerably. Lin Yu, I have something to attend to outside. You would do well to stay here and not pull any tricks, she warned, glaring at me fiercely before storming out. As I listened to her footsteps fade away, a flicker of hope ignited within me. Perhaps this was my opportunity to escape once more, though I feared her swift return. After much hesitation, I resolved to take the risk. That I quietly approached the door and gently turned the handle. Discovering to my astonishment that it was not locked, cautiously, I peered outside, ensuring Xiao Yan was nowhere in sight before I bolted away. However, I had scarcely made it far when I heard Xiao Yan's frenzied shout from behind. Lin Yu, how dare you run again? My heart raced, and I ran even faster. Yet Xiao Yan, having procured a motorcycle from somewhere, revved it up and pursued me. In no time, she caught up and positioned the motorcycle directly in my path. Lin Yu, why can't you just obey? She exclaimed, leaping off the motorcycle and seizing my collar. Her eyes brimmed with anger and despair, tears welling in her gaze. That I have done so much for you, yet you continuously attempt to leave me, she shouted, her voice nearly hoarse. With that, she drew a dagger from her pocket, pressing it against my throat. Return with me, or I shall take you down with me. Her expression twisted in madness, completely devoid of rationality. Paralyzed by fear, I trembled at her actions, quelling any thoughts of resistance. Wife, I will return with you. Please, do not act impulsively. Lin Yu stood resolute. I cannot bear to watch you harm him like this. Lin Yu is my friend, and I must assist him. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Do you think you can stop me? As she spoke, she suddenly drew a knife from her bag, brandishing it as she charged towards us. Lin Zhe reacted swiftly and engaged in a struggle with Xiao Yan. Amid the chaos, a piercing scream echoed. Lin Zhe's arm was cut. Lin Zhe, I shouted at that moment. The sound of police sirens filled the air. Xiao Yan's complexion turned pale in an instant. Her movements halted, and the knife clattered to the ground. The police rushed in and swiftly subdued Xiao Yan. Lin Zhe and I breathed a sigh of relief as we followed the officers to give our statements. Upon leaving the police station, a heavy weight lifted from my heart. Lin Zhe, I truly owe you my gratitude this time, I said, looking at him with appreciation. Lin Zhe patted my shoulder. We're friends. It's only right. But you must be cautious moving forward. Days passed, and I endeavored to restore normalcy to my life. However, Xiao Yan's frenzied gaze would occasionally resurface in my mind, leaving me uneasy. One day, I received a letter. Upon opening it, I discovered it was penned by Xiao Yan. Lin Yu, I realize I was wrong, that I will reform myself, and when I am released, I hope you can grant me a chance for a fresh start. Holding the letter, I fell into deep contemplation. Memories of my time with Xiao Yan flooded my mind, the sweetness and warmth we once shared stirring my heart, causing a flicker of doubt to arise. I began to question whether Xiao Yan could genuinely change. Perhaps everyone deserves an opportunity for redemption. This wavering thought grew increasingly potent in my mind, and I found myself envisioning what our future might hold if Xiao Yan truly transformed. Yet, the recollection of her previous erratic behavior instilled a sense of fear within me, a dread that this might merely be another of her deceptions, just as I grappled with my inner turmoil. Lin Zhe sought me out. Lin Yu, I heard you received a letter from Xiao Yan. You don't actually believe she can change, do you? Lin Zhe looked at me with evident concern. I sighed, feeling helpless. I don't know. My feelings are conflicted. Lin Zhe grasped my shoulder firmly. Do not be foolish. Hasn't she caused you enough pain already? I lowered my head, speechless. Ultimately, I resolved to give Xiao Yan another chance and bailed her out of the police station. As she stepped out, she gazed at me, her eyes filled with gratitude and remorse. Lin Yu, thank you for believing in me. Her voice trembled slightly as I replied, I hope you can truly change. After returning home, Xiao Yan's demeanor was indeed different from before. She became gentle and considerate, prioritizing my needs in every matter. Nevertheless, an unease lingered in my heart, preventing me from fully lowering my guard. One day, upon returning from work, I discovered that Xiao Yan had prepared an extravagant dinner. Lin Yu, thank you for your hard work during this time. Please try the dishes I made. She smiled warmly, just as I was about to sit down to eat. A message from an unknown number flashed on my phone. Be careful. She hasn't changed. My heart raced. I discreetly observed Xiao Yan, who was looking at me with eager anticipation. Please try it. It's all your favorites, she urged, forcing a smile. I picked up my chopsticks and took a few bites. How is it? Is it delicious? She inquired. It's good, I replied absent-mindedly, my thoughts still dwelling on the ominous message. After dinner, I feigned fatigue and retreated to my room, pondering the origins of that message. Could it be Lin Zhe? But why wouldn't he speak to me directly? Or was there someone else aware of Xiao Yan's past? As I spiraled into these thoughts, Xiao Yan knocked and entered. Lin Yu, I've drawn a hot bath for you. It will help you relax, she said. I regarded her, my unease intensifying. Yet, I endeavored to maintain my composure, smiling as I responded, thank you. You should rest early as well. Xiao Yan nodded and exited the room. In the following days, I feigned normalcy while secretly monitoring Xiao Yan's every move. Each day, she meticulously prepared meals, tidied up the house, and showered me with affection. Yet, I felt an unsettling undercurrent lurking beneath this facade of tranquility. One day, I returned home early from work to find Xiao Yan absent. The sense of unease washed over me. Where could she have gone? Just as I was about to leave in search of her, I heard her footsteps at the door. I quickly returned to the sofa, pretending to watch television. Upon entering, Xiao Yan appeared a bit flustered but quickly regained her composure. Why are you home so early? She asked. There was nothing happening at the office, I replied. Life continued in this seemingly calm manner, yet I never relaxed my scrutiny of Xiao Yan. One day, taking advantage of her absence, I stealthily followed her. She wound her way through the streets, finally arriving at a villa on the outskirts. My heart sank. My instincts warned me that something was amiss. I crept closer to the villa, peering through a window. There, I saw Xiao Yan engaged in a heated argument with a stranger. I've done what you said, Why won't you let me go? Xiao Yan's voice was laced with anger and fear. That's not up to you. It's not that simple, the stranger replied with a cold smirk. Shock coursed through me as I realized how much Xiao Yan had concealed from me. Just then, she turned her head, glancing in my direction, and my heart raced as I quickly turned and sought refuge. Chapter 5. The graceful girl. I took a deep breath, suppressing my rising panic, and resolved to return home to devise a plan. Every step felt heavy, weighed down by lead, and my mind was a whirlwind as I replayed the scene at the villa. Once home, I felt like I was sitting on a bed of nails. Every movement seemed to prick at me, my thoughts dominated by the image of Xiao Yan arguing with the stranger, leaving me utterly restless. When Xiao Yan returned, I forced a semblance of normalcy, attempting to mask my turmoil. Yet, the inner storm made my facade feel as fragile as tissue paper, easily torn. How was your day? Her voice broke the silence, but it felt distant and muffled, as if separated by a veil. As usual, I replied, my tone deliberately even, though I could sense the stiffness within. That night, I lay in bed, tossing and turning as if cursed by a demon, unable to find rest. Xiao Yan's rhythmic breathing beside me felt like a dangerous signal. I was uncertain whether to trust Xiao Yan again. This once familiar person now felt so foreign that I didn't know where to turn next, trapped in an endless labyrinth of darkness with no exit in sight. The following day, unable to endure the torment any longer, I sought Lin Yu for counsel. Upon meeting him, I spoke in a rush. Lin Yu, I saw Xiao Yan arguing with a stranger at a villa in the suburbs. It seems they harbor some dark secret. Lin Yu's brow furrowed, concern evident in his eyes. This is troubling. What are your thoughts? Just then, Xiao Yan's call came through. Lin Yu, I need to talk to you. Her voice sounded weary, as if she had endured a long and arduous battle. That I'm not available right now, I replied instinctively, the memory of the villa too fresh, making it impossible to confront her immediately. My mind still wrestling with the potential debts she might be hiding. There was a pause on the other end, as if time had frozen, before Xiao Yan finally said, "All right, we can talk later." After hanging up, I relayed the entire situation to Lin Yu. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Regardless, we need to clarify things. Perhaps you should give her some space for a few days and observe her reaction." In the days that followed, Xiao Yan persistently called and texted me, her phone ringing incessantly, yet I was engulfed in inner turmoil each time I saw her name flash on the screen, ultimately choosing not to respond. Until one day, she appeared before me unexpectedly. Her eyes were swollen and red, as if she had been crying for a long time, and the dark circles around her eyes made her appear particularly haggard. "Lin Yu, I beg you to let me explain." Her voice was laced with desperation, akin to a wounded animal. That I gazed at her, my heart torn, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, "All right, go ahead," taking a deep breath. Xiao Yan seemed to muster all her courage as she slowly began. "That man is my father. He has a bit of money, but he has always been extremely harsh with me. Previously, I made some mistakes that infuriated him, leading him to cut off my financial support and threaten me. My previous erratic behavior was a result of being driven to desperation by him. I stared at her in astonishment, my eyes wide. I had never anticipated such a backstory. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? I could not help but inquire, my heart a tumult of astonishment and a tinge of resentment. Xiao Yan lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whispering mosquito. "I fear you might look down upon me, deeming me merely a person reliant on my family." Observing Xiao Yan's pitiful demeanor, my heart softened instantly. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time, but you must not conceal anything from me in the future," I said with a resigned tone. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, akin to witnessing a ray of light in the darkness. As she nodded repeatedly, "I promise I won't." From that moment on, Xiao Yan truly seemed to be transformed, abandoning her capriciousness, and our lives gradually returned to a tranquil state, as if the previous turmoil had been naught but a nightmarish illusion. However, such tranquility was fleeting. One day, I unexpectedly encountered the so-called father of Xiao Yan on the street. His gaze was fierce, reminiscent of a predatory wolf, as he glared at me and growled, "Kid, keep your distance from my daughter. Being with you will lead to no good." That I was taken aback, a multitude of questions surging within me. Was there some hidden truth I remained oblivious to? "What do you mean by that?" "Xiao Yan has already clarified everything to me," I said, furrowing my brow in confusion. That he let out a cold laugh, his derision palpable. "Clarification? That was merely her act of pity to deceive you. She has not changed at all." A pang of disbelief coursed through me. instinctively resisting his words. Impossible. I witnessed her transformation. Humph. That was all for show. She only reconciled with you to extract money from me. His words struck me like a dagger, inflicting a profound ache upon my heart. Dazed and disheartened, I returned home to find Xiao Yan in the kitchen, her face radiant with a smile that suggested nothing amiss. Yet, at that moment, her smile felt unbearably jarring. My mind was a tumult of conflict, uncertain whether to trust her father's words. Just then, my phone buzzed. An ominous text from Xiao Yan's father. "Child, you must run." Upon reading the message, a chill coursed down my spine. As if invisible hands were tightening around my throat, I looked up at Xiao Yan, who gracefully approached me with a dish in hand, her eyes brimming with warmth. "Dinner is ready. Come and taste it," she said cheerfully. I feigned calmness, forcing a smile as I sat down. Yet, as I ate, my thoughts were consumed by the text, each mouthful tasting like dry ash, burdensome and difficult to swallow. After dinner, as Xiao Yan washed the dishes, I sank into a chaos of thoughts on the sofa, my mind a whirlwind of uncertainty. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's phone rang. After her call, her countenance darkened profoundly. She slowly turned to face me, her gaze now chillingly detached, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. "Lin Yu, I once thought I could continue this charade, but it appears that is no longer feasible." Her voice was frigid, sending a shiver down my spine. I stared at her in terror, confusion and fear flooding my heart. "Xiao Yan, what are you saying?" She let out a chilling laugh that sent shivers down my spine. "Stop pretending. Haven't you already discerned my true nature?" Trembling, I stood up, my voice quaking. "Xiao Yan, don't act recklessly." She advanced towards me step by step, her eyes ablaze with madness and fixation, as if possessed by a demon. "Recklessly? I have sacrificed so much for you. And you wish to abandon me?" As she spoke, she seized a vase and smashed it to the ground, the shattering glass resonating painfully in the stillness of the room. "Xiao Yan, calm down," I shouted, attempting to rouse her reason. But she seemed utterly devoid of control. Without hesitation, I turned and fled towards the door, her frantic screams echoing behind me, accompanied by her hurried footsteps closely trailing. My heart raced, each beat threatening to burst from my chest. Every step laden with fear and despair. Bursting onto the street, I ran heedlessly, glancing back in dread of her pursuit. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt before me, the piercing sound of brakes echoing as the driver yelled obscenities. I paid no heed to apologies. A startled bird darting forward, I ran for what felt like an eternity, my legs heavy and weary, until at last, I could no longer see Xiao Yan's figure. In a state of frantic confusion, I ducked into a narrow alley, leaning against a wall, gasping for breath, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. Overwhelmed by dread and despair, I pondered my next steps, uncertain if Xiao Yan was still searching for me. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to find a safe haven. Cautiously, I navigated through the alley, my eyes darting nervously in search of a concealed nook. Finally, I spotted an abandoned warehouse, its door ajar. Seemingly beckoning me, I gently pushed it open, a musty odor engulfing me, a stench of decay permeating the air. I found a corner piled high with debris and crouched down, striving to remain hidden. Like a wounded beast trembling in the shadows, my heart pounded. Every subtle sound outside heightened my anxiety, as if Xiao Yan might burst through the door at any moment. Time passed agonizingly slowly, the silence outside unbroken by Xiao Yan's voice. My taut nerves began to ease slightly, allowing me to contemplate my next move. I pulled out my phone, noting the dwindling battery, hesitating whether to call for help. What if Xiao Yan tracked me through the phone's signal? As I wrestled with my thoughts, a sudden sound of footsteps outside shattered the stillness, echoing sharply in the quiet alley, causing my heart to leap into my throat. The footsteps grew closer, my breath nearly stilled in panic. And in my haste, I squeezed into an old iron cabinet. The rust-laden air filled the cramped space, suffocating me, as I curled up inside, too afraid to breathe, feeling like a prey ensnared in a trap. Xiao Yan entered the warehouse, her footsteps reverberating ominously in the empty space, each step echoing like a hammer on my heart, filling me with dread. "Lin Yu, I know you are here. Stop hiding." Her voice sliced through the air, laced with a chilling resonance, as if summoned from the depths of hell. I covered my mouth, struggling to control my breathing, fearing even the slightest sound. My heart raced furiously in my chest, the sound of my blood coursing through my veins loud in my ears. Suddenly, Xiao Yan paused before the iron cabinet. My heart raced to a fever pitch, as if time itself had frozen. In that moment, she slowly opened the cabinet door, our eyes locking instantaneously. Her gaze radiated a frenzied excitement, as if she had discovered the most precious of prey, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Ha! Lin Yu, I knew you were here." Her laughter echoed through the warehouse, chilling me to the bone. I closed my eyes in despair, thinking it was the end, as fear engulfed me like an overwhelming tide. Xiao Yan yanked me from the cabinet, enveloping me in a vice-like grip, her strength rendering me nearly breathless, as if she sought to meld me into her very being. "You will never escape me. Not ever," she screamed in my ear, her voice sharp and deranged that I could no longer endure it. The instinct for survival surged within me, compelling me to summon all my strength to resist. "Xiao Yan, let me go," I shouted, my voice echoing in the warehouse, as I desperately struggled against her grasp. My hands pushed against her with all my might, my feet thrashing in a futile attempt at freedom. Xiao Yan's fury ignited further at my defiance, her expression morphing into that of a raging beast. "You dare to resist me?" She raised her hand, aiming to strike me. I sidestepped just in time, pushing her away with force. Xiao Yan stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "Lin Yu, you have disappointed me greatly," she cried, lunging at me once more, her eyes ablaze with wrath and resentment. Seizing the opportunity while she was off balance, I spun and dashed toward the warehouse exit, though she screamed in fury behind me. This time I did not look back. A singular thought consumed me. I must escape her. Bursting out of the warehouse, I ran with reckless abandon, weaving through a labyrinth of alleyways. I ran until I was certain she was no longer in pursuit, finally coming to a panting halt. I was disheveled and in disarray, my clothes torn, hair wild, yet I had secured a fleeting taste of freedom, albeit one that filled me with profound weariness and dread. Just as I began to catch my breath, an eerie atmosphere enveloped me. Glancing back, I realized Xiao Yan had reappeared at the street corner, her eyes glimmering like a wolf in the shadows, fixated on me with a predatory glare. "Lin Yu, do you think you can escape?" Her voice dripped with malice and resentment, as if echoing from the depths of hell. In a state of panic, I turned and fled once more, my eyes scanning desperately for a place to hide. Every corner seemed like a lifeline, yet it appeared to conceal an unknown peril. Xiao Yan pursued me relentlessly from behind, her footsteps echoing like the relentless beat of a death knell, striking at my heart and leaving me no room for respite. Suddenly, I spotted a dilapidated building ahead, as if a glimmer of hope had pierced the darkness. Without a second thought, I dashed inside. The air within was thick with a stench of decay, cobwebs adorned the walls, and the dim light cast a chilling atmosphere. Xiao Yan followed suit, calling my name as her voice reverberated through the corridor, infused with madness and obsession, as she frantically scoured every room, leaving no corner unchecked. I hid in a shadowy nook, scarcely daring to breathe, my heart pounding violently in my chest, as if it would burst forth. I could hear Xiao Yan's footsteps echoing in the hallway, each step drawing closer, intensifying my dread. In that moment, her voice rang out. "Lin Yu, I can smell your scent. You cannot escape." Her words slithered through the darkness like tendrils, ensnaring me tightly. My heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Cold sweat trickled down my brow, soaking my back. I forced myself to regain composure, my mind racing to devise an escape plan. Just then, I noticed a frayed rope and a tattered sack nearby. An idea sparked within me. I tied the rope to the sack and hurled it out of an upper window. The sound of the sack hitting the ground resonated loudly in the stillness of the building. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Yan sprinted toward the noise, her footsteps fading into the distance. Seizing this opportunity, I quietly made my way in the opposite direction, carefully avoiding any debris that might betray my presence. Searching for an exit, at long last, I discovered a concealed exit, a flicker of hope igniting within me. The moment I fled the building, Xiao Yan's furious roar echoed from within, filled with resentment and frustration. I dared not linger, running with all my might until I reached a bustling market. The throng of people around me was vibrant and lively, yet I felt like an outsider, as if I had stepped into another realm. Just as I was catching my breath, a graceful young woman approached. Her name was Su Yao, and her eyes conveyed genuine concern. "You look as if you've encountered a terrifying ordeal," she spoke softly, her voice soothing and melodious, injecting a hint of warmth into the chaotic world around me. I had no time to respond, my vigilance directed toward the crowd, Fearful that Xiao Yan might reappear, my eyes scanned the multitude, every similar silhouette causing my heart to race. Xiao seemed to sense my unease. "Do not worry. Follow me," she urged, her tone imbued with reassurance, as if a gentle hand had tenderly grasped my heart. After a moment's hesitation, I looked into her earnest eyes and ultimately decided to follow her. Xiao led me to a relatively quiet corner. What on earth happened? Her gaze was filled with curiosity and concern that I recounted the harrowing events briefly, fatigue and helplessness lacing my voice with each word. Those terrifying experiences replayed in my mind like a haunting film, causing me immense anguish. Xiao furrowed her brow, surprise and worry flickering in her eyes. "That is horrifying. You should stay here and hide for now." At that moment, Xiao Yan's figure appeared at the market's entrance, her gaze sweeping through the crowd like a razor, as if searching for something. That a chill coursed through me as her eyes locked onto our corner. In an instant, a twisted, excited smile spread across her face, sending shivers down my spine. Xiao noticed my distress and followed my gaze, spotting Xiao Yan. Before Xiao could react, Xiao Yan stormed toward us with a menacing aura. "Lin Yu, I've finally found you," she declared, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor, a mixture of rage and the thrill of impending conquest. Instinctively, I positioned Su Yu behind me, warily eyeing Xiao Yan. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's expression darkened further. Her glare directed at Su Yao, as she demanded, "Who is she? Why are you with her?" As I opened my mouth to explain, Xiao interjected, "Who I am is irrelevant. Who are you? Why are you so fixated on Lin Yu?" Xiao Yan scoffed. "I am his girlfriend. I pursue him because I love him. I cannot live without him. And you? Best keep your distance, or I will make you wish you were never born." Her eyes were bloodshot, her voice sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Xiao, unperturbed, met Xiao Yan's gaze head-on. "I will not heed your threats. Lin Yu has the right to choose whom he associates with. Your behavior will only drive him further away." Xiao Yan, incensed by Su Yao's words, screamed and lunged at her. "You wretched woman, how dare you steal my man?" I quickly stepped between them, forcefully pushing Xiao Yan away. Stumbling back, she looked at me in disbelief, her eyes brimming with anguish and rage. "Lin Yu, you would push me for her. Have you forgotten our beautiful moments together? You promised to love me forever." Tears streamed down her face, yet her expression grew increasingly monstrous. "It's all because of you. You vixen, that Lin Yu no longer wants me. I will kill you." With that, Xiao Yan brandished a sharp knife from her bag and lunged towards Su Yao. In the nick of time, I hurled myself at Xiao Yan, gripping her knife-wielding hand tightly. "Xiao Yan, come to your senses," I shouted, straining to wrest the knife from her grasp. Xiao Yan fought back. I could not afford to glance back. All I could hear was the howling wind and the frantic beating of my own heart. I ran incessantly, feeling as though my lungs were about to burst, yet I dared not allow my pace to slacken in the slightest. I lost track of time, and soon darkness enveloped me. My legs gave way, and I collapsed heavily onto the ground. Deep down, I knew that stopping would mean falling into the clutches of Xiao Yan once more, with unimaginable consequences, gritting my teeth against the pain. I propped myself up with my hands, striving to rise, but my legs felt as heavy as lead, every movement sending searing pain through me. I must not give up. I must not falter. I kept urging myself on. At last, I managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, and continued to run forward. The sound of Xiao Yan's shouts seemed to grow ever closer, and fear clung to me like a shadow, propelling me onward. Suddenly, I spotted a police car ahead, its lights flashing like a beacon of hope. That I sprinted towards it with all my might, shouting desperately, "Help! Save me!" The officers inside heard my cries and hastily exited their vehicle, rushing towards me. That moment, Xiao Yan caught up, and upon seeing the police, a flicker of hesitation and fear crossed her face. "Don't move," one of the officers commanded loudly. Xiao Yan halted, yet her gaze remained fixed upon me. "What is happening here?" the officer inquired, gasping for breath. I recounted the events in a few brief words. The police exchanged glances between Xiao Yan and me, then instructed us to return to the station for further discussion. Under their escort, I finally managed to break free from Xiao Yan's grip. Upon arriving at the police station, I had hoped for resolution, but to my dismay, the situation grew increasingly convoluted. Xiao Yan remained agitated, insisting that I was her beloved and that I could not leave her. Moreover, she produced an array of so-called evidence of our love, including photographs of us together and letters I had written to her. The officers appeared perplexed by these tokens, casting doubt upon my account. "Sir, What is the meaning of this? These pieces of evidence do not seem fabricated, one officer asked. Frowning, that I anxiously explained. Those photographs were taken under duress, and the letters were coerced. However, the skepticism in the officer's eyes was palpable. Just then, Xiao Yan began to wail, plunging the station into chaos. I had initially thought I would find refuge and fair treatment here, yet I realized the tide was turning against me. The sound of Xiao Yan's cries only served to further agitate the officers, and their gazes toward me grew increasingly stern. You claim these were forced, but where is your proof? One officer interrogated. I was left speechless, for those so-called moments of coercion had left no tangible evidence. Suddenly, Xiao Yan ceased her crying and coldly remarked, Lin Yu, stop struggling. You are destined to be mine. Her gaze sent chills down my spine. In that instant, the police station received a phone call, and the voice on the other end rendered the officer's expressions even graver. After hanging up, one officer turned to me, saying, We just received a notification from the hospital stating that Xiao Yan has been diagnosed with a severe mental illness, yet she has ceased treatment. This news struck me like a thunderbolt, plunging me into despair. Gazing into Xiao Yan's frenzied and obsessive eyes, I understood that any defiance could lead to dire consequences. Thus, I took a deep breath and feigned compliance, saying, Xiao Yan, let us go. Her face instantly lit up with a look of delight, and she grasped my hand tightly, as if fearing I might flee once more. Under the puzzled gazes of those around us, I followed Xiao Yan out of the station. All the while, she nestled against me, showering me with sweet words. Yet inside, I was consumed by fear and unease, unsure of what awaited me next. As we passed through a narrow alley, I noticed it was cluttered with debris, and Xiao Yan's attention momentarily waned. Seizing the opportunity, I abruptly broke free from her grasp and sprinted deeper into the alley. Lin Yu, how dare you run? Xiao Yan screamed furiously from behind, but I paid no mind to the danger, desperately weaving through the clutter, searching for an escape. Suddenly, my foot was caught by a rope, and I fell heavily to the ground. Yet my will to survive compelled me to rise without hesitation, ignoring the pain that coursed through my body as I continued to flee. The sound of Xiao Yan's footsteps and shouts drew nearer, and my heart raced in my throat. Just as despair threatened to overtake me, I spotted a low wall ahead, beyond which appeared to be a tranquil street. Summoning every last ounce of strength, I scaled the wall and leapt over. However, at the moment I landed, Xiao Yan followed suit, gripping the hem of my clothing. Lin Yu, you will not escape again, she bellowed, her strength astonishing. I struggled fiercely to break free from her hold, but she clung to me with unwavering tenacity. Xiao Yan, let me go, I shouted. Impossible. You are mine, and always will be. Her eyes were filled with madness and resolve. Just as we were locked in this standoff, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly pulled me into a nearby abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was dark and damp, exuding a pungent odor. Xiao Yan pressed her hand over my mouth, forbidding me to make a sound. The sirens grew ever closer, and my heart raced, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Xiao Yan anxiously watched the entrance, her body trembling slightly. After a while, the sirens began to fade. Only then did Xiao Yan release her grip on my mouth, and I gasped for breath. Humph, they will never find us, she whispered. I looked at her, filled with helplessness and fear, and tentatively called out, Wife. Upon hearing this term of endearment, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, and her expression softened. You finally called me that, I feigned tenderness, saying, Wife, hiding like this cannot be our solution. Let us find a place to live a good life. Xiao Yan regarded me with suspicion. Are you being sincere? I nodded vigorously. Of course, I have come to my senses. I wish to be with you from now on. A smile of happiness spread across her face, and she relaxed her guard. Yet I knew this was merely a ruse to placate her temporarily. I pretended to plan our future together. I kept a watchful eye on our surroundings, searching for an opportunity to flee. Wife, once we get out, we will find a quiet little town and live a simple life, I said. Xiao Yan leaned against me, dreaming of the future. Yes, as long as you are with me, anywhere will do. At that moment, I noticed a broken window in the corner of the warehouse. Perhaps I could escape through there. Chapter 7. The hotel. Unconsciously, I glanced towards the window, but this subtle movement did not escape Xiao Yan's notice. Instantly, she became alert, gripping my arm tightly, her eyes once again filled with suspicion and fury. You are planning to run again, aren't you? I knew you were deceiving me. I hurried to explain. Wife, I am not. I was just looking around. But Xiao Yan would not listen, her grip surprisingly strong as she held me fast. Do not even think about trying to trick me again. I will not be fooled. Outside the warehouse, I heard noises, as if someone were searching nearby. Xiao Yan grew even more anxious, dragging me deeper into the recesses of the warehouse. Wife, do not be so tense. If you trust me, we will surely get through this ordeal, I implored, striving to make my voice sound calm and sincere. Xiao Yan glared at me. You still wish to deceive me. I will not fall for your tricks again. Wife, I truly regret my past mistakes, and I have caused you so much distress. From now on, I will treat you well and will never leave you, I continued, locking my gaze on hers, trying to convey my sincerity. Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly, yet doubts still lingered. You truly will not run away again. I will not. I swear. Wife, it is too dangerous outside. Let us wait here until it is safe, I said carefully, taking her hand gently. After a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded, easing her tension a bit. Seeing her attitude shift, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to soothe her with gentle words. Wife, let us rest for a while. We will talk once it is quiet outside. Xiao Yan nestled in my arms and nodded softly. All right, I will listen to you. Thus, we remained quietly in the corner of the warehouse. Time ticking away slowly that I lost track of how long it had been when Xiao Yan fell asleep in my embrace, her face bearing traces of fatigue and unease. Watching her slumber, my emotions were a tumultuous mix. On one hand, I feared her madness and obsession. On the other, I felt a twinge of pity for her. Yet I knew I could not remain trapped here forever. I had to devise a way to escape. Gently, I laid her down, standing cautiously to avoid making a sound. With each step I took, my heart raced, lodged tightly in my throat. Fearful of awakening her at last, I arrived at the warehouse entrance, gently pushing the door open and casting a cautious glance outside. Once assured that no danger lurked nearby, I took a deep breath and bolted away. The wind howled past my ears, and the rhythm of my heartbeat seemed to intertwine with the sound of my hurried footsteps, creating a frantic symphony that I ran desperately, not daring to glance back, until exhaustion left me breathless. Finally reaching a bustling district, I slipped into a nearby CF, sinking into a corner, my body still trembling uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, I began to regain my composure, only to suddenly realize that my phone had been left beside Xiao Yan. It contained a wealth of crucial information and contacts. The consequences of it falling into her hands were unthinkable. Yet, the thought of retracing my steps filled me with dread, leaving me in a dire predicament. Ultimately, I resolved to take the risk and return. Upon cautiously making my way back to the warehouse, I discovered Xiao Yan still asleep, that I approached stealthily, my gaze fixed on her, terrified that she might awaken unexpectedly. My hand slowly reached for my phone, my heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. Just as my fingertips were about to brush against the device, I inadvertently nudged a nearby object, producing a faint sound as Xiao Yan's eyes flew open and our gazes locked. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and I could see the fury igniting in her eyes. You deceived me again, Xiao Yan roared, lunging towards me. I had no time to grab my phone. I turned and fled. Xiao Yan pursued me relentlessly, her curses echoing behind me. I stumbled in my panic, tripping over a stone beneath my feet. Before I could rise, Xiao Yan had already surged forward, clamping her grip tightly around my arm. This time, you won't escape, she declared, her voice laced with anger and despair. I struggled against her hold, but it was futile. Xiao Yan's strength was astonishing, and she dragged me backward step by step. Come back with me, she yelled. My heart sank to the depths, uncertain of what awaited me. Just then, my friend Lin Yu appeared. Let him go, he shouted. Xiao Yan was taken aback by the sudden voice, but quickly regained her fierce demeanor. Stay out of this. Lin Yu, undeterred, stepped closer. Xiao Yan, what you're doing is illegal, Xiao Yan scoffed. Illegal? I just want him by my side. I don't care about anything else. Seizing the moment when Xiao Yan was distracted, Lin Yu rushed forward, pulling me behind him. Run, he urged. We turned and sprinted away. With Xiao Yan in furious pursuit, we ran for our lives, refusing to pause even for a moment. Lin Yu led me through a maze of turns, darting into a narrow alley. The sounds of Xiao Yan's footsteps and shouts gradually faded, and we finally escaped. Phew, that was close, I gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yu, equally exhausted, patted my shoulder. It's all right, bro. We rested for a while in the alley before rising to leave. To ensure our safety, we checked into a hotel. After completing the registration process, we entered our room, and the tension in my body finally began to ease. I owe you one. Linza, I said gratefully. Linza smiled. What are you planning to do next? I fell into contemplation, a lingering unease gnawing at me, unsure if Xiao Yan might find us here. The room was eerily quiet, save for our breaths. Days passed, and the calmness allowed my frayed nerves to gradually relax. I began to attempt a return to normalcy, strolling with Linza along the streets near the hotel, relishing the long-awaited freedom. However, just as I thought everything had settled, one afternoon, upon returning to my hotel room, I found a familiar bouquet of flowers at the door. My heart leaped once more. Could it be Xiao Yan? Trembling, I picked up the bouquet and inspected it, discovering a card that read, "Wishing you a pleasant stay." Hotel reception.it was merely a greeting, and I exhaled deeply, chiding myself for my excessive anxiety. In the days that followed, Linza and I continued our stay at the hotel. We still enjoyed our walks, savoring the rare tranquility of the streets. Suddenly, a stranger brushed past me, inadvertently bumping into me. Sorry, the person quickly apologized. Continuing onward, I felt a sense of familiarity in their retreating figure, a flicker of doubt igniting within me. Yet, upon reflection, it was likely just a trick of the mind. After all, there were countless similar silhouettes in the world. Linza and I paid it little heed, continuing our leisurely stroll. Not long after, we noticed a crowd gathered ahead, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. Out of curiosity, we approached, discovering a street performer showcasing magic tricks, his skilled hands eliciting cheers from the audience. Linza and I were equally captivated by the joyous atmosphere and paused to watch. Once the performance concluded, the crowd began to disperse. I casually turned around and spotted the familiar figure again, hastily turning into a side alley. This time, unease washed over me, prompting me to tug Linza along in pursuit. Entering the alley, we found the figure had vanished. Just as we were about to leave, we heard a faint sound of sobbing. Following the noise, we discovered a small girl sitting in a corner, tears streaming down her face. Compassion welled up within me as I approached to inquire. The girl looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, explaining that she had lost her mother. Linza and I decided to assist the girl in finding her mother, and we searched nearby, asking around. After much effort, we finally located her mother. The girl's mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and witnessing their reunion filled me with warmth, allowing me to completely dismiss the earlier unsettling silhouette from my mind. Linza and I resumed our walk, enjoying the bustling atmosphere of the street. After parting ways with Linza, I returned to the hotel alone. The room felt unnaturally quiet, drawing my thoughts back to those harrowing days. Lying on the bed, my mind raced. Suddenly, my phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hesitating for a moment, I answered. A deep voice spoke from the other end. "Don't think you can hide for long with that." The call ended abruptly. My heart plummeted once again. Who was behind this ominous threat? Had Xiao Yan discovered a new way to torment me, or was it someone else entirely? As I grappled with these questions, urgent knocking echoed at the door. My heart raced, and trembling, I called out. "Who is it?" "Darling," came that familiar yet terrifying voice. Despair washed over me. How had she found me again? I pressed my back against the door, my mind blank, unsure of what to do. After a moment, I forced a semblance of calm. "You're here, haha." With a loud crash, Xiao Yan burst through the door, her eyes wild and fervent, locking onto me. "Darling, did you think you could escape my grasp?" She advanced step by step, cornering me against the wall, leaving me with no avenue of escape. Xiao Yan reached out, caressing my face, her tone eerie. "You are mine, and will always be mine. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back." I gazed at her in terror, attempting to push her away. "Xiao Yan, don't do this. You've lost your mind." Yet, Xiao Yan only laughed more maniacally. "Yes, I am mad. Mad for you." Summoning all my strength, I shoved her away and dashed toward the door. Xiao Yan stumbled from my push, but quickly regained her footing and lunged at me. "Don't run," she screamed. I ran for my life, zigzagging down the corridor, hoping to elude her pursuit. Xiao Yan was hot on my heels, her footsteps and shouts sending my heart into my throat. Finally, I spotted the elevator and dashed inside, frantically pressing the close door button. Just as the doors began to shut, Xiao Yan's hand slipped through, forcing the doors to reopen. However, I paid no mind to the pain and continued to grip her hand firmly. At last, I managed to wrest the dagger from her grasp and flung it into the corner. Xiao Yan seemed to deflate in an instant, collapsing to the ground and bursting into tears. "What are you crying about?" I asked, my heart a tumult of anger and a twinge of pity. She lifted her tear-streaked face, sobbing as she said, "I'm crying because I love you so madly, yet you have always sought to escape from me." I furrowed my brow and replied, "But your love is suffocating, Xiao Yan. This is not what love should be." She shook her head vehemently through her tears. "No, this is my love, pure and profound," that I sighed helplessly. "But such love will only lead to our destruction." Observing her obstinate demeanor filled me with profound resignation and fatigue. Suddenly, Xiao Yan ceased her cries, her gaze resolute once more. "Even if it destroys us, I do not care." She lunged at me, wrapping her arms tightly around my legs, her voice piercing. "I will not allow you to leave me, not even if the world ends in a moment. You must remain by my side." I struggled fiercely against her hold, shouting, "Xiao Yan, this is truly terrifying." She tilted her head back, a sinister smile curling her lips. "Terrifying? That is simply because my love for you runs deep." Xiao Yan's nails dug into my flesh, her eyes ablaze with a maddening possessiveness. "Your blood, your pain, should belong solely to me." I stared at her in horror, my heart racing. "You are nothing short of a madwoman." She erupted into a chilling laughter that echoed in the cramped elevator, sending shivers down my spine. "Yes, I am a madwoman driven to insanity for you." Her appearance left me utterly paralyzed with fear, my legs weak and unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan tightened her embrace around me, whispering in my ear, "Darling, do not struggle. Accept this fate." Cold sweat dripped down my brow, my mind blank as I stood there, letting fear consume me to that moment. The lights in the elevator flickered ominously, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie. Yet, Xiao Yan seemed utterly unfazed, her gaze fixed intently on me, as if I were the sole entity in her world. In this suffocating moment, the elevator doors slowly opened and a few hotel staff members stood at the entrance, their faces reflecting shock at the scene within. Xiao Yan, however, paid them no heed, still clinging to me, murmuring, "No one shall take you away." Clinging to a thread of hope, I called out to the staff, "Please help me." It was only then that they reacted, rushing forward to pry Xiao Yan away. She fought back violently, screaming, "Do not touch me. He is mine." In the chaos, I finally broke free from her grasp and fled the elevator. The staff worked together to restrain Xiao Yan, but she continued to writhe and shout at me, "You cannot escape. I will find you." I dared not look back, running desperately until I was far from the elevator entrance. My heart raced uncontrollably, the horrifying scene replaying in my mind. I had no idea what further madness Xiao Yan might unleash, nor if I could truly break free from her entanglement. Like a frightened bird, I ran blindly down the hotel corridor, unsure where safety lay. Just then, I heard her familiar yet terrifying voice behind me, "Darling, I knew you could not run My body froze, and I slowly turned to see Xiao Yan approaching me step by step. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes gleaming with madness and triumph. "I told you, you are mine. Do not think you can escape my grasp." That I retreated until my back hit the cold wall. "Xiao Yan, what will it take for you to let me go?" She let out a cold laugh. "Let you go? Only if I am dead." With that, she quickened her pace, advancing towards me. Before I could react, Xiao Yan was upon me, seizing my arm. "This time, let us see where you think you can run." Her strength was astonishing, and I found myself utterly unable to break free. In despair, I cried out, "Xiao Yan, what you are doing is illegal." She, however, ignored my pleas, dragging me back. "Illegal? For you? I care for nothing." I stumbled along, filled with terror and helplessness. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Yan slammed the door shut with a bang, pushing me onto the bed. "From now on, you shall not take a single step away from me," she declared fiercely. Before I could comprehend, Xiao Yan suddenly leaned down and kissed me. That I was taken aback by her unexpected action, my mind going blank. After the kiss, her eyes shone with obsession. "Darling, you will always be mine." Regaining my senses, I pushed her away with all my strength. "Xiao Yan, please, wake up." Yet she lunged at me once more, holding me tightly. "I am very much awake. I know exactly what I am doing." Then, Xiao Yan kissed me again. This kiss fierce and frenzied, as if she sought to consume me entirely. Leaving me nearly breathless, I struggled in vain, her hands gripping me like iron, allowing no room for resistance. Time seemed to freeze, my breath growing increasingly labored, and the fear within me intensified. Just when I felt I might faint from the suffocation, Xiao Yan finally released me. Her gaze was dazed, yet her face wore a satisfied smile. Darling. Now you will never forget me. I gasped for air, collapsing onto the bed, my heart heavy with despair and helplessness. Chapter 9. So easy to soothe. Xiao Yan sat beside me, her gaze fixed intently upon me. As if I were her most treasured possession, terrified that I might vanish at any moment. The room was eerily silent, broken only by the sound of my labored breathing. I dared not meet her eyes. Fearing the madness that lay within them, as time ticked by, my heart grew heavier. I had no idea when this torment would end, nor how much longer I could endure it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan leaned closer, gently caressing my face, her tone soft yet laced with a chilling obsession. Darling, from now on, let us remain together like this, shall we? I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to answer, my body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing my silence, Xiao Yan wasted no time, embracing me once more and kissing me. This kiss was more fervent than before, imbued with a reckless madness. My mind went blank, and I felt as though I could scarcely breathe. I lost track of time before Xiao Yan finally released me, her eyes filled with fervor and satisfaction. Darling, if you do not speak, I shall take it as your agreement, she whispered in my ear. I slumped back onto the bed, devoid of any strength to resist. Xiao Yan held me tightly in her embrace, and I could feel her heartbeat, rapid and forceful. From now on, you shall not go anywhere. She murmured that I felt like a puppet, entirely at her mercy. As night fell, the room remained unlit, and Xiao Yan's breathing was distinctly audible in the darkness. Sleep now, darling, as long as you are by my side. You will be safe, she softly said. Yet how could I possibly sleep, my heart brimming with fear and despair, uncertain of what the future held or when this controlled existence would end? Days turned into weeks, and Xiao Yan's hold over me grew tighter. She scarcely allowed me to leave her sight, not even for a second. That I lost all connection to the outside world, as if I were imprisoned within this tiny realm. Each day, Xiao Yan would prepare meals for me, yet I could scarcely taste anything. She would incessantly chatter about her vision of our future, while I could only listen in silence, my gaze vacant. One day, Xiao Yan suddenly announced she wanted to take me out for a walk. That a flicker of hope ignited within me. Perhaps this was an opportunity for escape. However, as we stepped outside the hotel, I quickly realized she held my hand tightly, never once loosening her grip. Just then, a police officer appeared ahead, and my heart raced, a glimmer of longing and desperation in my eyes. Xiao Yan seemed to sense my unease, tightening her grip and attempting to hasten our pace. I struggled fiercely, yearning to attract the officer's attention, shouting, "Officer, please help me." Upon hearing my cry, the officer immediately became alert, blocking our path. What is going on here? Xiao Yan's expression darkened, forcing a calm facade. It's nothing. We're just a couple having a little quarrel. The officer turned to me, his gaze questioning. Is that so? I shook my head vigorously, my voice trembling. No, officer. She has been holding me captive, not allowing me to leave. Yet the officer was deceived by Xiao Yan's lies, frowning as he said, "Couples should communicate well. Do not cause a scene in public." With that, he turned and walked away. My heart plummeted to the depths of despair, hopelessness enveloping me once more. Xiao Yan looked at me with triumph, dragging me forward. "See? No one can save you." Upon returning to her residence, Xiao Yan's expression darkened further. "You dare to contemplate seeking help from others? It appears I have been far too lenient with you." I slumped to the ground, my gaze vacant, uncertain of how much longer this torment would persist. She abruptly yanked me to my feet, her eyes fierce as she declared, "From this moment on, I shall confine you, ensuring that the very thought of escape never crosses your mind." With that, she produced a chain from seemingly nowhere and forcibly bound my hands and feet. "Xiao Yan, what you are doing is illegal. You will face consequences." I shouted in anger. She scoffed. "Illegal? As long as I can keep you by my side, I fear not even the depths of hell." Xiao Yan tossed me into a corner, menacingly instructing, "Reflect well in this space. Do not even dream of fleeing." Trapped in darkness, my heart swelled with dread and despair. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached once more, caressing my face, her tone chillingly sinister. "Dear, as long as you obediently comply, I shall continue to treat you well." I turned my head away, unwilling to behold her frenzied visage. Suddenly, she went into a rage, striking me hard. "How dare you disregard me? I love you so deeply. Why can you not reciprocate?" Recognizing the beauty of her face and realizing I could not provoke her further, I hastily replied, "Wife, please do not be angry. I was wrong." Upon hearing me address her this way, her expression softened slightly, yet suspicion lingered in her eyes. "Really? Do you truly recognize your fault?" I quickly nodded. "Indeed, my dear wife. I will obey you henceforth." She scrutinized me for a considerable time, seemingly weighing the truth of my words. Eventually, her tone softened a fraction. "Very well. As long as you are obedient, I shall not treat you in this manner again." However, Lin Yu maintained a facade of placating smiles, while inwardly he schemed to find an opportunity to escape from this dreadful place. Xiao Yan appeared to lower her guard, beginning to prepare food for Lin Yu. As he observed her every movement, he contemplated whether there were tools within the room that could aid in unbinding the chains. That moment, Xiao Yan suddenly turned, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Yu, as if she had pierced through his thoughts. Startled, Lin Yu quickly lowered his head to mask his anxiety. Chapter 10. Another Yandere, Luoyi. Xiao Yan coldly remarked, "Lin Yu, do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts that if you dare entertain the notion of escape, I shall not be so lenient as before." Lin Yu feigned calmness, saying, "Wife, I truly have no such thoughts. You occupy my entire heart." Xiao Yan scoffed but continued her tasks, her gaze never straying from Lin Yu. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, knowing that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. As time passed, Lin Yu's nerves were stretched to their breaking point. Finally, he mustered the courage to speak. "Wife, could you please unbind me? Being chained like this is unbearably uncomfortable." Xiao Yan halted her movements, turning to him with skepticism in her eyes. "Unbind you? You do not intend to flee, do you?" Lin Yu quickly shook his head. "I would never, dear wife. I assure you. It is simply that being bound is causing me great pain. I can no longer endure it." Xiao Yan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly approaching him. "Very well. But should you dare deceive me, you know the consequences." Lin Yu's heart surged with delight, though he maintained an outwardly submissive demeanor. "Thank you, my dear wife. I would never betray your trust." Xiao Yan gradually loosened the chains, and Lin Yu flexed his numbed limbs. Although he had temporarily escaped the chain's grip, he understood that now was not the opportune moment to flee. He must tread carefully to avoid inciting Xiao Yan's wrath once more. Xiao Yan fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, stating, "Do not think that just because you are unbound you may do as you please. You are best served remaining by my side." Lin Yu nodded vigorously. "Wife, I understand. I will not run away." In the time that followed, Lin Yu behaved exceptionally well, even volunteering to assist Xiao Yan with various tasks in an attempt to ease her vigilance. However, her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him, heightening his anxiety. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not relent. He grew increasingly attentive and caring, showering Xiao Yan with affection. He not only assisted with household chores, but also lavished her with sweet words to bring her joy. Gradually, the wariness in Xiao Yan's expression began to fade, and her gaze softened. One day, she even smiled at Lin Yu, saying, "My dear, it seems you have truly become well-behaved." Lin Yu's heart soared with delight, knowing his efforts had borne fruit. Yet he maintained a facade of deep affection. "Wife, I assure you this sincerity will persist. I will always treat you well." As days turned into weeks, Xiao Yan's oversight of Lin Yu lessened, and she sometimes ventured out alone to shop, no longer keeping a constant watch over him. One day, when Xiao Yan left once more, Lin Yu felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, he bolted for the door. He dared not look back, running with all his might, a singular thought consuming him. He must escape this terrifying place and break free from Xiao Yan's control. He dashed through the streets, panting heavily. Yet he did not allow himself a moment's pause. Just as he believed he was on the verge of successful escape, he suddenly heard Xiao Yan's furious shout behind him. "Lin Yu, stop right there." His heart sank, and he ran even faster. In a frenzy, he dashed into a hotel, hastily finding a room to hide in. Just as he concealed himself, he heard footsteps approaching, his heart racing in his throat. However, the one who entered was a girl with a somewhat cute appearance, named Luoyi. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she paused momentarily, then revealed a strange smile. "What brings you here?" Lin Yu, too anxious to speak, remained silent. Luoyi slowly approached him, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you, but do not think of leaving." Lin Yu's heart raced with terror as he realized he had stumbled into yet another predicament. This girl, Luoyi, was also a Yandere. Before Lin Yu could react, Luo Yi lunged at him, kissing him abruptly. Shocked by this unexpected advance, Lin Yu struggled to push her away, yet she clung to him tightly. Her kisses becoming increasingly fervent, nearly suffocating him at last. Summoning all his strength, Lin Yu broke free from Luo Yi's grasp, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Luo Yi licked her lips. Her gaze dreamy as she replied, "You are so handsome. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were mine." Lin Yu retreated, his back pressed against the wall, despairing, "Please, do not do this. I just want to leave." Yet Luo Yi advanced, an infatuated smile gracing her face. "I will not allow you to go." Lin Yu's eyes widened with fear, his voice trembling. "I beg you. Let me go." Luo Yi scoffed, "Not a chance. You are destined to be mine." Just then, Xiao Yan's voice echoed from outside. "Lin Yu, I know you are in there. Come out now." Lin Yu's face drained of color. While Luo Yi watched him with keen interest, as if anticipating a dramatic unfolding. In a panic, Lin Yu spotted a nearby window. Without hesitation, he rushed over, flinging it open and leaping out. The moment he hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through his legs, but he disregarded it, forcing himself to rise and continue running. Behind him, he could hear the furious screams of Luo Yi and Xiao Yan, yet he dared not look back. Sprinting desperately down a narrow alley, Lin Yu's heart raced furiously, his breath coming in rapid gasps, sweat soaking his clothes. He had no idea how long he ran, but only once he was certain they were no longer in pursuit did he slow his pace. Gasping for air, finding a secluded corner, he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. After resting for a moment, Lin Yu forced himself to stand and began seeking an escape route from this place. Finally, he spotted a taxi and hurriedly waved it down. Once inside, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, addressing the driver. "Please, drive quickly. Get me out of here." As the vehicle pulled away, Lin Yu gazed at the receding scenery outside the window, the terror and tension within him gradually dissipating. However, when the taxi reached a desolate stretch of road, it suddenly stalled. The driver exited to investigate, and a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yu. At that moment, a group of shadowy figures emerged from the roadside, surrounding the vehicle. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He had no idea what kind of calamity awaited him. The leader of the group rapped on the car window, menacingly demanding, "Get out." With no choice, Lin Yu reluctantly followed the driver out of the car. "Hand over everything valuable." The robbers brandished their clubs threateningly. Lin Yu internally lamented. Having barely escaped one danger, was he now to fall into another? Yet he quickly regained his composure, his mind racing. He feigned great fear, saying, "Brothers, please do not harm me. I truly possess nothing of value, but I know of a place with treasure." The robbers, intrigued by the mention of treasure, inquired eagerly, "Where? Speak quickly." Lin Yu pointed in the opposite direction, saying, "It is located at the abandoned factory over there. But there are many traps. You will need me to guide you." The robbers were skeptical, yet they followed Lin Yu nonetheless. Upon reaching a corner, Lin Yu seized the moment when the robbers were off guard and forcefully shoved the one in front of him, making a swift escape. It was only then that the robbers realized they had been deceived and pursued him relentlessly. Lin Yu exerted every ounce of strength as he darted through the narrow alleyways, his heart racing and breath quickening. Suddenly, he spotted a motorcycle ahead, with the keys still in the ignition. Without hesitation, Lin Yu mounted the motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away. The robbers shouted in frustration behind him, but their speed paled in comparison to that of the motorcycle. At last, Lin Yu managed to shake off their pursuit, continuing to ride until he reached a safe little town. Exhausted and famished, he entered a small noodle shop. "Boss, one bowl of noodles, please," Lin Yu said weakly. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before him. He devoured it hungrily, feeling a long-lost warmth and satisfaction envelop him. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu paid and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, a mysterious man blocked his path. "Kid, come with me," the man said in a menacing tone. Lin Yu regarded him warily. "Who are you? Why should I go with you?" The mysterious man sneered. "You have no choice." With that, he lunged to grab Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly sidestepped and fled. The man pursued him relentlessly, shouting, "You can't escape." Lin Yu sprinted down the streets of the town, despair flooding his heart. Suddenly, he noticed an abandoned warehouse by the roadside and dashed inside. Hiding behind a pile of debris, the mysterious man reached the warehouse and halted, cautiously scanning the surroundings. "Kid, stop hiding. I know you're in there," he called out. Lin Yu held his breath, huddled tightly. The man slowly entered the warehouse, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness, causing Lin Yu's heart to race. Chapter 11. Found You. The mysterious man searched the warehouse, drawing ever closer to Lin Yu's hiding spot. Just as the tension reached its peak, a mouse darted past Lin Yu, catching the man's attention. The mysterious man chased after the mouse, and Lin Yu seized the opportunity to quietly slip out through another door of the warehouse. Not daring to pause, he ran to the outskirts of the town, finally exhaling in relief when he confirmed he was not being followed. Yet, hunger struck him again, his stomach growling that "I'm so hungry." That bowl of noodles barely touched the sides. Lin Yu muttered. He looked around and spotted an orchard not far away. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to sneak in and pick a few fruits to satiate his hunger. Luckily, he managed to enter the orchard undetected and soon gathered several large, sweet fruits. Sitting in a corner of the orchard, Lin Yu devoured the fruits, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Just as he prepared to pick a few more to take with him, he heard a commotion outside the orchard. Fortunately, it was merely a group of passers-by, their noise quickly fading away. Lin Yu sighed in relief, picked a few more fruits to pocket, and quietly exited the orchard. Continuing on, he was uncertain of his destination. As he wandered, Lin Yu came across a dilapidated shack and decided to explore it for anything useful. To his surprise, he indeed found something of value. In a corner, he discovered an old backpack containing some provisions and a bottle of water. Elated, Lin Yu felt fortune finally smiling upon him. Just as he was about to leave the shack, he heard the rumble of a car engine outside. Panic surged through him as he cautiously peered out the window, only to see Xiao Yan. His face paled instantly at the thought of encountering her again. Xiao Yan exited the car and shouted, "Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Come out." Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu decided against revealing himself. When Xiao Yan noticed the silence, she began to circle the shack in search of an entrance. Lin Yu anxiously hid behind a cabinet, scarcely daring to breathe. Xiao Yan drew nearer, her footsteps echoing in Lin Yu's ears. Just as she was about to reach the cabinet, a bird suddenly flew out from the roof, startling her and diverting her attention. Lin Yu seized the moment to stealthily move to a more concealed corner. After searching the shack without success, Xiao Yan left in frustration, cursing under her breath. Lin Yu waited a long time, ensuring she had truly departed before exhaling in relief. He dared not linger, grabbed the backpack, and hurriedly exited the shack. Throughout his journey, Lin Yu remained alert, wary of any further trouble. After an indeterminate time, he arrived at a fork in the road. One path led to a bustling city, while the other meandered toward a remote village. Just as Lin Yu hesitated on what to do, Xiao Yan reappeared. "Lin Yu, I knew you'd be here." Her voice brimmed with anger and resentment, her eyes ablaze with a frantic possessiveness. "You won't escape my grasp." Lin Yu's eyes widened in despair. "What do you want from me?" Xiao Yan charged at him, enveloping Lin Yu in a tight embrace, her strength rendering him nearly helpless. "Come back with me. You are mine, and always will be. I won't let you leave me." Lin Yu struggled fiercely. "You're insane. Let me go." Yet, Xiao Yan only clung tighter, murmuring, "You won't run away, even if I have to lock you up. I won't let you go." A chill crept up Lin Yu's spine, but the instinct for survival quickly brought him back to his senses. In a sudden move, he raised his knee and thrust it into Xiao Yan's abdomen. She gasped in pain, instinctively loosening her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu forcefully pushed her away and sprinted down the rural path. Xiao Yan's furious voice echoed behind him. "Lin Yu, you can't escape." Lin Yu ran with all his might, the wind howling in his ears and his heart pounding fiercely. After an undetermined distance, he finally spotted an inn. Lin Yu burst into the inn, panting and startling the receptionist. "Quick, give me a room," he urged anxiously. The receptionist hesitated but ultimately facilitated his request. Grabbing the key, Lin Yu raced to his room. No sooner had he entered than Xiao Yan's voice rang out in the corridor. "Lin Yu, I know you're in there." Lin Yu's heart sank as he quickly closed the door and locked it, then hid inside the wardrobe. Xiao Yan searched room by room, her footsteps growing ever closer. "Lin Yu, stop hiding. I can sense you nearby." Her voice dripped with mania. At last, she arrived at Lin Yu's door and began banging on it. "Lin Yu, I know you're in there. Open the door, otherwise I'll break it down." Her voice bordered on madness, her fists pounding with such force it seemed she might demolish the door. "Lin Yu, you're mine. No one can take you from me, even if you hide to the ends of the earth. I will find you," she shouted, throwing her body against the door. Lin Yu inside the room held his breath, not daring to make a sound, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was flung open, and Xiao Yan stormed into the room, searching frantically for Lin Yu's presence. Lin Yu, stop hiding. Come out obediently, or face the consequences. Her eyes brimmed with obsession and madness, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Yu trembled in the wardrobe, thinking it was all over. Xiao Yan approached the wardrobe step by step, a strange smile curling at her lips. That I know you're in there, my dear. She yanked open the wardrobe door, revealing a terrified Lin Yu. Finally found you, my dear. Xiao Yan reached out to seize Lin Yu, who retreated desperately, shouting, don't touch me. Humph, you have no say in this. Xiao Yan gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. It hurts. Let go of me. Lin Yu struggled in agony. Yet, Xiao Yan paid no heed, dragging him out. You are mine, and you will never leave. I will lock you away, for my eyes only. She murmured to herself as she pulled Lin Yu along. Desperation filled Lin Yu as he glanced around, hoping for a miracle. That as they reached the door, Xiao Yan abruptly halted, an eerie smile on her face. My dear, it's time to go home. Ignoring Lin Yu's protests, she shoved him into the car and sped off. The car raced along the road, soon arriving at Xiao Yan's residence, a secluded villa surrounded by desolation. Xiao Yan dragged Lin Yu inside and shackled him in a room with iron chains. My dear, just wait here patiently for me. I will take good care of you. Xiao Yan finished speaking and left the room with a smile, locking the door from the outside. Lin Yu, in despair, surveyed his surroundings. The room was dark and damp, with only a small window allowing a faint glimmer of light to penetrate. He attempted to break free from the iron chains, but his efforts were in vain. Chapter 12. Marriage time passed. Though Lin Yu could not tell how long it had been before Xiao Yan re-entered the room, determined to alter his approach, Lin Yu suppressed the fear and revulsion swelling within him, striving to make his voice sound gentle. Xiao Yan, I know you care for me deeply. In truth, I am not entirely opposed to you. It is merely your act of confining me that instills such fear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's face lit up with surprise, though her eyes remained filled with skepticism. Really? Are you truly willing to accept me? Lin Yu nodded earnestly. If you release me and refrain from such extreme measures, we can coexist harmoniously. Xiao Yan hesitated, gradually approaching Lin Yu. Are you genuinely willing to engage with me peacefully? How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? She fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Yu, searching for any sign of falsehood. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Lin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. Xiao Yan, how could I ever deceive you? Think about it. What would I gain from lying? I simply wish to be with you in tranquility. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Yan fell into contemplation. But I fear that if I let you go, you will flee. Lin Yu quickly reassured her. I promise you, Xiao Yan, that will not happen. Just release the chains, and we can cultivate our relationship slowly. Xiao Yan bit her lip, still uncertain. Ultimately, she shook her head. No, I cannot take that risk. You must remain as you are for now. With that, she turned and exited the room, leaving Lin Yu once again enveloped in darkness. Lin Yu's heart sank to the depths of despair. He was at a loss for how to escape this terrifying predicament. With each passing moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness in the cramped space. Suddenly, a cacophony arose outside. Moments later, Lin Zhe climbed through the window. Lin Yu, I have come to rescue you, Lin Zhe exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Lin Yu felt a surge of surprise and joy. How did you find this place? I tracked Xiao Yan here, Lin Zhe replied while attempting to sever the iron chains. There's no time for explanations. We must leave now. Just as the chains were about to snap, the door burst open, and Xiao Yan stormed in. You will not escape, she shouted, her eyes wide with fury, a knife clutched in her hand. Lin Zhe and Lin Yu immediately tensed, with Lin Zhe shielding Lin Yu behind him. Xiao Yan, don't act recklessly. Xiao Yan advanced relentlessly. No one is taking Lin Yu from me. At that moment, she lunged at Lin Zhe with the knife, and he barely managed to dodge, suffering a cut to his arm. Lin Zhe, Lin Yu gasped. Xiao Yan's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. None of you will leave this place alive. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Upon hearing the commotion, instead of fear, Xiao Yan became even more deranged. Even if I die, I will be with Lin Yu, she screamed, charging once more at Lin Yu and Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, grimacing from his injury, fought back desperately. Yet, Xiao Yan had completely lost her sanity, her attacks growing more ferocious. driving Lin Zhe and Lin Yu into a corner with no means of escape. In a moment of critical tension, Xiao Yan abruptly turned the knife toward her own neck. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave, I will end my life before your eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with despair and resolve. Xiao Yan, do not act foolishly. Lin Yu cried out in terror. Listen to me. I will not abandon you. If you put down the knife, we can discuss this calmly. He endeavored to keep his voice steady and soothing. You are deceiving me. You have always wanted to leave me. Xiao Yan shouted hoarsely. No, Xiao Yan, I am aware of your feelings for me. I was frightened and considered fleeing, but now I realize how fervently you love me, and I am willing to face it together. As he spoke, Lin Yu slowly inched closer to Xiao Yan. Is that true? Are you genuinely willing to be with me? A flicker of hope crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, yet the knife remained steadfast in her grip. Of course it is true, Xiao Yan. Put down the knife, and let us start anew. Shall we? Lin Yu extended his hand, attempting to grasp the hand that held the knife. Xiao Yan shook her head violently. No, you are deceiving me again. I will not trust you any longer. Her hand trembled, the blade grazing her neck, leaving a shallow wound. Xiao Yan, do not do this. Hurting yourself will only cause me pain, Lin Yu implored, desperation mounting within him. Pain? You would feel pain for me. Then why have you always tried to escape? Xiao Yan wept, her emotions spiraling further out of control. That moment, Lin Zhe seized the opportunity, lunging at Xiao Yan to snatch the knife from her grasp. Stay back, Xiao Yan shrieked. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yu shouted, Xiao Yan, I will marry you. Xiao Yan froze, the knife poised in mid-air. Is that true? Lin Yu, are you really willing to marry me? Doubt and surprise mingled in her gaze. Lin Yu nodded fervently. Yes, Xiao Yan, as long as you put down the knife. We can marry immediately. A smile spread across Xiao Yan's face as she slowly lowered the knife. Lin Yu stepped forward, gently taking her hand. Xiao Yan, let us prepare for the wedding. Filled with joy, Xiao Yan eagerly began to plan. However, Lin Yu was beset by a torrent of complex emotions. He knew his decision was primarily to stabilize Xiao Yan and prevent her from acting impulsively. Yet deep within, he questioned whether he could truly spend his life with someone as extreme as her. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan busied herself with wedding preparations, selecting a bridal gown, booking a venue, and inviting guests. Watching her excitement, Lin Yu's unease only intensified. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. Xiao Yan, resplendent in a pure white gown, radiated beauty and happiness. As Lin Yu stood at the altar, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Just as the officiant was about to pronounce them husband and wife, a mysterious woman suddenly appeared. Lin Yu, you cannot marry her, the woman shouted. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Who are you? Why are you causing a scene? She glared at the woman. I am Bai Bing, Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend, the woman declared. Lin Yu, you once promised to love me for a lifetime, yet now you wish to marry another? Lin Yu's complexion turned pale. Bai Bing, what are you doing here? Bai Bing wept. I cannot let you go. Lin Yu, I know you are not truly happy with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan screamed in fury. That is nonsense. Lin Yu loves me. Get out. The scene erupted into chaos, guests whispering and speculating. Xiao Yan's eyes darkened with rage as she charged at Bai Bing. It's your fault for ruining my wedding. You will pay for this, as she raised her hand to strike Bai Bing. Lin Yu quickly intervened. Xiao Yan, do not act impulsively. Xiao Yan turned, her eyes blazing. You are protecting her? Are you still thinking of her? No. Xiao Yan, please calm down, Lin Yu implored anxiously. Xiao Yan scoffed coldly. I knew it. You never truly cared for me. No one leaves here today. She broke free from Lin Yu's grasp and grabbed a pair of scissors, brandishing them menacingly at Bai Bing. Chapter 13. Obtaining the marriage license in that critical moment. Lin Yu seized Xiao Yan's arm. Xiao Yan, do not do this. Xiao Yan struggled fiercely. Let go of me, Lin Yu. I will make her pay. Lin Yu held on tightly, preventing her escape. Xiao Yan, you must understand. This is illegal. Xiao Yan disregarded his words. Illegal? For you, I care not. At that moment, Bai Bing seized the chance to call the police. Before long, officers arrived on the scene. Lin Yu hurriedly explained to the police. Officers, she is acting this way out of overwhelming love for me. It was an impulsive act. She is not normally like this. The police regarded Lin Yu and Xiao Yan sternly. Regardless of the reason, such behavior is inexcusable. Yet Xiao Yan continued to shout. Lin Yu, why are you siding with them? You should stand with me. Lin Yu, helpless, looked at her. Xiao Yan, please calm down and cooperate with the police. Sobbing, Xiao Yan cried. Lin Yu, do you no longer love me? Lin Yu gazed at her, resolute. I love you very much. But love should not manifest in such extreme and reckless ways. Please, calm down and accept the police's handling of this situation. Once it is passed, we can start anew. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan ceased her outbursts. A glimmer of hope in her eyes. Really? Lin Yu, you truly still wish to begin again with me? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, as long as you can improve and manage your emotions. The police took Xiao Yan away, and Lin Yu gazed at her departing silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a while, Xiao Yan emerged from the educational institution, appearing docile and compliant, seemingly having truly turned over a new leaf. Lin Yu resolved to grant her another chance, and the two began to rekindle their relationship. Initially, everything appeared idyllic. Xiao Yan was attentive and considerate, showing no signs of her previous extreme behaviors. However, Lin Yu gradually sensed that something was amiss. One day, upon returning home from work, he discovered an array of peculiar items in his abode: ropes, chains, and various books concerning captivity. Yet, Xiao Yan approached him with a sweet smile, taking his hand and exclaiming, "Come on, let's go collect our marriage certificate." A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine, but he feigned composure and replied, "All right." As they made their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Yu's anxiety intensified with each passing moment. Upon reaching the bureau's entrance, Xiao Yan abruptly halted, her gaze turning sinister. "Lin Yu, you shall never think of leaving me. Once we obtain the certificate, you will belong to me." Lin Yu felt a cold sweat break out. Uncertain of what was to unfold, suddenly, Xiao Yan lunged at him, showering him with kisses and hugs, chanting, "Darling, you are mine, and always will be mine. No one can take you away from me." Her grip was so strong that Lin Yu found it almost impossible to escape. Bystanders turned their heads, whispering and pointing. Terrified and bewildered, Lin Yu attempted to push her away. "Xiao Yan, please calm down. We are in a public place." But Xiao Yan disregarded his plea. "I don't care. I want everyone to know that you are mine." Helpless, Lin Yu was dragged into the bureau, and amidst the chaos, they obtained their marriage certificate. Upon exiting, Xiao Yan wore a beaming smile as she tightly linked her arm with Lin Yu's. "Darling, from this moment on, you are entirely mine." Yet, Lin Yu's heart was heavy with dread and concern, uncertain of what the future would hold. Once home, Xiao Yan promptly locked the marriage certificate in a safe, setting a complex password. "Lin Yu, do not even think about making a move on that certificate," she warned, her eyes filled with vigilance. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan continued to shower him with sweet words. "Darling, I will prepare the most delectable meals for you. My love, I will give you soothing massages every day. Darling, I will ensure you become the happiest man in the world." Listening to her, Lin Yu's unease grew, sensing a deeper madness lurking beneath her sugary facade. In subsequent days, Xiao Yan insisted on being by his side even during the most private moments, declaring, "Darling, I cannot bear to be away from you for even a second." Her gaze was fervent and obsessive. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation. "Xiao Yan, could you grant me a bit of personal space?" he implored. Her expression darkened instantly. "What, are you starting to dislike me?" Lin Yu quickly clarified. "No, Xiao Yan, it's just that everyone needs a little time to themselves." She scoffed. "No, I cannot feel at ease unless I am with you." Resigned, Lin Yu ceased his protest and returned to bed, only for Xiao Yan to follow suit. Clinging tightly to him, "Darling, don't leave me, please don't leave me." Lin Yu was nearly breathless from her embrace yet felt too afraid to struggle. This arrangement continued, with Lin Yu's mental state deteriorating, while Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware. Steadfastly by his side. One day, Lin Yu received a call from Xiao Yan at work. "Darling, what's wrong with a childhood friend giving a kiss? What's wrong with a childhood friend hugging? What's wrong with a childhood friend sharing a bed?" Lin Yu's scalp prickled with unease. "Xiao Yan, please stop. This is quite uncomfortable." But she merely laughed. "I don't care. We've grown up together. This is all normal." Lowering his voice, Lin Yu replied, "But we are adults now. We cannot act like we did when we were children." Suddenly, Xiao Yan screamed, "Do you no longer love me? Have you come to dislike me?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gently replied, "Xiao Yan, I do love you, and I do not dislike you. That we just need to find a healthier, more normal way to interact, so our relationship can endure." After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan asked, "Really? Is that truly how you feel?" Lin Yu affirmed, "Of course, Xiao Yan, let's talk this through, shall we?" Her tone softened slightly. "All right, come home now." After hanging up, Lin Yu trudged home, burdened with a heavy heart. Upon entering, Xiao Yan rushed towards him. "Lin Yu, you are finally back. Tell me, what do you want?" Lin Yu patiently replied, Xiao Yan, I merely hope we can grant each other some space. Allowing our relationship a chance to breathe. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Space? You wish to leave me, don't you? He quickly shook his head. No, Xiao Yan. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Enough? I will not listen. If you do not agree to stay with me today, I will end my life. With that, she brandished a fruit knife against her throat. Lin Yu's face turned ashen with fear. Xiao Yan, don't act rashly. Let's talk this through. What is there to discuss? She shouted. You have no idea how deeply I love you. Their conversation ended in chaos, with Xiao Yan's obsession escalating. In the following days, Xiao Yan not only monitored Lin Yu's every move but also secretly installed a tracker on his phone and stitched miniature cameras into his clothing. Upon discovering this, Lin Yu confronted her furiously. What on earth are you doing? Xiao Yan feigned innocence. I am merely terrified of losing you. This is the only way I can feel secure, unable to endure any longer. Lin Yu declared, this is unbearable. We must divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, Xiao Yan became hysterical. Divorce? Don't even think about it. I would rather die than be divorced from you. She began to smash everything in sight. Leaving their home in shambles, watching Xiao Yan's madness unfold, despair enveloped Lin Yu. Exhausted from her rampage, Xiao Yan collapsed on the floor, weeping. Lin Yu, why are you treating me this way? I have given everything for you. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yu turned to leave, but Xiao Yan lunged forward, grasping his leg. You cannot leave. I cannot live without you. Lin Yu struggled free, but Xiao Yan clung on fiercely. Just then, she suddenly fainted. Alarmed, Lin Yu rushed her to the hospital. After examination, the doctor revealed that Xiao Yan had fainted due to extreme sadness and emotional turmoil, leaving her physically weakened. As Lin Yu sat by her bedside, his emotions were conflicted, gazing at the unconscious Xiao Yan. Memories of their joyful moments flooded back, igniting a pang of guilt within him. Yet, recalling her recent erratic behavior, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear and confusion. He was uncertain of what their relationship would become once she awakened. Before Xiao Yan could regain consciousness, Lin Yu, after a fierce internal struggle, ultimately decided to flee. He quietly left the hospital, not daring to look back. As if something terrifying were chasing him, he ran to a distant city, hoping to start anew. Yet, he remained on edge, fearful that Xiao Yan would track him down. As fate would have it, she did find him. One day, while walking down the street, Lin Yu heard a familiar voice call out to him from behind. Lin Yu, I finally found you. He shuddered and slowly turned around to see Xiao Yan standing a short distance away, her eyes filled with rage and sorrow. Why did you run away? Why did you abandon me? Xiao Yan charged towards him, gripping his arm tightly. Lin Yu attempted to shake her off. Xiao Yan, please let me go. We truly are not suited for each other. Not suited? Then why did you marry me in the first place? Xiao Yan's face was streaked with tears, her emotions spiraling further. Suddenly, she produced a length of rope from nowhere and swiftly looped it around Lin Yu's neck, pulling tightly. Come, you will come back with me. You shall not escape me again. Lin Yu struggled to breathe, fighting against her grip. Xiao Yan, you are insane. Let me go. But Xiao Yan was relentless, her strength astonishing as she forcibly dragged him along. Passers-by watched in shock, but none dared to intervene, intimidated by Xiao Yan's fierce glare. Thus, she forcibly led Lin Yu away. Upon returning to her residence, she threw him onto the bed, declaring fiercely, we shall play a two-person game until you no longer wish to leave me. Lin Yu stared at her in horror, retreating instinctively. Xiao Yan, please, this is utterly mad. Yet, she advanced relentlessly. Mad? This is all because I love you. Lin Yu, pale with fear, was at a loss for what to do. Without regard for his protests, Xiao Yan began to force him into what she deemed a two-person game. Lin Yu fought desperately, but her strength was overwhelming. Just as he felt a profound sense of despair, a loud, urgent knocking echoed from the door. Xiao Yan, open up! A strange voice emanated from outside the door. As Xiao Yan's movements came to a halt, a flicker of panic etched upon her face. Lin Yu perceived a glimmer of hope. Xiao Yan offered no response. Her gaze fixated unwaveringly on the entrance. The door was suddenly thrust open, revealing a burly man. Boss, what is going on? He murmured. Xiao Yan furrowed her brows and shouted, get out. The man cast a glance at Lin Yu and promptly retreated in defeat. In that instant, Lin Yu's heart plummeted. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be Xiao Yan's accomplice. Xiao Yan continued to scrutinize Lin Yu, her tone softening slightly. Lin Yu, if you promise not to leave me again and obediently heed my words, I shall grant you leniency this time. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu feigned compliance, stating, All right, Xiao Yan. I want to run away again. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's face. That's more like it, my dear. Yet, within Lin Yu's heart, thoughts swirled around how to seize a genuine opportunity to escape Xiao Yan's grasp. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan's vigilance over Lin Yu relaxed somewhat, though she remained far from entirely at ease. Lin Yu outwardly conformed to Xiao Yan's demands while silently biding his time for the right moment. Chapter 15. On this particular day, Xiao Yan had errands to run and instructed Lin Yu to stay home. Lin Yu recognized this as a rare opportunity. He swiftly rummaged through the room, discovering some cash and a spare key. Cautiously, he opened the door, darting downstairs like a startled rabbit. He dared not take the main roads, opting instead for narrow alleys. His heart raced, as if he could hear Xiao Yan's footsteps pursuing him. After what felt like an eternity of running, Lin Yu finally arrived at a remote bus station. He purchased a ticket for the soonest departure and took a seat, his anxiety still palpable. As the bus gradually pulled away, Lin Yu gazed out the window, fervently praying for a successful escape from Xiao Yan's clutches. However, just as the bus was about to leave the station, a familiar figure appeared. Xiao Yan was frantically chasing after the vehicle, calling out Lin Yu's name. "Driver, hurry, go faster," Lin Yu shouted in terror. The driver accelerated, and the bus finally distanced itself from Xiao Yan. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, though unease still gnawed at him, uncertain whether Xiao Yan would find him again. The bus arrived in an unfamiliar city, and Lin Yu dragged his weary body into a dimly lit rental room. A musty odor permeated the air, the walls were worn, and the flickering light cast erratic shadows. He sat on the creaking bed, trembling uncontrollably, engulfed by sheer terror. Every sound from outside sent his heart racing, as if Xiao Yan would burst through the door at any moment. Lin Yu dared not turn on the light. Curling up in a corner, his eyes glued to the entrance. In the darkness, his thoughts spiraled chaotically, replaying every moment spent with Xiao Yan. Details he once overlooked had now morphed into sources of dread. Suddenly, a gust of wind rattled the window, nearly prompting him to scream. He clamped his mouth shut, cold sweat soaking his back, fervently praying that Xiao Yan would not find him here. That moment, he heard faint footsteps outside, which paused at his door. Lin Yu's breath hitched, his eyes widening in terror. As fear threatened to consume him, he rose cautiously, peering through the peephole, only to discover it was merely a passerby. He released a long sigh, his body collapsing weakly onto the floor. The following days were spent in a state of fear. Lin Yu always felt as though Xiao Yan might suddenly materialize before him. He dared not linger in one place for long, perpetually shifting between various rental accommodations. On a particular day, he moved into another new rental, a small room containing only a bed and an old wardrobe. Lin Yu confined himself indoors, too afraid to venture out. At night, the wind howled outside, causing the windows to rattle ominously. Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, he heard a soft knock at the door. His heart leapt into his throat, cold sweat dripping from his brow. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice trembling. The knocking ceased abruptly, plunging the surroundings into silence. Lin Yu stared at the door, paralyzed with tension. After what felt like an eternity, no sound emerged from outside. Slowly, he stood up and tiptoed to the door, peering through the peephole once more. The hallway was empty, the dim light flickering ominously. Doubt clouded his mind. Perhaps he had misheard, or was Xiao Yan toying with him? He dared not dwell on the thought, retreating to his bed, burying his head beneath the covers in an attempt to calm himself. Lin Yu realized he had overreacted, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He knew his nerves were frayed to the breaking point. Any trivial disturbance could send him into a panic. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. In this strange city, devoid of allies, he could only rely on himself for protection. The ensuing days continued in a restless haze. He ventured out early each day, wandering the city's corners in search of work to sustain himself while avoiding prolonged stays in the rental rooms. Yet, no matter where he roamed, he felt an unshakable sensation of being watched. The feeling of surveillance clung to him, driving him to the brink of despair. One day, Lin Yu caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure on the street. His heart raced. Could it be Xiao Yan? He pursued the figure recklessly, only to find it was merely a stranger resembling Xiao Yan. Leaning against the wall in frustration, despair washed over him as he contemplated how long this trepidation would persist. Just then, as Lin Yu prepared to leave, he was taken aback to find his colleague Ank standing before him. Ank regarded him with concern, her eyes betraying an unmistakable worry. Lin Yu was astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter an acquaintance in this unfamiliar city. Lin Yu, is that really you? Ankh exclaimed with surprise. Lin Yu managed a strained smile, unsure how to respond to her, sensing his discomfort. Ankh gently remarked, I heard you left suddenly, and I've been quite worried about you. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Ankh had harbored feelings for him all along. Quietly observing his every move, a mixture of emotions swirled within Lin Yu as he grappled with whether to confide in Ankh about his plight. Just then, a chill crept down his spine, as if a pair of eyes were watching them from the shadows that he whirled around, but saw nothing. What's wrong? Ankh inquired. Lin Yu shook his head, his unease intensifying. Could it be that Xiao Yan had tracked him down, stealing himself? He replied to Ankh, I never expected to run into you here. Ankh smiled faintly. Perhaps this is fate. Lin Yu, what brings you to this place? Lin Yu hesitated, deciding to withhold the truth for now, claiming he simply sought a change of environment to start anew. Ankh seemed skeptical, but did not press further. It's tough being alone in an unfamiliar city. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to let me know. They exchanged stories about work and former colleagues, and Lin Yu gradually felt the tension in his body eased up. By the way, Lin Yu, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Ankh proposed, her eyes brimming with hope. Though Lin Yu initially intended to decline, he couldn't bring himself to disappoint her and nodded in agreement. However, just as they prepared to depart, Lin Yu noticed a familiar figure darting around the street corner, a silhouette strikingly reminiscent of Xiao Yan. His complexion turned ashen, and Ankh noticed his distress. Lin Yu, what's the matter? She asked. With a quiver in his voice, he replied, I think I just saw her. Upon hearing this, Ankh quickly reassured him, don't be too alarmed. It could just be a passerby. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. I hope I was mistaken. They arrived at a restaurant, but throughout the meal, Lin Yu remained somewhat distracted. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ankh inquired, Lin Yu, is there something you're not telling me? After a moment of silence, he resolved to share his harrowing experience with Xiao Yan. Ankh's eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed his tale of terror. After dinner, Lin Yu and Ankh strolled along the street. Suddenly, Lin Yu's phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Hesitant, he answered, but there was only silence on the other end. His heart raced once more, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Frowning, he called out a few hesitant greetings, yet received no reply. Concluding it was merely a wrong number, he exhaled in relief. Ankh, concerned, asked, what's wrong? Lin Yu shook his head, just a wrong number. It startled me. As they continued their walk, passing a park, Lin Yu suddenly sensed the feeling of being followed. He glanced back, but saw only hurried pedestrians. I can't shake this feeling that something's off, Lin Yu whispered to Ankh. She grasped his hand, offering comfort. Don't frighten yourself. Perhaps you're just too tense at that moment. Lin Yu's phone rang once more, this time from the same unfamiliar number. His hands trembled slightly as he answered the call again, only to be met with a chilling laughter before the line went dead. Lin Yu's countenance darkened considerably, and Nku was equally unnerved by the eerie situation. Observing Lin Yu's expression of fear and unease only deepened Nku's feelings of affection for him, prompting her to muster the courage to declare, Lin Yu, I've always harbored feelings for you. Regardless of what transpires, I wish to remain by your side. However, Lin Yu firmly rejected her, saying, Nku, thank you, but my situation is far too complicated for me to accept your feelings. Nku's gaze dimmed instantly. Just then, Xiao Yan appeared unexpectedly. Her eyes were cold and menacing, fixed intently upon Lin Yu and Nku. Lin Yu, do you think you can escape? Xiao Yan's voice was laced with rage and resentment. Lin Yu's body began to tremble, stammering, Xiao Yan, how did you find me here? Xiao Yan sneered, I could track you down even if you fled to the ends of the earth. Nku was at a loss. Bewildered by this sudden turn of events, Xiao Yan advanced toward Lin Yu, the tension in the air reaching a breaking point. Without hesitation, Nku stepped in front of Lin Yu, exclaiming loudly, do not harm him. Xiao Yan glared fiercely at Nku and swiftly struck her, leaving a crimson imprint across her cheek. Witnessing Nku being hit ignited a surge of anger within Lin Yu. Xiao Yan, do not go too far? Yet, Xiao Yan remained unmoved, coldly asserting, Lin Yu, you must come with me today. Nku, clutching her face, resolutely declared, that is impossible. As long as I am here, you will not take him away. Xiao Yan glared at Nku. What do you think you are? How dare you obstruct me? At that moment, a crowd of onlookers began to gather, pointing and whispering. Seeing this, Xiao Yan grew increasingly agitated. Lin Yu, you must choose. Either come with me willingly or let things escalate into something far more humiliating. Lin Yu found himself in a dilemma, torn between his fear of Xiao Yan's potential extremities and his desire to shield Ku from further harm. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What am I doing, playing the martyr? Seizing the moment while Xiao Yan was distracted, he bolted away. Both Xiao Yan and Ku were momentarily taken aback, but Xiao Yan quickly recovered and pursued him without hesitation. Lin Yu ran desperately ahead, weaving through streets and darting into alleys. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. Xiao Yan chased closely behind, shouting, Lin Yu, you cannot escape. Caught up in his panic, Lin Yu stumbled and fell. But he scrambled to his feet, forcing himself to continue running. After what felt like an eternity, he realized he had entered a dead-end alley. Despair washed over him as he gazed at the towering walls. Feeling trapped at that moment, Xiao Yan reached the mouth of the alley, inching closer. Lin Yu, now you have nowhere to run, she taunted, a triumphant smile on her face. With his back against the wall, Lin Yu gasped for breath. Preparing for a final confrontation. Chapter 16. I am his wife. Xiao Yan advanced step by step, her eyes filled with mania. Lin Yu, we must talk. Why are you hiding from me? You are mine. And you will always be mine. Lin Yu looked at her in terror. Xiao Yan, please stop. You are frightening me. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. Frightened? You are afraid of me? Everything I do is out of love for you. Lin Yu shouted, but your love is suffocating. I cannot endure it. Without warning, Xiao Yan lunged forward, tightly embracing him. No, you cannot leave me. Even if I have to lock you away, you will remain by my side. Lin Yu struggled with all his might. Xiao Yan, you are insane. Let me go. Her gaze turned even more ferocious. Am I insane? Yes, I am insane. I would do anything for you. At that moment, Ku caught up. Witnessing the scene unfold, she attempted to reason with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, this is not right. Love cannot be forced. Xiao Yan turned, glaring fiercely at Ku. Shut up. He is mine, and no one will take him from me. Xiao Yan held Lin Yu tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, her voice sharp and frenzied. Lin Yu, you are mine, now and forever, even if I have to break your legs and confine you in a dark room. You will never escape from me. Lin Yu trembled at her words. Xiao Yan, you are a devil. Xiao Yan erupted in laughter, the sound echoing hauntingly in the narrow alleyway. A devil. For you, I would willingly become a devil. I will not allow anyone to take you from me, not even you. As she spoke, she drew a sharp knife from her pocket, brandishing it before Lin Yu. If you dare to run again, I will carve lines across your face, ensuring you can never show yourself to anyone again, forcing you to rely solely on me. Ku, pale with fear, stammered, Xiao Yan, please calm down. This will ruin everything. Xiao Yan shot a furious glare at Ku. And if it does, what of it? As long as I can keep Lin Yu, nothing else matters. Lin Yu closed his eyes in despair, his heart heavy with fear and helplessness. Xiao Yan's gaze grew increasingly deranged as she pressed the knife against Lin Yu's neck, speaking with a malevolent intensity. Lin Yu, if you ever think of leaving me, I will kill you now and then take my own life. If we cannot be together in life, we shall be together in death. Feeling the cold steel against his SK after speaking, the police departed. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Yu and Ku with a sense of triumph. No one can save you now. Lin Yu, come home with me. Lin Yu collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair at Ku, weeping profusely beside him, felt utterly powerless. Xiao Yan forcibly dragged Lin Yu away, leaving Ku behind in a torrent of tears. As Ku watched Lin Yu being taken away by Xiao Yan, she wiped her tears and silently vowed to rescue him. She began to inquire around, seeking evidence that would prove Lin Yu had been coerced by Xiao Yan. Day and night, Ku tirelessly searched among their mutual friends, yet found nothing. Just as despair began to engulf her, a mysterious stranger reached out to her in a hushed tone over the phone. The stranger said, I know a secret about Xiao Yan, but it will come at a cost. Without hesitation, Ku replied, I am willing to pay any price to save Lin Yu. The stranger arranged to meet Ku in a secluded warehouse. Ku approached the meeting place with a mixture of trepidation, uncertain of what awaited her. Upon entering the warehouse, darkness enveloped her, striving to steady her nerves in the gloom. Ku called out, Is anyone there? I'm here, come out. At that moment, a low voice emerged from the shadows. Stay quiet. Be careful not to be discovered. Cautiously, Ku felt her way towards the voice, when suddenly, a hand grasped her arm, nearly causing her to scream. Shoo, it's me, the stranger whispered, breathing heavily, and Ku asked, "Who are you? You claim to know Xiao Yan's secret. Tell me." The stranger lowered his voice, revealing, "Xiao Yan has a history of mental illness. She has been secretly undergoing treatment but has never fully recovered. Her extreme behavior towards Lin Yu is a manifestation of her condition." Ku gasped in astonishment. "Where is the evidence?" The stranger handed her a file. "This contains Xiao Yan's medical records and treatment history. But you must be cautious. If Xiao Yan discovers this, we will both be in danger." Ku took the file, about to speak when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The stranger urgently said, "This is bad. Someone is coming. You need to hide." Ku frantically concealed herself behind a pile of debris, her heart racing. The footsteps grew closer, and she pressed her hand over her mouth, terrified of making a sound. The door burst open, flooding the room with light. Xiao Yan had arrived. She scanned the warehouse with fierce eyes, shouting, "I know you're in here. Come out." Ku's heart raced as she clutched the file tightly. The stranger remained hidden in the shadows, holding his breath. Xiao Yan approached Ku's hiding spot step by step, each footfall echoing in Ku's heart. Just as Xiao Yan was about to reach Ku, the stranger inadvertently made a noise, diverting Xiao Yan's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Ku stealthily moved towards the door. However, just as she neared the exit, she accidentally kicked something, creating a noise. Xiao Yan whirled around, spotting Ku, and roared, "You can't escape." Ku bolted, with Xiao Yan hot on her heels. Xiao Yan relentlessly pursued her, closing in fast. In a moment of desperation, Ku pulled out her phone and called the police, shouting, "I've called the police. Don't do anything reckless." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan halted abruptly, her face contorting with anger and frustration, but ultimately, she released Ku and swiftly fled. Ku gasped for breath, shaken. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, and Ku handed them the file. Recounting the entire ordeal in detail, the officers examined the evidence within the file, their expressions turning serious as they assured her they would address the matter promptly. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. Upon returning home, Xiao Yan's mind raced with increasingly deranged plans. She would not let Ku escape so easily. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained locked in a room during Xiao Yan's absence, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. The police, following Ku's lead, swiftly made their way to Xiao Yan and Lin Yu's residence. That moment, Xiao Yan pressed a sharp knife against her throat, screaming frantically at Lin Yu, who was confined in the room. "Lin Yu, you must say that you are willingly with me, or I will end my life before your eyes." Lin Yu, terrified, pleaded, "Xiao Yan, don't be impulsive. Put the knife down." Tears streaming down her face, Xiao Yan became even more agitated. "I won't listen. Just say it." Just then, the police burst through the door, commanding, "Drop the weapon." Yet, Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, the knife inching closer to her throat. In a panic, Lin Yu shouted, "I'm willing. I am willing." A manic smile crossed Xiao Yan's face, but her eyes were filled with despair. Seizing the moment of distraction, the police surged forward, disarming Xiao Yan and restraining her. Chapter 18. "Did you hear that? He is willing." Lin Yu suddenly shouted, "Officers, don't act rashly." "I am willing." The officers froze, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. A triumphant smile spread across Xiao Yan's face as she declared, "See, he is willing. You should mind your own business." The police turned their serious gaze on Lin Yu, inquiring, "Are you certain you are willing? This is no trivial matter." Lin Yu lowered his head, unable to meet their eyes. Merely repeating, "I am willing to." Ku, anxiously interjecting, urged, "Lin Yu, don't be afraid of her. You can't say that." Lin Yu remained silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the room. Xiao Yan provocatively glared at Ku, stating, "Did you hear? He belongs to me. You can't take him away." Left alone in the room, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with pain and resignation. Despite his insistence that he was willing, the police, although skeptical, could only withdraw for the time being. Once the officers departed, Xiao Yan relaxed her guard, a victorious smile gracing her face. However, in a swift motion, Lin Yu pushed her aside and bolted for the door. Realizing what had happened, Xiao Yan frantically chased after him, shouting, "Lin Yu, come back." Lin Yu ran for his life, consumed by the singular thought of breaking free from Xiao Yan's grasp. He dashed through streets and alleys, panting heavily, yet refusing to pause for even a moment. Xiao Yan pursued relentlessly, her eyes blazing with fury and determination. Lin Yu darted into a secluded alley, Desperately trying to conceal his whereabouts, Xiao Yan reached the alley's entrance. Halting to scan the surroundings, calling out, "Lin Yu, I will not let you go." At that moment, Lin Yu crouched in a corner, barely daring to breathe, praying for Xiao Yan to leave. However, as he stepped out of the alley, he sensed someone watching him from behind. Turning around, he was met with Xiao Yan's furious glare. "Lin Yu, I knew you would come out," she shouted, her voice laced with anger. Lin Yu turned to flee, but this time, Xiao Yan seemed prepared, swiftly catching up and seizing the hem of his shirt. "You want to escape," she yelled, pulling him back with force. Lin Yu struggled desperately, breaking free from her grip and sprinting forward. After what felt like an eternity of running, fatigue began to overwhelm him, each step growing heavier. Yet, Xiao Yan remained relentless, her gaze filled with a predatory hunger. Suddenly, Lin Yu stumbled over a stone, crashing to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," he muttered, wincing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan lunged at him once more, regaining her hold. "This time, where do you think you can run?" she hissed venomously. Lin Yu lay on the ground in despair, gasping for breath. Engulfed by fear and helplessness, grabbing him, Xiao Yan, in a fit of rage, began to slap him across the face. Slap, slap, slap. The sharp sound of her strikes echoed in the stillness. Lin Yu's face quickly reddened and swelled. Yet he offered no resistance, silently enduring the onslaught. As she struck him, Xiao Yan seethed. "See what happens when you run. See what happens." Her eyes burned with fury, each slap infused with her pent-up resentment. Blood trickled from Lin Yu's lip, his head spinning. Yet he understood that unless he appeased Xiao Yan, this brutal beating would not cease. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of slaps, he weakly conceded, "I won't run anymore. I won't run." Only then did Xiao Yan pause, panting heavily, her glare still brimming with anger and warning. Lin Yu's expression was one of agony and resignation, his heart filled with dread for Xiao Yan and a desperate longing for freedom. Xiao Yan glared ferociously at Lin Yu, stating, "You better keep your word. If their essay next time, it won't be so simple." Lin Yu weakly nodded, his eyes reflecting terror and exhaustion. Xiao Yan seized his arm, pulling him up, commanding, "Come with me." Silently, Lin Yu followed her, mechanically trudging along. Upon returning to her place, Xiao Yan shoved Lin Yu into a room, slamming the door behind them. Lin Yu collapsed onto the floor, his heart heavy with despair. He realized that this failed escape would only make it harder to break free from Xiao Yan's clutches in the future. That night, Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. He gazed out at the starry sky, silently vowing to find a way to break free from Xiao Yan's control. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan's supervision of Lin Yu grew even stricter, scarcely allowing him to stray from her sight. While Lin Yu appeared compliant on the surface, his mind was busy devising a new escape plan. One day, when Xiao Yan had to step out, Lin Yu sensed a rare opportunity. He quietly packed a few essentials, preparing to flee once more. However, just as he was about to step outside, Xiao Yan unexpectedly returned. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Yan's voice echoed in front of him, and Lin Yu's heart plummeted. With a smile, Lin Yu replied, "I noticed we have a bit too much stuff at home, so I thought I'd depack some in my bag." Xiao Yan scrutinized him with suspicion, advancing step by step. "Is that really all?" Lin Yu feigned calmness, meeting her gaze with determination. "Of course, it is. What else could it be?" Xiao Yan snatched the bag from him, opened it, and inspected its contents, which indeed contained only some mundane items. "Humph, it better be." She tossed the bag to the ground and turned to retreat into the room. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped. Yet, he knew that Xiao Yan's distrust would only intensify. And next time, he would have to be far more cautious. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu acted particularly docile, voluntarily taking on household chores and obediently following Xiao Yan's commands. Gradually, she lowered her guard. One rainy night, as thunder rumbled, Lin Yu seized the opportunity while Xiao Yan was fast asleep. He quietly retrieved the bag he had prepared earlier and gently opened the door. Just as he was about to step outside, a flash of lightning illuminated Xiao Yan's ominous face. "Lin Yu, you truly haven't given up?" she shouted furiously. Lin Yu's heart raced, his mind blanked. "I'm just going to the bathroom," he said, attempting to sound composed. Though his voice trembled, Xiao Yan sneered, "Taking luggage to the bathroom? Do you think I'm a fool?" Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yu's forehead as he hastily explained, "The bag is old, my dear wife, and I feared I'd have to pack it up later, so I just took it along." Xiao Yan approached him menacingly, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Lin Yu, I've given you a chance, and it seems you do not cherish it. Lin Yu instinctively stepped back, his mind racing to devise a way out of this predicament. Stop dreaming of escape. You won't get away, Xiao Yan yelled. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu suddenly turned and dashed toward the door. Xiao Yan reached out to grab him, but only caught the edge of his clothing. Ignoring everything, Lin Yu burst down the stairs, flung open the door, and dashed into the rain, running for his life. Xiao Yan pursued him relentlessly, shouting, Lin Yu, if you escape today, you'll never have a good life again. The rain fell harder, blurring Lin Yu's vision, but he dared not halt. Lin Yu shouted, slipping and crashing to the ground. Xiao Yan seized the moment to catch up, gripping Lin Yu by the collar. Where do you think you're going? Her voice rang out, chillingly piercing through the rain. Gripping Lin Yu tightly, she threatened, run again. And I swear I'll break your legs. Soaked to the skin, rainwater dripped from his hair, and fear and despair filled Lin Yu's eyes, yet he defiantly replied, even if you break my legs, I will still run. Xiao Yan, enraged, countered with a sinister grin. Oh, I'll be eager to see how tough your bones are. With that, she forcefully dragged Lin Yu back. He struggled, his hands clawing at the ground in resistance. Save your strength, she urged, increasing her grip. Lin Yu's fingers left trails in the muddy earth, but ultimately he was pulled back to their dwelling. Upon entering, Xiao Yan threw Lin Yu harshly to the ground. The impact echoing in the room. From today onward, I shall lock you in here. Let us see how you escape. She turned to fetch a hefty lock, securing the door. Lying on the floor, Lin Yu's heart sank. Was he truly destined to be trapped here forever, stripped of his freedom? After locking the door, Xiao Yan unexpectedly turned and approached Lin Yu, wrapping her arms around him. Instantly, his body tensed, yearning to break free. But she tightened her embrace. Lin Yu, I do this out of love for you. Why can't you understand? Her voice quivered with emotion. Lin Yu coldly retorted, this is not love. This is imprisonment, disregarding his words. Xiao Yan continued, as long as you stay by my side obediently, I can give you everything. Lin Yu turned his head away, refusing to look at her. After a while, Xiao Yan released her hold, standing up with newfound firmness in her gaze. Think it over, she said, exiting the room. Leaving Lin Yu alone, he stared at the closed door, his heart heavy with confusion and anguish. Time passed, and eventually, Lin Yu fell into a foggy slumber, in his dreams. He glimpsed the dawn of freedom, yet whenever he attempted to draw near, it always eluded him. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door jolted him awake. Young Master Lin, the miss has prepared new clothes for you, came the butler's voice from outside. Lin Yu approached the door, speaking in a low tone. Just leave them by the door. The butler complied, setting down the garments with a sigh before departing. Lin Yu opened the door and quickly brought the clothes into the room. As he looked at the garments in his hands, a whirlwind of emotions churned within him. After changing, he sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating his next move. At that moment, Xiao Yan re-entered. Have you made up your mind? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. He lifted his head, locking eyes with her defiantly. I will never abandon the thought of escape. Xiao Yan's expression darkened immediately. Then just wait, she retorted before slamming the door behind her. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu resolved to find an opportunity to flee from this terrifying place. Xiao Yan entered once more, her eyes gleaming with madness and obsession. Without a word, she began to touch Lin Yu uncontrollably, murmuring, you are mine, and always will be. Terrified, Lin Yu struggled, but Xiao Yan held him firmly, rendering him helpless. Don't move. Just obediently sleep with me, she commanded, her strength astonishing as she pulled Lin Yu onto the bed. Holding him tightly, Lin Yu felt suffocated, unable to escape her grasp. In the stillness of the night, he could distinctly hear Xiao Yan's heavy breathing, his heart sinking into an abyss of despair. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke to find Xiao Yan still tightly embracing him, her hands like iron clamps. Awake? Don't even think about leaving me, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear, Xiao Yan said, her eyes glaring fiercely. Lin Yu bit his lip, remaining silent while secretly plotting a more vigorous resistance. Suddenly, Xiao Yan leaned in and kissed Lin Yu passionately, almost to the point of suffocation. He twisted his head desperately, trying to break free, but it was futile. Just as he felt himself on the brink of losing consciousness, Xiao Yan finally released him. Gasping for air, his face flushed crimson, he glared at her in anger. You lunatic! Lin Yu shouted. Xiao Yan, unfazed by his fury, moved closer again. I've gone mad for you. So what? She replied. At that moment, A cacophony of noises erupted from outside. The butler's voice called out, "Miss, young master, it's time for breakfast." Xiao Yan pulled Lin Yu from the room and seated him at the dining table. In a playful tone, she said, "You feed me." Lin Yu was filled with revulsion but dared not defy her. Mechanically picking up a spoon to feed her. As Xiao Yan savored his service, she beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly, she bit into a piece of steak, leaning in close to Lin Yu, attempting to feed him mouth to mouth. Lin Yu resisted, but the thought of resistance leading to even worse consequences forced him to comply. Seeing Lin Yu accept her feeding, Xiao Yan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Now that's more like it. Lin Yu swallowed the piece of steak, feeling his stomach churn. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Xiao Yan frowned and instructed the butler to answer the door. Chapter 20. Lin Yu's sister. When the butler opened the door, it revealed Lin Yu's sister, Lin Xian. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the peculiar scene between Xiao Yan and Lin Yu, her brow furrowing. "What is going on here?" she asked. Xiao Yan glared at Lin Xian with hostility. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xian strode directly to Lin Yu, taking his hand. "Xiao Yu, come with me." Xiao Yan stood up angrily, declaring, "He is mine. No one can take him away." Lin Xian met Xiao Yan's gaze fearlessly. "You are committing a crime, Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan scoffed. "A crime? I love him. What's wrong with that?" Lin Yu found himself torn between the two, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Xian tightly held Lin Yu's hand. Turning to leave, Xiao Yan attempted to stop them but was forcefully pushed aside by Lin Xian. "You will not harm my brother again," Lin Xian exclaimed furiously. Lin Yu followed his sister out of the house, as if fleeing from a dreadful nightmare. However, they had not ventured far when Xiao Yan's voice echoed from behind. "You cannot escape." Lin Xian quickened her pace, ushering Lin Yu into the car and swiftly starting the engine. The vehicle sped down the road, yet Lin Yu's heart continued to race anxiously. Suddenly, Lin Xian's phone rang. After answering, her expression darkened considerably. "What's wrong, sister?" Lin Yu asked uneasily. Lin Xian bit her lip. "Xiao Yan." Before she could finish, the car screeched to a halt that a large truck had obstructed their path ahead. Trapped inside the vehicle, Lin Xian and Lin Yu soon found themselves surrounded by Xiao Yan and a group of her associates. Xiao Yan approached the car window, rapping on the glass with a manic gleam in her eyes. "I told you, you cannot leave." Lin Xian glared at her. "Xiao Yan, what do you want?" Xiao Yan smirked coldly. "Leave Lin Yu behind, and you may go." Lin Yu clutched his sister's hand tightly. "Sister, I don't want to go with her." Just as a stalemate ensued, Xiao Yan forcefully opened the car door, dragging Lin Yu away. Lin Xian attempted to intervene, but was blocked by Xiao Yan's followers. "Xiao Yu!" Lin Xian cried out in despair. Xiao Yan pulled Lin Yu into her own car, holding him tightly, her voice urgent. "Lin Yu, you cannot leave me." Lin Yu struggled fiercely, yet Xiao Yan's grip remained unyielding. Her eyes reflected a mixture of stubbornness and anxiety. "Lin Yu, stay by my side, and do not do anything to displease me." Upon returning to her residence, Xiao Yan locked Lin Yu in a dimly lit room, where only a faint ray of light filtered through a narrow window. "Lin Yu, think carefully here. You can only come out when you have made up your mind." Xiao Yan's voice echoed in the room. Lin Yu looked around in panic, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was frantic, desperately searching for a way to rescue her brother. In the room, Lin Yu paced back and forth, his heart brimming with fear and anger. He sought an escape route, but found the doors and windows securely locked. Outside, Xiao Yan stood vigil, her gaze resolute yet tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. After a while, Xiao Yan departed. Lin Xian returned to Xiao Yan's abode. She stealthily approached the house, carefully avoiding the patrolling guards. Just as she was nearing the room where Lin Yu was confined, she accidentally stepped on a twig, causing a crack that alerted Xiao Yan's men. "Who's there?" a harsh voice called out. Lin Xian quickly concealed herself behind a nearby bush, holding her breath. Inside, Lin Yu heard the commotion outside and felt a flicker of hope. Xiao Yan's subordinates began searching the area, and Lin Xian's heart raced, her hand tightly covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Just as they were about to discover her hiding place, a wild cat dashed out, diverting their attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian shifted her position and continued towards Lin Yu's room. At last, she reached the door, gently knocking and whispering, "Xiao Yu." Lin Yu, upon hearing his sister's voice, rushed to the door. "Sister, I'm here." Lin Xian searched for a way to unlock the door and finally discovered a key hidden in a corner. Just as she was about to open the door, Xiao Yan appeared behind her. "Did you think you could save him?" Xiao Yan said coldly. Lin Xian, holding the key, turned to glare at Xiao Yan. This is illegal confinement. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan remained unfazed. I love him. I cannot let him go. The tension between them escalated to a breaking point. Suddenly, Xiao Yan burst into tears, her sobs echoing despair. I truly love him. I cannot live without him. Witnessing Xiao Yan's distress, Lin Xian's heart softened, and she nearly dropped the key in her hand. But what you are doing is wrong. Xiao Yan. Lin Xian's tone softened. Xiao Yan feigned a broken voice. I know I am wrong, but I cannot control myself. Lin Yu, listening from within, felt a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Xiao Yan's associates gathered around, and chaos ensued. Ultimately, Lin Xian's compassion prevailed. She slowly lowered the key in her hand and sighed. Xiao Yan, even if I can understand your feelings, forcibly holding on to Xiao Yu will not lead to a good outcome. Xiao Yan pretended to sob while nodding. I understand. Lin Xian continued. Let Xiao Yu choose for himself that if he wishes to go with you, I will no longer obstruct him, but if he does not, you cannot force him. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan wiped her tears and said, Fine, we will do as you say. Lin Xian unlocked the door, and Lin Yu stepped out. He looked at the two women before him, uncertain of how to choose. Chapter 21. He can't be a love-struck fool, can he? Seeing Lin Yu emerge, Xiao Yan suddenly rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes revealing a frenzied possessiveness. Lin Yu. You are mine. You can only be mine. Lin Yu felt as if he could hardly breathe in her grip, yearning to break free, yet feeling a pang of reluctance. Lin Xian, witnessing this scene, felt any sympathy she had experienced vanish instantly. Xiao Yan, let him go. Xiao Yan turned, glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. I will not release him. No one will take him from me. With that, she produced a small knife from her pocket, pressing it against Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, I will end it for both of us. Lin Yu's face drained of color. Xiao Yan. Don't be impulsive. Lin Xian was equally alarmed by Xiao Yan's actions. Xiao Yan, please calm down. Let us talk this through. The atmosphere was charged with tension, on the brink of eruption. Xiao Yan's emotions spiraled out of control as she shouted, Stay back. Lin Yu, you must give me an answer today. Will you choose me or your sister? Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, his voice laced with fear and helplessness. Xiao Yan, please don't do this. I am scared. Lin Xian, anxious, attempted to soothe Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, put down the knife. This will not resolve anything. Xiao Yan sneered. Not resolve? Then how can we resolve this? Unless Lin Yu declares he will stay by my side forever. Just then, one of Xiao Yan's subordinates stealthily approached, intending to seize the knife from her grasp. However, Xiao Yan spun around, brandishing the knife. Stay back. If anyone approaches, I will act immediately. The situation grew more chaotic and perilous. Lin Yu's heart raced, as if he could hear the countdown of his life. Lin Xian fought to maintain her composure, softly saying, Xiao Yan, don't be agitated. Let us discuss this calmly. I know you love Lin Yu. But this will only push him further away. Xiao Yan's gaze wavered slightly, yet the knife remained firmly pressed against Lin Yu's neck. I don't care. I cannot live without him. Lin Yu hastily added, Xiao Yan, I understand your feelings. Please lower the knife, and we can talk this through. Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face. Talk this through? Are you both trying to deceive me? Lin Yu, are you trying to escape? Lin Xian quickly shook her head. No, Xiao Yan, we would never deceive you. Just put down the knife, and we can resolve this peacefully. Xiao Yan bit her lip, her hand trembling slightly with the knife. Lin Xian continued gently. Xiao Yan, love cannot be obtained through coercion or threats. You are beautiful and kind. If you treated Lin Yu with more tenderness, he would be more willing to be with you. Lin Yu echoed her sentiment. Xiao Yan, sister is right. Please put down the knife, and let us sit down to talk. That a flicker of confusion and hesitation crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. Really? You want to deceive me? Lin Xian nodded earnestly. Of course not. Xiao Yan, we all wish to resolve this peacefully, for everyone's happiness. Lin Yu continued. Xiao Yan, I know you have sacrificed much for me, but this approach frightens me. Just put down the knife, and we can start anew. Xiao Yan's grip on the knife loosened slightly, distancing it from Lin Yu's neck. Seeing her wavering, Lin Xian seized the moment. Xiao Yan, put down the knife. And let us communicate as friends. Think about it. If you truly hurt Lin Yu, how would you feel? How could you be together in the future? Lin Yu softly reassured her. Xiao Yan, I want to get along with you. But not under coercion. Trust me. Put down the knife, and everything will be all right. Xiao Yan's tears flowed uncontrollably, her hand with the knife gradually lowering. I'm just so afraid of losing you. Lin Xian stepped forward, gently grasping Xiao Yan's hand that held the knife. Xiao Yan, don't be afraid. We will not abandon you. Lin Yu approached as well, embracing Xiao Yan. It's all right. It's all over. Yet, in that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly tightened her embrace around Lin Yu again, her eyes flashing with madness. Lin Yu, you can never leave me. Never. Lin Xian and Lin Yu were taken aback by Xiao Yan's sudden action. Lin Yu attempted to free himself from Xiao Yan's embrace, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. Xiao Yan, you just promised to communicate properly. However, Xiao Yan clung even tighter, murmuring to herself. No, I will not give you a chance to leave me. Never. Lin Xian hurriedly interjected. Xiao Yan, this will only make matters worse. Let Xiao Yu go. Xiao Yan, however, remained oblivious, her gaze becoming vacant and obstinate. Just as the tension escalated, Xiao Yan suddenly went limp and fainted in Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu and Lin Xian were instantly alarmed, quickly helping Xiao Yan to a nearby chair. What should we do? Lin Yu anxiously looked at his sister. Lin Xian furrowed her brow in thought for a moment. Let's see how she is. Perhaps her emotions have overwhelmed her. After a short while, Xiao Yan slowly regained consciousness, her eyes no longer filled with madness, but rather with profound exhaustion and confusion. What happened to me? Xiao Yan asked weakly. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. You just fainted, Xiao Yan. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan softly said, I'm sorry, I seem to have lost control. No sooner had Xiao Yan spoken than she suddenly lifted her head and kissed Lin Yu fervently. Lin Yu was taken aback by this unexpected action, momentarily forgetting to push her away. Lin Xian was also stunned, unsure of how to respond. After a considerable time, Lin Yu finally regained his composure, forcefully pushing Xiao Yan away, his face flushed. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? A look of determination crossed Xiao Yan's face. Lin Yu, I truly love you to the point of obsession. Lin Yu frowned, his tone tinged with helplessness. But this puts a lot of pressure on me. Xiao Yan's gaze dimmed. Do you really feel nothing for me? Lin Yu fell silent, unsure of how to answer that question. Lin Xian broke the silence. Xiao Yan, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Give Xiao Yu some time and space. Xiao Yan bit her lip and nodded. All right. I can wait. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Yan and Lin Yu, taking a deep breath. Xiao Yan, love is not possession. It is mutual respect and understanding. Xiao Yu, you should also reflect on your feelings. I won't intrude any further. You two can handle this. With that, Lin Xian turned and walked away, leaving Lin Yu and Xiao Yan in a somewhat awkward and delicate atmosphere. Xiao Yan lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze, softly saying, Lin Yu, I will strive to change. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yan, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of what to say to that moment. A gust of wind swept through, tousling their hair and amplifying the silence around them. As Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yan's pitiful demeanor, a surge of complex feelings welled up within him. He stepped forward, gently kissed her forehead, and then swiftly turned to leave. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned by the unexpected kiss. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Yu's figure had already vanished. Lin Yu, she softly called, her face displaying a mix of surprise and confusion. Standing still, Xiao Yan gazed in the direction Lin Yu had departed, her heart racing with thoughts. He kissed me. Could he possibly have feelings for me? Lin Yu hurriedly sprinted back to his room, slamming the door shut behind him and leaning against it, gasping for breath. His heart raced as the image of the kiss with Xiao Yan replayed in his mind. What am I doing? Lin Yu murmured to himself, filled with confusion and turmoil. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan gradually regained her composure, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she returned to her own room, joy filling her heart. Sitting on her bed, she cupped her cheeks with her hands, unable to suppress a smile. He kissed me. Does he possibly have feelings for me too? As night deepened, both remained restless in their beds, unable to sleep. Chapter 22. The notebook. Xiao Yan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She sat up in bed, her eyes reflecting a frenzied obsession. Lin Yu is mine. No one else can take him away. Biting her lip, she clenched the blanket tightly. He kissed me. He belongs solely to me. She began to scroll through her phone, filled with countless photos of Lin Yu, examining each one carefully, alternating between silly smiles and fierce expressions. Those women who approach him deserve to perish. How dare they compete with me? I will not spare them. Xiao Yan then pulled out a notebook, densely filled with her possessive declarations regarding Lin Yu that I must keep a constant watch over him, leaving no chance for him to escape from me. Her breathing grew rapid. Even if he attempts to flee, I will drag him back, forever locked by my side. Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea. A sinister smile creeping onto her face. I must mark him, so the world knows he is mine. Thus, in a state of extreme obsession and madness, Xiao Yan endured the long night. The following morning, Xiao Yan could hardly contain her excitement as she sprang from bed to prepare a heart-shaped breakfast for Lin Yu. Singing a cheerful tune, her face radiated happiness, yet her eyes still betrayed a chilling intensity. She meticulously fried eggs, toasted bread, and cut fruit into adorable heart shapes. Lin Yu will surely love this. He must love it, she murmured to herself as she worked. Once breakfast was ready, Xiao Yan carefully arranged the food on a plate and hurried towards Lin Yu's room. Her knocking at the door filled with eagerness. Lin Yu, I've brought you breakfast. Her voice brimmed with anticipation. When Lin Yu opened the door and saw the breakfast in her hands, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Xiao Yan handed over the meal, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. Eat up, I made this just for you. Lin Yu accepted the breakfast, forcing a smile. Thank you. Xiao Yan stood by, her gaze unwavering as she watched him eat, continually urging, eat more, it's all for you. Lin Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny, but found himself unable to react. Xiao Yan's eyes never left Lin Yu, filled with fervor and determination, as if she intended to etch every one of his actions and expressions into her memory. Unable to withstand her gaze any longer, Lin Yu finally said, Xiao Yan, please stop looking at me like that. I can hardly eat. Yet Xiao Yan showed no sign of restraint. Instead, she leaned closer, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of menace. Lin Yu, you must eat well. This is my love for you. Lin Yu, feeling defeated, lowered his head and hastened his eating, wishing to conclude this stifling situation as quickly as possible. Noticing Lin Yu's hurried pace, Xiao Yan frowned. Slow down. Don't choke. If you hurt yourself, I won't let you off easily. Lin Yu's heart tightened, nearly choking on his food. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu intended to speak, but Xiao Yan interjected, from now on, I will make you breakfast every day. You can only eat what I prepare. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt an increasing sense of unease, unsure of how to refuse. Xiao Yan, you don't have to go to such lengths. He attempted to persuade her. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. Are you saying you're dissatisfied with me? Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hands. No, I just think you don't need to spend all your time on this. Xiao Yan scoffed. Aside from you, I care for nothing else. Doing this for you is my own choice. With that, Xiao Yan grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, her gaze intense. Lin Yu, don't even think about escaping from me. You are mine for life. Lin Yu winced at her grip, wanting to break free but afraid to exert too much force. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang unexpectedly, and seizing the chance like a lifeline, he quickly pulled his hand away to answer the call. Xiao Yan stood beside him, her expression dark as she watched. Lin Yu glanced at the caller ID, seeing it was Lin Zhe, and quickly answered, his voice betraying a hint of relief. Hello, Lin Zhe. On the other end, Lin Zhe seemed to sense Lin Yu's odd tone and asked, Lin Yu, what's wrong? You don't sound quite right. Lin Yu cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who was glaring at him, and lowered his voice. Let's not discuss that now. What do you need? Lin Zhe continued. I've heard about Xiao Yan. I wanted to check how things are with you. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. It's complicated. Noticing Lin Yu engaged in conversation, Xiao Yan grew impatient and tried to snatch the phone away. Why are you discussing our matters with others? Lin Yu quickly sidestepped, hastily telling Lin Zhe, let's pause this. I'll talk to you later. He then hung up. Xiao Yan glared at Lin Yu. Why did you answer the phone? Were you planning to discuss how to leave me with him? Lin Yu rapidly explained. No, Xiao Yan, don't overthink it. But Xiao Yan refused to listen, turning and slamming the door behind her. Shortly after, she returned again. Her eyes were tinged with red, as if she had been weeping. Lin Yu, upon witnessing her state, felt a pang of guilt within. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Yan suddenly rushed over, enveloping Lin Yu in her arms and kissing him fervently. Lin Yu was taken aback by her unexpected action. Torn between the urge to push her away and the fear of causing her distress, Xiao Yan kissed him with such intensity that it seemed as though she were pouring all her emotions into that singular moment. After what felt like an eternity, she finally released Lin Yu, her gaze a tumultuous blend of frenzy and desperation. Lin Yu, don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Lin Yu looked at her, his emotions a tangled mess. Xiao Yan clung to him tightly, her voice laced with tears. Lin Yu, you are mine, and only mine. If you dare to leave, I will make sure we both perish. Her eyes hardened, and through gritted teeth, she declared, I will watch you closely. Every move you make will not escape my notice. Lin Yu, frightened by her demeanor, attempted to break free from her embrace, pleading, Xiao Yan, calm down. Yet, she tightened her grip, her nails digging into Lin Yu's back, eliciting a cry from him. I cannot calm down. No one will take you from me, not even your friends. She abruptly pulled a small knife from her pocket, brandishing it before him. See this? It's for anyone who dares to disrupt us. Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror. Xiao Yan, don't do anything reckless. Xiao Yan let out a chilling laugh. Reckless? I would do anything to keep you with me. As Lin Yu observed her erratic transformation, fear and helplessness flooded his heart. Just moments ago, she had been pleading, and now she exuded such ferocity and resolve. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, her expression shifted to one of sorrow. Lin Yu, why do you look at me that way? Everything I do is out of love for you. Lin Yu, bewildered by her rapid emotional shifts, replied, Xiao Yan, your love is suffocating. I truly cannot bear it. Her expression darkened once more. Cannot bear it? You must. With that, she suddenly laughed again, a laugh so unsettling that it sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine. No matter what, you will never escape me. Lin Yu could not help but take several steps back. Xiao Yan, this is truly terrifying. Chapter 23. You are beyond redemption. Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration of fear, Xiao Yan paused, her madness slightly retreating, but a flicker of confusion and pain crossed her eyes. Her voice softer yet tinged with desperation. Lin Yu, I realize I frighten you, but I cannot control myself. I am so afraid of losing you. Lin Yu gazed at her, his heart heavy with compassion. Xiao Yan, this extreme behavior will only push me further away. Xiao Yan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I will strive to change. Lin Yu, please grant me another chance. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then sighed gently. Xiao Yan, I am willing to trust you once more, but you must keep your promises. Xiao Yan nodded eagerly, clutching the hem of Lin Yu's shirt like a child. I will. I absolutely will. When Xiao Yan heard Lin Yu's willingness to believe in her again, a fleeting look of joy crossed her face, only to be swiftly replaced by madness. Lin Yu, do not think you can deceive me again. Your words of trust are merely a means to placate me while you seek an opportunity to escape. Her voice escalated in pitch, her eyes bloodshot. She seized Lin Yu's arm with a strength that caused him pain. I will not allow you such an opportunity. Never. From that moment on, she declared, you are not to leave my sight for even a single step. Lin Yu struggled to break free. Xiao Yan, please calm down. We cannot coexist like this. But Xiao Yan merely laughed coldly. Coexist? Unless you belong entirely to me, with your heart solely for me, do not speak to me of coexistence. She pulled out a length of rope, declaring menacingly, since you refuse to listen, I have no choice but to bind you to me. Lin Yu, terror-stricken, exclaimed, Xiao Yan, you have lost your mind. Xiao Yan shouted back, I am indeed mad, driven to madness by you. She forcefully pushed Lin Yu to the ground, clutching the rope tightly, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Lin Yu, today marks the day you remain by my side forever. Lin Yu struggled fiercely, shouting, Xiao Yan, you will regret this. Unfazed, Xiao Yan lunged at him, pinning him down with her knee and forcibly binding his hands together. Regret? The only regret I have is not having done this sooner. Xiao Yan panted, her eyes betraying a fervent obsession. Lin Yu looked at her in despair. Xiao Yan, you are beyond redemption. Xiao Yan laughed maniacally. Beyond redemption? So what? As long as I can be with you, I would willingly descend into hell. She dragged Lin Yu into a room, locking the door behind them, her lips murmuring incessantly, you are mine, and will always be mine. Xiao Yan violently threw Lin Yu onto the bed, pouncing on him like a ravenous beast, her lips crashing against his. Lin Yu desperately turned his head to evade her, but she held his head firmly in place. Stop struggling. Lin Yu, submit to me. Kiss me until you no longer wish to leave. Xiao Yan's voice was nearly a scream, her hands gripping Lin Yu's shoulders, her nails nearly piercing his flesh. Lin Yu pressed his lips tightly shut in resistance. But upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's fury ignited. She bit down on his lip, the metallic taste of blood instantly filling their mouths. How dare you reject me? Xiao Yan's gaze intensified with madness as she continued to kiss him. her fervor suffocating him. Lin Yu's resistance waned, yet Xiao Yan showed no signs of slowing down. As if she were channeling all her madness and obsession into that fervent kiss, Xiao Yan continued to kiss Lin Yu with reckless abandon, offering him no respite. Lin Yu's complexion paled, yet she, as if possessed, grew more fervent and frenzied with each kiss. Her lips, swollen and bruised from the intensity, showed no signs of relenting. Lin Yu felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet Xiao Yan remained steadfastly pressed against him, muttering, "Lin Yu, be with me forever, always." Time seemed to freeze as Lin Yu lost consciousness, while Xiao Yan continued her relentless assault of kisses, as if striving to draw his very soul into her being. Ensuring he could never leave, the room was thick with an almost frenzied atmosphere. Xiao Yan's eyes vacant yet fixated, her kisses never ceasing. She clung to Lin Yu, her breaths ragged and disordered, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. As if fearing he would vanish should she let go, Lin Yu was utterly unresponsive, but Xiao Yan appeared lost in her own world, completely oblivious. Her kisses grew increasingly violent, tinged with an air of desperate madness. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the blood that had dripped from her lips, landing upon Lin Yu's face. Why will you not belong solely to me?" she cried out in hysteria, her lips numb yet unceasing. The room filled only with her heavy breathing and the sound of their kisses. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, as if she finally sensed something amiss with Lin Yu. Yet her actions merely paused for a moment before she resumed kissing him, as though she intended to continue until the end of time. Xiao Yan kissed Lin Yu with wild abandon, her lips torn and bleeding, yet she remained completely unaware. Lin Yu lay there like a lifeless doll, at her mercy. Xiao Yan's tears and blood mingled as they dripped onto the bed, her voice growing hoarse and piercing. "Lin Yu, even if you die, I will continue to kiss you, ensuring your soul remembers my love." Time felt as though it had come to a standstill. In Xiao Yan's world, there existed only her and Lin Yu, and the endless cycle of kisses. Her gaze became vacant, yet resolutely unwavering. A chilling determination etched upon her features. At length, Xiao Yan's body, overwhelmed by exhaustion and fatigue, began to falter, yet her lips remained pressed against Lin Yu's, as if this were the final thread of her existence. Chapter 24. You are a madman. Just as Xiao Yan teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Yu suddenly awoke. He blinked his eyes open and forcefully shoved Xiao Yan away. Caught off guard, she fell heavily to the ground, astonishment flooding her expression, a mix of surprise and fear dancing in her eyes. "You mad woman!" Lin Yu bellowed, his lips swollen and bruised, his gaze filled with fury and revulsion. Xiao Yan scrambled to her feet, lunging once more at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, you're awake. Wonderful, stay with me." Lin Yu struggled against her grasp, shouting, "I never want to see you again." Xiao Yan's expression warped in an instant. "No. You cannot leave me. You must not." She lunged at his legs, crying out hoarsely, "Please, don't abandon me. I cannot live without you." Lin Yu kicked her away with force. "You make me sick." Xiao Yan collapsed to the floor, staring blankly at Lin Yu, her eyes gradually losing their spark, as if her soul were departing. Then, in a fit of madness, she erupted into laughter. "Lin Yu, do you think you can rid yourself of me like this? Ha ha ha, impossible." She suddenly stood up, her eyes revealing a reckless madness. Xiao Yan swiftly seized a sharp knife from the side and brandished it at Lin Yu, declaring, "You shall not escape. Even in death, we shall perish together." Lin Yu, terrified, retreated step by step, pleading, "Xiao Yan, calm down." Yet, Xiao Yan was deaf to his words, continuing to swing the knife while shouting, "I have sacrificed everything for you, and this is how you repay me. Today, it is either your death or mine." With that, she lunged towards Lin Yu, who hastily dodged, resulting in chaos throughout the room. Just as Xiao Yan lunged at Lin Yu again, he sidestepped, swiftly snatching the knife from her grip. Xiao Yan froze, her gaze fixated on the knife in Lin Yu's hand, before turning to him with a smile of despair. "Well, Lin Yu, you dared to take my knife, but so what? Even without it, I will not let you go." Ignoring all caution, she lunged at Lin Yu once more, her hands claw-like, aiming to scratch his face. Lin Yu pointed the knife at her, raising his voice, "Xiao Yan, do not force my hand." But Xiao Yan showed no signs of retreat, advancing further. "Go ahead and strike, if you're capable. Kill me." Lin Yu's hands trembled. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's descent into madness. He gazed at her near-deranged visage, His heart softened, and he loosened his grip, the knife clattering to the ground. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's face broke into a triumphant smile as she lunged at Lin Yu, tightly embracing him. Lin Yu, you ultimately cannot bear to harm me. So stop struggling and stay by my side. Lin Yu attempted to push her away, but found her embrace unyielding. Xiao Yan, this will not end well for you, he said, his voice laden with resignation and fatigue. Yet Xiao Yan whispered in his ear, as long as I can be with you, I care not for the outcome. Lin Yu closed his eyes, exhaling a deep sigh. Suddenly, Xiao Yan released him, her gaze resolute. Lin Yu, since you refuse to stay willingly, I shall resort to other means. With that, she dashed towards the corner of the room and retrieved a length of rope. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Lin Yu asked in horror. Xiao Yan smirked coldly. I shall bind you, ensuring you can never escape. Lin Yu bolted towards the door, but Xiao Yan swiftly blocked his path, and the two began to grapple. In the ensuing chaos, Xiao Yan bit Lin Yu fiercely. He winced in pain, slowing his movements, and Xiao Yan seized the opportunity to ensnare him with the rope. Ha ha. Lin Yu, you cannot escape. She laughed maniacally, tightening the rope. Lin Yu struggled in desperation. Xiao Yan, you've lost your mind. Let me go. But Xiao Yan paid him no heed, continually tightening the rope, causing Lin Yu's complexion to darken. With the rope clasped tightly around him, Lin Yu could scarcely breathe. Her eyes gleamed with a near-deranged satisfaction. Lin Yu, now you are forever mine. No one shall take you from me. As Lin Yu struggled for air, his face flushed crimson. He managed to utter, Xiao Yan, you will regret this. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. Regret? I only regret not doing this sooner. I will keep you here for eternity. She turned, retrieving a key from the drawer, approached the door, locked it, and swallowed the key. You shall find no opportunity to escape. Lin Yu, Xiao Yan's voice echoed ominously in the room. Lin Yu gazed at her in despair, filled with terror and rage. Xiao Yan then walked to the bedside, producing a syringe filled with an unknown liquid, advancing towards Lin Yu with a twisted smile. Lin Yu, this is prepared just for you. Once I inject you, you will love only me for all eternity. Lin Yu writhed in a futile attempt to evade her, shouting, Xiao Yan, this is a crime. But Xiao Yan remained undeterred, seizing Lin Yu's arm and plunging the syringe into his flesh. Without hesitation, she injected the mysterious fluid into his bloodstream. Lin Yu, soon you shall grow weak, and you will no longer have the strength to resist me. Xiao Yan's face twisted into a maniacal grin. A sudden chill enveloped Lin Yu, his limbs growing heavy, collapsing to the floor. Xiao Yan, you devil. Lin Yu's voice was barely audible. Xiao Yan knelt beside him, caressing his face, devoid of any pity. My dear, now you must rely solely on me. Isn't that wonderful? Lin Yu, in despair, closed his eyes, feeling his life ebbing away. Xiao Yan, however, began to hum a tune, arranging the room as if it were their love nest. Time passed, and Lin Yu found himself devoid of the strength to speak. While Xiao Yan remained lost in her delusions, showing no concern for his plight. Do not worry, my dear, Xiao Yan softly cooed, observing Lin Yu's feeble state. This is merely a drug to weaken you, ensuring you can never leave me. Lin Yu, with great effort, opened his eyes, filled with despair and hatred. You will face retribution, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan scoffed. Retribution? As long as I am with you, I fear nothing. She approached the bedside, producing a piece of bread and a bottle of water, offering them to Lin Yu. Come, dear, eat something. This is the only way you can stay alive by my side. Lin Yu turned his head in refusal. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. You refuse to eat. That is not your choice. With that, she forcibly pried open Lin Yu's mouth and shoved the bread inside. He choked and coughed, while Xiao Yan laughed maniacally. See, how obedient you are. The room was thick with an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Lin Yu pondered how much longer he could endure, while Xiao Yan's madness escalated further. Lin Yu, do you know, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you could only be mine. Xiao Yan stroked Lin Yu's hair, her tone gentle yet chilling. Lin Yu gasped for breath, unable to articulate a response. Suddenly, Xiao Yan stood, talking to herself. I must prepare more food and water for us, so we can remain together forever. As she rummaged through the room, tossing items about, Lin Yu seized the moment to shift his body, seeking a chance to escape. However, the instant he moved, Xiao Yan glared at him menacingly. Do not even think about running, even if you have but a breath left. You are still mine. Lin Yu's heart sank into an abyss. He felt ensnared in an endless darkness. Chapter 25. Am I not beautiful? Xiao Yan returned to Lin Yu's side, crouching down to whisper softly in his ear, "My dear, do not even think of escaping. Even if you could flee this room, I would retrieve you." Lin Yu's eyes were filled with fear and despair as he weakly asked, "Xiao Yan, why do you treat me like this?" Xiao Yan laughed, her voice echoing eerily in the quiet room. "Because I love you, my love. Too much to let you leave me even a step." Just then, a sudden knocking at the door startled them, and Xiao Yan's expression turned tense. "Who is it?" she asked warily. "Xiao Yan, it's me, your neighbor. I heard strange noises coming from your place," a woman's voice called from outside. Xiao Yan shouted, "It's nothing. Mind your own business." Yet the knocking grew more insistent. Xiao Yan's gaze hardened as she turned to Lin Yu. "You better remain silent. Otherwise, you will regret it." A glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Yu. Perhaps this was his chance for salvation. Xiao Yan glared at the door, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She anxiously listened for sounds from outside, while covering Lin Yu's mouth to prevent him from speaking. "Xiao Yan, if you don't open the door, I will call the police." The neighbor's voice grew more urgent. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth and replied loudly, "Don't call the police. I'm opening the door now." She slowly stood, her eyes never leaving Lin Yu, warning him, "If you dare to make a sound, I will make you pay." With that, she cautiously approached the door and opened it a crack. "What is going on? I heard quite the commotion inside." The neighbor attempted to peek in. Xiao Yan quickly obstructed her view, saying, "Nothing, just a quarrel with my boyfriend." The neighbor frowned. "Really? It doesn't seem right." Xiao Yan forced a smile. "Really, it's fine, dear sister. No need to worry." The neighbor, still skeptical, glanced at her. "All right then, but don't make too much noise." Xiao Yan nodded eagerly and shut the door. She turned, her face darkened as she approached Lin Yu, seething, "You almost ruined everything. Watch how I deal with you." With each step, Xiao Yan drew closer to Lin Yu, gritting her teeth. "I will love you to death." Upon finishing her words, she suddenly lunged at Lin Yu, fervently kissing him. Lin Yu, rendered powerless to resist, could only submit to her whims. Xiao Yan's kiss was both rough and passionate, as if she intended to pour all her rage and madness into that single act. After what felt like an eternity, she finally released Lin Yu, who was nearly on the verge of fainting. "Humph, let's see how you'll react now," Xiao Yan gasped, her breath heavy with exertion. That moment, the room was suffused with a stifling atmosphere. Lin Yu's consciousness was becoming increasingly hazy, and he could not fathom how much longer he could endure this. Xiao Yan halted her actions, staring intently at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with a blend of madness and sorrow as she shouted, "Am I not beautiful, Lin Yu?" Lin Yu weakly met her gaze and, with barely a whisper, replied, "You've lost your mind. What good is beauty now?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression twisted further. "I have become like this for you. And you dare to call me insane?" she screamed, her hands clutching her hair in desperation. Without warning, she lunged at Lin Yu once more, her hands gripping his neck tightly. Tell me, what is it that I lack?" Lin Yu's face turned a shade of blue as he struggled to breathe, attempting to fight back, but finding himself too weak. Just when he felt he was about to suffocate, a sudden, forceful banging on the door broke the tension. Chapter 26. The octopus. Upon hearing the banging, Xiao Yan's grip loosened slightly, her gaze clearing for a fleeting moment as she murmured, "Lin Yu, I'm sorry." However, it was short-lived, as her madness soon returned, and she tightened her hold once more. "But I cannot live without you." At that instant, the door burst open, and the police rushed in, swiftly subduing Xiao Yan. Let me go, she screamed, struggling with all her might. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lay on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief from surviving and complicated feelings toward Xiao Yan. Just as the police were about to take Xiao Yan away, Lin Yu suddenly shouted, "Officers, let her go." Everyone turned in astonishment to Lin Yu, and a police officer asked in confusion, "Sir, after what she has done to you, you still plead for her?" With great difficulty, Lin Yu propped himself up, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "She simply loves me too much and has lost herself." Xiao Yan, hearing Lin Yu's words, froze, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yu sighed, "But you cannot hurt others, or yourself, like this. Seek treatment, and when you are well, we can start anew." Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, choking on her sobs. The police, witnessing this, released Xiao Yan but warned, "This time, considering the victim's perspective, we will not pursue charges, but you must undergo psychological treatment. Xiao Yan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with both guilt and hope, after the police left. The room was left with only Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan collapsed onto the floor, crying uncontrollably. Lin Yu, I truly was wrong that I won't be like this anymore, she sobbed. Lin Yu looked at her, his heart a tumult of emotions. Xiao Yan, I hope you can keep your word, accept treatment, and return to the person you once were. Xiao Yan rose slowly, moving closer to Lin Yu, yearning to reach out to him, but hesitating. Lin Yu, can you still believe in me? After a moment of silence, Lin Yu finally took her hand. That I am willing to give you another chance, but you must change. Xiao Yan nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with determination. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly enveloped Lin Yu in a tight embrace, like an octopus fearful that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish. Lin Yu struggled to breathe. Xiao Yan, please, ease up a bit. Yet, she clung even tighter to no, I'm afraid that if I let go, you won't want me anymore. Lin Yu sighed in resignation. That I won't leave, but this is truly uncomfortable for me. Xiao Yan finally loosened her grip just slightly. Yet her arms remained firmly around his waist. Lin Yu, I promise I will change, just don't leave me. Lin Yu gently patted her back. All right, I believe you, but you need to calm down first. Xiao Yan continued to cling to Lin Yu like an octopus, refusing to release her hold. Lin Yu stood there helplessly, allowing her to embrace him. Lin Yu, I am truly terrified of losing you. Xiao Yan buried her face in his chest, her voice quivering with tears. Lin Yu felt her tremors and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Xiao Yan, as long as you change, everything will be all right. Xiao Yan lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Then you must not leave my sight, not even for a second. Lin Yu nodded, reassuringly patting her shoulder. However, Xiao Yan still seemed uneasy, her grip tightening once more, as if she sought to merge with Lin Yu entirely. Chapter 27. Xiao Yan faints. Xiao Yan's embrace grew increasingly tighter, and Lin Yu felt as if his bones might snap under the pressure. Xiao Yan, please be gentle. I can hardly breathe, Lin Yu struggled to say. Yet, Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, clinging to him fiercely, repeatedly declaring, I will never let you leave me, not ever. Lin Yu's complexion darkened as he attempted to pry her hands away, only to discover her strength astonishingly overwhelming. Just when Lin Yu felt he was on the brink of suffocation, Xiao Yan suddenly went limp, collapsing into his arms. Lin Yu was taken aback, swiftly cradling her and laying her on the bed. Panic filled his heart as he stared at the unconscious Xiao Yan, overwhelmed by concern that he hurriedly dialed for an ambulance, his voice trembling as he explained the situation, while waiting for the paramedics. Lin Yu remained by Xiao Yan's side, repeatedly calling her name. Xiao Yan, please wake up. Don't scare me. Before long, the wail of the ambulance siren grew closer. The medical staff quickly placed Xiao Yan onto a stretcher and transported her to the hospital. Lin Yu followed closely, tightly holding her hand and silently praying for her safety. Upon arrival at the hospital, Xiao Yan was rushed into the emergency room. Lin Yu paced anxiously outside. Each passing minute felt like an eternity. Finally, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a doctor emerged. Doctor, how is she? Lin Yu asked urgently. The doctor removed his mask and replied, the patient fainted due to extreme emotional distress and physical exhaustion. She is no longer in any danger, but she will need ample rest. Lin Yu felt a heavy weight lift from his chest. He entered Xiao Yan's hospital room, gazing at her sleeping form, his face etched with fatigue and concern. After a long while, Xiao Yan slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yu, tears welled up once more. Lin Yu, I'm sorry for worrying you again, she murmured weakly. Lin Yu grasped her hand gently, speaking softly, don't dwell on it. Focus on recovering in the days that followed. Lin Yu visited Xiao Yan daily, bringing her meals and keeping her company. Xiao Yan's emotions gradually stabilized, and she no longer exhibited the same level of madness as before. On the day of her discharge, Xiao Yan grasped Lin Yu's hand earnestly. Lin Yu, this time I will truly change. Please trust me once more. Lin Yu met her gaze and nodded affirmatively. All right, I will wait. Suddenly, Xiao Yan erupted into a fit of laughter, startling Lin Yu with her unexpected mirth. Xiao Yan, what is happening? Lin Yu asked, confusion and concern etched on his face. Xiao Yan stifled her laughter, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Lin Yu, do you really think I will change? This is merely a ruse to lower your guard. Lin Yu's expression darkened. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan interrupted him. I am still the same person, madly in love with you. and that will never change. Lin Yu stared at her in disbelief. The flicker of hope in his heart extinguished in an instant. His eyes widened in shock as he trembled. Xiao Yan, why must you continue like this? Xiao Yan scoffed coldly. Because I cannot bear the thought of you not being by my side. Not even for a second. Lin Yu took several steps back. Despair etched across his face. You are utterly beyond redemption. Xiao Yan abruptly stood up from the bed, advancing toward him with determination. Lin Yu, do not think you can escape. You are mine for life. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a psychologist entered. Xiao Yan, calm down, the psychologist urged. Xiao Yan shot a defiant glance at the psychologist, her eyes brimming with resistance. Stay out of this. The psychologist approached her, offering a pill. Take this medication first. It will help you calm down. Xiao Yan swatted the pill away. That I am not sick. I do not need your so-called treatment. The pill rolled to Lin Yu's feet, and he bent down to pick it up, looking at Xiao Yan with concern. Xiao Yan, please listen. Taking the medication will help you get better. Xiao Yan glared at Lin Yu. You are just like them, wanting to control me. The atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense. Chapter 28. I am not sick, Xiao Yan shouted. I told you, I am not sick. I do not need medication or your so-called treatment. Her emotions spiraled, and she began to lash out, knocking over everything in her path. Lin Yu and the psychologist tried to calm her, but Xiao Yan was beyond reason. Suddenly, she dashed toward the window, intent on opening it to jump. Xiao Yan, no! Lin Yu shouted in terror as he rushed forward to embrace her tightly. The psychiatrist quickly came to assist, pulling Xiao Yan back together. Xiao Yan collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Observing her in such despair, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of anguish and helplessness. Seeing Xiao Yan so utterly shattered, he steeled himself and leaned in to kiss her. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then responded to Lin Yu's kiss with fervor, wrapping her arms around his neck as if she wished to meld him into her very being. After the kiss, Xiao Yan gazed at Lin Yu with dazed eyes and playfully chided. Lin Yu, you will forever be mine. No one shall take you away. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his heart heavy with turmoil and concern, yet he softly replied, Xiao Yan, as long as you obediently seek treatment, I will not leave you. Xiao Yan scoffed. Treatment? Humph. Unless you accompany me every moment, I will not cooperate. Lin Yu, resigned, nodded. All right, I will stay with you. At this, Xiao Yan beamed with satisfaction, resembling a child who has just received a sweet treat. However, Lin Yu was acutely aware that he had no idea when this situation might come to an end. Suddenly, Xiao Yan hooked her arm around Lin Yu's neck, glaring fiercely. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me even for a moment, I will kill you and then take my own life. We shall share the same bed in life and the same grave in death. Lin Yu was taken aback by her words. Trembling, yet he feigned calmness, saying, Xiao Yan, do not say such things. I will not leave. Xiao Yan's eyes bore into Lin Yu's, her voice sharp. Then swear to me now that you will love only me forever and remain by my side. Should you break this vow, you shall meet a dreadful end. Lin Yu clenched his teeth and swore as she demanded. Only then did Xiao Yan relax slightly, but she immediately added, from now on, you must report to me daily about your whereabouts, who you speak to, and what you say. No secrets allowed. Lin Yu could only nod in agreement. That night, Lin Yu attempted to slip away while Xiao Yan was asleep. But as he began to rise, her eyes opened, coldly questioning, where do you think you're going? Lin Yu quickly explained, I just wanted to get a glass of water. Xiao Yan sat up, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. I will go with you. Lin Yu sighed in resignation and accompanied her to fetch water, Xiao Yan clinging tightly to his arm, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Upon returning to the ward, Xiao Yan still felt uneasy. Grasping Lin Yu's hand, Lin Yu, you must lie beside me and hold me, or I won't be able to sleep. Lin Yu complied, lying down and embracing Xiao Yan. Yet she incessantly whispered various frenzied love declarations into his ear, rendering him utterly unable to fall asleep. The next morning, as Lin Yu opened his eyes, he found Xiao Yan staring intently at him, saying, Lin Yu, I couldn't sleep a wink last night, fearing you might leave. A bitter pang struck Lin Yu's heart as he pondered when such days would ever end at that moment. Xiao Yan's phone rang. She glanced at it, and her expression darkened instantly. Who is it? Lin Yu inquired cautiously. Xiao Yan furiously hurled the phone to the ground, shouting, Why is she calling you? Lin Yu hurriedly explained, It must have been a mistake. Xiao Yan, please don't get upset. But Xiao Yan ignored him. Advancing to seize Lin Yu by his collar, I don't believe you. Are you secretly involved with another woman? Chapter 29. You should sleep, Lin Yu soothingly urged. You should get some rest. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Are you actually telling me to sleep? Lin Yu, do you no longer love me? Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. No. Xiao Yan, you need to rest. It will help you recover more quickly. Xiao Yan scoffed. My illness? Isn't it all because of you? If I sleep, are you planning to take the opportunity to leave? Lin Yu sighed in resignation. I want to go. I will stay right here with you. Xiao Yan lay down, half believing him, yet her eyes remained fixed on Lin Yu. After a while, it seemed Xiao Yan was genuinely fatigued. Slowly closing her eyes, however, her hand remained tightly grasping the hem of Lin Yu's shirt. Lin Yu gently attempted to free the fabric, but as soon as he moved, Xiao Yan's eyes snapped open. Lin Yu, you really want to leave? Lin Yu quickly clarified. I merely felt a bit itchy. Xiao Yan eyed him suspiciously, and after a lengthy silence, she slowly released her grip, saying, Then you mustn't move. Lin Yu nodded, not daring to make a single motion. Xiao Yan shut her eyes again, but soon sat up abruptly, exclaiming, Lin Yu, I can't sleep. Tell me a story. With no other choice, Lin Yu racked his brain to conjure tales for her. After several stories, Xiao Yan finally began to feel drowsy, but just as she was about to drift off, she suddenly opened her eyes again, stating, Lin Yu, if you dare to leave while I am asleep, I will show you what death looks like when I wake up. That a tightness gripped Lin Yu's heart, and he hastily assured her, I want tea. I will not leave. Only then did Xiao Yan finally fall asleep again. Lin Yu watched her serene face, feeling a tumult of helplessness and sorrow die in her sleep. Xiao Yan unconsciously entwined herself around Lin Yu like an octopus, murmuring, Lin Yu, don't leave me. Lin Yu found himself nearly immobilized by her embrace. Yet he dared not push her away for fear of awakening her and inciting another emotional outburst. Time slipped by, and Lin Yu's body grew numb, while Xiao Yan only clung tighter. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, screaming, Lin Yu, were you trying to run away? Lin Yu, wearied, replied, I wasn't. You were holding me so tightly, I couldn't move. Xiao Yan calmed down slightly and tightened her embrace once more. All right. But you mustn't move. Stay with me like this. Lin Yu dared not even breathe, fearing he might provoke Xiao Yan. Yet, she remained restless, repeatedly murmuring, Lin Yu, you cannot leave me. You mustn't. That Lin Yu softly reassured her. I will not leave. After an indeterminate time, Lin Yu felt as if he were suffocating, yet he dared not struggle. Just as he thought he might pass out, Xiao Yan suddenly released her grip. As he exhaled in relief, he noticed Xiao Yan's wide eyes fixed on him. Lin Yu, were you trying to break free just now? Xiao Yan's voice was laced with accusation. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. No. Absolutely not. Xiao Yan huffed. You better not have, or I will not let you off easily. With that, she clutched Lin Yu tightly once more. Xiao Yan contemplated that if she remained ill, Lin Yu would always be by her side. This thought, perhaps, was the only way to keep him close. She held him tightly and whispered in his ear, Lin Yu, truthfully, I don't want to get better. Being sick is the only way to ensure you won't leave me. Chapter 30. Acting Cute. Part 1. Lin Yu was taken aback by her words. Xiao Yan, please don't think that way. The healthiest version of you is the best. Yet Xiao Yan paid no heed. Stubbornly insisting, I don't care. I just want you by my side. Lin Yu fell silent, unsure how to confront such an extreme side of Xiao Yan. At that moment, a doctor entered the room. Observing Xiao Yan's condition with a furrowed brow, the patient's emotions remain highly unstable. This cannot continue. Xiao Yan shouted at the doctor, leave me alone. The doctor shook his head in resignation and turned to Lin Yu. You need to persuade her. Lin Yu nodded, though his heart brimmed with helplessness and confusion. Lin Yu stood up, wishing to create a bit of distance from Xiao Yan to regain his composure. However, she seized him abruptly. Where are you going? Lin Yu took a deep breath and replied, Xiao Yan, I just want to stand for a moment. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with suspicion and anxiety. Are you planning to leave? You're lying to me. Lin Yu sighed in resignation. Xiao Yan, I truly want to leave, but you need to be a little more rational. Tears welled in Xiao Yan's eyes. Rational? Look at what I've become for you. And you still talk to me about being rational. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Xiao Yan cried out, kiss me. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu leaned down to kiss her. However, in the midst of the kiss, Xiao Yan bit Lin Yu's lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood filling their mouths. Lin Yu, if you dare to betray me, I will make your life a living hell. Xiao Yan hissed ferociously. With a split lip and a heart full of fear and helplessness, Lin Yu forced himself to remain calm. Xiao Yan, please don't act this way. Xiao Yan scoffed. Act this way? Then how should I act? Do you already have someone else in your heart? Lin Yu quickly shook his head. No, there is only you in my heart. Xiao Yan glared at him. It better be so. Lin Yu dared not speak, silently enduring Xiao Yan's madness. Suddenly, Xiao Yan yanked Lin Yu back, kissing him fiercely once more, murmuring, Lin Yu, you will never think of leaving me. Even in death, I want us to go together. Her kiss was nearly frenzied, her hands gripping Lin Yu's clothing as if loosening her hold would cause him to vanish. Lin Yu struggled to breathe, finally managing to push her away. Xiao Yan, please calm down. Xiao Yan's eyes turned fierce. Calm down. How can I be calm? You belong to me and only me. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open and a nurse walked in. Stunned into silence at the sight before her, Xiao Yan shouted at the nurse, Get out! Who let you in here? The nurse, startled, hastily retreated. Xiao Yan turned her head, once more fixating her gaze upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, don't even think about running away. Even if the entire world opposes us, I shall not let you go. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's tone softened as she began to act coy. Lin Yu, please don't be angry with me. It's simply because I love you so much that I behave this way. Lin Yu, observing the rapid fluctuations in her emotions, found himself at a loss. Xiao Yan grasped Lin Yu's hand and shook it gently. Darling, please don't be mad at me that I promise to be good, as long as you remain by my side. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiao Yan, your behavior is truly exhausting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes reddened. Exhausting? You dare say that being with me is tiring? Lin Yu, do you no longer love me? With this, her agitation began to rise once more. That I don't care. You must love me, and only me, Xiao Yan exclaimed loudly. She wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, teasingly saying, Lin Yu Gidge, I know I've erred. Please forgive me this once, won't you? She blinked her large, watery eyes, filled with anticipation as Lin Yu continued to witness her ever-changing emotions. He felt increasingly bewildered. Sensing his indecision, Xiao Yan pressed her face against Lin Yu's chest, gently rubbing against him, her voice growing softer. Lin Yu Gidge, I promise to be obedient from now on, and I won't be so headstrong again. Please don't be angry. Lin Yu remained unmoved. Xiao Yan pouted, shaking Lin Yu's body. Oh dear, Lin Yu Gidge, if you don't forgive me, I shall cry. Wah. Lin Yu cast her a resigned glance. Xiao Yan, stop this nonsense. Immediately, Xiao Yan ceased her feigned sobbing, revealing a sweet smile. So you have forgiven me, right? Chapter 31. Acting Cute. Part 2. Lin Ning remained silent. Xiao Yan continued her playful antics, lightly tugging at the hem of Lin Yu's shirt. Her voice sweet. Lin Yu Gidge, I promise to prepare delicious meals for you every day, to smile at you constantly. Just please don't stay angry with me. She fluttered her eyelashes, her long lashes batting alluringly. Lin Yu Gidge, I shall also give you massages to relieve your fatigue from the day. How does that sound? Lin Yu continued to be silent. Xiao Yan bit her lip, placing her hands together at her chest. Looking pitiful as she pleaded, Lin Yu Gidge, I swear I will be as gentle as a kitten from now on, obediently listening to you. Please, don't ignore me. Seeing that Lin Yu remained unresponsive, Xiao Yan's voice took on a shaky tone. Lin Yu Gidge, if you truly do not forgive me, my heart will shatter into pieces. Can you bear that? Noticing Lin Yu's continued silence, tears welled up in her eyes as she reproached. Lin Yu Gidge, are you truly so heartless? I've pleaded so earnestly. She leaned closer, gently tugging at his arm. Lin Yu Gidge, look at me. I am so pitiful. Can't you feel compassion for me? Lin Yu still maintained a stoic expression. Offering no words, Xiao Yan sniffled, her voice quivering. Lin Yu Gidge, I will knit you a warm scarf and sing to you when you are tired. Can't you just hold me and say you're not angry anymore? She flung herself into Lin Yu's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Lin Yu Gidge, I truly understand my mistakes. If you remain silent, I will cry all day long. Xiao Yan lifted her head from Lin Yu's chest, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. Lin Yu Gidge, I promise I will never confine you again. Truly, I swear. You can go wherever you wish. I will no longer restrict your freedom. Just forgive me this once. She nuzzled her cheek against Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu Gidge, I will patiently await your return home, preparing warm meals for you, as long as you don't ignore me. Yet, Lin Yu still offered no reply. Growing anxious, Xiao Yan stamped her foot. Lin Yu Gidge, I truly will change. I will eradicate my bad habits and become a gentle and considerate girlfriend. Please, believe me. She took Lin Yu's hand and placed it against her cheek. Feel my face. My heart is filled with regret. Truly, Lin Yu gighed. Noticing a slight curve at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth, a flicker of hope ignited within her, and she quickly seized the moment. Lin Yu gighed. Look at how sincerely I am apologizing. Please don't stay angry with me. In the future, I will give you ample personal space and will not be overly clingy and domineering. That I shall respect your thoughts and decisions. Becoming an understanding girlfriend, she cradled Lin Yu's face in her hands, her eyes brimming with expectation and pleading. Lin Yu gighed. I promise I will never make you feel oppressed or constrained again. Will you? Lin Yu pushed her away, frowning as he said, Xiao Yan, your words are easy to say, but how can I trust you so easily? Xiao Yan stumbled back from the shove, nearly losing her balance. Yet she quickly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's legs, crying out, Lin Yu gighed. I am serious this time, truly. Just give me one more chance, just once. Lin Yu scoffed. Xiao Yan, I have already given you far too many chances. Xiao Yan clung tightly to Lin Yu's legs, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Yu gighed. I know I have been excessive before, but this time I am genuinely determined to change. I will prove it to you with my actions. Please, do not leave me. Chapter 32. Acting Cute. Part 3. Xiao Yan nuzzled Lin Yu with her hair, sweetly saying, Lin Yu gighed, do I not resemble a well-behaved little kitten? Surely, you would not deny a kitten's plea for reconciliation. Would you? Lin Yu looked down at her, his expression softening slightly, yet he remained silent. Observing this, Xiao Yan continued to nuzzle closer, her voice growing even more melodic. Lin Yu gighed, the little kitten acknowledges its mistake and promises to be obedient from now on. Please forgive the little kitten. She tilted her head back, gazing up at Lin Yu with a pitiful expression, her eyes full of supplication. Xiao Yan let out a soft meow, her hands forming little claws at her chest. Blinking up at him, Lin Yu gighed, meow, I will truly improve, meow. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly returned to his serious demeanor. Seizing the fleeting moment of levity, Xiao Yan exclaimed, shaking Lin Yu's leg. Lin Yu gighed. You smiled, which means you still care for me, right? Meow. What song shall I sing for you? Lin Yu gighed. Lin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yan began her performance, with alluring lashes and a smile as sweet as honey. I am a sassy little wildcat. Meow. Lin Yu's lips curled up once more, yet he maintained his stern facade. Humph. Do not think this will easily win my forgiveness. Sensing her tactics were working, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled as she continued to meow. Lin Yu gighed. Meow. I will keep striving to make you smile. Meow. She circled around Lin Yu, meowing incessantly. Meow, meow. I promise to be good. Meow. Lin Yu fought to suppress his laughter. Turning his head away to avoid looking at her, Xiao Yan dashed in front of Lin Yu, her hands pressed together, pleading. Lin Yu gighed. Please, don't ignore me. This little kitten, meow. Unable to resist, Lin Yu finally remarked, You are truly too adorable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan leapt with joy. Meow. Lin Yu gighed. Does that mean you are no longer angry with me? Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. For now, I am not angry, but you must keep your word. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. Meow. Lin Yu gighed. I will definitely keep my word and behave from now on. With that, she leapt into Lin Yu's embrace. Meow. Lin Yu gighed. You are the best. Lin Yu finally burst into hearty laughter, his voice bright and cheerful. Ha, Xiao Yan, you little rascal, you truly leave me helpless. He laughed while holding Xiao Yan tightly to eye in his embrace. Xiao Yan rubbed against him. Meow. Lin Yu gighed. You look so handsome when you laugh. Lin Yu affectionately tousled Xiao Yan's hair. You must not be willful again. Xiao Yan obediently replied. Meow. I understand. Lin Yu gighed. With happiness radiating from his face, Lin Yu declared. All right then, little kitten, let us return home. Xiao Yan cheered. Meow. Off to home we go. Hand in hand, Lin Yu and Xiao Yan walked towards their home, Lin Yu chuckling. Xiao Yan, you always find a way to soften my heart. Xiao Yan looked up at him, sweetly replying. That is because Lin Yu gighed cherishes me. Lin Yu playfully pinched her nose. Only you can say such things. Along their way, laughter filled the air, the previous grievances seemingly faded into oblivion. Suddenly halting her steps, Xiao Yan looked earnestly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gighed. I will cherish our relationship from now on. Lin Yu nodded. I believe in you. Upon returning home, Lin Yu entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. While Xiao Yan tidied up the somewhat disheveled sofa in the living room, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu in the kitchen, her eyes betraying an ineffable infatuation. Moments later, Enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, prompting Xiao Yan to rush to the doorway. Peering in, Lin Yu giggled, "What delicious food are you making?" Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Lin Yu turned and smiled. "It's all your favorites. Just wait a little longer." Yet, Xiao Yan stepped closer, hugging Lin Yu from behind, her cheek pressed against his back as she murmured, "Lin Yu giggled, I can't bear to be apart from you for even a moment." Lin Yu paused, chuckling. "Stop fooling around. Go wait in the living room." Reluctantly, Xiao Yan released her hold and returned to the living room. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly locked onto Lin Yu, never wavering for even a moment. When the dishes were served at the table, Xiao Yan eagerly took her seat and began to indulge in her meal with great delight. Lin Yu observed her with a constant smile gracing his lips. However, as she ate, Xiao Yan cast a fervent and somewhat frenzied look at Lin Yu. After they finished their meal, the two sat on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. Xiao Yan gently leaned her head on Lin Yu's shoulder and said, "Brother Lin Yu, this moment is truly wonderful. I wish I could keep you by my side forever, only for my eyes to behold." Lin Yu was startled, but dismissed it as a jest, that moment. Lin Yu's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and after listening for a while, his expression gradually turned serious. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly darkened. She snatched the phone from him and smashed it to the ground, shouting, "No one shall take you away from me." Chapter 33. Your pretense in the hospital. Lin Yu was taken aback by Xiao Yan's sudden outburst, unable to suppress a curse. "WC, Xiao Yan. Have you lost your mind?" He stared in disbelief at the girl who had just been so gentle in the hospital, now completely unhinged. Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face. Her body trembled violently. Her lips quivered uncontrollably as she cried out with a hoarse voice, "Lin Yu, I love you so much. Why can't you understand?" Her voice seemed to emerge from the depths of her soul. Filled with endless despair and madness, her gaze turned fiercely intense, as if she were trying to pierce through Lin Yu's very soul. Her hands were clenched into fists, nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping down. Yet she remained oblivious to it all. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. The air around them seemingly solidified, suffocating. A chilling sense of dread enveloped them, as if an ominous storm were about to engulf everything. Xiao Yan suddenly let out a cold laugh, her voice echoing eerily in the stillness of the night. "Lin Yu, since you do not comprehend my love, I shall be compelled to ensure you remain by my side forever, even if it requires any sacrifice." Her eyes revealed a reckless determination that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu gazed at her in horror, shouting, "Xiao Yan, calm down." Yet, Xiao Yan seemed utterly oblivious to his pleas. Lost in her own frenzied world, she advanced toward Lin Yu step by step, murmuring, "You are mine, and will always be mine." Lin Yu instinctively retreated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice trembling as he implored, "Xiao Yan, please calm down. Let us talk this through." However, Xiao Yan paid him no heed. Her eyes grew increasingly wild, like a feral beast, just as she was about to close the distance between them. A gust of cold wind swept through, tousling her hair, yet her stride did not falter. "I can no longer remain calm. Lin Yu, no one shall take you from me," Xiao Yan shrieked, her voice resonating in the night. Filled with despair and obsession, Lin Yu's eyes widened as he shouted at Xiao Yan, "You are not like this in the hospital." Xiao Yan's expression froze for a brief moment before spiraling into further madness. "The hospital? What of it?" "In the hospital, I could still pretend, but now I no longer wish to mask my true self. Lin Yu, you are mine, and only mine." Lin Yu's voice quivered with anger. "Xiao Yan, you are utterly irrational. You were so gentle and understanding in the hospital. Why have you transformed into this?" Xiao Yan laughed derisively. "Gentle and understanding? What did that earn me? Your indifference. From this moment on, I will not allow you the chance to leave me." The surrounding darkness seemed to be intimidated by Xiao Yan's frenzy. Even the wind ceased to blow. Lin Yu's back pressed against the wall, with no retreat left. His heart sank into despair, unsure of how to confront the completely unhinged Xiao Yan before him. In this suffocating moment, Lin Yu suddenly burst into laughter, the sound starkly contrasting the silence, marked by madness. Xiao Yan was momentarily startled by his unexpected laughter, halting her approach, her face displaying a mix of confusion and anger. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing?" Lin Yu, amidst his laughter, retorted, "Xiao Yan, look at yourself now. You resemble a lunatic. Do you truly believe this will keep me? You are mistaken. The more you act this way, the more I yearn to escape." Xiao Yan's face darkened further, and she roared, "Dare to try and escape." Lin Yu's laughter did not cease, yet a resolute glint shone in his eyes. "Xiao Yan, you are beyond redemption, even if I were to perish." I shall not be bound by you. At that moment, an intense confrontation seemed imminent. Xiao Yan could no longer contain herself, lunging at Lin Yu, gripping his collar tightly, her eyes filled with fury and madness. Lin Yu, you shall not flee. Today you must provide me with an explanation. Lin Yu struggled desperately to free himself from Xiao Yan's grasp. Xiao Yan, let me go. Your actions will only make me loathe you more. Xiao Yan's nails dug into Lin Yu's shoulder, her voice piercing. Loathe me? That is still preferable to losing you. They grappled in the darkness. Lin Yu's arm collided with a nearby flower pot, shattering it with a crash. Fragments scattering across the ground. Xiao Yan's hair became disheveled, her face streaked with either tears or sweat. Suddenly, Xiao Yan ceased her movements, staring blankly at Lin Yu, despair flickering in her eyes. Lin Yu, why has it come to this? Why? Chapter 34. Dragged into the unknown darkness, Lin Yu gasped for breath, gazing at the nearly shattered Xiao Yan before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Run. While Xiao Yan had not yet erupted again, he needed to escape this terrifying situation. His eyes began to dart around, frantically searching for an escape route. He unconsciously shifted his feet, leaning slightly forward, ready to dash at any moment. Xiao Yan seemed to sense Lin Yu's intentions. She abruptly lifted her head, fury igniting in her eyes once more. Lin Yu, dare to run and see what happens. Lin Yu was startled by her shout, his body trembling, yet the urge to flee intensified. Gritting his teeth, he made a bold decision and sprinted toward the door. Xiao Yan pursued him frantically, shouting, Lin Yu, you cannot escape. Thus began a heart-pounding chase. Lin Yu shouted back as he ran, Xiao Yan, calm down. Yet Xiao Yan paid no heed, her speed increasing as she chanted, I cannot calm down. Lin Yu, you are mine. Lin Yu ran for dear life, nearly stumbling, but quickly regained his footing and continued forward. Xiao Yan, let us talk this over, he pleaded, attempting to soothe her. However, Xiao Yan remained unresponsive, her hair whipping in the wind, her gaze fixed solely on Lin Yu's retreating figure. Bystanders on the street were alarmed by the scene, hastily stepping aside, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Lin Yu darted into an alleyway, hoping to lose Xiao Yan, yet she relentlessly followed, her heavy breathing echoing in the quiet alley. Lin Yu, stop hiding. I will find you. Xiao Yan's voice brimmed with obsession. In a panic, Lin Yu concealed himself in a dark corner. Holding his breath, afraid to make a sound, his heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. In the darkness, he clamped his hand over his mouth, terrified of any noise escaping. Xiao Yan's footsteps drew nearer, each step like a hammer on Lin Yu's heart. That he fixed his gaze in the direction of her movements, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yu, where are you? Xiao Yan's voice resonated in the confined space. Lin Yu felt as though his heart would cease to beat. He prayed that Xiao Yan would not discover his hiding place. Just then, a mouse scurried past his feet, creating a faint noise. Xiao Yan abruptly halted, a twisted smile spreading across her face as she slowly approached Lin Yu's hiding spot. Lin Yu held his breath, his heart racing. After a moment, he noticed the silence surrounding him. Had Xiao Yan left? Filled with doubt yet hesitant to peek out, he remained still. The darkness was eerily silent. Sweat beaded on Lin Yu's forehead as he speculated about Xiao Yan's whereabouts. After a brief interval, his curiosity got the better of him. He cautiously peeked out, hoping to assess the situation at that moment. A hand suddenly seized his shoulder, and Xiao Yan's chilling voice echoed in his ear. Found you. Lin Yu trembled in terror, exclaiming, Don't do this. Yet Xiao Yan tightened her grip, her voice low and menacing. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Lin Yu struggled in desperation. Xiao Yan, please, don't. Xiao Yan's eyes held no trace of compassion as she dragged Lin Yu along like a mere object. Come with me. This time, you shall not run. Lin Yu fought against her with all his might, but Xiao Yan's strength was unexpectedly formidable, and he was inexorably pulled toward the unknown darkness. Chapter 35. The bystander emerging from the darkness. Just then, a passerby appeared. Lin Yu felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, shouting loudly, Help me. Let us refer to this passerby as Xiao He. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Xiao He halted his steps and, with a wary tone, inquired, What is happening? Xiao Yan turned her head sharply and glared at Xiao He, exclaiming, Mind your own business. Intimidated by Xiao Yan's fierce gaze, Xiao He hesitated, but upon noticing Lin Yu's pleading eyes, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Lin Yu urgently pleaded, Brother, I implore you, help me. She has lost her mind. Taking a deep breath, Xiao He summoned his courage and said, Miss, Let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for such hostility. Xiao Yan, her eyes wide with fury, retorted, I told you to stay out of this. With that, she tightened her grip on Lin Yu, dragging him forward once more. Seeing this, Xiaohei acted without hesitation, reaching out to pull Lin Yu back while shouting, Miss, you cannot act so recklessly. Enraged by Xiaohei's interference, Xiao Yan freed one hand and forcefully pushed towards the passerby, exclaiming, Get out of my way. Xiaohei stumbled back, nearly losing his balance, yet he quickly regained his footing. Resolutely clutching Lin Yu's arm, creating a standoff with Xiao Yan. Release him, Xiaohei bellowed as he tugged at Lin Yu, reprimanding Xiao Yan that moment. Xiao Yan, having completely lost her composure, kicked Xiaohei with sudden ferocity. Taken aback, he staggered several steps backward, nearly falling. Grasping the spot where he was kicked, a look of agony crossed his face. What manner of woman are you, to be so unruly? Xiaohei exclaimed, both infuriated and exasperated. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu wriggled free from Xiao Yan's grasp and retreated behind Xiaohei. Noticing this, Xiao Yan became even more frenzied, charging towards Lin Yu and shouting, Lin Yu, don't run. Bystanders gasped in shock. Some began dialing the police. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, yet Xiao Yan remained undeterred in her pursuit of Lin Yu. Xiaohei stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking Xiao Yan's path, declaring, the police are on their way. Cease your madness. Ignoring his warning, Xiao Yan attempted to maneuver around Xiaohei to reach Lin Yu, who was now cowering behind Xiaohei, his expression one of terror as he continued to retreat. Just then, the distant sound of sirens echoed through the air. Xiao Yan's movements faltered momentarily, but she quickly resumed her frantic assault towards Lin Yu. The police arrived promptly, swiftly restraining Xiao Yan. Despite her struggles, she continued to call out Lin Yu's name at the top of her lungs. Observing Xiao Yan being subdued by the officers, Lin Yu felt a mix of fear and pity. After a brief inquiry, the police escorted Xiao Yan away, allowing Lin Yu and Xiaohei to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaohei patted Lin Yu's shoulder and advised, Young man, you must exercise caution in the future. Avoid such encounters. Gratefully, Lin Yu looked at Xiaohei and said, Brother, I cannot thank you enough for today. Without your intervention, I shudder to think of the outcome. With a perplexed expression, Xiaohei asked, What exactly transpired? Lin Yu sighed, his demeanor weary, and replied, She and I were once a couple. She was quite docile in the hospital, but upon returning, I do not know what triggered this transformation. Xiaohei furrowed his brow. That is indeed peculiar. Is there something you both overlooked? Lin Yu shook his head. I have pondered this, yet the reason eludes me. At that moment, a police officer approached Lin Yu and stated, Sir, your girlfriend's condition is quite unstable. She may require psychological treatment. Xiaohei reassured Lin Yu, let her calm down for now. Nodding slowly, Lin Yu gazed vacantly in the direction where the police had taken Xiao Yan. As the night breeze swept by, he shivered, feeling as though half of his soul had been extracted. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Lin Yu standing alone. Memories of the moments he shared with Xiao Yan flooded his mind. Those once sweet times now tasted bitter. What went wrong? Lin Yu murmured, his voice laden with profound sorrow and confusion. Time passed without his notice, and with heavy steps, he began to make his way home. Each stride felt as if he were treading on clouds. Weightless and feeble, upon arriving home, he surveyed the familiar surroundings, yet the absence of Xiao Yan's presence rendered everything stark. Lin Yu collapsed onto the sofa, cradling his head in his hands as his thoughts spiraled into chaos. His gaze unconsciously roamed the room, landing upon the couple's pillow Xiao Yan had purchased, their photographs together, and the snacks she had prepared for him. Once filled with warmth, these items now felt like daggers. Piercing his heart, he shut his eyes, striving for tranquility, yet Xiao Yan's frenzied eyes and desperate cries echoed relentlessly in his mind. He could not fathom why the gentle Xiao Yan from the hospital had morphed into such a tempestuous figure. Chapter 36, Luo, Part 1. Have I overlooked something? Lin Yu whispered, beginning to reflect on recent events in an attempt to uncover the cause of Xiao Yan's drastic personality shift. She is a Yandere. What was I thinking? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Perhaps from the very beginning, Xiao Yan's affection had been extreme and fervent. Merely unnoticed by him, he recalled her excessive possessiveness and controlling nature, which he had dismissed as signs of deep love, but now recognized as manifestations of her Yandere tendencies. That a chill coursed through him as he began to question whether he truly understood Xiao Yan. Those details he had previously disregarded now resembled pieces of a puzzle, revealing a Xiao Yan that was both foreign and terrifying. How did I become ensnared in such a relationship? Lin Yu lamented. Clutching his head, consumed by regret and bewilderment, dragging his weary body into the bedroom, he hastily discarded his clothes and collapsed onto the bed. Yet, even with his eyes closed, visions of Xiao Yan's madness plagued him, rendering sleep elusive. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu ultimately sat up, leaning against the headboard. Gazing out at the pitch-black night sky, he secretly vowed to uncover the truth and extricate himself from this harrowing emotional entanglement. However, utterly drained, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber, his furrowed brow betraying the turmoil that continued to haunt him even in dreams. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Lin Yu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, still bearing traces of fatigue and confusion. Rising to a seated position, he massaged his temples as the previous night's events replayed in his mind. Sighing, Lin Yu proceeded to wash up. Peering into the mirror, he noted that although his handsome features remained, he appeared somewhat haggard. He understood that he must confront the chaotic situation and seek a resolution. After a brief tidying, Lin Yu stepped outside. Determined to visit the police station to inquire about Xiao Yan's condition. As he walked along the street, a heaviness weighed down on Lin Yu's heart. The bustling sounds around him seemed distant and irrelevant, his thoughts consumed by Xiao Yan's plight. Upon arriving at the police station, he inquired about her status. The officer informed him that Xiao Yan's emotional state remained unstable and required further observation and assessment. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank further. He requested to see Xiao Yan, and after a moment of hesitation, the officer ultimately granted his wish. When Lin Yu finally laid eyes on Xiao Yan, she sat in a corner, her gaze vacant. Upon noticing Lin Yu, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, yet it quickly faded into indifference. Lin Yu attempted to engage her in conversation, but she merely stared at him coldly. Remaining silent, the sight of her apathy pierced Lin Yu's heart. After a moment of tense silence, he abruptly stood to leave. Just as he turned, he caught a glimpse of a barely perceptible panic in Xiao Yan's eyes. But it vanished just as swiftly. With each heavy step towards the door, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's hand clenched involuntarily. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to speak. Yet no words emerged. Reaching the doorway, Lin Yu paused, casting a final glance back at Xiao Yan, only to find her still icy demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately exited the room. After leaving the police station, Lin Yu wandered home in a daze. Throughout his journey, memories of Xiao Yan flashed through his mind, at times gentle, at others frenzied or cold. The lively shops lining the street bustled with energy, laughter, and chatter, yet all of it felt alien to him. He trudged along like a mere shell of a person, each step heavy and slow. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, causing him to look up and find a familiar yet strange face. Lin Yu, long time no see. The woman's voice was melodious, yet it carried an enigmatic undertone. Lin Yu regarded her with confusion, desperately searching his memory for any recollection of this woman. Chapter 37, Luo Yi, Part 2. Have you forgotten me? I am Luo Yi, the woman said, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief as she stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Lin Yu stared at her in bewilderment, utterly lost. Observing his reaction, Luo Yi laughed even more heartily. You were in my room last time. Have you truly forgotten so soon? Her gaze became fervent and intense, as if she intended to consume him whole. Lin Yu, unnerved by her penetrating stare, attempted to free himself from her grasp. Luo Yi, please don't do this. I genuinely do not remember. Yet, Luo Yi showed no intention of releasing him, tightening her grip and pouting. Humph, how dare you forget me and the things we shared in that room? Her voice was tinged with a hint of resentment. You are mine, and you shall always be. Lin Yu gazed at her in terror, utterly bewildered by her words. Perceiving the figure before him, Luo Yi, as nothing short of deranged. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled the incident when he had intruded upon her room. Before he could react, Luo Yi lunged at him and kissed him fervently. Lin Yu struggled desperately to push her away, exclaiming, Luo Yi, have you lost your mind? Yet, she clung to him tightly, murmuring, you are mine. No one can take you away. After a strenuous effort, Lin Yu finally broke free. Gasping for breath, Luo Yi, what on earth do you want? With a dazed expression, she replied, I want you to be with me forever, belonging solely to me. A chilling dread surged within Lin Yu. He was at a loss regarding how to confront this unhinged woman. Luo Yi menaced, be my boyfriend, or I shall confine you in a dark room, keeping you as my pet for eternity. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Yi, you are utterly unreasonable, she sneered coldly. That is not for you to decide. As she advanced towards him once more, Lin Yu retreated, declaring, don't you dare. I will never agree to this. Luoyi halted, her gaze revealing a flicker of mad determination. Then just wait and see. I always deliver on my promises. Lin Yu hastily added, I have a girlfriend. Luoyi scoffed. That crazy woman? Everything she can provide, I can too. Anything she cannot, I can offer as well. Lin Yu shouted in fury, Xiao Yan is not a madwoman. Stop spewing nonsense. In an instant, the smile vanished from Luoyi's face, replaced by a twisted rage. How dare you mention her in front of me? No matter what, you must be mine. The sight of her in such a state filled Lin Yu with greater fear, prompting him to turn and flee. Luoyi reacted swiftly, seizing the corner of Lin Yu's garment. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy. Lin Yu exerted all his strength to break free, tearing a portion of his clothing in the process. Without a second thought, he dashed forward. Luoyi pursued him relentlessly, shouting, You cannot escape, Lin Yu. In a panic, Lin Yu ran into a narrow alley, but it proved to be a dead end. Despair washed over him as he faced the towering wall ahead, unsure of what to do. Luoyi soon caught up, blocking the alley's exit with a triumphant smile. Now, where do you think you can run? Lin Yu, filled with anger and helplessness, yelled, What do you want from me? I merely possess an extraordinary appearance. Luoyi's eyes glinted with obsession. It is precisely because of your face that I recognized you at first sight. You can only belong to me. Lin Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. You are utterly irrational. Is this your reason for tormenting me? Luoyi advanced step by step. Indeed, who could resist your charm? I will not let you go. Lin Yu found himself cornered, his back pressed against the wall. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Luoyi dismissively snorted, Call the police? Do you truly believe they can save you? Chapter 38. Ank's unveiling, I tell you, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. I will find you. I will confine you in a place known only to me, watching over you daily, ensuring you smile solely for me and converse only with me. Lin Yu cried out in despair. You madwoman, you are committing a crime. Luoyi burst into laughter, the sound echoing ominously in the narrow alley. A crime? For you? What does it matter if I commit one? Her smile abruptly froze, her voice icy. That day, you ran away. Lin Yu glared at her. Of course I ran. Who would willingly face a lunatic like you? Luoyi's expression turned fierce. Run. Do you think you can escape? I have searched for you for so long. Every night, I pondered your whereabouts, yearning to bring you back. Lin Yu's body trembled involuntarily. What do you want from me? Luoyi slowly approached him, whispering in his ear, I want you to remain by my side forever. With no thoughts of leaving. Should you dare to flee again, I cannot guarantee what more insane actions I may take. Lin Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat. Please let me go. I beg you. Luoyi laughed coldly. Let you go? Absolutely not. I have sacrificed so much for you. My heart is filled with you. As she spoke, Luoyi produced a sharp knife from her pocket, waving it before Lin Yu's eyes. Do you see this knife? If you disobey, I cannot promise it won't harm you. Lin Yu stared at her in terror. Don't you dare. Luoyi suddenly burst into laughter again, her mirth sounding eerily in the silent alley. Dare. I would do anything to possess you. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance, and Luoyi turned alertly. It was Ank, Lin Yu's former colleague. Upon seeing the peculiar stance of Lin Yu and Luoyi, she inquired, Lin Yu, what is going on? Lin Yu, as if he had spotted a lifeline, urgently called out, Ank, help me. This woman has gone mad. Luoyi glared at Ank with hostility. Who are you? Mind your own business. Though frightened by Luoyi's fierce gaze, Ank summoned her courage. Lin Yu is my former colleague. I cannot stand by while he is in danger. Luoyi scoffed derisively. A colleague? So what? He is mine. No one can take him away. Ank frowned. Don't act recklessly. Let's talk this out. Wielding her knife, Luoyi's agitation escalated. There is nothing to discuss. Do not interfere. Seizing the moment Luoyi was distracted, Lin Yu forcefully broke free from her grasp and ran to Ank's side. Upon witnessing this, Luoyi shrieked and charged forward. Lin Yu, do not run. Ank grabbed Lin Yu and turned to flee, with Luoyi hot on their heels, shouting, You cannot escape. The two sprinted desperately, veering into another alley. Breathless, Ank panted, Lin Yu, what is happening? Lin Yu's face was etched with bitterness. I don't know. She suddenly fixated on me, insisting I belong to her. Ank glanced back anxiously. What do we do now? Before Lin Yu could respond, Luoyi's voice echoed, I see you. Both Ank and Lin Yu's hearts raced as a high wall suddenly loomed before them, blocking their path. The sound of Luoyi's footsteps grew closer, and they found themselves backed against the wall. Ensnared in despair. Chapter 39. We will meet again, you insane woman. Lin Yu shouted at the advancing Luoyi, his voice filled with fury. Luo Yi emerged at the alley's entrance, her face twisted into a sinister grin. How does it feel now that you cannot escape? Aang gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Lin Yu, what should we do? Lin Yu clenched his teeth, positioning Aang protectively behind him. Luo Yi, do not harm her. Whatever you desire, come at me. Luo Yi scoffed. Humph, neither of you will escape. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. Luo Yi's expression shifted instantly. She shot a venomous glare at Lin Yu. Consider yourself fortunate. This time, I shall let you go. With that, she turned and vanished into the shadows. The police arrived shortly thereafter, and Lin Yu and Aang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yu was acutely aware that Luo Yi would not relent so easily. This ordeal was far from over. Aang pressed Lin Yu again. What on earth is happening? Lin Yu sighed in resignation. It's a long story. The last time I stumbled into a house, I encountered her. And she insisted I was hers. Then Xiao Yan came looking for me, and I jumped out of the window to escape. Aang's eyes widened in shock. What? How thrilling. Who exactly is this Luo Yi? Lin Yu shook his head. I have no idea. She is simply an inexplicable lunatic. Aang frowned in concern. We must be cautious. What if she appears again? Lin Yu bit his lip. We can only take it one step at a time. Hopefully, the police can keep her at bay. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After hesitating, he answered it. On the other end, Luo Yi's chilling voice echoed. Lin Yu, do not think you can rid yourself of me this easily. The game has only just begun. Lin Yu's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone, his face paling instantly. Aang anxiously asked, what happened? Is it her? Lin Yu's voice quavered as he replied, it's her. She says this is just the beginning. Aang attempted to reassure him. Do not fear. We have already called the police. She cannot do anything. After Aang bid Lin Yu farewell and left him at home, he initially believed Luo Yi would not reappear. Yet, in the following days, Lin Yu felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. One day, upon returning home from work, he discovered a bouquet of black roses at his doorstep. With a card inscribed, Dear, we shall meet again soon. Lin Yu was instantly engulfed by a chilling dread. He was oblivious to Luo Yi's true intentions and uncertain of when she might reappear. Each day, he lived in a state of trepidation, perpetually haunted by the notion that Luo Yi might suddenly emerge from some hidden corner to abduct him. At night, even the faintest whisper could jolt him awake from his slumber. Drenched in cold sweat on one such occasion, as Lin Yu walked home alone, he felt a delicate, icy caress upon his hair from behind, as if infused with an endless affection that he turned in terror. Yet found nothing amiss. However, as he resumed his path, the window display beside the road bizarrely reflected Luo Yi's twisted smile. Her lips curled into an exaggerated arc, her gaze revealing a frenzied and distorted possessiveness. As if her eyes were sharp hooks intent on wrenching his soul from his body to consume it. Frozen in place by this horrifying vision, Lin Yu felt as though his legs were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Just then, Luo Yi's hands reached out from the window, piercing through the glass, grasping for Lin Yu's neck, her voice a haunting whisper. Darling, you are mine. Never think of escaping. Lin Yu felt his breath constrict. The world around him blurring as his consciousness began to sink into an abyss of unending fear. Chapter 40. Xiao emerges startled awake. Lin Yu instinctively turned and fled. His heart raced wildly within his chest. As if it sought to burst forth, the wind howled in his ears, yet it could not drown out Luo Yi's piercing cry. Lin Yu, you cannot escape. I will catch you. Recklessly, Lin Yu sprinted, turning corner after corner until he was utterly exhausted, breathless, and his legs weakened. He sought refuge in an abandoned warehouse, huddling in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. The faint footsteps outside heightened his already taut nerves. Seconds turned into minutes, and at last, the terrifying sounds faded away. Cautiously, Lin Yu peeked out, and upon confirming that Luo Yi was nowhere to be seen, he exhaled in relief, dragging his weary body from the warehouse. He dared not linger, hastening home. Once inside, he swiftly locked the door, drawing the curtains as if this simple act could completely ward off Luo Yi. Collapsing onto the sofa, he gasped for breath, replaying the harrowing experience in his mind. Still shaken, yet this time, he had finally evaded Luo Yi's clutches. Unbeknownst to him, however, Luo Yi had not truly relinquished her pursuit. She lurked in the shadows, meticulously planning her next, even more frenzied move. Days passed, and Lin Yu remained in a heightened state of anxiety, fearing Luo Yi's return. Each day, he ventured out with utmost caution, perpetually scanning his surroundings. Nightly, he was roused from nightmares, leaving him in a state of utter fatigue. One day, as he returned home from work, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The once bustling street was eerily desolate, devoid of any figures. A sudden chill swept through him, causing him to shudder. At that moment, a shadow darted past him from behind. His heart leaped into his throat, and he quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run toward his home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered the door ajar. An ominous premonition swelling within him. He cautiously pushed it open, and the darkness inside enveloped him. With a snap, the lights flickered on, revealing Luo Yi seated on the sofa, a sinister smile gracing her face. "Darling, I knew you would return." Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror as he involuntarily recoiled. Just then, Xiao Yan, freshly released from the detention center, pushed the door open, her gaze frozen upon the scene. "Lin Yu, who is she?" Xiao Yan questioned, pointing at Luo Yi, her eyes brimming with confusion and wariness. Lin Yu stammered, "I don't know. She has been haunting me, and I don't even recognize her." Luo Yi rose, advancing step by step toward Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. Her smile growing increasingly maniacal. "Darling, how can you claim not to know me? And you, miss, do not even think of taking my Lin Yu from me." Xiao Yan glared fiercely at Luo Yi. "You lunatic. Stay away from Lin Yu." Luo Yi erupted into laughter, her cackles echoing throughout the room, sending shivers down their spines. "Ha ha ha. No one shall take him from me." Lin Yu and Xiao Yan huddled together, unsure how to confront the nearly deranged Luo Yi. Xiao Yan's expression hardened, her voice a venomous hiss. "You mad woman, Lin Yu is mine. He can only belong to me. No one shall take him from me." With that, Xiao Yan lunged forward, intent on seizing Luo Yi. The latter sidestepped, continuing her frenzied laughter. You dare compete with me? Lin Yu is mine." Xiao Yan's face turned ashen, her voice shrill. "I have sacrificed so much for Lin Yu. I will not allow anyone to take him from me. Not even you. You maniac." In that moment, Xiao Yan seemed to lose her reason, her hair disheveled and her eyes bloodshot, her appearance terrifying. She lunged at Luo Yi again, repeatedly shouting, "Lin Yu is mine, mine." Lin Yu stood paralyzed, overwhelmed and uncertain amidst the chaos of the two frenzied women. Chapter 41. Not even for a moment Luo Yi and Xiao Yan grappled fiercely, the latter attacking like a furious lion. Gradually, Luo Yi began to falter, fear etched upon her face. "You crazy woman, I will not spare you," she cried, struggling to free herself from Xiao Yan's grasp. Yet, Xiao Yan's strength was overwhelming, leaving Luo Yi utterly unable to escape. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Luo Yi forcefully pushed Xiao Yan away and bolted for the exit. Xiao Yan attempted to pursue, but Lin Yu quickly blocked her path. "Stop chasing her. Let us calm down." Gasping for breath, Xiao Yan's expression remained fierce. "Lin Yu, you are mine. No one can take you away." Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yan, filled with fear and helplessness. Suddenly, Xiao Yan seized Lin Yu's arm with such force that it pained him. "Lin Yu, do not be afraid. That mad woman has fled, and no one can take you from me," she declared, her voice trembling with a mix of frenzy and desperation. Lin Yu attempted to break free from Xiao Yan's grip. "Xiao Yan, please, calm down. This is too frightening." Xiao Yan's gaze turned mournful. "Lin Yu, I do this because I love you. Do you not understand?" Lin Yu fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts on how to escape this chaotic situation. As night fell, Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling outside his window. He sat up, his heart pounding. Could it be that Luo Yi had returned? Sweat beaded on his forehead. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Clad in a white nightgown, her hair cascading loosely, her pallor stark under the dim light, she approached. Lin Yu stared in horror, his voice trembling. "Xiao Yan, why are you here?" Xiao Yan offered no reply, advancing slowly toward the bedside. Her eyes were hollow and vacant, murmuring, "Lin Yu, I cannot let you leave me, not even for a moment." Lin Yu instinctively recoiled until his back pressed against the headboard. "Xiao Yan, please, don't do this. You're frightening me." Xiao Yan reached the bed, suddenly grasping Lin Yu's arm with an astonishing strength. "Lin Yu, you are mine. And you always will be." Lin Yu struggled desperately to free himself from Xiao Yan's hold. "Xiao Yan, please wake up." Yet, Xiao Yan seemed impervious to his pleas, her grip tightening, her nails nearly embedding into his flesh. "Xiao Yan, let go. It hurts." Lin Yu cried out in agony. But Xiao Yan remained unyielding, her murmurs persistent. "Lin Yu, tonight we shall sleep together. This way, you cannot escape." Terror gripped Lin Yu, yet he found himself unable to break free. Reluctantly, he allowed Xiao Yan to climb onto the bed, pressing closely against him. Her body encircled him like iron bands. Lin Yu lay there, rigid with fear, scarcely daring to breathe, praying for the horror of the night to pass swiftly. Just then, A peculiar thought surfaced in his mind, startling him. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. How could he entertain such a bizarre notion, with Xiao Yan clinging to him so fervently? Fear and revulsion should have consumed him, yet this thought burgeoned like wild grass in his mind, leading him to feel an unsettling sense of security in Xiao Yan's frantic possession. Lin Yu was tormented by this strange realization. On the verge of collapse, why was he feeling this way? Could it be that after enduring such extreme pressure for so long, his mind had twisted? Chapter 42. Unruly. In this episode, I believe everyone will enjoy. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan seemed to sense Lin Yu's peculiar state, tightening her embrace, whispering softly in his ear, Lin Yu, do not think of leaving me. Never. As she spoke, Xiao Yan gradually drifted into slumber. Yet even in her sleep, she was restless, moving about on Lin Yu's body and occasionally mumbling indistinct words. Lin Yu, initially consumed by fear and resistance, found an inexplicable spark of desire igniting within him as Xiao Yan fidgeted. He was taken aback by this sudden reaction, his heart brimming with shame and self-reproach. How could I feel this way? She is so wildly terrifying, and yet I entertain such thoughts. Lin Yu chastised himself vehemently in his mind. Nevertheless, that flicker of desire was akin to a flame. Once ignited, it was arduous to extinguish. His breath quickened, and he struggled to suppress this unwarranted impulse, but his body betrayed him. At that moment, Xiao Yan turned over, her hand inadvertently brushing against Lin Yu's sensitive area. He shuddered, a fierce battle between reason and desire raging within him. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. Lin Yu's gaze became glazed, and he instinctively embraced Xiao Yan. Responding to her unconscious movements, fixating on Xiao Yan's exquisite visage, he could no longer contain the impulses surging within him and began to kiss her fervently. His breath was heavy and rapid, his hands clutching Xiao Yan tightly as if he wished to meld her into his very being. In her sleep, Xiao Yan emitted a soft moan, a sound that further inflamed Lin Yu's desire. His kisses grew more fervent, leaving deep marks upon her neck and collarbone. Just then, Xiao Yan abruptly opened her eyes, devoid of surprise, instead reflecting a triumphant madness. Lin Yu, you ultimately cannot escape my grasp. Xiao Yan laughed excitedly, her hands firmly encircling Lin Yu's head. At that moment, Lin Yu was wholly consumed by desire. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated, their breaths and murmurs intertwining. Yet, amidst this fervor, a fleeting clarity pierced Lin Yu's mind. Gazing upon the frenzied Xiao Yan, an inexplicable fear welled up within him. However, the tide of desire swiftly drowned out this fear, and he continued to surrender to the uncontrollable passion. Time seemed to freeze, the world reduced to their rapid breaths and the sensations of their skin brushing against one another. Lin Yu's reason had long since been cast aside, and he was like a beast lost in a jungle of desire, driven entirely by instinct. When all finally settled into stillness, Lin Yu felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Collapsing onto the bed, sweat soaked his forehead as he gasped for air, his eyes vacant and bewildered. Yet Xiao Yan remained closely pressed against him, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, a strange smile gracing her lips. Lin Yu, from now on, you belong solely to me. Xiao Yan's voice was soft yet imbued with an unyielding certainty. Lin Yu turned to face Xiao Yan's beautiful yet fearsome visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain of the consequences of his recent impulses and how to confront this woman who inspired both love and fear within him. Chapter 43. I truly want to drink water. Lin Yu, you are mine, and never think of escaping from me. Even if you harbor the slightest notion of fleeing, I will make your life a living hell. Xiao Yan's voice was cold and resolute, her fingers gripping Lin Yu's arm tightly. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly inquired, shall we do it again? Her seductive tone echoed in the air. Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror, gazing at Xiao Yan's face, which radiated a mad desire, shaking his head repeatedly. No, Xiao Yan, we cannot do this again. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantaneously. She seized Lin Yu's ear with a fierce grip, as if intending to tear it off. Do you dare refuse me? You are mine, and you must obey me in all things. Lin Yu gasped in pain but dared not resist. The atmosphere in the room had grown oppressively tense, as if it could suffocate him at any moment. I will let you off tonight. Go to sleep, Xiao Yan said coldly, releasing her grip on Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily lying on his side, turning away from Xiao Yan, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet Xiao Yan wrapped her arms around him from behind, whispering softly in his ear, Lin Yu, do not think that just because tonight passes, all will be well. You are forever under my control. Lin Yu shut his eyes tightly, afraid to respond, praying for this terrifying ordeal to conclude swiftly. As the night deepened, sleep eluded Lin Yu. He listened to Xiao Yan's steady breaths, contemplating how he might free himself from her shackles. Suddenly, Xiao Yan unconsciously kissed him. causing his body to stiffen. He had not anticipated such an action from her in her sleep, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Gently, he attempted to shift Xiao Yan's hand from his body, hoping to rise quietly. However, just as he sat up, Xiao Yan abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze imbued with a sinister intensity. "Where do you think you are going?" Her voice cut through the darkness like ice. Lin Yu shivered in fright, stammering, "I just wanted to get a drink of water." Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. "A drink of water? I believe you wish to take this opportunity to escape." With that, Xiao Yan yanked Lin Yu back onto the bed, holding him tightly, her strength nearly suffocating him. "Do not even think of leaving me. Never even dare." Xiao Yan growled into Lin Yu's ear. "I really just want a sip of water." Lin Yu's voice trembled with pleading. Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment, her gaze revealing suspicion and wariness, but ultimately she loosened her grip on him. "I will go with you," she stated, her eyes never leaving Lin Yu. A jolt of apprehension shot through Lin Yu, but he feigned calmness and replied, "All right." The two made their way to the kitchen, Lin Yu's steps heavy, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him slowly extinguishing. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Lin Yu picked up a glass, pretending to pour water while Xiao Yan stood by, closely monitoring his every move. "Finished? Now let's go back to sleep," Xiao Yan said coldly. Lin Yu nodded in resignation. Following her back to the bedroom. As they passed through the living room, Lin Yu caught a glimpse of a fruit knife on the coffee table, and a dangerous thought surged within him. The moment that thought emerged, he forcefully suppressed it. He understood that a single misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 44. The beginning of a nightmare. Following her back to bed in a heavy silence, Xiao Yan continued to cling to him like an octopus, her face pressed against his. Lin Yu felt as if he could scarcely breathe, the pressure in his chest growing ever more intense. He attempted to gently push Xiao Yan away, but she only tightened her embrace. "Don't move. Stay still." Xiao Yan's voice resonated in his ear, laced with an unyielding authority. Lin Yu dared not move again, staring at the dark ceiling, his thoughts in disarray. Time passed, and fatigue washed over him, his consciousness gradually slipping into slumber. Suddenly, he felt Xiao Yan's body trembling. Startled, he instantly awoke. "Xiao Yan, what's wrong?" Lin Yu asked softly. Xiao Yan did not respond, only shaking more violently, incoherent murmurs escaping her lips. An increasing sense of unease gripped Lin Yu. He reached for the bedside lamp, intending to illuminate the situation. However, just as his hand grazed the switch, Xiao Yan suddenly screamed, "They want to capture you." Lin Yu was jolted by her unexpected scream, his body shivering in response. Who wants to capture me?" "Xiao Yan, don't frighten me." Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with terror, her hands clutching Lin Yu's arms tightly. "I don't know. I don't know who they are. But they have been lurking in the darkness, wanting to take you away from me." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, finding Xiao Yan's words absurd. "Xiao Yan, are you having a nightmare? How could this be?" Xiao Yan shook her head vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. "It's true. Lin Yu, you must believe me. Only I can protect you. Please, do not leave me." Lin Yu sighed helplessly, gently patting Xiao Yan's back to soothe her. All right. I believe you. Just calm down." Yet at that moment, the window in the room suddenly burst open with a violent gust of wind, the curtain swirling wildly as if some unknown entity were about to intrude. Lin Yu rose to close it. As he approached the window, a bone-chilling wind struck him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Just as he reached out to pull the window shut, he felt an invisible hand grasping his wrist, pulling him outward with force. "Ah!" Lin Yu cried out in terror. Xiao Yan screamed from behind. "Lin Yu, what's happening?" Lin Yu struggled desperately against the unseen force, only to find himself utterly powerless, just as despair began to envelop him. The force abruptly vanished, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Lin Yu quickly shut the window and drew the curtains, gasping for breath. "What is happening, Lin Yu?" Xiao Yan asked, her voice trembling. Lin Yu's complexion was pale, eyes filled with fear. "I don't know. It feels like something out there wants to seize me." At that moment, the lights in the room began to flicker ominously, casting a terrifying atmosphere. "See, only by staying by my side are you safe," Xiao Yan declared. Lin Yu gazed at her, his heart a tumult of conflict and dread. He was unsure whether to trust Xiao Yan's words, yet the inexplicable force and eerie phenomena he had just experienced sent chills down his spine. "Xiao Yan, what on earth is happening? Why is this occurring?" Lin Yu inquired, his voice trembling. Xiao Yan clung tightly to Lin Yu, a glint of madness evident in her eyes. "Don't ask so many questions. As long as you don't leave me, nothing will happen. No one can take you away from me, not even a ghost." At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed through the room, seemingly emanating from all directions, leaving them unable to discern its source. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan looked around in terror, yet saw nothing. "Who is it? Show yourself," Lin Yu shouted. However, the only response was that chilling laughter, growing louder, as if it intended to consume them. Suddenly, Xiao Yan bit down on Lin Yu's shoulder, fiercely declaring, "Lin Yu, even in death, we must die together." Lin Yu cried out in pain but dared not break free from Xiao Yan's grip. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the corner of the room, slowly advancing towards them. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as she screamed at the shadow, "Get away! He is mine!" The shadow did not halt, drawing nearer, a chilling presence permeating the air. Xiao Yan's nails dug deep into Lin Yu's back as she hysterically shouted, "Lin Yu, if you dare take a step away from me, I will kill you right now. Then I'll take my own life, and we will be ghosts together." Lin Yu, frightened by Xiao Yan's madness, turned pale. He attempted to push her away but found he lacked the strength to do so. "Xiao Yan, calm down. Let's see what this thing truly is." Lin Yu's voice quivered with desperation. Xiao Yan ignored him, her gaze fixed on the approaching shadow, repeating, "Don't come closer, don't come closer." The shadow finally stood before them, its features obscured, merely a mass of indistinct darkness. Xiao Yan lunged at the shadow, grappling with the unknown entity. Lin Yu stood by helplessly, wanting to assist but unsure how. Suddenly, Xiao Yan let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. "Xiao Yan." Lin Yu rushed over to hold her. Xiao Yan, barely breathing, whispered, "Lin Yu, don't leave me. Even if we go to hell, I will pull you with me." With that, she fell unconscious. Lin Yu gazed at the unconscious Xiao Yan in his arms, then at the enigmatic shadow, his heart filled with despair, anger, and fear. Just as the shadow drew closer, Lin Yu jolted upright in bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. He turned to see Xiao Yan sleeping peacefully beside him, her face adorned with that familiar, obsessive expression. Lin Yu felt a lingering dread, unable to discern whether what had transpired was a dream or a premonition of reality. He quietly got out of bed and walked to the window, staring into the pitch-black night, his mind racing. That dream felt so vivid, the fear still coiling around his heart. Lin Yu couldn't help but recall Xiao Yan's erratic behavior and her extreme possessiveness, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Just then, a voice filled with confusion came from behind him. "Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Lin Yu stiffened and slowly turned around to find Xiao Yan looking at him with eyes full of suspicion and wariness. "Nothing, just had a nightmare and came out for some fresh air," he replied casually. Xiao Yan approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head against his back. "See, you are only safe when you stay by my side." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his rebuttal. "But this so-called safety is suffocating me." Xiao Yan's body stiffened, her grip tightening. "No matter how you feel, I will never let go." Lin Yu forcefully pried Xiao Yan's hands apart and turned to meet her gaze. "Xiao Yan, your love is too heavy. I cannot bear it." Xiao Yan's eyes instantly turned fierce. "What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" Lin Yu immediately shrank back, hastily saying, "Xiao Yan, I didn't mean it that way." "Please don't be angry." Xiao Yan scoffed. "I know you wouldn't dare." Lin Yu cautiously regarded Xiao Yan, attempting to soothe her emotions. "Xiao Yan, I know you mean well, but sometimes I really feel overwhelmed." Xiao Yan shot him a glare. "Overwhelmed? With me by your side? How can you feel overwhelmed?" Lin Yu lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. "That's not what I meant. It's just," before Lin Yu could finish, Xiao Yan interrupted. "No more explanations. Just remember you can never leave me, or I will do anything." Lin Yu's heart tightened, unsure how to respond. At that moment, a strange sound echoed from outside the window, resembling someone crying. Both Lin Yu and Xiao Yan were drawn to the sound, looking out the window simultaneously. Lin Yu sighed in relief. "Oh, it's just a cat. You startled me." However, Xiao Yan remained frowning. "Even if it's just a cat, you must not be distracted." Lin Yu nodded helplessly. All right, I won't be distracted." As Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly as she embraced Lin Yu again. "Remember, your world can only have me." Lin Yu fell silent, feeling increasingly oppressed. At that moment, the cat's cries resonated once more, growing ever more anguished, as if foretelling something ominous. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan returned to bed, yet Lin Yu found sleep elusive, his mind preoccupied with the earlier argument and the peculiar cries of the cat. Xiao Yan, however, quickly drifted into slumber, occasionally mumbling in her dreams. As Lin Yu tossed and turned, he finally began to feel drowsy, but then he sensed a gentle caress on his face. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Xiao Yan still fast asleep. The sensation returned, sending a chill through his body. He sat up, turning on the bedside lamp, and saw that there was no one else in the room but them. Just then, the cat's cries echoed again outside, this time seemingly closer. Unable to resist, Lin Yu approached the window to look outside. He saw the cat standing on the windowsill, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Lin Yu was taken aback and hastily shook Xiao Yan awake. Xiao Yan, wake up." His voice trembled with fear. Xiao Yan groggily opened her eyes, irritated. "What is it at this hour?" "There's a strange cat outside. It won't stop crying." and its gaze is particularly unsettling. Lin Yu spoke hurriedly. Xiao Yan rubbed her eyes and glanced at the window. It's just a cat. What is there to be afraid of? But it feels really off, as if it's watching us. Lin Yu's face turned pale. Xiao Yan sat up, wrapping her arms around him. Don't be afraid. I'm here. However, at that moment, the cat suddenly began scratching at the window glass, producing a piercing sound. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly as she shouted at Lin Yu. This is all your fault. That cat is definitely after you. Why did you bring it here? Lin Yu was startled by Xiao Yan's sudden outburst. Stammering, I don't know. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Lin Yu, did you do something behind my back? Do you want to leave me? So you intentionally brought this cat to create chaos? Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Xiao Yan, don't think like that. I didn't. Suddenly, Xiao Yan lunged at him, her hands tightening around his neck. I don't believe you. You're lying. You must be hiding something from me. Lin Yu struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson. Just as he felt he was about to suffocate, the cat abruptly ceased scratching at the glass and jumped down from the windowsill. Xiao Yan finally released her grip. Lin Yu collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. Xiao Yan, have you lost your mind? Lin Yu stared at her in horror. Xiao Yan, however, sat calmly on the edge of the bed, coldly stating, Lin Yu, I'm doing all of this for your sake. You always make me uneasy. Lin Yu coughed, filled with fear and despair. Xiao Yan, this will kill me. Xiao Yan suddenly lunged at him again, holding him tightly. No, I want to let you leave me, even in death. We must die together. Lin Yu struggled to break free from her embrace. You are utterly unreasonable. Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face. Lin Yu, how can you say that? Everything I do is out of love for you. At that moment, the lights in the room abruptly went out, plunging them into darkness. Ah! Xiao Yan screamed. Lin Yu was also startled, his body trembling. In the darkness, he sensed an unknown terror looming closer. Chapter 45. The beginning of the nightmare. End in the darkness. Xiao Yan once more gripped Lin Yu's arm, her nails digging into his flesh. Lin Yu, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Lin Yu winced in pain, but dared not force her away. Xiao Yan, please calm down, calm down. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, and Lin Yu felt a pair of icy hands resting on his shoulders. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out. At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice turned sharp and frenzied. Who dares to touch my Lin Yu? The grip of those hands tightened, seemingly intent on dragging Lin Yu away. Xiao Yan clung desperately to Lin Yu's waist, crying out, Lin Yu, I want to let you go. Not even a ghost can take you away. At that moment, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the room, reminiscent of a furious roar from the depths of hell. It was then that the icy hand released its grip. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, utterly at a loss. What on earth is happening? Are we destined to perish? Lin Yu uttered despairingly. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth and declared, if we are to die, let us die together. After all, you will always be mine. The growling intensified, and amidst the darkness, a colossal shadow appeared to loom ever closer. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan's hearts raced, fear threatening to engulf them. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room for a brief moment, revealing a monstrous creature with a grotesque visage, clawing its way towards them. Ah! Xiao Yan screamed, shutting her eyes tightly. Lin Yu, paralyzed by terror, collapsed to the ground, but in that instant, his instinct for survival ignited. He seized Xiao Yan and dashed towards the door. Yet, the door felt as if it were ensnared by an invisible force, refusing to budge. It's over. It's over. We can't escape. Lin Yu cried out in despair. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly opened her eyes, fixating on Lin Yu with determination. Lin Yu, even if we die here, I will not let you go. Lin Yu, terrified, gazed at Xiao Yan, sensing she had lost her grip on sanity. The creature's footsteps grew ever nearer, and they found themselves pressed against the door, with no avenue for escape, just as they stood on the precipice of despair. Lin Yu spotted a window and urgently pulled Xiao Yan towards it. Xiao Yan, we must escape through the window, he shouted, but Xiao Yan clung to him fiercely. No, what if we fall? It's better than being devoured by that monster. Lin Yu freed himself from her grasp and flung open the window. At that moment, the creature was upon them, its frigid breath chilling to the bone. Lin Yu, disregarding his fear, scooped up Xiao Yan and leapt out the window. As they fell, Lin Yu could only hear the wind howling past his ears. Thud, they landed heavily on the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Yu pulled Xiao Yan to her feet and ran. Lin Yu, I can't keep up, Xiao Yan cried out, her voice laced with panic. Keep running, don't stop, Lin Yu urged, dragging her along in a desperate sprint. Behind them, the creature's furious roars echoed, enraged by their escape. Time lost all meaning as they finally stumbled into an abandoned factory that seemed somewhat safe. They concealed themselves in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Lin Yu, I'm scared, Xiao Yan whispered, snuggling tightly against him. Lin Yu, panting heavily, reassured her. Don't worry, I'm here. Yet, unbeknownst to them, danger was stealthily encroaching. The heavy footsteps drew closer, each step reverberating like a drumbeat against their hearts. What do we do? Lin Yu, it's coming. Xiao Yan's voice trembled, her body quaking uncontrollably. Beads of sweat coated Lin Yu's forehead as he frantically scanned for something to defend themselves with. Suddenly, he spotted a rusty iron rod and swiftly grasped it. Xiao Yan. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, he feigned calmness. Just then, the creature materialized before them, its horrifying visage rendered even more grotesque in the dim light. Lin Yu raised the iron rod and shouted at the creature. Stay back. Yet the monster showed no signs of retreat, opening its cavernous maw and lunging at them. Lin Yu swung the iron rod with all his strength, striking the creature, but it seemed unfazed. Continuing its relentless advance, Xiao Yan, paralyzed by fear, sat helplessly on the ground. With resolve, Lin Yu charged at the beast, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. The creature pressed closer, and Lin Yu fought with every ounce of strength he possessed. Its sharp claws grazed his arm, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson. But Lin Yu did not falter. He gritted his teeth and continued to swing the iron rod. Finally, Xiao Yan regained her senses. Searching frantically for anything that could assist, she discovered a battered oil drum and hurled it at the creature with all her might. The drum struck the monster, inciting a furious roar as it redirected its wrath toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, run, Lin Yu shouted. Xiao Yan sprinted for her life, the creature in hot pursuit. Lin Yu hastened after her, determined to divert the creature's attention. In that critical moment, he spotted a massive machine within the factory adorned with numerous sharp components. An idea sparked in his mind. He raced towards the machine, deliberately provoking the creature. Enraged, it charged at Lin Yu at the last possible moment. He evaded, causing the creature to crash into the machine. The sharp components pierced its body, and it writhed in agony before collapsing. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, mere seconds later, the creature suddenly rose again and lunged at Xiao Yan, swallowing her whole. Xiao Yan. Lin Yu's heart-wrenching scream echoed as tears filled his eyes that he dashed towards the creature, swinging the iron rod relentlessly. You beast, give me back Xiao Yan. But the monster remained unscathed, turning its fury towards Lin Yu. Consumed by despair and rage, Lin Yu fought with reckless abandon, undeterred by his wounds. Even if I die, I will fight you. Lin Yu roared defiantly. The creature's claws raked across Lin Yu's body, leaving deep gashes. It lunged forward, intent on devouring him. Just as it seemed his end was nigh, he awoke with a start. Lin Yu bolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat that he surveyed his surroundings. The familiarity of his room brought him a momentary sense of calm. It was merely a dream, yet it felt all too real. Lin Yu murmured to himself. The image of Xiao Yan being consumed by the creature flashed in his mind, sending a fresh wave of pain through his heart. Just then, a cat's meow echoed from outside, causing Lin Yu's body to tense instinctively. Still shaken from the terror of his nightmare, he suddenly found the scene shifting once more, and he discovered himself back in the abandoned factory. Xiao Yan's figure emerged before him, yet she appeared hazy, as if she might vanish at any moment. Lin Yu, save me, her voice echoed ethereally. Lin Yu rushed forward, desperate to grasp her, but his hands met only emptiness. Xiao Yan, don't leave me, he called out desperately. At that moment, the creature reappeared, emitting its fearsome growls. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with despair and helplessness, questioning why this was happening again. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. When the light dissipated, Lin Yu found himself back in his reality, wide awake this time. He glanced at the sleeping Xiao Yan beside him and gently kissed her. However, she abruptly opened her eyes, a wild glint of possessiveness shining within them. Lin Yu, were you thinking of leaving me again? Xiao Yan's voice was icy. Startled, Lin Yu quickly replied, No, Xiao Yan, I merely had a nightmare. Xiao Yan sat up abruptly, gripping Lin Yu's arm tightly. Don't lie to me. I know what you're thinking. Lin Yu attempted to break free from her grasp. Xiao Yan, please, you're hurting me. Rather than loosening her hold, Xiao Yan tightened it further. Hurting? Do you know how much my heart aches? I've sacrificed so much for you, yet you always seek to escape from me. Lin Yu, feeling helpless, responded, Xiao Yan, you're misunderstanding me. Tears brimmed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Misunderstanding? I saw the fear and disgust in your eyes. Do you think I could overlook that? Lin Yu's heart raced as he exclaimed. Xiao Yan, it's not like that. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan interrupted. Silence. I will not let you leave me, even if I have to chain you to keep you by my side." With that, she retrieved a length of iron chain from beneath the bed. Her gaze resolute, Lin Yu watched in terror as, in this tense moment, he resolved to share the contents of his nightmare with her. "Xiao Yan, I had a terrifying dream. There was a strange cat. And then a horrifying monster appeared, devouring you before relentlessly pursuing me." Lin Yu's voice trembled. Xiao Yan listened, her expression darkening rather than softening. "So you wish to use this nightmare as an excuse to rid yourself of me?" Lin Yu shook his head vehemently. "No, Xiao Yan, I was simply frightened." Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. "Fright? I see a guilty conscience instead." Lin Yu, anxious, insisted, "Really, it's not like that, Xiao Yan. The dream felt so real. And I still feel shaken." Xiao Yan clenched her teeth. "And what of it? Is that your excuse to leave me?" Lin Yu, feeling defeated, lowered his gaze, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he continued. "Xiao Yan, when that monster devoured you, my heart shattered. The pain and despair were indescribable. My world crumbled in an instant, filled only with the desire to save you, to wrest you from the monster's jaws." Lin Yu's voice quivered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Yan paused, a flicker of emotion crossing her face before her expression hardened once more. "Who can say if your words are sincere?" Lin Yu grasped her shoulders, fervently declaring, "Every word I speak is from the depths of my heart. I cannot bear the thought of being without you, not even in dreams, for the pain would be unbearable." Xiao Yan furrowed her brow and shook off Lin Yu's hand, saying, "Even so, what of it? Can you truly guarantee that your heart will remain unchanged?" Lin Yu gazed steadfastly at Xiao Yan, declaring, "I promise, I will never waver. And I shall never leave you." Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment, her grip still tightly clutching the iron chain, as if lost in contemplation. Lin Yu watched her anxiously, not daring to exhale. At last, Xiao Yan spoke slowly. "Lin Yu, I shall tentatively place my trust in you this time, but remember, should I uncover even the slightest betrayal, this iron chain will not spare you." Lin Yu nodded vigorously. "Xiao Yan, rest assured, I will never let you down." Xiao Yan scoffed, tossing the chain back beneath the bed. "You had better." Lin Yu sighed with relief, yet unease still gnawed at his heart. At that moment, a cat's cry echoed from outside, startling both Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. "Curse that wretched cat!" Xiao Yan exclaimed angrily. With that, she rushed to the window, flung it open, and seized the cat, hurling it forcefully down. "Meow!" The cat shrieked in despair. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's impulsiveness. "Xiao Yan, that was rather cruel," he remarked. Xiao Yan shot him a glare. "It is this cat that has brought us unrest." Just then, a cacophony erupted from below. "This cannot be good. Something is amiss." Lin Yu's heart tightened. They hurried downstairs, only to be met with a shocking sight. The cat, which Xiao Yan had thrown down, stood unharmed on the ground, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Surrounded by a flock of black crows that circled ominously, emitting spine-chilling cries, Xiao Yan was taken aback by the scene, instinctively gripping Lin Yu's arm. "What is happening?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lin Yu swallowed hard. "I do not know, but this feels increasingly wrong." Suddenly, the cat arched its back and emitted a low growl, as the crows seemed to receive a signal, descending towards them. "Run!" Lin Yu shouted, pulling Xiao Yan as they fled. They dashed through the neighborhood, pursued by the crows and the cat's furious roars. After what felt like an eternity of running, they found refuge in an abandoned garage, hardly daring to breathe. "Lin Yu, I am so frightened." Xiao Yan's voice quavered. Lin Yu held her hand tightly. "Do not fear. I am here." Unbeknownst to them, however, the garage concealed its own lurking dangers. In the darkness, they huddled closely, listening as the outside noise gradually faded. "It seems they have ceased their pursuit," Lin Yu whispered. Just as Xiao Yan began to relax, a distinct dripping sound pierced the silence of the garage. "What is that noise?" Xiao Yan's voice was filled with dread. Lin Yu cautiously activated his phone's flashlight, directing it towards the source of the sound. There, beneath a dilapidated car, a pool of dark red liquid slowly oozed. "Could that be blood?" Xiao Yan gasped, covering her mouth. Gathering his courage, Lin Yu approached the vehicle. In that moment, a hand shot out from beneath the car, grasping Lin Yu's ankle. He yelped, tumbling to the ground. Xiao Yan rushed over to help, both of them struggling to free themselves from the grip. Finally, they broke free and scrambled towards the garage door, only to discover it had mysteriously locked. "What do we do? We cannot escape," Xiao Yan cried in despair. Lin Yu scanned for another exit, and suddenly noticed a vent in the wall. "Xiao Yan, we can climb out through there." Lin Yu pointed to the vent. With great effort, they managed to ascend to the vent. Just as they believed they were about to escape, a shadow surged up behind them. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan crawled frantically forward, the shadow relentless in its pursuit. Hurry, Xiao Yan, faster, Lin Yu urged. Xiao Yan, breathless and fatigued, pressed on without faltering. Suddenly, the vent narrowed, forcing them to maneuver sideways. At that moment, the shadow closed in. Lin Yu, I cannot go on. Xiao Yan's voice cracked. Hold on, Xiao Yan. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, pushing her onward. Just as the shadow was about to seize them, they finally emerged from the vent onto the rooftop. The wind howled around them as they stood at the edge, with the abyss of the street below. The shadow emerged from the vent, stalking towards them step by step. What do we do? Lin Yu. Xiao Yan gazed at him in desperation. Lin Yu glanced around, spotting a bridge leading to the adjacent building. Xiao Yan, we must cross the bridge, he exclaimed, pulling her towards it. The shadow pursued them relentlessly, closing the distance. Finally, they reached the bridge, but it suddenly began to sway. Xiao Yan stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Lin Yu grasped her tightly, urging her to keep moving. Just as they neared the opposite building, the bridge abruptly fractured. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan plummeted with the collapsing structure. Xiao Yan's scream pierced the night, filled with anguish and defiance. In her final moments, Lin Yu's visage flashed through her mind, along with his heartfelt plea. Xiao Yan, run. Ultimately, Xiao Yan crashed heavily to the ground, a dull thud echoing through the air, stirring up dust. Her body lay twisted, silent forevermore. The shadow stood atop the building, coldly observing the aftermath, devoid of any emotion. Gradually, it turned away, moving with deliberate slowness like a harbinger of doom, vanishing into the engulfing night, leaving behind a profound stillness, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 46, Awakening from the Dream. Lin Yu awakened from his slumber, greeted by the enchanting visage of Xiao Yan. She smiled at him, her gaze imbued with an unsettling obsession. My dear, you have finally awakened. Xiao Yan's voice was so gentle that it sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu instinctively sought to evade her gaze, only to be embraced tightly by Xiao Yan. You cannot escape me, not now or ever, she asserted, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Lin Yu managed to force a smile. Xiao Yan, I am not trying to. Xiao Yan gently caressed Lin Yu's face, declaring, you are mine, and only mine. Should you dare betray me, I shall make your existence unbearable. A tremor coursed through Lin Yu's heart, though he dared not reveal it. After speaking, Xiao Yan stood to prepare breakfast, and seizing the moment, Lin Yu attempted to rise and leave, only to be caught by Xiao Yan's keen eye. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Yan's voice sharpened instantaneously. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, I merely wish to stretch my legs. Xiao Yan approached with a cold smirk, placing the breakfast heavily on the table. Stretch? It seems to me you are attempting to flee. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Xiao Yan, you misunderstand. Suddenly, Xiao Yan brandished a knife, pointing it at Lin Yu. If you entertain such thoughts again, I will kill you, then take my own life, and we shall be together forever. Lin Yu stepped forward and embraced her. Xiao Yan stiffened, nearly dropping the knife. My dear, please don't be so fierce, Lin Yu whispered softly in her ear. Yet, Xiao Yan's expression remained unyielding. Release me. Do not think this will make me trust you. Lin Yu not only refused to let go but tightened his grip. Xiao Yan, I know you love me, and I love you too. Xiao Yan forcefully broke free from his embrace, glaring at him. Love me? Then why do you always leave me feeling anxious? Why do you seek to escape my sight? Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiao Yan, I truly am not. Xiao Yan scoffed. Not? Then explain why you attempted to sneak away just now. Lin Yu hastily replied, I simply wanted to gaze at the scenery outside and get some fresh air. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? As she spoke, Xiao Yan picked up the knife again, gesturing menacingly before Lin Yu. If you dare to deceive me once more, I will take action. Lin Yu, filled with fear and helplessness upon witnessing Xiao Yan's near madness, decided to recount his dream experiences in full. Upon hearing his tale, Xiao Yan's eyes darkened further. So, in your dream, you wish to rid yourself of me? Lin Yu quickly shook his head. No, Xiao Yan, it was merely a dream, devoid of any significance. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, devoid of significance. I see you harbor ulterior motives. Lin Yu, now sweating profusely, pleaded. Xiao Yan, it is not as you perceive. In my dream, I desperately sought to save you, to protect you. Xiao Yan pressed on. Then why did the monster ultimately consume me? Is it not that your subconscious desires my disappearance? Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. Xiao Yan, please do not be unreasonable. It was simply a nightmare. Xiao Yan suddenly erupted into manic laughter, her voice sharp and frenzied. A nightmare. I see this as your true feelings. Despairing, Lin Yu looked at her, unsure of what to do next. He then thought of a tactic and playfully said, Wife, please do not let your thoughts run wild. Xiao Yan remained unmoved, her voice icy. Spare me your sweet talk. Your flowery words hold no power over me now. Lin Yu tugged at the hem of Xiao Yan's clothing, his expression pitiful. Wife, I truly love only you. The dream was an accident. With her eyes wide in fury, Xiao Yan shouted, an accident? Humph, I believe you are hiding something. Do you wish for my demise? Lin Yu quickly wrapped his arms around Xiao Yan's waist, his voice quivering. Wife, how could I wish for your death? You are the love of my life. I cannot live without you. Xiao Yan forcefully broke free, her gaze fierce. Cannot live without me? Then prove your sincerity by dying before my eyes. Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror. Wife, please don't say that. I truly understand my mistake. Suddenly, Xiao Yan laughed. A chilling smile gracing her lips. Understand your mistake. Then show me your heart, and let me see if it truly belongs to me alone. Lin Yu collapsed to the floor in fear. Wife, please do not frighten me. Xiao Yan advanced upon him step by step, a knife appearing in her hand without his noticing. Frighten you? I am serious. Did you not profess your love for me? Then prove it. In that moment, Lin Yu thought of another ploy and suddenly approached her to kiss her. Xiao Yan was taken aback for a moment before forcefully pushing him away, slapping him hard across the face. What are you doing? Did you think this would earn my forgiveness? She roared. Lin Yu covered his face, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. Xiao Yan, I merely wish for you to believe me. Xiao Yan scoffed. Believe you? Do you think a kiss can atone for your betrayal in my dream? Lin Yu realized the situation and, without hesitation, pressed forward to plant a peck on her lips. Xiao Yan initially appeared stunned, her cheeks flushing, but her expression quickly soured. She forcefully pushed Lin Yu away, gritting her teeth. Did you think this would make me happy? Do not be so naive. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his urgency palpable. Xiao Yan, I truly love you. Please do not treat me this way. Xiao Yan crossed her arms, her eyes reflecting madness. Love me? Then gouge out your eyes and show me. Lin Yu staggered back in fright. Xiao Yan, do not go too far. Xiao Yan advanced relentlessly. Too far? I have sacrificed everything for you, yet you contemplate betrayal even in your dreams. Is that not excessive? As she spoke, Xiao Yan picked up a pair of scissors, pointing them at her throat. Lin Yu, if you do not comply, I shall end my life before you, leaving you to regret forever. Lin Yu's face drained of color. Xiao Yan, do not act impulsively. I will do it. Xiao Yan erupted into wild laughter. Ah, now that is true love. Trembling, Lin Yu extended his hand toward his eyes, hesitating just before contact. Xiao Yan, noticing his hesitation, bellowed. What? Are you afraid? You truly are deceiving me. Lin Yu cried. Xiao Yan, it is not that I am afraid. I simply fear never seeing you again. Xiao Yan coldly snorted. Enough with the excuses, hurry. Lin Yu steeled himself, preparing to act, when suddenly Xiao Yan lunged forward and seized his hand. Humph, at least you show some conscience. Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly, yet her gaze remained frigid. Lin Yu sighed in relief, thinking the farce had come to an end. However, Xiao Yan continued, but this does not mean I completely trust you. From this moment forth, every move you make shall be under my watchful eye. Even if you need to use the restroom, I shall guard the door. Lin Yu nodded helplessly, feeling increasingly that Xiao Yan's obsession had reached an incomprehensible level. After stating her intentions, Xiao Yan went directly to prepare breakfast. Lin Yu sat on the bed, his mind rife with turmoil that he gazed at Xiao Yan busying herself in the kitchen, feeling a mix of emotions. He understood that Xiao Yan loved him, yet this love suffocated him, threatening to engulf his very identity. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan approached with breakfast, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Darling, come and eat. Lin Yu mechanically moved to the table, consuming his meal without savoring it. As he ate, Xiao Yan observed him closely, saying, Lin Yu, do not think of slacking off. If I discover you have not eaten properly, you will pay the price. Lin Yu hastened his pace. Once breakfast concluded, Lin Yu intended to rise, but Xiao Yan interjected, You are not going anywhere today. You shall stay at home with me. Lin Yu could not help but protest, Xiao Yan, I need a bit of personal space. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. Personal space? Are you plotting something behind my back? Lin Yu waved his hands in denial. No, Xiao Yan. I simply feel stifled being cooped up at home all the time. Xiao Yan glared at him. Stifled? Is being with me so suffocating? Very well, we shall go out together, but do not think you can escape. Once they ventured outside, Lin Yu had hoped for a moment of respite, but Xiao Yan's grip on him remained unyielding. As they walked down the street, Lin Yu felt increasingly embarrassed and helpless under the curious gazes of passers-by. Suddenly, a little girl selling flowers approached. Brother, buy a bouquet for your sister. Lin Yu reached for his wallet, but Xiao Yan coldly interjected. What flowers? That is a waste of money. The little girl quickly scurried away in fright. Lin Yu couldn't help but say, Xiao Yan, do not act like that. She is just a child. Xiao Yan scoffed. What, Are you feeling sorry for her? Do you think that child is cuter than me? Lin Yu sighed and fell silent. As they continued walking, Lin Yu spotted a coffee shop and suggested, Xiao Yan, let us step inside for a moment. Xiao Yan eyed him warily. What do you want to do inside? Have you arranged to meet someone? Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, explained, I am just tired and wish to rest for a while. Reluctantly, Xiao Yan followed him into the coffee shop. However, as soon as they sat down, Xiao Yan began her relentless questioning. Lin Yu, do you no longer love me? Are there other women outside? Lin Yu, in an attempt to divert her attention, remarked, Xiao Yan, the decor of this coffee shop is rather unique. But Xiao Yan was not swayed, her gaze unwavering as she demanded, do not try to distract me. Answer my question. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, offering a bitter smile. Xiao Yan, let us not discuss that for now. To try the CAF's coffee. I have heard it is quite delightful. Xiao Yan slammed her hand on the table, drawing the attention of those around them. Lin Yu, if you do not clarify your intentions today, you are doomed. Lin Yu's complexion darkened, and in a hushed tone, he replied, Xiao Yan, could you refrain from causing such a scene? We are in a public place. Please be mindful of your image. Xiao Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cried out, you think I am being unreasonable? You truly no longer love me. With that, she rose abruptly, intending to leave. Lin Yu hastily grasped her arm. Xiao Yan, that is not what I meant. Please do not go. Xiao Yan forcefully shook off his grip. Let go of me. I never wish to see you again. Chapter 47. Forced to live off others. At that moment, a smile crept across Lin Yu's face. He perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Without a second thought, he dashed out the door, not daring to look back. Xiao Yan's voice echoed behind him. Lin Yu, come back. If you dare run away, I will never forgive you. His heart raced, the sound of Xiao Yan's shouts ringing in his ears, yet he did not falter in his stride. He veered into narrow alleyways, attempting to elude her pursuit. Sweat drenched his back, and his breath quickened. He mused to himself, I feel as though I am running at lightning speed. Just when he believed he had successfully shaken her off. A familiar sound of footsteps approached from behind, growing ever closer, imbued with a sense of unbridled rage and madness. Lin Yu's heart leapt into his throat. He dared not look back and could only run with all his might. Suddenly, he spotted an abandoned warehouse ahead and thought it might serve as a hiding place. Without hesitation, he plunged inside, concealing himself behind a pile of debris, scarcely daring to breathe. However, it was not long before the door creaked open, and Xiao Yan's voice reverberated in the cavernous space. Lin Yu, I know you are here. Stop hiding. You cannot escape from my grasp. Lin Yu covered his mouth, trembling uncontrollably, his heart heavy with fear and despair. Xiao Yan's voice dripped with anger as she continued, Lin Yu, I was only testing you earlier. I never anticipated you would actually run. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Lin Yu. He emerged from behind the clutter, his voice quavering. Xiao Yan, please let me go. I cannot bear such love. A flicker of pain crossed Xiao Yan's eyes but was swiftly replaced by madness. Let you go? Impossible. You are mine, and you will always be mine. Lin Yu could not help but shout, what you call love is nothing but possession and torment. Xiao Yan scoffed, torment? And what of it? As long as I can keep you by my side, I will do anything. As she advanced toward him step by step, Lin Yu continuously retreated until his back met the cold wall. Xiao Yan reached out, attempting to seize him, and Lin Yu, in a moment of despair, closed his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to comply, taking her hand in his and tremblingly saying, Xiao Yan, I will not run away. Please do not act this way. A smirk of triumph crossed Xiao Yan's face. That is more like it, my dear. As long as you obediently stay by my side, everything can be negotiated. Lin Yu feigned a smile and nodded, but within, he was calculating his next move. As they exited the warehouse, Xiao Yan held tightly to Lin Yu's hand, unwilling to relinquish her grip. On the way, she incessantly chattered, from now on, you are not to leave me. Do you understand? Lin Yu meekly responded, understood, Xiao Yan. Upon returning home, Xiao Yan settled on the sofa and commanded Lin Yu, fetch me a glass of water. Lin Yu hurried to comply, increasingly feeling as if his life had transformed into a nightmarish existence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If she was to imprison him, then he would spend her money. The next day, Lin Yu embarked on a shopping spree, acquiring designer clothes and expensive jewelry, indulging in whatever he desired. When Xiao Yan saw the bill, her expression darkened. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Feigning indifference, Lin Yu replied, it is a waste not to spend your money. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yan said, do not think that this will lead to my releasing you. Lin Yu retorted with a cold chuckle, do as you please. I am simply enjoying myself. In the days that followed, Lin Yu's spending escalated, even going so far as to order a Lamborghini. Xiao Yan could no longer hold back. Lin Yu, if you continue like this, I will truly have no mercy. Lin Yu provocatively gazed at her. If you dare, then come at me. Xiao Yan trembled with rage, while Lin Yu internally reveled in his perceived success. Suddenly, Xiao Yan glared at him, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap. You scoundrel, I have treated you so well, and you repay me like this. Lin Yu's cheek reddened and swelled, yet he defiantly looked at Xiao Yan. You have forced my hand. Enraged, Xiao Yan stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, feeling a mix of vengeful satisfaction and an unsettling anxiety. After a while, Xiao Yan emerged from the bedroom, tossing a bank card at Lin Yu. Spend it. Go on, spend it all. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from her. However, he quickly embraced the opportunity, laughing heartily. This is fantastic. From that moment on, Lin Yu indulged in reckless spending, dragging an array of luxury items home. Although Xiao Yan's demeanor grew increasingly sour, she refrained from intervening. One day, while Lin Yu dined at a high-end restaurant, he received a call from Xiao Yan. Lin Yu, return home early tonight. I have something important to discuss with you. Her voice carried an eerie undertone. Lin Yu casually replied, understood. Upon returning home that evening, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere as soon as he stepped inside. Xiao Yan sat on the sofa, her expression devoid of emotion. Sit down, she commanded coldly. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Lin Yu steeled himself and took a seat. Xiao Yan began slowly. You have spent so much of my money. Are you pleased? Lin Yu feigned composure. Isn't that what you wanted me to do? Xiao Yan suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth sending shivers down his spine. Indeed, I encouraged your spending, but do you comprehend the cost? Lin Yu's heart sank. What cost? Xiao Yan stood and approached him step by step. The cost is your life. Lin Yu laughed. I know I belong solely to you. Upon hearing this, a fleeting softness crossed Xiao Yan's face. Quickly replaced by darkness. As long as you understand, then do not entertain thoughts of leaving me. Remain obediently by my side. Lin Yu nodded vigorously. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Xiao Yan scrutinized him, her gaze piercing as if searching for any sign of deceit. Lin Yu, you had better be sincere. If I discover you are playing any tricks, you will face dire consequences. Lin Yu forced a conciliatory smile. Xiao Yan, I would not dare. I promise to be obedient from now on. Xiao Yan snorted derisively before turning to enter her room, slamming the door heavily behind her. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He understood that Xiao Yan did not entirely trust him, and he needed to tread carefully. The following day, as Xiao Yan departed for errands, she warned him not to wander off. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, but once she left, he began rummaging through the house for anything that could be of use. While searching through a drawer, he stumbled upon a peculiar diary. Curiosity piqued. He opened it, and the contents left him astounded. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the words on the pages, his hands trembling uncontrollably. As he continued to read, he discovered detailed accounts of Xiao Yan's burgeoning obsession and possessiveness toward him, beginning from her high school years. Each page overflowed with her twisted yet fervent expressions of emotion. It dawned on him that she had been enraptured by him for much longer than he had realized. Xiao Yan, he whispered to himself, overwhelmed with fear and shock. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. And before he could set the diary down, the door swung open. Xiao Yan's face turned an ashen shade, her eyes blazing with fury and despair. Lin Yu, you dared to pry into my diary. Lin Yu stammered. Xiao Yan, I did not mean to. I was just, enough. She interrupted. What does it matter now? I love you so deeply that I want to keep you by my side forever. Lin Yu took a few steps back in trepidation. Xiao Yan, this is too frightening. Xiao Yan lunged forward, gripping his arm tightly. Frightening? I have transformed myself for your sake, and you dare call me frightening? Lin Yu struggled to break free from her grasp. Xiao Yan, please calm down. Xiao Yan scoffed. Calm down? I cannot. Now that you know, you shall never think of leaving me again. Lin Yu quickly reassured her. Xiao Yan, I will comply with everything you say. A flicker of suspicion crossed Xiao Yan's gaze as she scrutinized Lin Yu, seemingly searching for any hint of insincerity. Really, you had better not deceive me this time, she warned through gritted teeth. Lin Yu nodded fervently. I won't, Xiao Yan. I promise. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort, releasing her grip on Lin Yu's arm, and declared, very well, now follow me back to the room. You are not to leave my side for even a moment. Lin Yu obediently trailed behind Xiao Yan, yet his mind was racing with thoughts of how to navigate the situation ahead. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Yan seated herself at the edge of the bed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, come here and sit beside me, she commanded. Lin Yu cautiously approached and took a seat, the atmosphere in the room so oppressive that it felt suffocating. Suddenly, Xiao Yan wrapped her arms around Lin Yu and kissed him. Startled by this unexpected act, Lin Yu found himself too afraid to resist, passively enduring the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yan released him. Her eyes gleaming with a hint of frenzied satisfaction. Lin Yu, you will always be mine. Gasping for breath, Lin Yu was filled with a sense of helplessness and dread. Xiao Yan, I understand. I want to leave you, he said, his voice trembling. Xiao Yan smiled softly and embraced Lin Yu once more, as if fearing he would vanish if she loosened her grip. Lin Yu whispered, Xiao Yan, could you get me the latest model of an iPhone? Xiao Yan furrowed her brows, regarding him with suspicion. What do you need a phone for? Who do you wish to contact? Lin Yu hastily explained, I'm just bored and want to play some games to pass the time. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan replied, No, who knows what you might do with a phone? Lin Yu's heart sank, yet he persisted, Xiao Yan, I genuinely just want to kill some time, that I promise I won't contact anyone else. Xiao Yan scoffed, Do you think I would believe you? Don't even think about it. Defeated, Lin Yu lowered his head, internally lamenting how to persuade Xiao Yan. He suddenly raised his head, determination shining in his eyes as he reiterated, Xiao Yan, I beg you for a phone. I truly want to act recklessly. Look, I've been obedient during this time. Xiao Yan glared at him, her tone firm. No means no. Don't bring it up again. A flicker of despair crossed Lin Yu's gaze, yet he refused to give up. Xiao Yan, I swear I'll only play for 1 hour a day. I promise. I'm going crazy here. Have some pity on me. Xiao Yan turned her head away, coldly stating, I've said no, and that's final. Stop your whining. Lin Yu raised his voice, Xiao Yan, this is so unfair. I merely want a phone. Why can't you fulfill such a simple request? Xiao Yan sprang to her feet, shouting angrily, Dare you challenge me? Forget about the phone. Lin Yu was instantly taken aback, his voice cracking as he pleaded, Please, Xiao Yan, I truly beg you. Without a phone, I feel utterly isolated. I can't endure it any longer. Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly, yet her resolve remained firm. Lin Yu, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I'm afraid that once you have a phone, you want to stay by my side. Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. I want tea. Xiao Yan, I swear I want tea. I just want something to occupy my time. Otherwise, I might truly lose my mind. Xiao Yan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before conceding, Fine, but I will monitor your usage at all times. If I discover anything amiss, I'll confiscate it immediately. Lin Yu nodded eagerly. All right, thank you so much. Xiao Yan, rest assured, I won't disappoint you. 10 minutes later, the latest model of the iPhone arrived. Lin Yu eagerly accepted the device, his face alight with excitement. Xiao Yan, thank you. Xiao Yan stood nearby, her tone icy. Remember your promise. Do not do anything that would make me regret this. Lin Yu nodded fervently. You can count on me. Xiao Yan then enveloped her in a warm embrace. Xiao Yan was initially taken aback, but soon reciprocated. Wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's waist, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. You must keep your word, Xiao Yan whispered softly in his ear. Lin Yu released her, smiling, of course. At that moment, Xiao Yan swiftly snatched his phone. And after a flurry of activity on the device, she said, I've linked my bank card to it. Feel free to use it. Lin Yu embraced her once more, exclaiming, Xiao Yan, you're so kind to me. A blush crept onto Xiao Yan's cheeks as she replied, As long as you behave, I'm willing to give you anything. However, Lin Yu's mind was already racing with plans, with the phone in hand. It might just provide the opportunity he needed to execute his escape. In the following days, Lin Yu continued to feign compliance, causing Xiao Yan's vigilance to wane. One day, while Xiao Yan was busy cooking in the kitchen, Lin Yu stealthily checked the balance on the bank card. Upon seeing the string of numbers, excitement surged within him. Yet, just then, Xiao Yan emerged from the kitchen, and upon noticing Lin Yu smiling with the phone, her demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. What are you doing? Lin Yu's heart raced as he quickly turned off the screen, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing much, just looking for some fun new game recommendations. Xiao Yan regarded him skeptically. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You'd best be honest. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, assuring her, Xiao Yan, I truly have no ulterior motives. Xiao Yan snorted dismissively and returned to the kitchen. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, contemplating the need to expedite his escape plan. However, when he stumbled upon 2 games, one titled Late This Content and the other Nuclear Flat Golden Eagle, he was instantly captivated. After playing a few rounds, he found it immensely enjoyable and, in a moment of impulse, purchased every skin within the game. Xiao Yan, alerted by the bank card's spending notification, stormed over to Lin Yu, fury etched on her face. What are you doing? Spending so much on game skins? Lin Yu's heart raced. and he quickly defended himself. Xiao Yan, I just really love these two games and couldn't resist. Xiao Yan glared at him. You can still think about games? Do you not want to be with me properly? Lin Yu hastily grasped Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again. Xiao Yan shook off his grip. I'll give you one more chance. But if it happens again, you'll never touch the phone again. Lin Yu outwardly complied, but inwardly he was devising his own schemes. Once Xiao Yan left, he meticulously plotted his escape, waiting for the right moment. Chapter 48. The Great Escape at Last. On an afternoon when Xiao Yan was out, Lin Yu felt the moment was ripe. He gathered a few essential items and carefully opened the door, peeking outside to ensure there were no signs of abnormality before stealthily stepping out. I am free, brother. I'm escaping, Lin Yu exclaimed in exhilaration. However, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan had not ventured far. Shortly after leaving, she sensed Lin Yu's unusual behavior and deliberately concealed herself, observing his every move. The instant Lin Yu stepped out of the door, a glint of crazed fury flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Clenching her fists so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her skin, she seethed with rage. Just as Lin Yu descended the staircase, he suddenly heard Xiao Yan's chilling voice from behind. Lin Yu, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Lin Yu's entire body trembled, and fear coursed through him as he slowly turned around. Finding Xiao Yan advancing towards him, her gaze predatory. Xiao Yan, Lin Yu stammered, involuntarily stepping back. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Humph, you needn't say anything. You are mine, and will always be mine. With that, she lunged at Lin Yu, who, terrified, turned to flee. Xiao Yan pursued him relentlessly, her voice echoing. Lin Yu, don't run. You cannot escape. Lin Yu ran for his life, terror flooding his mind that he knew that if Xiao Yan caught him, the consequences would be dire. As he sprinted, he gasped, Wife, I was wrong. Yet Xiao Yan showed no signs of slowing down, her voice tinged with hysteria. Wrong. Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. I won't fall for your lies again. Lin Yu, desperate, dashed down an alley. Xiao Yan followed closely, her voice reverberating in the narrow, dimly lit passage. You can't escape. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back. Suddenly, Lin Yu stumbled over a stone, crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, Xiao Yan reached him, towering over him with a look of frenzied possessiveness. I've treated you so well. Why would you run? Why? Lin Yu stuttered. I just wanted to play a game of cat and mouse. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she yelled. What? A game? You think this is a game? Do you have any idea how worried I was? I thought you truly didn't want me anymore. Lin Yu quickly tried to calm her. Xiao Yan, please don't be angry. I was just looking for some excitement. Xiao Yan's expression darkened further, her voice sharp as a knife. Excitement. You think this is how you should torment me for your so-called excitement? You've gone too far. Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly untenable, he looked at Xiao Yan with a pitiful gaze. Xiao Yan, I promise I will never act this way again. Please forgive me just this once. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan suddenly leaned in and kissed Lin Yu, catching him off guard. Once the kiss was over, she glared fiercely at him. This is a little punishment for you. Don't think this will easily quell my anger. I will settle the score with you later. Lin Yu was stunned by this unexpected gesture, and before he could react, Xiao Yan had tightly embraced him. Her grip so strong that it nearly left him breathless. Lin Yu, you belong to me, and you will always be mine. No one can take you away. Xiao Yan's voice was nearly frenzied, her eyes glinting with an obsessive light. Her fingers dug deeply into Lin Yu's back, as if she intended to embed him within her very being. Even if you wish to play such a tiresome game, it must be with me. Do you understand? A chill surged up Lin Yu's spine, yet he dared not break free, only stammering, Xiao Yan, I know I was wrong. I will listen to you from now on. Xiao Yan released her grip, but then abruptly seized Lin Yu's arm with a force that felt as though it could crush his bones. Come, we are going home. This time, I will not let you off easily. Trembling, Lin Yu pleaded. Xiao Yan, could you please let go of me for a moment? Xiao Yan's eyes instantly turned ferociously fierce as she shouted, Let go. Not a chance. If I let you go, you would just run away again. I tell you, you will never escape from me in this lifetime. Fearful of her fierce demeanor, Lin Yu fell silent, allowing Xiao Yan to drag him along. As they walked, she incessantly muttered, Lin Yu, you are mine. Only mine. No one else can take you away. Despair filled Lin Yu's heart as he attempted to struggle, but Xiao Yan's grasp was like a vice, holding him firm. Xiao Yan, I truly won't dare again. I beg you, please don't be like this, Lin Yu cried, his voice breaking. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Now you know to beg. It's too late. When we get home, I will make you understand the consequences of betraying me." The street was eerily empty, their tug-of-war casting a particularly sinister shadow. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yu shouted, "WC." Upon hearing his cry, Xiao Yan tightened her grip even further, gritting her teeth as she said, "You dare to curse? Just wait until we get home. You will regret it." Lin Yu winced in pain, but dared not voice his discomfort, silently lamenting his plight. The desolate street seemed endless, and Lin Yu felt as though he were being dragged toward an abyss of darkness. "Xiao Yan, please calm down. I was truly just playing a game," Lin Yu cried, his voice choked with emotion. Xiao Yan abruptly halted, turning to fix him with a fiery glare. "A game? Do you think this is merely a game? To me, this is evidence of your betrayal." Startled by her intensity, Lin Yu stammered, "Xiao Yan, I understand my mistake. Please, don't do this. I'm scared." Xiao Yan scoffed, pulling Lin Yu forward again. "Now you're scared? Too late. Today, I will ensure you remember this." Lin Yu continued to struggle, shouting, "Xiao Yan, you can't treat me this way. This is illegal." Xiao Yan paused momentarily at his words, then howled even more frantically, "Illegal, for you. I care about nothing." Her anger flared at Lin Yu's attempts to escape, and she released him only to deliver a sharp slap to his face. "You dare to accuse me of wrongdoing? Everything I do is out of love for you." Lin Yu's head spun from the blow, yet he hurriedly continued to apologize. "Xiao Yan, it was my fault. I spoke out of turn. Please don't be angry. It's all my mistake." Xiao Yan's chest heaved with rage, her eyes ablaze. "Your mistake? Do you think an apology is enough? I have sacrificed so much for you, and this is how you repay me." Lin Yu bowed his head in humility, his voice thick with emotion. "Xiao Yan, I truly know I was wrong. I promise I will never do it again. Please forgive me this once." Xiao Yan glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. "Forgive? It's not that simple. I will not easily let you off the hook." Trembling, Lin Yu asked, "Xiao Yan, what do you intend to do to me when we get home?" Xiao Yan sneered, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. "Humph, you will find out soon enough, but I assure you, it will be something you never forget." Lin Yu's heart sank, his legs weakening as he felt on the brink of collapse. "Xiao Yan, please don't go too far. I truly know my mistake." Unmoved, Xiao Yan yanked Lin Yu along, quickening her pace as they neared home. All the while, Lin Yu's mind raced with horrifying scenarios, his heart filled with dread and unease. "Xiao Yan, I beg you, for the sake of our past, don't be so ruthless. I promise to be a good, obedient husband from now on, and I will never anger you again." He pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "Xiao Yan, I truly comprehend my error. Please spare me this time. I will cook for you every day, give you massages, and do whatever you wish," he continued, his words frantic and hurried. Xiao Yan remained silent, her grip on his hand tightening, her pace increasing. "Xiao Yan, I swear I will no longer engage in such dangerous games. I will wholeheartedly accompany you. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold this against me." Lin Yu's voice grew hoarse with emotion. Yet, regardless of his pleas, Xiao Yan appeared oblivious, her expression impassive as she guided him homeward, and Lin Yu's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. Upon reaching home, Xiao Yan thrust Lin Yu into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Terrified, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, the oppressive atmosphere of the room rendering him nearly breathless. Xiao Yan fixed her cold gaze upon him, slowly speaking. "Lin Yu, do you know how much I have sacrificed for our relationship? Yet you trample on my sincerity like this." Lin Yu hastily replied. "Xiao Yan, I truly know I was wrong. I will listen to whatever you say." Xiao Yan approached the cabinet, retrieving a length of rope, causing Lin Yu's eyes to widen in terror as he shouted. "Xiao Yan, what are you planning to do?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Xiao Yan stated, "From today onward, you will not leave my sight. I intend to tie you up." Lin Yu shook his head vehemently, attempting to retreat. "Xiao Yan, please, don't do this." But Xiao Yan disregarded his protests and lunged toward him with the rope. Lin Yu, in a panic, turned to flee, initiating a frantic chase around the room. He stumbled into the corner of a table and nearly tripped over a chair in his haste. Xiao Yan relentlessly pursued him, shouting, "Don't run. You want to escape today?" As he ran, Lin Yu gasped for breath, calling out, "Xiao Yan, please calm down. Let us discuss this." But Xiao Yan was deaf to his pleas, her eyes filled with a singular determination to capture him. Lin Yu dashed into the bedroom, attempting to lock the door. But before he could, Xiao Yan burst in. He quickly made for the balcony, realizing there was no escape. In that moment, Xiao Yan seized the edge of his clothing, and Lin Yu cried out in despair. "Help!" Hearing his cries, Xiao Yan hesitated for a fleeting instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu implored, "Xiao Yan, Let us talk this through. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by resolve. Talk this through? Do you think there is still room for discussion? Lin Yu, feeling a glimmer of hope, urgently explained, Xiao Yan, I know I went too far this time and hurt you, but this extreme approach won't solve anything. Biting her lip, Xiao Yan trembled as she replied, Then tell me, how should we resolve this? I have had enough of your deceit and evasion. Lin Yu felt a surge of relief, believing her stance was softening, and quickly responded, Xiao Yan, starting today, I will come home on time every day, report my whereabouts to you, and you can check my phone anytime. I will never play those worrying games again. I will accompany you in whatever you want to do. Xiao Yan scoffed, Do you think I will believe you just because you pretend to say a few words? Desperately sweating, Lin Yu exclaimed, Xiao Yan, this time it's genuine. I swear. If I lie to you again. Just let me. Xiao Yan interrupted, Enough. No more oaths. Your promises hold no value here. Lin Yu's face fell in despair. Xiao Yan, what must I do for you to trust me? She replied with a fierce determination. I will tie you up. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror as he trembled. Xiao Yan, please, don't. That's too extreme. Unmoved, Xiao Yan inched closer with the rope. I don't care. This is the only way I can feel secure and trust that you won't escape. Lin Yu backed away until his back hit the wall, with no avenue for escape left. Xiao Yan, I beg you. Let us find another way, please. Her gaze remained devoid of compassion, no room for negotiation. Today, you must be bound. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Yu resorted to sweet talk. Xiao Yan, you have always been the most beautiful and gentle person in my heart. From the very first moment I saw you, I knew you were my destiny. Your every move captivates me. How could I ever bear to leave you? This time, I truly acted foolishly. I assure you that from this moment on, every minute and every second will be filled with my profound love for you. Xiao Yan's movements momentarily faltered, a flicker of emotion passing across her face, but she quickly resumed her aloof demeanor. Enough of this. Such words hold no weight for me now. Lin Yu continued. Dearest, do you recall the beautiful moments we shared? Each instant is etched in my heart, precious memories that I will cherish for a lifetime. Without you by my side, my world would lose all its color. Xiao Yan's gaze appeared hollow, the rope in her hand slowly drooping. Really? But why do you still run away? Seizing the moment, Lin Yu stepped forward and grasped Xiao Yan's hand. That was merely a moment of confusion. My love, trust me, it will never happen again. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and replied, All right. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly enveloped Xiao Yan in a tight embrace. Thank you for choosing to believe in me once more. My dear, resting against Lin Yu's chest, Xiao Yan's voice still carried a hint of doubt. This is your last chance. If you dare deceive me again, Lin Yu quickly interrupted. I won't. I absolutely won't. Xiao Yan gently pushed Lin Yu away, staring deeply into his eyes as if searching for a trace of deceit. Lin Yu's gaze remained steadfast, unflinching. After a long while, Xiao Yan slowly stated, Very well. I will trust you one last time, but remember, this is the final opportunity. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. I understand. My love. I will not let you down. Xiao Yan sighed and turned to sit on the sofa. Her body appearing somewhat fatigued, Lin Yu hurriedly poured a glass of water and offered it to her. Xiao Yan, please drink some water and don't overexert yourself, he said cautiously. Xiao Yan took the glass, sipped a small amount, then set it down, remaining silent. Lin Yu, too, dared not speak, simply keeping her company in quietude. The room was so still that they could hear each other's breaths. After a long pause, Xiao Yan finally broke the silence. Lin Yu, please don't engage in such foolishness again. I truly cannot endure it. Her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with both reproach and profound expectation. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine under her stare and hurriedly replied, Xiao Yan, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I promise it will never happen again. Yet Xiao Yan maintained her piercing gaze, softly asserting, I hope you will follow through. I cannot withstand any further turmoil. Lin Yu solemnly nodded, assuring her, Trust me, Xiao Yan. I will demonstrate it through my actions. Only then did Xiao Yan slightly avert her gaze, letting out a gentle sigh. Let us hope so. Chapter 49. Kiss me. Xiao Yan fell into silence for a moment before suddenly stating, Kiss me. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback but then leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Xiao Yan frowned, reproaching, Not there. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yu softly pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was tender and lingering, as if to infuse every promise within it. After a considerable time, they parted, and a smile finally graced Xiao Yan's face. Now that is more like it. Lin Yu gazed at her, filled with guilt and determination. Xiao Yan, I will never allow you to feel sorrow again. A hint of vulnerability shone in Xiao Yan's eyes as she softly implored, "Hold me." Lin Yu immediately opened his arms, drawing Xiao Yan tightly into his embrace. Resting her head against his chest, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, seeking solace in its strength. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, "My dear, I will hold you like this forever," never letting go. However, Xiao Yan suddenly clung to Lin Yu with fervor, her voice tinged with fervor. "You better keep that promise. If you dare to entertain any other thoughts, I will ensure we meet our demise together." Lin Yu found it hard to breathe under her grip but managed to soothe her. "I won't, Xiao Yan. I absolutely won't." Xiao Yan loosened her hold slightly but still clutched Lin Yu's clothing tightly. Her eyes filled with obsession. "Lin Yu, you are mine. Only mine, and no one else can take you away." Lin Yu looked at her, feeling both pained and helpless. "Xiao Yan, please don't say that. I will never leave you." Xiao Yan snorted derisively. "Humph, you better mean it. I will keep a close watch on you." With that, she turned and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lin Yu remained in the living room, his heart still uneasy. The sound of pots and pans clattering emanated from the kitchen, prompting Lin Yu to approach cautiously. He saw Xiao Yan, her expression dark as she chopped vegetables with such vigor that it seemed as if she were cleaving an enemy. "Xiao Yan, let me help you," Lin Yu offered tentatively. Without glancing up, Xiao Yan coldly replied, "No need, just wait outside." Lin Yu dared not defy her and retreated. Before long, the dishes were served on the table. Yet Lin Yu found himself devoid of appetite, uncertain when this tumultuous existence would come to an end. Noticing his demeanor, Xiao Yan snapped, "What is that expression on your face?" Startled, Lin Yu hurriedly explained, "Nothing. Nothing at all, but I'm just a bit tired." Xiao Yan slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Tired? Are you still thinking about how to escape me?" Lin Yu quickly shook his head. "No, Xiao Yan. I truly am not." Xiao Yan glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. "You better not be. Now eat." Lin Yu picked up his chopsticks, forcing the food into his mouth, filled with bitterness. Xiao Yan snatched the chopsticks from Lin Yu's hands, viciously feeding him a piece of food, commanding, "I will feed you. Eat properly." Lin Yu dared not resist, obediently opening his mouth. As she fed him, she insisted, "Eat more. Don't dwell on irrelevant thoughts. Your life belongs to me." Lin Yu mechanically chewed, his eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. Suddenly, Xiao Yan halted, glaring at him. "Is it not delicious?" Lin Yu quickly shook his head, stammering, It's delicious, very delicious." Xiao Yan scoffed. "If it's delicious, then eat more. Don't look so reluctant." With that, she continued to shove food into Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu struggled to swallow, his voice trembling. "Xiao Yan, I really can't eat anymore." Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. "Can't eat? Are you trying to provoke me?" Lin Yu hastily waved his hands. "No, Xiao Yan, I truly am full." Xiao Yan scrutinized Lin Yu for several seconds before slamming the chopsticks down on the table. "Fine. If you won't eat, then don't." Lin Yu cautiously observed her, refraining from speaking. The room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by their labored breaths. After a while, Xiao Yan abruptly stood up and stormed into the bedroom. Slamming the door behind her, Lin Yu sat at the dining table, dazed for a long time, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was at a loss for how to mend the tense and distorted relationship with Xiao Yan. The night breeze swept through the window, sending a chill through Lin Yu. He quietly tidied the dining table and tiptoed to the bedroom door, hesitating about whether to knock. Just then, Xiao Yan's icy voice drifted from within. "Stop lingering outside. I don't want to see you." Lin Yu's heart tightened, prompting him to take action to ease the tension. He pondered briefly and decided to buy some food for Xiao Yan to lighten the mood. Lin Yu quietly slipped out, finding the nighttime streets rather desolate. He hurried to a nearby snack shop still in operation, purchasing Xiao Yan's favorite treats. Upon returning home and opening the door, he was met with Xiao Yan standing at the entrance, her expression cold and questioning. "Lin Yu, where have you been?" Startled by her demeanor, Lin Yu quickly raised the snacks in his hand, stuttering, "Xiao Yan, I went to get you some treats, your favorites." Xiao Yan snatched the snacks from him and hurled them to the ground, screaming, "Who allowed you to go out? You are not permitted to leave without my consent." Lin Yu panicked, hastily explaining, "Xiao Yan, I just wanted to make you a little happier. Please don't be angry." Xiao Yan approached Lin Yu, her eyes filled with madness. "Happy? Do you think this would make me happy? Are you trying to escape?" Lin Yu retreated repeatedly, shaking his head. "No, Xiao Yan, I truly am not." Suddenly, Xiao Yan seized Lin Yu's collar, threatening, "You better not be, or I will not let you off the hook." Lin Yu timidly suggested, Haven't you eaten yet? Why don't we go out together? Xiao Yan's grip tightened further. Her teeth clenched. Go out to eat. Are you trying to pull something outside? Lin Yu's face turned pale, hastily waving his hands. No. Xiao Yan, I just think it would be nice for us to change our mood and enjoy a meal together. Xiao Yan scoffed, releasing Lin Yu's collar. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Really? Lin Yu nodded vigorously. Like a wayward child. Really, Xiao Yan? I swear. Xiao Yan scrutinized him for a long moment before coldly stating, Then let us go, but don't think you can pull any tricks. Carry me. She commanded in a tone devoid of warmth. Lin Yu, not daring to defy her, crouched down so she could climb onto his back. As they walked, Lin Yu treaded carefully, fearing that any misstep might displease her again, while Xiao Yan clung tightly to his neck in silence. Passers-by who witnessed the scene cast envious glances, some softly commenting, Look at this couple, how sweet they are. Lin Yu managed to force a smile. Yet Xiao Yan exuberantly called out to them, Say a bit more, do say a bit more. The passers-by were caught off guard by her sudden request, falling into an awkward silence. Lin Yu cleared his throat, feeling embarrassed, and whispered to Xiao Yan, Please don't do this. It's rather embarrassing. Xiao Yan shot him a fierce glare and retorted, I want to hear it. The onlookers exchanged glances, and one kind-hearted older woman spoke up. Oh dear, you young folks are truly in love. May you always remain this happy, satisfied. Xiao Yan smiled, but Lin Yu's smile grew increasingly strained as they continued walking. Xiao Yan leaned against Lin Yu's back and, appearing somewhat cheered, said, Lin Yu, you must always treat me this well. Lin Yu nodded gently and quickly replied, Of course. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, Xiao Yan suddenly sprang from Lin Yu's back, playfully demanding, Carry me inside. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Yu complied, cradling Xiao Yan in his arms as they entered the establishment. Curious glances from the diners fell upon them, causing Lin Yu's face to flush, while Xiao Yan seemed utterly unconcerned, snuggling closer to him. Once seated, Xiao Yan clung tightly to Lin Yu's arm, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Lin Yu softly inquired, What would you like to eat? Xiao Yan blinked her eyes, replying, You order. I'll love whatever you choose. Lin Yu picked up the menu, carefully selecting dishes while Xiao Yan watched him intently, her gaze filled with dependence. After placing the order, Lin Yu set down the menu and turned to Xiao Yan, who smiled broadly before suddenly leaning in and planting a kiss on his cheek. Caught off guard, Lin Yu's face turned a shade of crimson, akin to an innocent youth feeling sullied. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Yan burst into laughter. Look at you, lacking even a bit of courage. Embarrassed, Lin Yu scratched his head, at a loss for words. Just then, the waiter began serving their meals, momentarily alleviating Lin Yu's discomfort. Xiao Yan picked up her chopsticks, offering a piece of food to Lin Yu's lips. Here, darling, try this. Lin Yu turned his head away, saying, I'm already full. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. What? You're saying you're full already? Are you trying to ruin my mood? Lin Yu hurriedly clarified. No, Xiao Yan, I truly am not hungry. With a huff, Xiao Yan insisted. No, you must eat. Reluctantly, Lin Yu gazed at her and opened his mouth to accept the morsel. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes as she declared, Darling, now it's your turn to feed me. Lin Yu's face turned a deep shade of red, glancing around nervously and lowering his voice. Xiao Yan, don't be silly. We're in public. Yet, Xiao Yan was undeterred, pouting, I don't care. You must feed me. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the diners were not paying them much attention. He reluctantly took a small piece of steak and brought it close to Xiao Yan's mouth. Xiao Yan beamed with delight, while Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. At that moment, several young patrons at a nearby table cast judgmental looks their way, whispering among themselves. Lin Yu's face burned with humiliation, wishing he could disappear. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan seemed unfazed, defiantly challenging the onlookers. What are you staring at? She shouted. Lin Yu quickly tugged at her sleeve. Xiao Yan, don't do that. She shot him a glare. What are you afraid of? Just then, the restaurant manager approached politely. Excuse me, could you please keep it down? You re-disturbing other diners. With a scoff, Xiao Yan replied, I understand. She then continued, Let us carry on. Lin Yu sighed in resignation, lowering his voice. Xiao Yan, let us be a bit more discreet. Xiao Yan rolled her eyes at him. Why are you so timid? Lin Yu fell silent, merely bowing his head. Yet Xiao Yan persisted, picking up another piece of steak and offering it to him. Come on, feed me again. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yu complied once more. All around them, the other diners shot them disdainful and disgusted looks, with some even whispering that their behavior was excessive. Lin Yu felt as if his face could fry an egg from the heat of embarrassment. He tried to coax Xiao Yan to tone it down. Xiao Yan, maybe we should stop. Everyone is. Xiao Yan interrupted. I don't care. Let them think what they want. Lin Yu sighed in defeat, feeling weary and helpless. Just then, a young man approached, grinning broadly. Hey, beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? A surge of jealousy coursed through Lin Yu, causing him to clench his fists. Xiao Yan glanced between Lin Yu and the young man, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. Sure. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yu stood up, exclaiming, No way. Xiao Yan turned, defiantly challenging him. Who are you to control me? Lin Yu's breath quickened with anger. Xiao Yan, don't go too far. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew tense, with all eyes now fixed on the three of them. Xiao Yan relished Lin Yu's jealous demeanor, her face lighting up with a manic smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yu, the angrier you get, the happier I become. Lin Yu stared at her in disbelief, shouting, Have you lost your mind? But Xiao Yan only laughed more freely. Yes, I'm crazy. Crazy in love with you. The young man, startled by the sudden turn of events, turned to leave. Xiao Yan seized his arm. Don't go. Didn't you want my WeChat? Lin Yu rushed over, shoving the young man aside and pulling Xiao Yan tightly against him. Xiao Yan, you can only be mine. Xiao Yan playfully pouted. Then you'd better prove to me just how deep your love runs. Lin Yu's gaze hardened. Xiao Yan, don't test my limits. Suddenly, Lin Yu realized what he was doing. He was taken aback by his own impulsiveness, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. Yet Xiao Yan appeared all the more exhilarated, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yu, you're finally showing your true self. Lin Yu loosened his grip on her, retreating a few steps, mumbling, No, it's not like this, Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan pressed on, her face alight with a wild grin. Lin Yu, admit it. You and I are the same. We're both crazy for love. Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. No, Xiao Yan, I don't want this. I don't want to lose control like this. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The ancients were not wrong. Two different souls cannot share the same bed. With that, Lin Yu bitterly chuckled at his own misfortune. Yet Xiao Yan abruptly grabbed his arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, shouting, What nonsense are you spouting? We are meant to be. Lin Yu winced in pain, attempting to free himself from her grasp, but found her strength astonishing. Just then, a chilling, piercing cry of a cat echoed from outside the restaurant, sending a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. He looked at Xiao Yan, whose face was nearly deranged, feeling as though he had plunged into an inescapable nightmare. Xiao Yan, calm down, he urged, forcing himself to sound steady. But Xiao Yan seemed oblivious to his plea. Her eyes locked onto him as she murmured, Lin Yu, don't even think about escaping. You can never escape my grasp. Lin Yu took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Xiao Yan, let us just go home, shall we? Xiao Yan scoffed. Home? Do you think that would solve anything? At that moment, the restaurant's lights went out completely, plunging them into darkness, with only Xiao Yan's sharp laughter echoing in the void. Chapter 50. Two terrifying dogs. At this point, the other diners fled in terror, leaving only Lin Yu and Xiao Yan behind. Lin Yu's heart raced as he attempted to find Xiao Yan in the darkness. Xiao Yan, stop this. However, all he received in response was her increasingly distressing laughter. A chill crept up his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped Lin Yu's wrist, causing him to shudder. Xiao Yan, is that you? He asked. It's me, my dear. Xiao Yan's voice floated softly through the darkness. Lin Yu released a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan, what is happening? This is terrifying. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. Oh, this is just the beginning. Lin Yu's heart dropped, sensing an ominous premonition. Just then, a strange rustling sound echoed in the dark, as if something was drawing near. Xiao Yan, did you hear that? He asked nervously. Yet Xiao Yan remained silent, her grip on Lin Yu's wrist tightening painfully. Let us go home. Lin Yu trembled, pleading. Still, she offered no reply, pulling him in one direction as they began to run. Lin Yu could only follow, stumbling as he went. The darkness around them felt almost tangible, suffocating him. After what felt like an eternity of running, Lin Yu caught sight of a faint glimmer of light ahead, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Xiao Yan, are we almost out? However, Xiao Yan remained silent, gripping his hand and quickening her pace. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, thinking, no matter what, it is a blessing to escape this dreadful place. Just then, the faint glimmer of light vanished abruptly, plunging their surroundings once again into an impenetrable darkness. Lin Yu's heart leapt to his throat. Xiao Yan, what is happening? Yet, Xiao Yan continued to be mute, her grip tightening, causing Lin Yu to stumble. He felt as though his wrist might be crushed. pain compelling him to cry out, "Xiao Yan, ease up, it hurts." But Xiao Yan seemed oblivious. Continuing her frantic dash through the shadows, suddenly, they burst through the large doors of the restaurant. Lin Yu observed that the street outside was deserted, with only the dim glow of streetlights casting a feeble illumination. Xiao Yan persisted in dragging Lin Yu along at a breakneck speed, prompting him to gasp, "Xiao Yan, where are we going?" Finally, she halted, turned to face him, her eyes hollow as she slowly replied, "Home." Lin Yu looked around in confusion. This was not the way home, Xiao Yan. This is not the direction to our house. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. "I said we can go home, and we will." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept past, causing Lin Yu to shudder involuntarily. "Xiao Yan, have you lost your mind?" he shouted. Xiao Yan's expression remained devoid of emotion as she fixed her cold gaze upon him, a look that felt utterly alien to Lin Yu. "I am not insane. It is you who fails to comprehend me." Her voice echoed as if it came from another realm. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. "Look at yourself now. Do you resemble a normal person?" Xiao Yan suddenly burst into laughter, the sound reverberating eerily through the silent street, amplifying the sense of dread. Lin Yu stumbled back, terrified by her laughter. "Xiao Yan, please stop. I am frightened." Xiao Yan stifled her laughter and advanced slowly towards him. "You are afraid. You dare to say you fear me?" At that moment, a distant barking shattered the tense atmosphere. Lin Yu suddenly recalled something. "What is that dog barking for?" he exclaimed instinctively, regretting the absurdity of his words as soon as they left his mouth. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. "What did you say?" "I was referring to you. I meant the dog," Lin Yu stammered, his eyes darting away. Xiao Yan glared at him. "Do you think I would believe you?" Lin Yu hurriedly grasped her hand. "Xiao Yan, truly, I swear, I did not mean you. It was that dog barking incessantly. It's driving me mad." Xiao Yan forcefully shook off his hand. "Do not touch me." Just then, the dog charged at them, barking furiously. Its eyes glinted ominously in the darkness, startling both Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. Lin Yu instinctively shielded Xiao Yan with his body. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Yet Xiao Yan retorted coldly, "Who asked for your protection?" The dog's barking grew more ferocious, as if fueled by boundless rage and resentment. In an instant, Xiao Yan lunged forward, killing the dog. Lin Yu stood frozen, staring at her blood-stained hands, trembling as he murmured, "Xiao Yan, how could you?" Xiao Yan turned to him, her face splattered with blood, her gaze both frigid and frenzied. "It deserved to die. Who told it to bark so wildly?" Lin Yu recoiled in terror. "Xiao Yan, you are terrifying." Xiao Yan stepped closer to him, extending her bloodied hand. "Now, you fear me, do you not?" Lin Yu shook his head vehemently. "No, Xiao Yan, please calm down. Let us go home." He pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Xiao Yan stood motionless, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead, still clutching the bloodied dog. Lin Yu cautiously approached her, gently grasping her arm. "Xiao Yan, let us go. We can talk about this at home." Only then did she slowly turn her head, casting a glance at Lin Yu before allowing him to lead her in the direction of home. Suddenly, she halted. "Lin Yu, will you leave me?" Lin Yu's heart tightened. "Never, Xiao Yan, I will never leave you." Xiao Yan reached out to caress his face, smearing blood across his cheek. Lin Yu shivered but did not pull away. Her voice softened. "Lin Yu, you had best not deceive me." Lin Yu grasped her hand firmly, gazing into her eyes with unwavering resolve. "Xiao Yan, I would never lie to you." Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, silently observing their every move. That moment, a gust of wind stirred, sending leaves swirling around them. Xiao Yan suddenly frowned, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. "Lin Yu, I feel as though someone is watching us." Lin Yu's heart sank, and he quickly scanned their surroundings. Where? Just then, another large dog charged toward them. As Lin Yu stood bewildered, Xiao Yan lunged forward again, killing the dog. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. "Xiao Yan, why do you keep?" Xiao Yan's gaze was wild. "It came at us. It asked for it." Lin Yu looked at this stranger who was once Xiao Yan, fear and confusion swirling within him. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted around them as a crowd, wielding flashlights, approached. "What is going on here?" someone shouted. Lin Yu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Yan, however, stood unfazed, a strange smile lingering on her lips. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted angrily, "This is utterly brutal. We must call the police." Lin Yu rushed to interject. "Everyone, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? She has killed 2 dogs. What misunderstanding could there possibly be?" a burly man retorted. Xiao Yan scoffed. "They deserve to die." The crowd erupted in chaos. accusations flying in every direction. Just then, the sound of police sirens drew closer, and Lin Yu's face turned ashen. The police arrived swiftly, taking control of the situation. Xiao Yan, this is serious. You need to come with us. One officer stated gravely, "We will pay for this." Lin Yu hastily interjected, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The officer frowned. This is not something that can be resolved with money. Her actions are criminal. Lin Yu's voice quivered. "Officer, please, she might be mentally unstable. I assure you I will look after her and prevent anything like this from happening again." The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Even if she is mentally unwell, she cannot just kill dogs at will. That man is truly unfortunate to have encountered such a woman. Xiao Yan laughed coldly from the side. "Lin Yu, you need not plead with them. I am not afraid." Lin Yu looked at her, feeling a mixture of anger and helplessness. At that moment, an officer declared, "We will take her to the station for now." Lin Yu watched in despair as Xiao Yan was ushered into the police car. His mind in turmoil. Back at home, he was restless, the image of Xiao Yan's cold, crazed eyes haunting him as he paced the room, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Startling him, he quickly answered. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Yu?" The Xiao Yan situation is rather complicated. "We need to conduct further investigations," came the officer's voice. Lin Yu gripped the phone tightly, his voice trembling. "Officer, what is her condition?" "It is still unclear, but her mental state does raise concerns. She may require professional evaluation," the officer replied. After hanging up, Lin Yu slumped onto the sofa, feeling as though his world was collapsing. A moment later, he seemed to make a firm decision, rising and heading straight for the police station. His heart was heavy as memories of his time with Xiao Yan flooded his mind. Upon arriving at the station, he urgently inquired about Xiao Yan's condition. "Officer, how is Xiao Yan?" Lin Yu's voice quivered slightly. The officer glanced at him. "Her emotions are still very unstable. You cannot see her at this time." Lin Yu's heart sank. "How long will this take?" "Until we clarify the situation and receive the results of her mental evaluation," the officer explained. Lin Yu nodded helplessly and sat on a bench outside the police station, filled with anxiety as he waited. "We will pay for this," he muttered to himself, as if clinging to a final lifeline. At that moment, an officer emerged, addressing Lin Yu. "Money is not the core solution. We need to understand why she acted this way." "She indeed has mental issues," Lin Yu replied earnestly. "She occasionally loses control of her emotions. But never to this extent." The officer furrowed his brow. "Has she seen a doctor?" Lin Yu looked down, his voice low. "She refuses to go, believing she has no problems." Sighing, the officer replied, "Let us await the results of the mental evaluation." Lin Yu gazed at the police station's entrance, guilt and worry flooding his heart. "Please, let me see her," he pleaded once more. The officer's expression turned conflicted. "It is not that you cannot see her. It is simply not the right time." Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he pleaded, "I beg you. I only wish to speak with her for a moment. I assure you it will not interfere with your duties." The police officer hesitated for a moment but ultimately relented. "Very well." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude profusely and followed the officer into the interrogation room. The moment he laid eyes on Xiao Yan, his heart sank. Her hair was disheveled, and her gaze was vacant. "Xiao Yan, what has happened to you?" Lin Yu's voice trembled with emotion. Xiao Yan slowly lifted her head to glance at him before lowering it again. Remaining silent. Chapter 51. The obsessive Luo Yi. At that moment, the officer urged, "We cannot delay any longer." "Are you joking, officer?" Lin Yu replied, confusion evident in his tone. The officer remained silent. Lin Yu cast a helpless glance at Xiao Yan before turning to leave the police station, feeling utterly lost. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. "Hello," Lin Yu answered. Bewildered. A chilling voice echoed from the other end. "Come to the abandoned factory outside the city." Startled, Lin Yu asked, "Who are you?" However, the caller had already hung up. As night fell, Lin Yu's heart grew heavier. Contemplating the mysterious call, he resolved to investigate the abandoned factory. Upon arriving at the factory, he found it eerily silent, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moonlight. "Is anyone there?" Lin Yu called out, his voice reverberating in the vast emptiness. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him from behind. Lin Yu spun around, but saw nothing. "Who is there? Show yourself." His heart raced. At that moment, a delicate voice emerged. "It's me, Lin Yu Gidge." Lin Yu focused his gaze and was stunned to see Luo Yi emerging from the shadows, clad in red. A sly smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. "Lin Yu Gidge, are you surprised to see me?" Lin Yu regarded her warily. "Luo Yi, what are you doing here?" Luo Yi laughed maniacally. "Why can't I be here? Everything is connected to me. Lin Yu's heart raced. What do you mean? The two dogs were my doing, Luo Yi said nonchalantly, a strange smile plastered on her face. Lin Yu shouted in disbelief. Why would you do that? Luo Yi's expression darkened. Because I love you, Lin Yu. Only this way can I ruin your relationship with Xiao Yan. Lin Yu trembled with anger. You are utterly deranged. Luo Yi burst into laughter. Mad? I would do anything for you. She lunged at Lin Yu, wrapping her arms tightly around his, her gaze fervent and obsessive. Lin Yu, you can only be mine. Xiao Yan does not deserve you that I will eliminate everyone around you, leaving you no choice but to rely solely on me. Lin Yu struggled to free himself from her grasp, shouting, You are beyond redemption. Yet Luo Yi seemed unfazed by his fury, playfully retorting, Go ahead and curse me. No matter how you treat me, I will never give up. Even if it means battling the entire world, I will have you. Her voice grew sharper, her expression more twisted. I will watch you closely. If you dare take a single step away from me, who knows what more insane things I might do. With that, Luo Yi recklessly lunged at Lin Yu, kissing him passionately. Lin Yu fought desperately, finally managing to push her away. You're insane, Luo Yi, he shouted. Luo Yi, however, continued to smile blissfully, her lips glistening with remnants of their kiss. Lin Yu, you are mine, and you will always be. Before he could respond, she again lunged at him, gripping his neck and kissing him fervently, murmuring, Lin Yu, don't even think about escaping. You will never escape in this lifetime. Even if you despise and loathe me, I do not care. I will be with you, even if it means descending into hell. Lin Yu struggled to breathe as she tightened her grip, exerting immense strength. He mustered all his energy to push Luo Yi away. But she clung to him like an unshakable piece of taffy. Luo Yi, let me go. You lunatic, he yelled. Instead of releasing him, Luo Yi intensified her hold, her nails digging painfully into Lin Yu's back, leaving trails of blood. Unable to endure any longer, he summoned every ounce of strength to break free from her grasp and sprinted away. Luo Yi pursued him frantically, shouting, Lin Yu, don't run. You can't escape. Lin Yu dashed forward without a second thought, colliding with countless obstacles in the darkness, yet he dared not stop. At last, he managed to shake off Luo Yi. Thank goodness, he gasped, feeling akin to a fugitive. I feel like I'm on par with a certain hero now. However, before he could regain his composure, he heard faint footsteps, and his heart leapt into his throat. Don't be alarmed. I merely work in this factory. A low voice called out. Lin Yu turned cautiously toward the source of the sound, spotting a hunched man emerging from the shadows. Let us call this man Xiao Huang, as he is wearing yellow. You work here. Isn't this factory abandoned? Lin Yu questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Xiao Huang sighed. It is abandoned, but I need to retrieve some things. And what are you doing here at this hour? Lin Yu hesitated but ultimately decided to share the details of his predicament. Upon hearing the tale, Xiao Huang's expression grew serious. This place is cursed. You shouldn't be here. Leave at once. Lin Yu turned to leave, uninterested in hearing more from Xiao Huang. As Lin Yu walked, he suddenly felt a drastic drop in temperature. An icy chill creeping up from his feet. What is happening? He halted, fear coursing through him. Just then, a ghostly voice whispered in his ear, You cannot escape. Dear one, I have found you. It was Luo Yi's voice, laced with a mix of triumph and madness. Lin Yu turned in terror, witnessing Luo Yi with bloodshot eyes, her hair wild, and an eerie smile on her face. Lin Yu, you are mine, and you will always be mine. As she spoke, she advanced menacingly. Lin Yu retreated, his voice trembling. Luo Yi, please don't come any closer. Unheeding, Luo Yi lunged at him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Darling, come with me to a place just for us. Lin Yu struggled, realizing her strength was astonishing. That moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing Luo Yi's grotesque visage. Lin Yu couldn't help but curse aloud, his fear and panic reaching a crescendo. Yet, Luo Yi seemed oblivious, murmuring, Darling, don't resist. What's wrong with being together? Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu exerted every ounce of strength to escape her clutches, but her grip was as unyielding as iron. Chapter 52. The terrifying bear. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed from above, making the entire factory tremble. Xiao Huang approached, wielding a flashlight that illuminated the scene before them. Let him go, he commanded forcefully. Luo Yi turned to face Xiao Huang, her eyes filled with hostility. Mind your own business, or you'll regret it. Unfazed, Xiao Huang declared, Young lady, you are clearly deranged. Release him at once. Luo Yi scoffed. What are you to tell me what to do? In an instant, Xiao Huang stepped forward and seized Luo Yi's wrist, compelling her to release Lin Yu. Have you had enough of this madness? Xiao Huang glared at her, his voice thick with suppressed rage. Luo Yi struggled against Xiao Huang's grip, her expression darkening. You will regret this, she hissed. Meanwhile, the thunder grew louder, and lightning split the dark sky, casting the faces of the three into stark relief. Lin Yu gasped for breath, casting a look of gratitude toward Xiao Huang. Thank you, Xiao Huang, he said weakly. Save your thanks. We must leave this place, Xiao Huang replied. Before he could finish, an ominous noise erupted from within the factory. As if something enormous was stirring, the three instantly tensed, and Xiao Huang directed the beam of his flashlight toward the source of the sound. That a massive shadow loomed closer, its outline indistinct but exuding a chilling presence. What? What is that? Luo Yi's voice quivered. Before they could discern the shape, the shadow lunged at them. They finally recognized it as a bear. Yet this creature was immense, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, its fangs glinting ominously in the lightning's flash. Xiao Huang gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps. Luo Yi's hostility was instantly replaced with sheer terror, while Lin Yu stood frozen in shock. Everyone, be careful, Xiao Huang shouted, trying to snap them back to reality. The bear let out a low growl that reverberated through the factory, sending vibrations through the air. Luo Yi screamed and turned to flee. Don't run. Xiao Huang cried out anxiously, but Luo Yi was beyond hearing him. Without hesitation, Xiao Huang dashed forward. That moment, he encountered a massive bear within the factory, and fury ignited within him. The bear lunged at him, initiating a contest of strength between Xiao Huang and the colossal creature. With Xiao Huang emerging victorious in a test of speed, Xiao Huang triumphed again, and while the bear bested him in defense, he regained the upper hand in agility and attack. Experience and capability saw Xiao Huang prevail, while the bear claimed victory in terms of height and size. Ultimately, in a comprehensive battle, Xiao Huang triumphed decisively over the bear. With a swift punch that sliced through the air, he landed a solid blow to the bear's head. However, this seemingly mighty strike felt merely like a scratch to the bear's thick hide. Enraged, the bear swung its massive paw at Xiao Huang. He deftly sidestepped, but was still knocked to the ground by the gust produced by the bear's swipe. Lin Yu watched in terror, torn between the urge to assist and the fear of recklessness. That moment, Luo Yi halted, turning to witness the fierce struggle between Xiao Huang and the bear. A pang of guilt rising within her, Xiao Huang sprang back to his feet, charging at the bear once more, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and courage. His punches flew like lightning, as rapid as a skilled player in a game. Each strike was accompanied by a whoosh of wind, landing with precision upon the bear's head. The bear, overwhelmed by this tempestuous assault, roared in fury but found itself unable to counterattack. Lin Yu, astounded, felt a mixture of worry for Xiao Huang's safety and awe at his bravery. Muttering under his breath, "Incredible," seizing a knife, Xiao Huang moved like a specter, leaving a trail of afterimages. Before the bear could react, he had darted to its side, bringing the blade down violently upon its leg. Blood spattered as the bear emitted a pained howl. It turned to pounce on Xiao Huang, but he was already behind it, his movements blindingly swift. Luo Yi and Lin Yu held their breath, caught in a tense silence. Just as Xiao Huang prepared to strike again, the bear suddenly bolted deeper into the factory. Without hesitation, he pursued it. Watching Xiao Huang's retreating figure, fear surged within Lin Yu, compelling him to flee towards the exit. Luo Yi, witnessing this, twisted her expression in anguish and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" She immediately chased after him. Upon hearing Luo Yi's voice, Lin Yu quickened his pace, as though pursued not by her, but by a ravenous demon. "Don't run away. You belong to me. No one else can take you from me," Luo Yi cried as she pursued him. In a moment of panic, Lin Yu stumbled over debris, and Luo Yi swiftly caught up, seizing his collar with a fierce glare. "You won't escape." Lin Yu, terrified, stammered, "Luo Yi, please, don't do anything reckless." Her eyes gleamed with madness as she tightened her grip on his collar. Gritting her teeth, "Reckless? From the moment I laid eyes on you, you were meant to be mine. No one can take you away." Lin Yu struggled desperately, trying to free himself. "Luo Yi, you've lost your mind. Let me go." Yet, she seemed oblivious, her face twisted into a deranged smile. You know, for you, I would do anything, even die." Pulling him toward herself, Lin Yu stumbled, nearly falling. "Come with me, and stop thinking of leaving," Luo Yi insisted, dragging him into the shadows. Filled with dread and despair, he cried out for help. "Someone, please." But in the vast emptiness of the factory, Only Luo Yi's maniacal laughter echoed back, taking advantage of her momentary distraction. Lin Yu broke free from her grasp and sprinted away. Luo Yi, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and roared, "Lin Yu, don't run." He dashed forward heedlessly, the rush of wind and her approaching footsteps ringing in his ears. Suddenly, he tripped over a discarded steel pipe and fell heavily to the ground. Luo Yi was upon him in an instant, panting with exertion, eyes wild with obsession. "You can't escape, Lin Yu." Despair washed over him as he recoiled. Pleading, "Luo Yi, please, let me go." She crouched down, caressing his face. "Let you go? Never. You will never escape me." Chapter 53. A clash of twisted hearts. At that moment, an eerie wind swept through the factory, as if an unknown peril lurked nearby. Just then, Xiao Yan burst onto the scene, shouting, "Luo Yi, let him go. He is mine." Luo Yi whirled around, her eyes fierce as she glared at Xiao Yan. "Yours. He is clearly mine. No one can take him from me." Xiao Yan's face darkened as she stepped forward. "Luo Yi, don't push it. I've liked him since we were children. I am the only one worthy of being with him." Luo Yi scoffed. "You dare to compete with me?" Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yan declared, "I won't let you succeed." With that, she lunged to pry Luo Yi's grip from Lin Yu. Luo Yi shoved her back forcefully, sending her crashing to the ground. "Humph, foolish," she spat. Xiao Yan scrambled to her feet, charging at Luo Yi again. "I'll fight you." For a moment, the two deranged women grappled over Lin Yu, who stood helplessly, dumbfounded by their madness. The ominous wind grew louder, enveloping the atmosphere in an increasingly sinister gloom. Xiao Yan, her hair disheveled and eyes wide with fury, screamed at Luo Yi, "You insane woman! He is my heart and my only hope for survival. You will not take him from me." Luo Yi retorted defiantly, "Xiao Yan, do you think you can outmatch me? I would sacrifice everything, even my life, for him. Can you?" Xiao Yan erupted into maniacal laughter, her voice reverberating ominously through the empty factory. "Is that what you call love? My love for him runs deeper than yours, unmatched by anyone." As she spoke, she lunged at Luo Yi once more, and the two women spiraled into a frenzied brawl. The sounds of their violent clash echoing like the cackling of demons, piercing Lin Yu's nerves, threatening to tear his very soul from his body. Terrified, Lin Yu watched as these two women fought for him. Yearning to flee but finding his legs immobilized, Xiao Yan continued her frenzied assault, her fists raining down upon Luo Yi, shouting, "Lin Yu is mine. No one can take him." Luo Yi retaliated fiercely, grabbing Xiao Yan's clothing and hurling her against a nearby pillar. Yet, Xiao Yan seemed impervious to pain, immediately rising to charge at Luo Yi again. At that moment, Lin Yu's heart was filled with dread and despair. "Stop. Both of you, stop. Please, don't fight any longer." But the two women paid him no heed. Lost in their chaotic struggle, suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the factory, the ground shaking violently beneath them. Dust cascaded from the ceiling, as if the entire structure were on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan pushed Luo Yi to the ground and quickly enveloped Lin Yu in a tight embrace, crying out, "Even in death, I want to be with you." Luo Yi scrambled to her feet, eyes ablaze with fury. "Xiao Yan, you will not take him." She lunged toward them, but just as she approached, a massive chunk of the ceiling crashed down, blocking her path. Furious, she pounded on the debris. "No, Lin Yu is mine." The factory continued to tremble as the collapse intensified, the sounds of heavy objects crashing echoing ominously. Xiao Yan clutched Lin Yu, desperately searching for an escape route. "Lin Yu, come with me." Overwhelmed by the chaos, he could only allow her to lead him away. Suddenly, a fallen steel beam obstructed their path. "Damn it," Xiao Yan cursed, glancing back at the still raging Luo Yi. Gritting her teeth, she urged, "Lin Yu, we must turn back." Together, they retraced their steps, the sounds of destruction echoing behind them, raising clouds of dust. Lin Yu felt his breath growing labored, his legs heavy with dread. "Stay strong, Lin Yu. We will make it out," Xiao Yan encouraged as they ran. Just as they were about to round a corner, a colossal pillar came crashing down towards them. With remarkable swiftness, Xiao Yan forcefully pushed Lin Yu aside. Bang! The pillar landed heavily on the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lin Yu scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Xiao Yan, are you all right?" Xiao Yan, pinned beneath the pillar, felt blood trickle from the corner of her mouth. "Don't worry about me. Just run." How could Lin Yu possibly abandon her? He desperately tried to lift the pillar, but it refused to budge. The sound of the factory collapsing grew louder, echoing like the harbinger of doom. Lin Yu's heart raced, tears welling in his eyes. "Xiao Yan, I will not leave you behind." Just as despair threatened to consume him, He noticed a metal rod nearby. He grasped it and attempted to pry up the pillar. At that moment, Luo Yi unexpectedly rushed over, her face contorted with rage. Lin Yu, you can only die with me. Lin Yu cried out in anger. You're insane. Get away. Yet, Luo Yi disregarded his words and lunged at him. In a moment of sheer adrenaline, Lin Yu pushed her away with unexpected strength. Luo Yi stumbled and fell to the side. Meanwhile, the pillar was finally lifted slightly by Lin Yu, giving Xiao Yan the chance to crawl out from underneath. Run, Xiao Yan urged. The two continued their frantic escape through the precariously collapsing factory, the exit seemingly within reach, supporting each other. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan surged forward with their last ounce of strength, while Luo Yi pursued them relentlessly, uttering chilling threats. Lin Yu, don't run. Even in death, you can only be with me. Just as they were mere steps from the exit, a massive slab of stone fell from above, blocking their path. Lin Yu gazed at the stone in despair, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Yet, Xiao Yan refused to give up. She searched frantically for another way out. This way, Xiao Yan discovered a narrow passageway that, though perilous, was their only hope. As Lin Yu and Xiao Yan squeezed into the passage, Luo Yi followed closely behind. The air was thick with dust, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, an ominous sound echoed from above. Not good. It's collapsing. Before they could react, a rock struck Xiao Yan's back, and she cried out in agony. Xiao Yan. Lin Yu's heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, Luo Yi seized the opportunity to grab the hem of Lin Yu's shirt. Lin Yu, don't worry about her. Come with me. Lin Yu furiously shook off Luo Yi's grip. You lunatic. He hoisted the injured Xiao Yan onto his back. Struggling to navigate the passage. At last, they glimpsed a glimmer of light. It was the exit. However, just as they were about to reach it, a tremendous roar echoed behind them. Luo Yi let out a piercing scream, buried beneath the falling debris. Lin Yu could not afford to look back. He sprinted toward the exit with Xiao Yan on his back. As they were about to step out of the factory, a boulder tumbled down, obstructing most of the exit. Lin Yu shielded Xiao Yan with his body, forcing his way through a narrow gap. Finally, they emerged, Lin Yu gasping for breath, collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Yan weakly murmured, "Thank you, Lin Yu." Lin Yu looked at the wounded Xiao Yan, overwhelmed with guilt. It's my fault for involving you in this disaster. The cacophony from the factory gradually subsided, smoke and dust enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the haze. It was Luo Yi. Though battered and bruised, her face remained intact, her gaze still frenzied. Lin Yu. You still cannot escape me. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan stared at her in terror, uncertain of what this deranged woman might do next. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu lifted Xiao Yan and fled. Luo Yi pursued them relentlessly, chanting, "Lin Yu, you're mine, don't run." Lin Yu ran with all his might, the path beneath him seeming endless. Xiao Yan's breaths grew increasingly shallow on his back. "Lin Yu, let me go. You need to escape," she said weakly. "No, I will not abandon you." Lin Yu gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, blurring his vision. The sound of Luo Yi's footsteps grew closer, as if she could catch up at any moment. Lin Yu's strength waned, each step becoming a monumental effort. Abruptly, darkness engulfed him, his legs buckled, and he stumbled forward. In that instant before falling, Lin Yu twisted his body, ensuring he landed first to avoid crushing Xiao Yan. Lin Yu. Xiao Yan gasped. A wave of pain coursed through Lin Yu's body, his head ringing. Yet he knew he could not stop now. Struggling to his feet, he hoisted Xiao Yan onto his back once more and pressed on. Rain drenched their clothes, the cold wind biting at them. You can't escape. Luo Yi's voice echoed through the downpour. Gasping for air, Lin Yu stumbled, nearly falling again. Ahead, a police car appeared, its lights flashing. Lin Yu felt a glimmer of hope and shouted with all his might. "Help!" The police car screeched to a halt, and several officers leaped out. "Stop!" they commanded Luo Yi. Upon seeing the police, Luo Yi halted, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. In an instant, she turned and fled with astonishing speed. Vanishing into the rain, the officers wasted no time in pursuing her, shouting, "Stop! Don't run!" Lin Yu, carrying Xiao Yan, watched as Luo Yi disappeared into the distance, his heart racing. Can she truly escape? Xiao Yan asked weakly. I don't know. But the police will catch her, Lin Yu replied, panting heavily. The rain intensified, soaking them, a chilling sensation enveloping them. Luo Yi sprinted down the muddy path, splashing water with each step, yet the trained officers gradually closed the distance. "Stop! You can't escape!" Their shouts resonated in the rain. Water and tears mingled on Luo Yi's face, her mind fixated solely on fleeing. With unwavering determination, she navigated the labyrinthine alleys, utilizing her familiarity with the terrain to elude the pursuing officers. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Xiao Yan anxiously awaited news, only to hear the police's resigned statement. Luo Yi got away. How could this happen? Xiao Yan's voice trembled with fear. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, knowing her madness would surely lead her back to them. The rain gradually ceased, yet darkness still clouded their hearts. In an abandoned warehouse, Luo Yi panted heavily, her eyes filled with resolve. Lin Yu, I will not let you go, she murmured to herself, beside Lin Yu. Xiao Yan, upon hearing that Luo Yi had escaped, felt her already tense nerves shatter completely. Lin Yu, you can only be mine, no one can take you away. Not even if Luo Yi returns that I want to give her the chance to come near you. Xiao Yan clutched Lin Yu's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Xiao Yan, please stop, you're hurting me, Lin Yu pleaded, attempting to break free. Yet Xiao Yan only tightened her grip. No, Lin Yu, from this moment on, you cannot leave my sight for a second. I must watch you at all times. Her gaze radiated possessiveness and madness. If Luo Yi dares to return, I will fight her to the end. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yan helplessly, filled with dread. Uncertain how to confront this woman lost to insanity. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, like a ravenous beast, bit down hard on his shoulder. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Lin Yu cried out in pain. Xiao Yan bit down fiercely, mumbling incoherently, Lin Yu, I want you to remember me forever, to belong to me alone. Lin Yu forcefully pushed her away. Deep bite marks imprinted on his shoulder, blood seeping out. Xiao Yan, have you lost your mind? He shouted, a mix of anger and fear in his voice. Xiao Yan's eyes momentarily clouded with confusion, but soon regained their fierce determination. I am not mad. I love you to the point of madness. That moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the shadows. Ha ha. You pitiful worms. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan startled, turning towards the sound, only to find darkness, with no sign of Luo Yi. Suddenly, Luo Yi burst forth from the shadows, her hair disheveled, her eyes wild with frenzy. Lin Yu, you are mine, she shrieked as she lunged at him. Xiao Yan immediately stepped in front of Lin Yu, glaring fiercely. Luo Yi, you shall not. Luo Yi halted, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Xiao Yan, do you really think you can protect him? Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yan declared, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you touch a single hair on Lin Yu. Luo Yi erupted into maniacal laughter. Then let us see who is more ruthless. With that, she charged at Lin Yu once more, reaching out to grab him. Xiao Yan stood her ground, engaging Luo Yi in a fierce struggle. Lin Yu, don't run, wait for me. Xiao Yan, amidst the chaotic struggle, called out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, bewildered and helpless, felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmarish plight from which he could not awaken. Suddenly, Li Yi surged forward, toppling Xiao Yan to the ground before lunging at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, come with me. Luo Yi's voice was rife with mania. Xiao Yan scrambled to her feet, charging once more to grasp Luo Yi's leg, exclaiming, you can't take him away. Luo Yi kicked Xiao Yan away with force, shouting, get lost. Xiao Yan crashed heavily to the ground but struggled back up, determined to advance towards Luo Yi again. Chapter 54. Lin Yu's distorted mentality. In that moment, Xiao Yan had completely succumbed to madness, her eyes aflame with rage as she unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike resonating with ferocity against Luo Yi's body. Li Yi, I will kill you, so you can never approach Lin Yu again. Xiao Yan screamed hysterically as she continued her frenzied assault. Froth began to form at the corners of her mouth. Her countenance contorted into a terrifying grimace. Unyielding, Luo Yi retaliated. The two women locked in a fierce and unrelenting brawl. Stop it! Stop it! No more fighting! Lin Yu shouted from the sidelines, but the two women, consumed by their frenzy, paid him no heed. Xiao Yan's hair was disheveled, her face smeared with sweat and dirt, yet she persisted in throwing punches, as if attempting to exorcise all her madness and possessiveness through violence. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and sank her teeth into Luo Yi's arm. Li Yi cried out in agony, but retaliated with even greater fervor. Lin Yu is mine. No one can take him away from me. I will kill you, Luo Yi, Xiao Yan mumbled through clenched teeth, her nails raking bloody trails across Luo Yi's arm. Li Yi, incited by Xiao Yan's insanity, felt her own resolve intensify. Do you think this will stop me? Lin Yu is mine, and will always be. She retorted fiercely, seizing Xiao Yan's clothing and delivering powerful punches. The intensity of their combat escalated, the air around them thick with tension and madness, while Lin Yu stood frozen, paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle. In a sudden twist, a glimmer of macabre excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He found a perverse thrill in the chaotic and troublesome scene unfolding before him. As he watched the two women batter each other to a bloody pulp, an unusual sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Keep fighting. Whoever wins, I will go with, Lin Yu declared with an eerie smile. Hearing his words, Xiao Yan and Lin Yu fought with even more ferocity, seemingly bereft of reason. Xiao Yan's clothing ripped, exposing her shoulder, yet she remained undeterred, relentlessly charging at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, covered in wounds, gritted her teeth and refused to yield an inch. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood aloof, reveling in the madness that had erupted because of him. His gaze glinting with inscrutable intensity. Ha! Lin Yu suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound that resonated bizarrely amidst the turmoil. The laughter momentarily startled Xiao Yan and Lin Yu, causing them to hesitate, but soon they resumed their violent clash. As if his laughter had spurred them on to greater madness. Fight to your heart's content. Who knows who will win? He taunted, his expression warped as he became wholly absorbed in this twisted exhilaration. Lin Yu, oddly content, began munching on a watermelon, oblivious to the juice trickling down his chin, all the while watching the two women clash with wild abandon. What a brilliant fight. Keep it going, he shouted, his voice mingling with the chaos. Xiao Yan and Lin Yu, driven by his encouragement, fought with renewed vigor, their bodies marred by scratches and grime. Lin Yu lounged upon a rock, his relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting the pandemonium before him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a rumble of thunder. Yet Lin Yu remained unfazed, continuing to devour the watermelon, his sinister grin unwavering. Abruptly, a realization struck him. He looked at the frenzied battle between Xiao Yan and Lin Yu, and the watermelon slipped from his grasp, splattering on the ground. What am I doing? How did it come to this? Lin Yu muttered in horror, his smile vanishing, replaced by profound regret and fear. Xiao Yan and Lin Yu, still engrossed in their struggle, remained oblivious to Lin Yu's transformation. He rushed forward, attempting to separate them. Stop fighting. Stop it. It's all my fault. But the two women, now blinded by rage, ignored his pleas, even turning their aggression toward him. Please, stop. Don't fight anymore. Lin Yu's voice cracked, laced with desperation. Yet Xiao Yan and Lin Yu seemed deaf to his words, their eyes solely fixed on each other, consumed by their obsession for Lin Yu. At last, Xiao Yan summoned her final reserves of strength, delivering a crushing blow to Lin Yu's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Panting heavily, Xiao Yan glared at Lin Yu, declaring, Lin Yu is mine. You can't come near him again. Bloodied and defiant, Lin Yu retorted, I will definitely come back for you, Lin Yu. With that, she struggled to her feet and dashed into the enveloping darkness. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure, a wave of dread washing over him. Xiao Yan turned her gaze to Lin Yu, her eyes seething with fury. No one can take you from me now. A shiver ran down Lin Yu's spine. He was utterly bewildered by the nightmarish scenario he had unwittingly become entangled in. As rain continued to pour incessantly, as if to cleanse the world of its madness and absurdity, Lin Yu beheld Xiao Yan's exquisitely twisted visage, his heart heavy with terror and helplessness, uncertain of what fate awaited him next. Just then, a gleam of nearly frenzied light sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes, and her slender fingers clamped around his wrist like a vice. With an irresistible force, she dragged him forward, as though intent on plunging him into a dark abyss that belonged solely to the two of them. Xiao Yan, where are we going? Lin Yu inquired, his voice trembling. Home, Xiao Yan hissed through gritted teeth, her grip tightening, causing Lin Yu to stumble. As she pulled him along, Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance back at Lin Yu's departing figure, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Noticing Lin Yu's furtive glance, Xiao Yan erupted, Don't look. You can only think of me right now. Lin Yu quickly averted his gaze, too fearful to speak further. The streetlights appeared hazy in the rain, their reflections in the puddles distorting their shapes. Xiao Yan, please don't do this. I'm scared. Lin Yu's voice quivered, betraying his fear. Scared? Only now do you know fear? It is too late. Xiao Yan quickened her pace, almost dragging Lin Yu along. He contemplated fleeing, his eyes darting as he strategized an escape from her grasp. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Xiao Yan yanked him closer, her eyes filled with a menacing glare. Try to run, and I swear I won't let you go. Lin Yu was taken aback by her ferocity, momentarily quelling any thoughts of escape. The rain continued to beat down upon the windows, producing a cacophony that seemed to urge the onset of something dreadful. Xiao Yan ushered Lin Yu into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, causing Lin Yu's heart to plummet. The dim light within the room cast Xiao Yan's face into a more sinister shadow. Lin Yu, from this moment forth, you shall be mine alone, she declared, her voice echoing ominously in the stillness of the room. Chapter 55. Binding you to me forever. A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine as he grappled with how to confront this woman who had spiraled into utter madness. Xiao Yan demanded. Why were you with that lunatic? Speak. Her eyes bulged, as if threatening to pop from their sockets, as she clutched his collar tightly. Lin Yu stammered. Xiao Yan. I didn't know it would come to this. Didn't he know? You didn't know? Xiao Yan's voice pierced the air, shrill and accusatory. Are you still thinking of her? Aren't you? Lin Yu shook his head vehemently. No, truly not. Xiao Yan, please, don't do this. You're scaring me. Xiao Yan let out a chilling laugh. Scaring you? Only now do you realize fear. Listen well, Lin Yu, you will never escape my grasp. With that, she enveloped him in a crushing embrace, nearly squeezing the breath from his lungs. You are mine, and only mine. No one can take you away from me. No one. Xiao Yan shrieked into his ear, her hot breath sending shivers down his spine. Lin Yu's body went rigid, paralyzed with despair and terror. Suddenly, Xiao Yan brandished a wooden stick, her gaze brimming with a murderous frenzy. Since you make me uneasy, I shall ensure you remain by my side forever. Xiao Yan brandished a wooden stick, carving a fierce arc through the air. Lin Yu stared in terror, his eyes wide, stammering. Shan, don't do anything reckless. Yet, Xiao Yan was impervious to his pleas, advancing step by step, the pointed end of the stick aimed directly at Lin Yu's chest. Today, of all days. No one shall separate us. Her voice had turned hoarse, echoing like a demon from the depths of hell. Lin Yu, in despair, shut his eyes, bracing himself for the unknown fate that awaited him, without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Yan swung the stick, striking Lin Yu over and over again, each blow resonating with a dull thud. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the sudden onslaught, the pain causing his body to curl inward. Yet he dared not resist. Xiao Yan's gaze grew increasingly frenzied as she struck and shouted, "This is for your disobedience, for your betrayal." The room was filled with Lin Yu's anguished groans and Xiao Yan's uncontrollable screams. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Xiao Yan finally ceased her assault, panting as she looked down at Lin Yu, battered and bruised on the floor, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's consciousness began to fade, as if he were plummeting into an abyss of endless darkness. Xiao Yan, noticing Lin Yu's stillness, suddenly panicked. Lin Yu, what's wrong? She discarded the stick and rushed to his side, her voice trembling with fear. Lin Yu, please don't scare me. Wake up. Lin Yu remained unresponsive, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible that Xiao Yan's tears streamed down her face. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have treated you this way. Lin Yu, you must hold on. Frantically, she attempted to lift him, only to realize that she herself was injured, the wounds from earlier now oozing blood. Yet, she paid no heed to her own pain, laboriously dragging Lin Yu down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiao Yan flung open the car door and shoved Lin Yu into the back seat of the Lamborghini. She quickly took the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator as the vehicle surged forth at 4,000 horsepower, racing toward the hospital at breakneck speed. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yan's hands trembled violently, her heart heavy with regret and concern. Lin Yu, you must be all right. You must be all right. The streetlights whizzed past, mirroring the chaotic whirlwind of her thoughts. Finally, the hospital loomed before her, and Xiao Yan slammed on the brakes. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, she leapt out, shouting, "Doctor, help!" People in the hospital turned to look, and a race against time ensued. Medical staff hurriedly wheeled in a stretcher, lifting the unconscious Lin Yu onto it, while Xiao Yan followed closely behind, incessantly murmuring, "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, it's all my fault." Outside the emergency room, Xiao Yan paced anxiously, her own wounds still throbbing, yet her heart was solely focused on Lin Yu's safety. Seconds dragged on like hours, each moment an excruciating torment for her. Suddenly, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. Xiao Yan rushed forward, asking breathlessly, "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor removed his mask, his expression grave. "The patient's condition is critical. We are still in the process of resuscitation." Xiao Yan felt her body sway, nearly collapsing to the floor. Before she could regain her balance, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a hospital bed, and 4 drip attached to her arm. Her head felt heavy as she struggled to recall the events that had transpired. "You reawake?" A nurse entered the room. Xiao Yan bolted upright, her voice urgent. "Where is Lin Yu? How is he?" The nurse soothed her. "Don't worry, just rest for now. Lin Yu is still under observation," but Xiao Yan paid no heed. Yanking the needle from her arm and attempting to find Lin Yu, the nurse could only call after her, "Take it slow. You're still very weak. Stumbling to Lin Yu's room, Xiao Yan peered through the window and saw him lying quietly on the bed. His face devoid of color. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more as she silently prayed for his safety. At that moment, a man appeared behind her. Hearing footsteps, Xiao Yan instinctively turned around to find her father. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Her voice quivered with emotion. Xiao Yan's face was stern as he beheld his daughter's haggard appearance, filled with both concern and anger. "Look at what you've done to yourself." Xiao Yan lowered her gaze, unable to meet her father's eyes. He sighed. "My daughter, love cannot be forced this way." Xiao Yan bit her lip defiantly. "Dad, I love Lin Yu. I cannot live without him." Xiao Yan shook his head. "But this kind of love will only drive him further away and destroy you in the process." Xiao Yan fell silent, tears brimming in her eyes. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Come home with me and think this through." Xiao Yan lifted her head to glance at Lin Yu on the bed, hesitating. Just then, Lin Yu began to awaken from his stupor. "Uncle, why are you here?" he asked weakly, then turned to Xiao Yan with a look of fear. Xiao Yan stepped forward, speaking softly. "It's good to see you awake, child." Xiao Yan stood by, feeling helpless. Lin Yu avoided her gaze and addressed Xiao Yan. "Uncle, I need some time alone." Xiao Yan regarded the two of them, helpless. "Very well, take your time to think things through." He then exited the room, leaving Xiao Yan and Lin Yu alone, the atmosphere thick with tension. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Yan spoke up. "Lin Yu, damn it, you nearly killed me." Lin Yu cursed vehemently at Xiao Yan. Her tears flowed like a torrent. "Lin Yu, I truly didn't mean to. I lost control in a moment of rage." Lin Yu scoffed. "Lost control? Do you realize you nearly took my life? Was that your intention?" Xiao Yan trembled with sobs. "I'm sorry, Lin Yu. I promise I will never do this again. Please forgive me." Lin Yu closed his eyes in exhaustion. "Xiao Yan, I genuinely don't know if I can trust you anymore." Just then, the door to the room burst open, and Xiao Yu and Lin Xian rushed in, their faces etched with worry and anger. Their eyes darting between Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. "What on earth is going on? Xiao Yan, how could you treat my brother this way?" Lin Xian demanded, her voice laced with barely contained fury. Xiao Yan raised her tear-streaked face, wanting to explain but at a loss for words, only managing to sob quietly. Lin Yu turned away, unwilling to witness the chaotic scene. Lin Xian approached Lin Yu's bedside, gently grasping his hand, her voice softening slightly. "Brother, how are you feeling?" After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, "Sister, I'm all right, just feeling very confused." Lin Xian glared at Xiao Yan, her tone sharp. "Xiao Yan, you must provide us with an explanation today." Xiao Yan took a deep breath, striving for calm as she stammered, "Sister Lin Xian, it's all my fault. I misinterpreted some things and thought Lin Yu had betrayed me, which led to my impulsive actions. Misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding could almost cost my brother his life? Are you trying to take his life?" Lin Xian interrupted. Xiao Yan bit her lip, hesitating to respond. Lin Yu coldly interjected, "Xiao Yan, just leave." That Xiao Yan's body jolted at his words, tears cascading down her face once more. "Lin Yu, are you really going to send me away?" Lin Yu turned his head away, refusing to look at her, his voice low and resolute. "Leave. I don't want to see you anymore." Xiao Yan stood there in shock. Disbelief and anguish etched across her face. Lin Xian observed the scene, her heart a tumult of emotions, yet she remained silent. Xiao Yan slowly turned to leave, her footsteps heavy as she approached the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, she halted, her voice trembling. "Lin Yu, whether you believe it or not, I have always loved you." With that, she flung the door open and dashed out. In the room, only Lin Yu and Lin Xian remained, a fleeting shadow of pain crossing Lin Yu's face as Lin Xian let out a soft sigh. However, once Xiao Yan departed, Lin Yu found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Memories of his moments with Xiao Yan flooded his mind, the sweetness and laughter, the arguments and reconciliations, each wave crashing against his thoughts. He began to question whether his earlier decision had been too heartless. Yet the recollection of her nearly taking his life sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan huddled in a corner outside the hospital, weeping inconsolably. Her eyes grew wild and obsessive, muttering to herself, "Lin Yu, how could you send me away? You are mine, and only mine." Her hands clutched her hair tightly, her body trembling from overwhelming anguish. Suddenly, Xiao Yan sprang to her feet, her tear-streaked face betraying an unsettling determination. "Lin Yu, I will not let you leave me. Even if it means death, we shall be together." She turned and strode towards the hospital, her steps chaotic yet resolute, as if she had succumbed to a state of madness. At that moment, Lin Yu was still tangled in his thoughts on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed, his mind a chaotic mess, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was approaching the ward step by step. Her gait heavy yet determined, each stride seemingly laden with an insatiable obsession. Her gaze was hollow yet frenzied, her lips incessantly murmuring, "Lin Yu, you belong to me, and no one shall dare to take you away. Regardless of the cost, even if it meant standing against the entire world, I shall keep you by my side forever." Her hands were clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Blood seeping out without her notice. Xiao Yan's breath quickened, the madness within her swelling. "Lin Yu, do not even think of escaping from me. Your life can only revolve around me, even if I must confine you. I will not hesitate." She arrived at the door of the ward, paused, took a deep breath, and a peculiar smile graced her face before she slowly pushed open the door. As the door creaked open, Lin Yu was startled by the faint sound, turning his head to see Xiao Yan, his heart jolting in alarm. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was one that sent chills down his spine. As she advanced towards him step by step, Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror, desperate to rise and flee, yet he was immobilized by the pain of his injuries. Xiao Yan, why you? Don't come any closer." Lin Yu's voice trembled, yet Xiao Yan appeared deaf to his pleas, murmuring, "Lin Yu, you are mine, and you shall always be mine. I will not permit you to leave. No one can take you from me." Suddenly, she lunged forward, grasping Lin Yu's arm tightly, the force causing him excruciating pain. "Xiao Yan, let go of me. You've lost your mind." Lin Yu struggled. Xiao Yan's gaze turned fierce. "Lost my mind? What does it matter if I have? I will tether you to me for eternity." With that, she pulled out a length of rope from her pocket, and upon witnessing this, Lin Yu's face went ashen. "Xiao Yan, please be reasonable. This is illegal." Lin Yu attempted to reason with her. Xiao Yan burst into laughter. "Illegal? I care not. As long as I can be with you, I will disregard everything." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the ward, causing Xiao Yan to momentarily freeze, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even greater frenzy. She hastened her actions, desperate to bind Lin Yu. At that critical moment, Lin Xian burst into the room. She was taken aback by the scene before her, gasping in shock. "Xiao Yan, what are you doing?" Lin Xian's voice rang out, filled with anger and disbelief. Xiao Yan's hands stilled momentarily, turning to face Lin Xian with a deranged look in her eyes. "Sister Lin Xian, stay out of this. Lin Yu is mine. No one shall separate us." Lin Xian swiftly stepped forward, attempting to wrest the rope from Xiao Yan's grasp. Xiao Yan fought back furiously, shouting, "No, you don't understand. Lin Yu can only be mine." Lin Yu lay on the bed, horrified as he watched the struggle unfold, his heart brimming with fear and despair. Lin Xian shouted as she tugged at the rope, "Xiao Yan, please come to your senses. This will destroy Lin Yu, and it will destroy you too." Yet Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, resisting Lin Xian with even more fervor. Suddenly, she shoved Lin Xian aside, causing her to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan reached for Lin Yu once more. At that moment, she had completely lost her sanity, consumed by a singular, frenzied thought, to bind Lin Yu to her side. Chapter 56. "Lin Yu, we are going home. Lin Yu, we are going home." Xiao Yan shrieked hysterically. Lin Yu, filled with terror, twisted his body desperately, trying to evade the rope. Just then, Lin Xian regained her footing and charged at Xiao Yan, grabbing her wrist and twisting it back forcefully. "Xiao Yan, wake up!" Lin Xian bellowed. Xiao Yan cried out in pain, but stubbornly refused to relinquish her grip, plunging the three into a stalemate. The atmosphere in the ward was thick with tension and madness. Lin Yu's heartbeat racing, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Suddenly, Xiao Yan found an unexpected surge of strength, breaking free from Lin Xian's hold, lunging at Lin Yu once again. "Lin Yu, come with me." Xiao Yan's voice had grown hoarse. Lin Yu, in despair, closed his eyes, overwhelmed by helplessness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, filled with anguish. "Xiao Yan, what do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice tinged with tears and fury. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, but then her madness intensified. "What if you're injured? Even if you're broken, I will bind you with that rope for life. You shall not escape me." Seizing the moment, Lin Xian pulled Xiao Yan aside with all her might, and security personnel rushed in to restrain her. Xiao Yan struggled violently, still shouting, "Lin Yu, you are mine. No one can take you away." Lin Yu lay on the bed, gasping for breath, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, the subdued Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu, her eyes now lacking the fervor and obsession of before. Replaced with a hint of grievance and unwillingness, her eyes locked onto Lin Yu, as if conveying her reluctance and affection. Devoid of the previous oppressive desire to consume his very soul, her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to speak. Yet the security personnel held her tightly, rendering her mute. The tears in her eyes swirled, a complex blend of love and hatred spilling forth. She could not fathom how things had spiraled to this point, nor why the man she adored so deeply now regarded her with such fear. At that moment, Xiao Yan resembled a child who had lost her cherished toy, reluctant yet forced to accept the harsh reality. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yan in this state, a flicker of pity and guilt stirring within him. After all, they had once truly loved each other. The beautiful memories flashed through his mind. However, recalling Xiao Yan's previous madness filled Lin Yu with dread. He was at a loss as to how to confront this woman who evoked both love and fear within him. Lin Xian observed the two, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. She felt pained by the harm inflicted upon her brother, yet lamented over Xiao Yan's current state. Take her away, Lin Xian instructed the security personnel. As Xiao Yan was escorted from the ward, she cast one last desperate glance at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with despair and longing. The ward fell silent, yet Lin Yu found himself lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yan was led away, she gradually regained some semblance of sanity under the watchful gaze of the security personnel. She began to reflect on her actions, realizing the extent of anguish her extreme behavior had caused Lin Yu. Have I truly erred? Xiao Yan murmured to herself, tears flowing uncontrollably. Suddenly, she seemed to make a resolute decision, breaking free from the security personnel's grasp and sprinting back. Lin Yu and Lin Xian were taken aback by this unexpected turn, and before they could react, Xiao Yan had stormed back into the ward. Lin Yu, I realize my mistakes. Please give me another chance, Xiao Yan sobbed, collapsing to her knees before Lin Yu's bed. Lin Yu regarded the pitiful and disheveled woman before him, his heart a tumult of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xian approached, attempting to help Xiao Yan to her feet, saying, Xiao Yan, please calm down. Yet Xiao Yan shook off Lin Xian's hand. Her gaze locked onto Lin Yu, pleading, Lin Yu, I promise I will never act this way again. I will change. Please don't leave me. Lin Yu paused for a moment before finally responding. All right. Xiao Yan's face instantly lit up with joy, and she seized Lin Yu's hand, trembling with excitement. Lin Yu, are you truly willing to give me another chance? I swear I will cherish it. Lin Xian observed from the side, her expression complex, feeling both relieved at their reconciliation and anxious about whether Xiao Yan could truly change. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yan, his tone grave. Xiao Yan, this is your last chance. If you lose control again, I will not look back. Xiao Yan nodded fervently. I understand. I will not disappoint you. Lin Xian sighed softly, then turned to leave. The ward was left with only Lin Yu and Xiao Yan, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward and delicate. Xiao Yan cautiously regarded Lin Yu, softly saying, Lin Yu, let me take care of you while you heal. Lin Yu remained silent, simply closing his eyes slightly. Xiao Yan hurriedly rose to fetch warm water, bustling about in an effort to atone for her previous wrongs. Days passed, and Lin Yu's injuries gradually healed. During this time, Xiao Yan indeed reined in her behavior, placing Lin Yu's needs above all else. Yet Lin Yu carried a lingering unease in his heart. Though they had resumed their previous dynamic, every quiet night would find him recalling Xiao Yan's past madness, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Finally, the day of discharge arrived. Xiao Yan, brimming with joy, busily assisted Lin Yu in packing his belongings, while Lin Yu appeared to be burdened with unspoken worries. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yan incessantly discussed future plans, to which Lin Yu responded only with the occasional murmur. Upon returning home, Xiao Yan devoted herself to preparing an extravagant meal. Observing Xiao Yan's fervent activity, Lin Yu felt a tumult of emotions within him. At the dining table, Xiao Yan continuously served Lin Yu, yet he found himself unable to savor the food. Lin Yu, are you still holding a grudge against me? Xiao Yan suddenly set down her chopsticks and inquired cautiously. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu replied, Xiao Yan, I hope we can truly start anew. Xiao Yan nodded resolutely, asserting, we certainly will. With that, she picked up a piece of meat and gently urged, come, Lin Yu, open your mouth. I will feed you. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then complied. Taken aback by her request, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Yan's face, yet a flicker of confusion and uncertainty lingered in Lin Yu's eyes. After the meal, the two sat on the sofa, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Xiao Yan took the initiative to grasp Lin Yu's hand, softly stating, Lin Yu, trust me. Every day henceforth, I will ensure your happiness. Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yan, exhaling a gentle sigh. I hope so. Upon hearing his sigh, Xiao Yan's smile faltered, her eyes flashing with a hint of madness. Lin Yu, you dared to sigh. You still do not believe in me. She suddenly seized Lin Yu's shoulders, shaking him forcefully. That I've worked so hard to change. Why are you still dissatisfied? Why? Startled by her sudden outburst, Lin Yu urged, Xiao Yan, please calm down. But Xiao Yan was beyond reason, shouting, I cannot calm down. You are mine, and only mine. You cannot harbor any doubts about me. Tears streamed down her face as her expression twisted with desperation. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me, I will end my life before your eyes. Before Lin Yu could respond, Xiao Yan lunged towards him, kissing him fervently, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck as if to merge him into her very being. Lin Yu, taken aback by her fervor, struggled to push her away, fearing that doing so would only drive her further into madness. As she continued to kiss him, she murmured incoherently, Lin Yu, do not leave me, do not leave me. Her kisses grew increasingly passionate and frantic, nearly suffocating him. Tears flowed down Xiao Yan's cheeks, landing on Lin Yu's face, mingling with her fervent breaths and enveloping him in confusion and dread. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Xiao Yan finally released him, her eyes reflecting a resolute despair. Lin Yu, if you dare to let me down again, I swear I will do anything. Lin Yu gasped for breath, staring at the woman before him, a blend of love and fear taking root in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Yan suggested, what if I tie you up? That way, you can never escape. Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, Xiao Yan, do not be foolish. Xiao Yan's gaze turned distant and frenzied, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. Only then can I be at ease, knowing you will not leave me. As Lin Yu retreated until his back hit the wall, he pleaded, Xiao Yan, please, we cannot do this. Yet, she advanced relentlessly, brandishing a length of rope. Lin Yu, do not be afraid. It will all be over soon. With his back pressed against the wall, Lin Yu's voice trembled as he exclaimed, Xiao Yan, you cannot do this. It is illegal. As if she had not heard him, Xiao Yan continued to approach, her expression a blend of madness and determination. Illegal? I do not care. I only want you by my side. Lin Yu's heart raced with fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. Just then, Xiao Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Yu, look how frightened you are. I was only joking. Stunned, Lin Yu stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Finally, regaining his composure, he shouted in anger, Xiao Yan, can you joke about such things? Do you know how terrified I am? Xiao Yan's laughter faded, replaced by an expression of guilt. I am sorry, Lin Yu. I just wanted to see how much you care about me. Lin Yu, exasperated, shook his head. Xiao Yan, this is truly excessive. Must our relationship be proven in such a manner? Lowering her head, Xiao Yan whispered, I realize my mistake. It will not happen again. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Lin Yu's anger subsided somewhat. Yet he could not help but respond, Xiao Yan, I hope this is the last time. I cannot endure such torment any longer. Xiao Yan nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity. I promise, it will not happen again. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he answered, only to hear a soft yet slightly deranged voice on the other end. Lin Yu, it's me, your Yi. Lin Yu's expression darkened, dread filling his heart. Not her again. Upon hearing the name Luo Yi, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Why is she calling? Is she trying to steal my Lin Yu? Lin Yu, irritated, spoke into the phone. Luo Yi, what do you want? Luo Yi's laughter echoed through the receiver. Lin Yu, you cannot escape my grasp. With those words, she hung up. Lin Yu clenched his phone, his face grim. Xiao Yan, anxious, inquired, what did she say? Rubbing his temples in frustration, Lin Yu replied, she always says nonsensical things. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in fury and jealousy. Lin Yu, you are in contact with her again. Have you not forgotten her? Taken aback by her reaction, Lin Yu quickly explained, Xiao Yan, I did not contact her. She called me. Xiao Yan refused to listen, storming forward to grasp Lin Yu's collar, shouting, I do not believe you. You are lying. You still have feelings for her. Lin Yu forcefully freed himself from her grip, exclaiming, Xiao Yan, stop being unreasonable. Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face as her voice trembled. Lin Yu, I love you so much. Why do you treat me this way? Her eyes suddenly hardened. And she seized Lin Yu's arm, gritting her teeth. Since you always make me uneasy, you shall not leave my side again. With that, she dragged Lin Yu towards the basement. Xiao Yan, you have lost your mind. Let me go. Lin Yu struggled in terror, but Xiao Yan's strength was astonishing, disregarding his resistance as she pushed him into a dark room and locked the door with a loud bang. You will stay here until you are completely mine. Xiao Yan shouted from outside. Inside the dark, damp room, Lin Yu huddled in a corner, overwhelmed with despair and fear. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stood guard outside, a twisted smile on her face, muttering, "No one shall take you away from me." No one. In the dim room, Lin Yu lay on the bed, the encompassing darkness threatening to engulf him. His body trembled with fear, his heart filled with dread of the unknown and despair for Xiao Yan. He searched desperately for an escape, scanning the shadows. Suddenly, he discovered a small vent, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Quietly, he rose and moved towards the vent. Just as he was nearing it, Xiao Yan's voice pierced the air. "Lin Yu, do not even think about escaping. I am always watching you." Startled, Lin Yu froze, quickly responding, "No, I just wanted to stretch my legs." Xiao Yan scoffed, "You had better not try anything funny, or you will regret it." Defeated, Lin Yu returned to the bed, the flicker of hope extinguished. He stared into the oppressive darkness, uncertain how much longer he could endure. Outside, Xiao Yan remained vigilant, her gaze fixated with obsession and madness. As time dragged on, Lin Yu fell into profound despair. Just when he was about to give up, a surprising discovery reignited a glimmer of hope within him. Under the bed, he felt something hard and, upon inspection, found a rusty small knife. At that moment, Xiao Yan unexpectedly opened the door and walked in. Startled, Lin Yu quickly concealed the knife behind him. Xiao Yan's cold gaze locked onto Lin Yu as she questioned, "Lin Yu, are you still thinking of escaping?" Feigning calm, Lin Yu replied, "No, I am not planning to run." Xiao Yan approached him step by step, suspicion etched upon her face. "You had better not be." As she drew closer, she seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly reached for Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu endeavored to awaken Xiao Yan from her stupor. Yet, Xiao Yan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Prison? For you? I fear nothing." As soon as the words left her lips, she suddenly lunged forward to kiss Lin Yu. He was taken aback by her unexpected advance. His eyes widening in surprise, he contemplated pushing her away but feared that such an action might incite her to even more erratic behavior. Xiao Yan fervently kissed Lin Yu, mumbling incoherently, "Lin Yu, I love you. Don't leave me." Lin Yu's body tensed, his heart brimming with dread and helplessness. "Xiao Yan, I beg you, spare me. I truly cannot endure this any longer." He pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Upon hearing his supplication, Xiao Yan ceased her actions, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her gaze. "Lin Yu, you are actually begging me. Do you wish to leave me so desperately?" Her voice was laced with anguish and fury. Lin Yu hastily clarified, "No, Xiao Yan, I am merely terrified. I fear that if this continues, we shall both lose our sanity." After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound echoing eerily in the dark confines of the small room. "Lin Yu, you shan't escape. Even in death, we shall remain together." She clutched Lin Yu's arm tightly, her nails nearly penetrating his flesh. Her eyes shimmered with a frenzied and fervent light as she suddenly screamed, "Hold me, immediately. If you dare refuse, I shall make you regret it for eternity." Trembling, Lin Yu extended his arms and gently embraced Xiao Yan. Nestled in his embrace, her face bore a hint of satisfaction. "Lin Yu, promise me you will never leave me, ever," she murmured. Lin Yu dared not utter a word, maintaining the stiff pose of their embrace. Suddenly, Xiao Yan lifted her head, gazing at Lin Yu as she said, "This time, I shall let you go." A flicker of joy ignited in Lin Yu's heart, yet he refrained from showing it, fearing Xiao Yan might reconsider. "However, should you ever harbor rebellious thoughts again, I shall not be this merciful next time." Her eyes still glinted with madness and obsession. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded, I won't. Yet Xiao Yan persisted, her gaze locked onto Lin Yu's eyes. Demanding, "Lin Yu, quickly tell me you love me." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu struggled to voice, "I love you." A smile grazed Xiao Yan's face, but it was a smile that sent chills down one's spine. "Then prove it to me," she commanded within his embrace. Lin Yu's heart raced anxiously, unsure of what terrifying act Xiao Yan would demand to demonstrate her version of love. "Kiss me," she shrieked, her face contorted with overwhelming desire. Becoming a ghastly visage, Lin Yu hesitated momentarily but ultimately leaned closer to Xiao Yan. Just as his lips were about to meet hers, a sudden blaring siren pierced the air outside the door. Xiao Yan jolted in surprise, turning to the direction of the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu slightly distanced himself from her. The police burst through the door of the basement, several officers swiftly descending the stairs towards them. "Xiao Yan, it is you, madam. You are suspected of unlawful confinement. Come with us," one officer stated sternly. Xiao Yan's complexion drained of color instantly as she clutched Lin Yu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with despair and terror. "Lin Yu, save me. You said you loved me. You cannot let them take me away," she cried hoarsely, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before addressing the officers. Officer, we were merely playing a game. The police exchanged skeptical glances. Evidently unconvinced. Playing a game? Is there such a game that involves locking someone in a small room, grasping at straws? Xiao Yan eagerly chimed in. Indeed, it is just a game. We were merely jesting. The officer furrowed his brow, regarding Lin Yu with seriousness. Young man, you need to think carefully. Providing false testimony carries legal consequences. Lin Yu's gaze flickered, but he firmly maintained. It is a game. Officer, you have misunderstood. The officers remained doubtful, scrutinizing Lin Yu and Xiao Yan once more before stating, very well. If we discover this is not a game, you shall both face the consequences. With that, the officers departed. Xiao Yan exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I knew you would not abandon me. Lin Yu turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. Yet Xiao Yan remained undeterred, pulling Lin Yu's hand excitedly, proclaiming, let us go upstairs. We shall never engage in such perilous games again. Reluctantly, Lin Yu followed her, his steps laden with heaviness. Upon returning to the surface, Xiao Yan resumed her cheerful demeanor, preparing dinner while humming a tune. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, his mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. He realized that allowing Xiao Yan to escape this time might be a grave mistake, yet her pleas had softened his resolve. During dinner, Xiao Yan incessantly served Lin Yu dishes, her face radiating happiness. Lin Yu, eat more. We shall live well from now on, she said. Lin Yu merely consumed his meal in silence. Is it delicious? Xiao Yan inquired. He replied absent-mindedly. Yes, it is good. Xiao Yan beamed even brighter. Then I shall cook for you every day. Lin Yu paused momentarily, choosing not to respond. After dinner, Xiao Yan began clearing the dishes, chattering about future plans while Lin Yu sat in the living room, lost in thought. After a while, Lin Yu inhaled deeply and uttered, Xiao Yan, I wish to leave. Xiao Yan's movements froze abruptly as she slowly turned to face Lin Yu. Disbelief etched across her features. What did you say? Lin Yu lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes, speaking in a low yet resolute tone. Xiao Yan, I truly cannot endure this any longer. I wish to depart. Her shock morphed into rage as she stormed towards him, shouting, Why? I have changed. Why must you still leave? Lin Yu lifted his gaze, weariness evident in his eyes. Xiao Yan, this is not about change. I am simply terrified that I fear that such events may recur. Tears brimmed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Lin Yu, you cannot be so heartless. That I love you so much. Rising to his feet, Lin Yu replied helplessly, Xiao Yan, love is not meant to suffocate. Your version of love chokes me. Xiao Yan bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yu, if you leave, I cannot survive. Her eyes turned wild and fierce as she suddenly lunged for a fruit knife, pressing it against her throat, screaming, Lin Yu, if you dare take a single step out that door today, I shall die before your eyes. I mean it. Lin Yu's face paled at her sudden action, his voice trembling. Xiao Yan, do not act rashly. Put down the knife. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. No, unless you promise me you will never leave. Otherwise, I will die right here. Lin Yu felt utterly helpless, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Yan, please calm down. Let us talk this through. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out. There is nothing to discuss. Lin Yu, will you agree or not? The scene before him filled Lin Yu with terror, and seizing the moment while Xiao Yan was consumed by her emotions, he turned and bolted for the door. Lin Yu, come back! Xiao Yan screamed as he fled into the darkness of the street, his heart racing, a singular thought occupying his mind. He must escape Xiao Yan. Behind him, she pursued relentlessly, fruit knife in hand. Repeatedly calling out his name as they ran, Xiao Yan's tears flowed freely, her voice breaking. Lin Yu, why must you treat me this way? Why? Hearing her cries, Lin Yu hesitated briefly, but fear propelled him to continue running. Xiao Yan, sobbing as she ran, her hair disheveled and her demeanor frantic, cried, Lin Yu, I cannot live without you. Come back. Lin Yu darted into an alley, seeking refuge from her pursuit. Xiao Yan reached the alley's entrance, halting to survey her surroundings, her cries echoing mournfully in the stillness of the night. Lin Yu, please come out. I beg you, she pleaded despairingly. Lin Yu crouched in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe, praying for her to depart. Xiao Yan collapsed to the ground, trembling as she wept, the fruit knife slipping from her grasp. Tentatively, Lin Yu poked his head out, and upon seeing her in such a broken state, a flicker of pity and guilt stirred within him. Yet, recalling the preceding turmoil, he steeled his heart, determined to seize another chance to escape. However, just as Lin Yu prepared to retract his head, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes on his hiding place. Lin Yu, I see you. Don't hide. Her voice was heavy with fatigue and despair. Startled, Lin Yu instinctively picked up a stone, gripping it tightly as if it were his last lifeline. Slowly, Xiao Yan advanced towards him, her eyes pleading, "Lin Yu, come back with me. Let us start anew." Lin Yu's hand, clutching the stone, was slick with sweat as he shouted, "Do not come any closer." Xiao Yan halted, tears spilling anew as she lamented, "Why must you treat me this way? Everything I do is out of love for you." Xiao Yan's cries grew louder, resonating through the stillness of the night, each wail emanating an air of profound sorrow. As if she sought to expel every ounce of pain and grievance harbored within her heart, Lin Yu's hand, gripping the stone, trembled slightly, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. "Xiao Yan, your love is too burdensome. I cannot bear it," Lin Yu uttered hoarsely. Xiao Yan sobbed, her body swaying precariously. "I don't care. I cannot live without you." Lin Yu stepped forward, his gaze filled with turmoil and helplessness. "Xiao Yan, please, let us calm down," he said softly. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, Xiao Yan lunged at him, embracing him tightly. "Lin Yu, don't leave me, please," she cried, her voice cracking. Lin Yu gently pushed her away, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Xiao Yan, we truly are not meant for each other," he stated, his voice tinged with finality. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. "Not meant for each other? After all we've been through, you dare to say that now?" Lin Yu turned his gaze away, unable to meet her eyes. "Xiao Yan, I am weary. This love exhausts me, both body and soul." Xiao Yan's complexion paled, her body wavering. "Lin Yu, how can you be so heartless?" Lin Yu bit his lip, murmuring, "I'm sorry." "Xiao Yan." With that, he turned to leave. Behind him, Xiao Yan's heart-wrenching cry echoed, "Lin Yu, if you leave, do not ever return." Lin Yu paused momentarily but steadfastly continued forward. "You dare to walk away?" Xiao Yan shrieked, her voice piercing the night like a blade. In a sudden burst of fervor, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his waist with astonishing strength. "Lin Yu, if you dare to abandon me, I will die before your very eyes. I will end my life right here." As she spoke, Xiao Yan unexpectedly produced a small knife, pressing it against her wrist, her gaze wild and resolute. "Lin Yu, look at me, see what I have become for you." Lin Yu's heart raced in terror at her actions, his voice trembling. "Xiao Yan, do not do anything foolish. Put the knife down." Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. "Do you care? If you truly cared, you would not leave." A twisted smile suddenly spread across Lin Yu's face, madness glimmering in his eyes. "Yin Yin, you are truly adorable in this state." Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? You actually find me charming like this?" Lin Yu stepped closer, gently caressing her face. "Indeed. The more frantic you become, the more I am drawn to you. This version of you is utterly unique." Xiao Yan's expression morphed into one of sheer madness. "Lin Yu, then promise me you will never leave me, that you will always stay by my side." Lin Yu embraced her tightly, whispering into her ear, "All right, we shall never part." Xiao Yan exclaimed, "Darling, you finally understand." Her face blossomed with a mad, satisfied smile, a hint of eeriness lurking within it. "From now on, no one shall ever separate us." Xiao Yan clung to Lin Yu's neck, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Lin Yu's gaze flickered, lost in thought. "Let us return home," Xiao Yan urged, taking his hand, eager to head back. Once home, she hummed a tune as she began to arrange the room, as if everything were perfect. Suddenly, Lin Yu embraced her from behind, his breath hot and rapid, whispering in her ear, "Yin Yin, I cannot bear to be away from you for even a moment." Xiao Yan quivered, turning to face him, her eyes glazed with longing. "Darling, I knew you would say that." Lin Yu cradled her face in his hands, kissing her fervently, murmuring, "Yin Yin, you are mine, now and forever." Xiao Yan responded passionately to Lin Yu's kiss, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly bizarre and fervent. Abruptly, Xiao Yan bit down on Lin Yu's lip, blood seeping forth as she gazed at him with a frenzied obsession, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Laughing maniacally, "Lin Yu, your blood is mine. Everything about you belongs to me." Lin Yu, far from angered, grinned even more savagely. "Xiao Yan, do as you wish, even if it means tearing me apart." Xiao Yan held Lin Yu tightly, her nails digging into his back. "Darling, we shall remain together forever. No one shall separate us. No one." Lin Yu's face twisted into a grotesque smile as he proclaimed, "Good wife, no one shall disrupt our love." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan tightened her embrace around Lin Yu, chanting, "Yes, no one, and if anyone dares, I will kill them." Lin Yu stroked her hair, his eyes glinting with a chilling fervor. "Wife, together we shall defy the entire world." The temperature in the room seemed to rise, their love having descended into a realm of extreme distortion and peril. "Husband, you finally understand." Xiao Yan's voice trembled, tears brimming anew that I knew you would never abandon me. Lin Yu held Xiao Yan tightly, kissing her forehead, his voice deep and fervent. Darling, I shall never leave you, not even if it means descending into hell alongside you. Xiao Yan lifted her head, her eyes filled with a maddening joy. Then let us descend into hell. Forever together. Just then, a sudden gust of wind howled outside, rattling the windows. Lin Yu abruptly regained his senses, gazing at the almost deranged Xiao Yan before him, a wave of fear and regret washing over him. Xiao Yan, we cannot continue like this. It is wrong. He attempted to push her away. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend Lin Yu's shift. What do you mean wrong? You just promised to be with me forever. Lin Yu shook his head in anguish. Xiao Yan, I just lost my mind. This frenzied love will destroy us. Xiao Yan's expression twisted into one of rage. You are deceiving me. You intend to abandon me. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Xiao Yan, we must calm down and reevaluate our relationship. Xiao Yan disregarded his words. I don't care. I want it this way. With that, she kissed him once more. Lin Yu forcefully pushed her away. His gaze resolute. Xiao Yan, do not act this way. We cannot make any more mistakes. Xiao Yan fell to the floor, tears flowing freely. Why? Why do you treat me this way? Lin Yu turned his head. Unable to meet her gaze. Xiao Yan, I do not want us to fall into irreversible despair. Suddenly, Xiao Yan burst into laughter, her voice laced with desperation. Irreversible despair. So what? Without you, what is the meaning of my existence? Lin Yu, terrified, stumbled backward, his voice quivering. Xiao Yan, do not frighten me. Please, calm down. Xiao Yan stood, advancing toward Lin Yu step by step, her eyes filled with resolution. Lin Yu, if you dare to leave me today, I will die before you. Lin Yu shouted in fear. Xiao Yan, that trick will not work anymore. Xiao Yan paused, disbelief washing over her face. Not work. Lin Yu, are you truly this cruel? Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Xiao Yan, it is not that I am cruel. It is this love that suffocates. Xiao Yan's gaze turned fierce. Suffocate. Then I shall show you something even more suffocating. With that, she turned, seizing a fruit knife from the table, pointing it at her throat. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror, his heart racing. Xiao Yan, no. Suddenly, a manic smile crossed his face, his voice turning low and eerie. Yan, if you dare to die, I will keep your corpse by my side forever, ensuring your soul cannot escape me. Chapter 59. Lin Yu, I belong only to you. Xiao Yan's hand trembled as she held the fruit knife, fear mingling with a frenzied anticipation. Lin Yu, do you truly love me this much? Lin Yu stepped forward, gripping her wrist with fierce determination. Yan, I mean every word. Do not delude yourself into thinking death will free you from me. Xiao Yan exclaimed in excitement. Wonderful, darling, you have returned to me. Lin Yu's expression twisted further, teeth gritted. Yan, you are mine. In life, you are mine, and in death, you shall remain my ghost. Even if we descend into hell, I will drag you along. Xiao Yan's face radiated obsession. Darling, this wild side of you is the one I cherish most. Lin Yu abruptly snatched the fruit knife from her hand, casting it aside before pulling her tightly into his embrace, as if to meld her into his very being. Xiao Yan, from now on, no one shall separate us. Not even death. Xiao Yan's face glowed with adoration, her arms wrapped tightly around Lin Yu's waist, her voice trembling with excitement. Lin Yu, my Lin Yu, how I love you now. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the inevitable calamity of my life. Each glance, every word from you ignites my heart with fervor, even if the entire world opposes our union. I fear nothing as long as you are by my side. Lin Yu tightened his embrace, his voice deep and possessive. Yan, you belong solely to me. Your heart, your soul, all of you are mine. I shall not allow anyone to take you away, not even with a mere gaze, as I would consider it an affront. Xiao Yan tilted her head back, her eyes brimming with deep affection and madness. Lin Yu, I would sacrifice everything for you, even my life. As long as I can be with you, even if it means plunging into an endless abyss of darkness, I willingly accept it. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly as he gently caressed Xiao Yan's hair, saying, Go prepare dinner, my dear. Xiao Yan obediently nodded. All right, darling, I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. She turned and walked towards the kitchen, humming a sweet little tune. Lin Yu remained seated on the sofa, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Xiao Yan, filled with deep affection yet tinged with a subtle, elusive complexity of emotions. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yu rose swiftly and approached the kitchen, wrapping his arms around Xiao Yan from behind and fervently kissing her neck. Xiao Yan was momentarily startled, but then a blissful blush graced her cheeks as she playfully chided, Oh dear, don't be mischievous. I'm in the midst of cooking. Yet Lin Yu, undeterred, tightened his embrace, his breath growing rapid. Yan, I cannot wait another moment. I want you to belong solely to me, right here and now. The spoon in Xiao Yan's hand clattered to the floor as she turned to passionately respond to Lin Yu's kiss. Their kiss was intensely fervent, as if they sought to merge their very beings. Lin Yu's hands roamed freely across Xiao Yan's back, while she clung tightly to his neck, her breath quickening and disordered. In their world, it seemed as though only they existed, with everything else fading away. Just then, a loud bang erupted from the stove, revealing that the pot had boiled dry, releasing thick, swirling smoke. The two abruptly released each other. And Xiao Yan exclaimed in a panic, "Oh no, the pot is going to explode." Lin Yu reacted swiftly, pulling Xiao Yan aside as he rushed to turn off the gas. The kitchen filled with smoke, causing them to cough incessantly. Xiao Yan, with a look of frustration, lamented, "It's all my fault. I can't believe I messed up cooking." Lin Yu reassured her, "It's all right, my dear, don't blame yourself." He continued, "You should carry on with the cooking." Xiao Yan nodded and turned to tidy up the chaos in the kitchen. However, just as she did, Lin Yu's expression darkened, revealing a hint of unease and anxiety. Xiao Yan remained oblivious to Lin Yu's change. Focusing intently on the scorched pot and the smoke-filled kitchen, Lin Yu observed Xiao Yan's busy silhouette and silently made a decision that he softly said, Yan, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." Xiao Yan casually replied, "Okay, hurry back." Lin Yu hurried downstairs, intent on purchasing a flower. He wished to surprise Xiao Yan, helping her forget the recent mishap in the kitchen. On the street, amidst the throngs of people, Lin Yu's eyes eagerly searched for a flower shop. Finally, he spotted one and approached without hesitation. His gaze was fervent and wild as he told the shopkeeper, "Give me the most radiant roses. I want my Yan to know she is my one and only love. No one shall steal her away from me." The shopkeeper, taken aback by his fervor, quickly handed him a stunning, dew-kissed rose. Grasping the flower, Lin Yu hurried home, repeatedly murmuring, Yan, you are mine, and will forever remain so." Upon arriving at his doorstep, however, he heard Xiao Yan conversing with a man inside. Lin Yu's expression darkened ominously, his grip on the rose tightening, causing the veins in his hand to bulge. Yet, upon recognizing the voice belonged to Xiao Yan's father, Lin Yu's demeanor did not soften. He hesitated briefly at the door before ultimately pushing it open and stepping inside. As he entered, his gaze locked onto Xiao Yang, brimming with wariness and hostility, as if Xiao Yang were an adversary seeking to claim Xiao Yan. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Xiao Yan's face lit up with a surprised smile. "Darling, you're back." Lin Yu ignored her greeting, his attention fixated on Xiao Yang, coldly inquiring, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Yang frowned, replying, "I came to see how my daughter is doing. Is that not permissible?" Lin Yu gritted his teeth, hurling the rose to the ground, and declared vehemently, "Xiao Yan is mine. You shall not take her away." Xiao Yan was taken aback by his sudden outburst, her voice trembling as she protested. "Lin Yu, what's wrong? This is my father." Lin Yu's eyes turned red, resembling a wild beast on the brink of losing control, as he shouted at Xiao Yan, "Even if he is your father, it doesn't matter. Yan, you can only remain by my side. No one else can come near. I will fight anyone who dares." Xiao Yang, incensed, rose to his feet, pointing at Lin Yu. "Have you gone mad? I am Xiao Yan's father. I have the right to care for her." Lin Yu stormed toward Xiao Yang, his face a mask of fury as he shouted, "Rights? You have none. Xiao Yan is my possession. No one shall interfere in our affairs." Yet Xiao Yan stepped forward with a radiant smile, grasping Lin Yu's arm. "Darling, it makes me so happy that you care for me so much. Father, please don't mind. Lin Yu simply loves me too deeply." Lin Yu turned to Xiao Yan, his gaze flashing with a kind of frenzied tenderness. Yan, only I can provide you with happiness. No one can take you from me. Not even your own family." Xiao Yang trembled with rage. "Lin Yu, have you lost your senses?" Xiao Yan nestled closely to Lin Yu, her gaze resolute as she declared, "Father, I love him, no matter what he becomes. My love remains unchanged." Lin Yu tightened his embrace around Xiao Yan, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yang. "Did you hear that? Xiao Yan is mine, and will forever be. If you dare to interfere again, I will not hold back." Xiao Yan gazed at her furious father, softly urging, "Father, please go home." Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his daughter. "Xiao Yan, have you lost your mind? After the way he treated me, you still stand by him?" Xiao Yan maintained her stubborn smile, saying, "Father, I know what I'm doing. I love him. Please don't interfere." Xiao Yang, infuriated, stomped his feet. "You foolish child, you will regret this one day." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The room was left with only Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. Lin Yu gently stroked Xiao Yan's hair, murmuring, "From now on, It shall be just the two of us. No one shall intrude. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Let us eat. At the dining table, the two fed each other, their eyes locked in a gaze filled with deep affection. Lin Yu picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Xiao Yan, indulgently saying, "My dear, eat more." Xiao Yan opened her mouth to take a bite and then scooped a spoonful of soup to feed Lin Yu, playfully chiding, "You shouldn't eat, just watch me eat." Just then, the lights began to flicker erratically, casting shadows across the room. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, a sense of unease swelling within him. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the power went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. "Ah!" Xiao Yan gasped. Lin Yu instantly pulled Xiao Yan tightly into his embrace, his voice trembling yet filled with fervor. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Yan. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Not even the darkness shall take you from me." Xiao Yan could feel Lin Yu's heart racing, his breath growing frantic. "Lin Yu, I'm a bit scared," she whispered. Lin Yu's voice sounded eerily intense in the darkness. "My dear, don't be afraid. As long as I am here, even if the world ends, I will protect you. But never think of leaving me, otherwise." He left his words hanging, yet the unspoken threat sent a warm shiver down Xiao Yan's spine. Lin Yu tightened his grip around Xiao Yan fiercely, nearly suffocating her, as he shouted with wild intensity, "Xiao Yan, if you dare to leave me, I will kill you and then take my own life. We cannot be apart in life, and we must be together in death." With that, he carried her back to the bed, pinning her down, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, "Xiao Yan, you will never escape." "Never." Xiao Yan's face bore no fear. Instead, it radiated an infatuated smile as she wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, softly declaring, "Lin Yu, I will never leave you. Even in death, I wish to be with you." Lin Yu felt Xiao Yan in his arms was as light as a feather. He tightened his embrace, as if to merge her into his very being, his voice low and fervent, "Xiao Yan, you are mine, and will always be." Xiao Yan wriggled slightly in his hold, playfully protesting, "Lin Yu, you're holding me too tightly." Yet Lin Yu showed no signs of loosening his grip, his gaze more frenzied than ever. "Not tight enough. This way, you cannot escape." Xiao Yan not only refrained from struggling, but instead nestled deeper into Lin Yu's embrace, her voice sweet yet tinged with madness. "Lin Yu, just hold me like this. Never let go for a lifetime. Even if I suffocate in your arms, I willingly accept it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twisted into a distorted smile. "Xiao Yan, you truly drive me to the brink of madness." Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, brightening the room and revealing their almost deranged expressions. In the wake of the thunder's roar, which seemed to threaten to shatter the very world. Lin Yu, in that fleeting moment of light, fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan, gritting his teeth. "Yin Yin, no matter if heaven falls or earth shatters, I will not allow you to leave my side even a single step." Xiao Yan gazed up at him, her eyes filled with fervor and obsession, her hands gripping his back tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh as she declared, her voice trembling yet resolute, "Lin Yu, even if the world ends, I belong only to you." That moment, a fierce gale howled through the open window, and icy raindrops pelted violently into the room. Yet, Lin Yu paid no heed. Pressing Xiao Yan beneath him, fervently kissing her, murmuring, "You are mine, and will forever be." Xiao Yan passionately reciprocated his kisses, as if they intended to incinerate amidst the tempest. Their breaths quickened, completely immersed in the fervor of their love. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder resounded, and the lights in the room flickered briefly before illuminating once more. Lin Yu gradually released Xiao Yan, their gazes still ablaze with fervor and obsession. Xiao Yan's lips were swollen, yet her face radiated a satisfied smile. Lin Yu caressed Xiao Yan's cheek, softly declaring, "Yin Yin, no matter what happens, I shall never allow anyone to take you from me." Nestled in his embrace, Xiao Yan gently replied, "Lin Yu, I belong only to you, forever and ever." Chapter 60. Dreamscapes. Suddenly, Lin Yu's mind jolted. "What is happening? Xiao Yan, why are you lying in my arms?" His eyes became clouded with confusion, as if he had just awoken from a chaotic dream. Sensing his distress, Xiao Yan lifted her head, her face etched with bewilderment. "Lin Yu, what are you saying?" Lin Yu vigorously shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. "I don't know. It seems I have lost a fragment of my memory. Why are we here? Why do I feel this way about you?" Instantly, Xiao Yan's complexion turned pale as she clutched Lin Yu's arm tightly. "Lin Yu, please don't frighten me. Do you no longer love me?" Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yan, his heart filled with conflict and dread. At that moment, the lights in the room began to flicker again, casting an even more eerie atmosphere. "Xiao Yan, you need to go." Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as tears brimmed in her gaze. "Lin Yu, how could you say that to me?" Lin Yu turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes. "I don't know." I truly don't understand. My heart is in turmoil. Slowly rising from his embrace, Xiao Yan's eyes turned desolate and cold. Lin Yu, you will regret this. Just then, the lights went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. In the pitch black, Xiao Yan's chilling laughter echoed. Lin Yu, you cannot escape. You will never escape. In terror, Lin Yu cried out. Xiao Yan, what has happened to you? Yet, only that haunting laughter reverberated in the dark. Lin Yu frantically groped around. Finding nothing, suddenly he felt a cold hand resting on his shoulder, its grip powerful enough to crush his bones. Lin Yu could not suppress a scream. Lin Yu, embrace this endless dark. This is our fate. Xiao Yan's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Lin Yu struggled desperately to free himself from the hand's grasp, but the more he fought, the tighter it held him. That moment. A flash of lightning illuminated the room momentarily, revealing Xiao Yan's face, not the gentle visage he once knew, but a twisted, malevolent mask filled with hatred. Xiao Yan, what has happened to you? Lin Yu's voice trembled, fear choking him. Xiao Yan sneered coldly, her laughter echoing ominously in the darkness. Lin Yu, you have brought this upon yourself. You forced my hand. Confusion clouded Lin Yu's mind. I don't understand, Xiao Yan. What have I done? Xiao Yan gritted her teeth, her voice sharp. You have long forgotten your promises to me. You have deceived me, playing with my feelings. Lin Yu shook his head vehemently. No, Xiao Yan, that is not true. I have lost part of my memory. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in fury, her voice piercing. Do you think such words could convince me? Lin Yu, you are so naive. Lin Yu stepped forward, desperate to grasp her hand, pleading, Xiao Yan, please listen to me. This is the truth. I don't know why this is happening, but I truly don't remember those things. Xiao Yan violently shoved his hand away, shouting, Enough! You are a liar. With resignation, Lin Yu suggested, let us sleep for now. Perhaps when we awaken, everything will be clear. Xiao Yan scoffed. Sleep? Do you think I can still sleep? Gently tugging at the hem of her garment, Lin Yu spoke with a tone of imploring, Xiao Yan, even if you're angry, let us rest first. This cannot continue. After a brief silence, Xiao Yan relented, coldly responding, Fine, we shall sleep, but do not expect my forgiveness. Yet, she still nestled against Lin Yu, their faces pressed together. Lin Yu felt the warmth of Xiao Yan's body. A tumult of emotions swirling within him, he attempted to untangle the chaos of the situation, but clarity eluded him. As the night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind seeped through the window, sending the curtains billowing. Lin Yu shivered involuntarily, instinctively tightening his embrace around Xiao Yan. In his dreams, he seemed to hear faint footsteps, echoing softly, each step achingly clear, as if treading upon his very heart that he longed to awaken, yet felt as though his body were weighed down by lead, immovably heavy. Xiao Yan lay quietly asleep in his arms, blissfully unaware of the unfolding terror. The footsteps drew nearer, and Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, plunging the surroundings into an oppressive stillness. Lin Yu held his breath, and at that moment, a chilling hand gently settled upon his shoulder, a wave of icy dread coursing through him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, only to find that the room remained unchanged, with only himself and Xiao Yan present, the hand seemingly a figment of his imagination. However, as he turned to the window, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow flitting past the curtain. Lin Yu abruptly shoved Xiao Yan, who stirred groggily, her eyes barely open, and before she could voice her complaints, Lin Yu's terrified expression jolted her awake. What's wrong? Xiao Yan asked, her voice quivering, yet an almost imperceptible thrill flickered in her gaze. Lin Yu pointed toward the window, his lips trembling, unable to articulate his fear. Following his gesture, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in horror as she beheld a ghastly pale face, eliciting a scream from her lips. Yet, almost immediately, her scream morphed into an eerie laughter. Darling, what is there to fear? Xiao Yan grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, her grip painful, declaring, even if it is a ghost, it cannot harm us. The eerie visage, responding to their reactions, slowly curled its lips into a sinister smile. The temperature in the room plummeted, an ominous chill enveloping them. Run, Lin Yu urged, pulling Xiao Yan towards the door. Yet, as they grasped the doorknob, they discovered it would not budge, as if sealed by an unseen force. Unperturbed by Lin Yu's panic, Xiao Yan turned to him, gazing intently. Darling, perhaps it is better this way. We can be together forever. Behind them, the owner of the ghastly face drifted through the window, advancing toward them step by step. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan pressed against the door, despair etched upon their faces as the horrifying figure drew nearer. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker, casting an erratic glow. In the brief moments of darkness, they heard a chilling laughter. When the lights returned, the terror had vanished. Where did it go? Xiao Yan asked, her voice tinged with a frenzied anticipation. Lin Yu scanned the room anxiously, when a faint rustling sound came from above. Xiao Yan looked up, a manic smile gracing her face. Darling, no matter what happens, you will never leave me. At that moment, the horrific figure lunged down from the ceiling, hurtling directly towards Lin Yu. Xiao Yan instinctively pulled Lin Yu behind her. Confronting the threat, "Do not touch him," she roared, her eyes blazing with determination and madness. The figure hesitated, seemingly intimidated by her fierce resolve. Yet, it soon unleashed a spine-chilling scream and lunged again. Xiao Yan stood her ground, defying the silhouette. Lin Yu, filled with anxiety and fear, yearned to assist but felt utterly helpless. "Darling, do not fear. I am here," Xiao Yan declared, her gaze flickering with a mix of obsession and madness. "No one can take you from me. Not even this malevolent spirit." Suddenly, Xiao Yan produced a dagger from somewhere, thrusting it toward the figure with blinding speed. A pungent scent filled the room as the figure emitted a cry of agony. Gradually dissipating, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief, throwing herself into Lin Yu's embrace. "Darling, I will not allow anyone to harm you." Xiao Yan clung to Lin Yu tightly, her grip so fierce he could barely breathe. In horror, Lin Yu realized that the warmth in her gaze had transformed into an obsessive possessiveness. "Xiao Yan, please let me go," he pleaded, attempting to break free. Yet, Xiao Yan tightened her hold, her voice laced with threat. "You shall never leave me." "Never." Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yan's frenzied demeanor, his heart brimming with dread and despair. Just as he struggled to extricate himself from Xiao Yan's suffocating embrace, a monstrous entity suddenly materialized within the room. This creature was colossal, its body bristling with sharp spines, and a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered with an eerie light in the darkness. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar, a sound that seemed capable of shattering one's very soul. Upon sighting the monster, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Yan's previously manic expression. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu broke free from her grasp and retreated hastily. "Xiao Yan, what? What is this?" Lin Yu stammered, his voice quaking with fear. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth, seizing a dagger once more, charging at the beast while declaring, "Whatever it is, it shall not harm you." The monster swung its massive claws toward Xiao Yan. She nimbly dodged, waiting for the perfect moment to stab it with her dagger. Yet, the creature's hide was as tough as iron, and the dagger inflicted no significant damage. Lin Yu, frantic, searched for something to assist Xiao Yan. His gaze landing on an iron rod in the corner. He grasped the rod and rushed towards the monster, shouting, "Xiao Yan, I'm here to help." The creature, enraged by their combined assault, intensified its attacks, wreaking havoc upon the furniture, scattering it in disarray. Just as they engaged in a fierce struggle with the monster, the door that had remained stubbornly shut began to creak open. To their horror, another monster emerged from beyond the threshold. This new creature was even larger, its scales shimmering with a chilling glint in the dim light. Its fangs were as sharp as blades, each glinting ominously. The original monster let out an ecstatic roar, as if communicating with its newfound companion. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan's faces turned ashen. They understood that facing one monster was already a daunting task. And now, with two converging upon them, their situation was perilous. The newly arrived beast wasted no time, charging into the room alongside the first, both lunging at them. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan were forced to press their backs together, desperately resisting the onslaught of the two monsters. "Lin Yu, even if we die today, I shall die alongside you," Xiao Yan cried out, her voice laced with desperation and madness. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, wielding the iron rod. "We will not perish. There must be a way." However, the relentless assault of the two monsters began to wear them down, their strength waning and their bodies bearing numerous wounds. At that moment, one of the monsters lunged at Xiao Yan with its claws. She let out a pained scream as blood instantly soaked her clothing. Yet, her eyes held no trace of fear, only a fervent obsession. "Lin Yu, even if I die, I will not let you come to harm." Gritting her teeth against the agony, she raised her dagger once more and charged at the beast. Lin Yu's heart raced. "Xiao Yan, forget about me. You must flee." But Xiao Yan turned back, offering him a sorrowful smile. "No, I will not abandon you. We shall live together or die together. No one shall take you from me." With that, she hurled herself at the monster with reckless abandon, her resolute stance leaving Lin Yu in shock. The creature, incensed by Xiao Yan's madness, attacked her with renewed fury, though her body was battered and bruised. She clung tenaciously to the monster, buying time for Lin Yu. Lin Yu, remember, I love you, forever. Xiao Yan's voice was filled with despair and profound affection as her figure gradually faded. Lin Yu stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the unfolding reality. Xiao Yan! No, he shouted frantically, rushing toward the spot where she had vanished, his hands grasping at the air as if attempting to seize the lost silhouette. That moment, Lin Yu jolted upright in bed. Gasping for breath, it had all been but a nightmare. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still haunted by the remnants of fear. Outside the window, the moonlight poured into the room like water. Yet Lin Yu felt no warmth. Xiao Yan, he murmured to himself, the memory of her desperate and affectionate gaze lingering vividly in his mind. Lin Yu, you truly love me. Xiao Yan's voice echoed in the darkness. Imbued with a near-manic joy, she suddenly leaped onto Lin Yu, wrapping her arms around him with a force that left him breathless. Lin Yu, you shall never leave me, not even in dreams. Your heart belongs only to me. Xiao Yan's words reverberated in Lin Yu's ears, fervent and frenzied. Taken aback by her actions, Lin Yu attempted to push her away. Xiao Yan, please, calm down, calm down. How can I be calm? You called my name in your dreams. You are mine, and no one shall take you from me. Xiao Yan's nails dug deeply into Lin Yu's skin. Xiao Yan, you're hurting me, Lin Yu exclaimed in pain. Hurting? What is this compared to my love for you? It is nothing. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with a fervent obsession. Chapter 61. Dreamscape 2. Lin Yu, like a startled bird, felt his pupils dilate in terror. With frantic hands, he yanked Xiao Yan off him and, as if fleeing from a plague, roughly tossed her aside. His body trembled uncontrollably, every muscle tense, his face a mask of sheer fear and confusion. Xiao Yan, incensed by his sudden action, glared at him with an even more deranged fury. How dare you treat me this way? She roared. That I have done so much for you, and you reject me. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Xiao Yan, please, you need to calm down. You are frightening me. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Frightening? This is all because I love you. You dare call me frightening? With that, she lunged at Lin Yu, clutching his arm tightly. You will not leave me. Not ever. Lin Yu struggled to break free from her grip. Shouting, Xiao Yan, if you continue like this, I truly cannot endure. Upon hearing this, tears instantly welled in Xiao Yan's eyes. You cannot endure me. Then why did you ever choose to be with me? Why give me hope? Lin Yu sighed, trembling as he replied, just sleep. Xiao Yan bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment and grievance. Sleep? Do you really think I can sleep now? Lin Yu, you are too heartless. Lin Yu said nothing further. Turning away and presenting his back to her, Xiao Yan sat at the edge of the bed, her sobs echoing clearly in the silent room. After a while, her weeping subsided, and she coldly remarked, Lin Yu, do not think this will free you from me. I will not let you go. Lin Yu's body shuddered slightly, yet he remained silent. The night deepened, an oppressive atmosphere settling in the room. Time passed, and eventually, Xiao Yan lay down, but her eyes gleamed with a peculiar light in the darkness, as though she was scheming something. At that moment, Lin Yu, as if pursued by some dreadful entity, suddenly turned around, gripping her tightly with an almost uncontrollable force. Xiao Yan was taken aback, but then a smug smile crept onto her face. Humph, Lin Yu, you cannot bear to part with me. Lin Yu held her close, his voice low and somber. Xiao Yan, I do not wish to continue this torment. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Torment? This is all because of love. Do you not understand? Lin Yu sighed. But this kind of love suffocates me. Xiao Yan's body stiffened momentarily before she tightened her embrace around Lin Yu. Suffocation, that is better than losing you. Lin Yu, resigned, closed his eyes, his heart heavy with conflict and pain. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered erratically, followed by a faint buzzing sound, creating an even more eerie ambience. Lin Yu held Xiao Yan tighter. She could feel his body trembling slightly. Lin Yu, are you afraid? Xiao Yan taunted. Lin Yu did not respond, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the window. Xiao Yan let out a terrified scream, burying her head deep in Lin Yu's embrace. Do not be afraid, Xiao Yan, Lin Yu whispered soothingly. Though his own heartbeat was distinctly audible, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the buzzing grew louder, resembling a warning of some kind. What is happening? Xiao Yan's voice trembled. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, replying slowly. I do not know, but I sense something ominous is about to unfold. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind burst through the window, sending the curtains billowing wildly. Xiao Yan trembled in Lin Yu's arms. Yet her spirit remained defiant. Lin Yu, No matter what, you must not let go of me. Lin Yu remained silent, tightening his grip further. Xiao Yan lifted her gaze, her eyes gleaming with a maniacal possessiveness. Lin Yu, even in death, we shall die together. You are forever mine. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his irritation growing. Xiao Yan, could you not be so extreme? At this, Xiao Yan's emotions spiraled out of control. Extreme? I would do anything for you, and you call me extreme. Lin Yu, you have disappointed me greatly. She violently broke free from Lin Yu's embrace and rushed toward the window, shouting, if you do not love me, then I shall jump. Lin Yu was taken aback, rushing to grab her. Xiao Yan, are you insane? Xiao Yan stood there, tears streaming down her face as she screamed in a fit of hysteria. Yes, I have gone mad. And it is all because of you. Outside, the howling wind grew increasingly mournful, as if lamenting this tragic farce. Lin Yu suddenly pulled Xiao Yan back, enveloping her tightly in his arms, and shouted furiously, Xiao Yan, can you please stop being so willful? Your actions will drive us both to madness. Xiao Yan struggled desperately in his embrace, crying out, you simply do not understand my love. You only perceive me as a madwoman. Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly as he replied, I do understand, but your love is too burdensome. I can scarcely bear it. Xiao Yan fell silent, her eyes hollow as she gazed at Lin Yu, asking, then why do you not leave me? Why do you continue to give me hope time and again? With a resigned sigh, Lin Yu closed his eyes, because I once loved you, but your love terrifies me. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh, terrified, then you should stay by my side forever, so I can watch over you. That way, you won't be able to escape. The room descended into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the howling wind outside. The two returned to the bed, Xiao Yan nestling closely against Lin Yu, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. As if fearing that the moment she loosened her grip, he would vanish, Lin Yu stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts in disarray. Xiao Yan softly murmured, Lin Yu, do not leave me, never. Lin Yu remained silent, merely letting out a soft sigh as Xiao Yan's gaze turned fierce. If you dare to leave, I will destroy you, and I will destroy myself. Lin Yu stiffened, turning to look at her, only to find 2 streaks of tears marking her face. Xiao Yan, how did we end up like this? Lin Yu's voice was filled with helplessness and exhaustion. Xiao Yan bit her lip. It is all because your heart is not steadfast. You always seek to escape. Now, rest. Lin Yu, with a sense of resignation, closed his eyes. Yet, Xiao Yan remained wide awake, staring intently at Lin Yu's profile as if wishing to etch his likeness into her heart. After a long while, she finally allowed her eyes to close. But her grip on Lin Yu's clothing remained firm. Moments later, she abruptly opened her eyes again, clutching him tightly, murmuring, Lin Yu, do not leave me, do not leave me. Lin Yu found it difficult to breathe under her embrace. Yet he did not push her away, only letting out a weary sigh. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the room, subtle yet unnervingly clear in the stillness of the night. Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, still lost in her own world, holding on to Lin Yu. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his heart racing involuntarily. Whose footsteps could those be? Chapter 62. Dreamscape 3. Lin Yu attempted to rise and investigate, but Xiao Yan clung to him tighter. Do not move. Lin Yu, stay here with me, she implored, her voice laced with tears. Lin Yu had no choice but to relent, yet the footsteps grew increasingly closer, as if approaching the bedside. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room, and cold sweat beaded on Lin Yu's forehead. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, plunging the surroundings back into silence. Just as Lin Yu and Xiao Yan dared not breathe, a chilling breeze swept over them, sending shivers down their spines. I'm scared. Xiao Yan's voice quivered. Lin Yu feigned calmness, reassuring her, do not fear, I am here. However, unbeknownst to them, in the shadowy corner, a pair of eyes silently observed them. As they huddled together, trembling, a black cat leaped from the darkness, meowing, which startled Xiao Yan into a scream. Lin Yu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, felt his heart race even faster. The cat's eerie green eyes glimmered in the dark as it paced around the bed. Emitting a low growl from its throat, Xiao Yan gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Why is this cat here? Lin Yu frowned, attempting to shoo it away. Go away. Yet the cat remained unperturbed, instead leaping onto the bed, inching closer to Lin Yu and Xiao Yan, and astonishingly spoke, you cannot escape, you cannot escape. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan stared wide-eyed in terror, as if their souls had been frozen by the bizarre words. How can you speak? They shouted in unison. The cat's eyes glinted menacingly in the darkness. Oh, there are many things you do not know. Xiao Yan trembled all over. What is happening? What exactly are you? The cat let out a sinister laugh. Me, I am here to judge you. Lin Yu mustered his courage and shouted, Judge, what wrong have we committed? The cat lowered its voice. Your love is steeped in sin, selfishness, fear, deception. These are your transgressions. Xiao Yan cried out in protest. No, it is not like that. The cat advanced closer. Do not deny it. Your hearts know the truth. At that moment, the cat radiated an eerie glow, growing ever more intense, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan instinctively shielded their eyes, and when they opened them again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Panic-stricken, Lin Yu and Xiao Yan surveyed their surroundings, but through the thick fog, they could faintly hear eerie cries and bizarre laughter. Where is this? Xiao Yan clung tightly to Lin Yu's arm, her voice trembling. Lin Yu's face turned pale. I do not know, but it is certainly not a good place. Suddenly, a vague figure emerged from the mist. Becoming clearer, a woman with a distorted face. You have finally arrived, her voice echoed as if from the depths of hell. Xiao Yan collapsed in fright. Who are you? The woman chuckled coldly. I am the vengeful spirit harmed by your love. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. That is nonsense. How could our love harm you? Black tears streamed from the woman's eyes. Your selfishness and obsession have condemned my soul to unrest. With that, the woman extended her arms towards Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. Ah! They screamed, turning to flee, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the fog or the terrifying figure. Just as despair settled in, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan grasped it like a lifeline. Racing towards the brightness as they drew near, they discovered it was a door radiating a mysterious glow. What lies beyond this door? Xiao Yan asked, her voice quivering. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. I do not care. We must go in first. They pushed open the door, and a blinding light compelled them to shield their eyes. When they finally opened them again, they found themselves back in the room. The black cat and the terrifying woman had vanished. Xiao Yan gasped for breath. What on earth just happened? Was it a nightmare? Lin Yu's face remained pale. I do not know, but it all felt too real. Just then, the black cat reappeared, gracefully leaping onto the windowsill. Its gaze coldly scrutinizing Lin Yu and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan pointed at the cat in terror. It is back. The cat narrowed its eyes slightly. Did you think this was the end? How naive. Lin Yu clenched his fists. What do you want from us? The cat licked its paw lightly. This is your fate. There is no escape. With that, the cat's fur bristled, its eyes turning blood red. The temperature in the room plummeted, causing Xiao Yan to shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, the cat opened its mouth and spewed forth a cloud of black smoke. The smoke quickly enveloped the entire room, choking Lin Yu and Xiao Yan as they coughed violently, everything around them fading into darkness. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yu attempted to find Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, where are you? Xiao Yan responded through tears. Lin Yu, I am here. I cannot see anything. As the smoke gradually dissipated, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, overgrown with weeds and buffeted by a cold wind. Where is this? Xiao Yan's voice trembled. Lin Yu cautiously scanned their surroundings. I do not know. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, as if something were approaching. Xiao Yan, frightened, hid behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I am scared. Lin Yu tightened his grip on Xiao Yan's hand. Do not fear. I am here. A python, as thick as a beauty's waist, slithered out from the grass, its tongue flicking, its gaze menacing as it locked onto them. Ah! Xiao Yan screamed. Lin Yu pulled her back. Run. However, they had hardly taken a few steps when they found themselves at the edge of a bottomless cliff. The python pressed closer, and there was no way to retreat. Lin Yu, what shall we do? Xiao Yan cried in despair. Lin Yu glanced at the cliff and then at the advancing python, resolutely stating, Xiao Yan, we must jump. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in shock. Jumping down will kill us. Lin Yu tightened his grip on her hand. It is better than being eaten by the python. Upon concluding his words, Lin Yu grasped Xiao Yan's hand and leapt off the precipice. As they plummeted, the wind howled fiercely past their ears. Xiao Yan tightly shut her eyes while Lin Yu endeavored to shield her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they felt a sudden jolt, as if they had landed upon something soft. Opening their eyes, they discovered themselves ensconced within a colossal nest that a magnificent eagle returned, its piercing gaze fixed upon them. At that moment, Xiao Yan vanished. Lin Yu, gripped by terror, frantically searched. Xiao Yan, where are you? The eagle coldly regarded him. Stop searching. She is not here. Lin Yu shouted at the eagle. Did you take her? Return her to me at once. The eagle flapped its wings dismissively. This is not my concern. Lin Yu, in a frenzy, insisted. I refuse to believe that. You must know where she is. The eagle remained silent for a moment before responding. If you wish to find her, you must explore this mysterious world on your own. With that, the eagle spread its wings and soared away, leaving Lin Yu alone in the vast nest. Utterly bewildered, he gazed in the direction the eagle had flown, silently vowing that no matter how arduous the journey, he would find Xiao Yan. Just then, the nest began to shake violently. Lin Yu fell. He screamed as he tumbled through the air, plummeting endlessly. The wind roared in his ears, and his mind went blank. Chapter 63. The enormous hand. After a brief descent, he unexpectedly landed unceremoniously in an enormous palm, the owner of which was none other than Xiao Yan. Her face bore a maniacal and twisted smile, her eyes radiating a chilling obsession and possessiveness. Lin Yu, you have finally returned to my side, she declared, her smile maddeningly wide, eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. Then, Xiao Yan poked him with her enormous finger, causing Lin Yu to sway precariously. Xiao Yan, stop this, he cried out, but Xiao Yan only laughed more uproariously. What do you think, Lin Yu? You are completely under my control now. Her finger pressed down hard, pinching Lin Yu tightly between her fingertips. I will ensure that you can never escape from my grasp, Xiao Yan declared fiercely. Lin Yu felt his breath constricting, his face turning crimson. Xiao Yan, I beg you, spare me. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of mad determination. Spare you? Impossible. Even in death, I want us to perish together. No sooner had she spoken than she leaned in to kiss him. Her enormous lips enveloped Lin Yu, nearly suffocating him. Xiao Yan, stop, he struggled desperately. Yet Xiao Yan paid no heed. Her kiss grew increasingly frenzied, as if she intended to devour him whole. Then, she opened her mouth wide, seemingly preparing to consume him. No. Lin Yu screamed in despair. Just at that critical moment, he abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in sweat. It had all been a nightmare. Breathing heavily, he looked around the familiar surroundings, unable to calm his racing heart. Thank goodness, it was just a dream, Lin Yu murmured. Darling, what's wrong? Xiao Yan gazed at him, her eyes filled with a frenzied concern, her voice soft. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiao Yan, I had a terrifying nightmare about you. Xiao Yan gripped his hand tightly, her nails digging into his flesh as she roared. What did you dream about me? Speak. Lin Yu trembled at her intensity, stammering. I dreamed you had become terrifying and wanted to eat me. Xiao Yan scoffed. Humph, how could you think that of me? You belong to me. Even if I were to consume you, you would never escape my grasp. Lin Yu, gripped by fear, attempted to extricate himself. Xiao Yan, please calm down. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind howled outside, rattling the windows. Xiao Yan stood up to shut the window, but when she turned around, her face was contorted with rage. Lin Yu, you will never escape from my grasp. My grasp. Lin Yu's face turned pale with fright. Xiao Yan, please don't do this. I'm scared. His voice trembled as he instinctively recoiled. Xiao Yan advanced step by step, her eyes ablaze with a madness that ignited a primal fear within him. Afraid? So now you know fear. Too late. Lin Yu's back pressed against the corner of the wall, leaving him nowhere to flee. Xiao Yan, I beg you, let me go, he pleaded, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Yan suddenly burst into laughter, her cackle sharp and piercing. Let you go? Who will keep me company then? You are mine, only mine. At that moment, the lights in the room began to flicker, casting an eerie, sinister atmosphere. Ignoring her, Lin Yu trembled as he approached the bed, lying down with his body shaking uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet, closing his eyes in a futile attempt to sleep. Seeing this, Xiao Yan bellowed in fury. Lin Yu, how dare you ignore me? She reached out, shaking him violently. Lin Yu kept his eyes tightly shut, muttering, leave me alone. It's all a dream, just a dream. Xiao Yan's expression darkened further, her teeth clenched. Very well, sleep. When you awaken, you will see how I deal with you. With that, she turned and violently yanked open the wardrobe, rummaging through its contents. The only sounds in the room were her frantic searching and Lin Yu's heavy breathing. After a while, Xiao Yan returned, holding a thick rope, her eyes filled with determination and madness. She tossed the rope onto the floor, sitting beside Lin Yu, her gaze fixed upon him with an intensity that was almost. Her gaze swept across every corner of the room, as if in search of something that could bring her solace. I will lock you by my side, and you shall never think of leaving, Xiao Yan declared through gritted teeth. With that, she turned and dashed into the kitchen, causing Lin Yu's heart to leap in alarm as he hurried after her. There, he saw Xiao Yan brandishing a knife, its blade glinting coldly under the light. Xiao Yan, calm down, Lin Yu shouted, his voice trembling. Slowly, Xiao Yan turned her head, her eyes wild and resolute. Calm? I cannot calm down. If you dare step out of this door today, I will. Lin Yu retreated step by step, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Yan, don't do anything foolish, let's talk this through. But Xiao Yan pressed on, wielding the knife. There is nothing to discuss. You are mine, and only mine. Lin Yu, come here. Lin Yu stood rooted to the spot, his legs seemingly nailed down, unable to budge. Xiao Yan, don't be impulsive. Put down the knife, he urged, trying to restore her sanity. Xiao Yan scoffed. If you won't come to me, then I will come to you. Just as she was about to reach Lin Yu, her foot caught on something, sending her tumbling forward. Instinctively, Lin Yu reached out to catch her, but accidentally brushed against the blade. And blood instantly stained his sleeve. Xiao Yan screamed in terror. Lin Yu, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Her voice broke with sobs, and the knife clattered to the ground. Lin Yu clutched his injured arm, his face paling. Xiao Yan, why do this to yourself? Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face as she trembled, wanting to check Lin Yu's wound, but too afraid to touch him. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't want to hurt you. Suddenly, as if coming to her senses, she said, I'll go get the first aid kit. With that, she rushed towards the bedroom. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, the pain from his wound making him dizzy. Just then, the phone in the living room rang, its jarring tone echoing eerily in the quiet room. Lin Yu's heart tightened, uncertain of the consequences this call might bring to Agati that moment. Xiao Yan hurried back with the first aid kit. And upon seeing Lin Yu's increasingly pale face, her guilt deepened. Lin Yu, I'll bandage you right away. Just as she was about to start, the phone rang incessantly. Lin Yu reached for it, but Xiao Yan blocked him. Her voice fierce. Don't answer. It might be that Luo again. Lin Yu sighed. It could be something important. Xiao Yan glared at him, shouting, what could possibly be important? It's definitely that woman trying to entangle you again. If you dare answer, I will end my life right here. As she spoke, she picked up the nearby knife and pressed it against her neck. Chapter 65. Xiao Yan, you are mine. Lin Yu's eyes blazed with fervor as he rushed forward, snatching the knife from Xiao Yan's grasp and throwing it heavily to the ground. Xiao Yan, you are mine. No one shall take you from me, not even yourself. He grasped her shoulders tightly, as if to crush them. I will not allow you to harm yourself, not even the slightest bit. Lin Yu breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot. That Luo, I will make her disappear completely, never to disturb us again. The room was thick with a frenzied atmosphere. Lin Yu held Xiao Yan tightly, almost madly shouting, Xiao Yan, believe me, my heart holds only you. No one shall destroy what we have. If anyone dares, they will pay dearly. I will keep you by my side forever. Xiao Yan trembled, her expression shifting from surprise to a more frenzied and twisted demeanor. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Yu's neck, her voice sharp. Lin Yu, you better mean it. If you betray me, I will kill you first, then take my own life. We shall never be apart. As she spoke, she kissed Lin Yu fiercely, her kiss imbued with an intense possessiveness. Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with equal fervor, his arms wrapping tightly around her waist. As their emotions surged, Lin Yu gently laid her down on the bed, and Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a burning gaze, Lin Yu declared, Xiao Yan, you shall only ever be mine. Xiao Yan playfully pouted, her hands lightly scratching at Lin Yu's back. You better treat me well, or I won't let you off the hook. Lin Yu's breath quickened as he kissed her passionately, his hands roaming fervently across her back. Xiao Yan let out soft gasps, but suddenly bit down on Lin Yu's shoulder. Humph, Lin Yu, you better take this seriously, she warned, her eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, became even more engrossed, and Xiao Yan eagerly reciprocated. The room filled with an intoxicating ambience. That moment, a sudden gust of wind burst through the previously closed window, causing the curtains to flutter violently, as if something were tugging at them. A hint of unease welled up within Xiao Yan, yet she quickly lost herself in the moment again. Time slipped away, and they gradually calmed down, lying weakly on the bed. Savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility, Xiao Yan nestled in Lin Yu's arms, her fingers tracing gentle circles on his chest. After a while, Lin Yu held her close, and they shared another tender kiss, their lips softly brushing against each other, as if trying to capture the sweetness of the moment. Their kisses grew more lingering, the room filled with warmth and affection. Xiao Yan slightly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering, while Lin Yu reveled in her tenderness. As if the world contained only the two of them, Lin Yu's hand slowly glided down Xiao Yan's back, caressing her gently, each touch imbued with longing. Xiao Yan let out a soft moan, her body trembling as she pressed closer to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's lips traveled from Xiao Yan's mouth to her cheek, then to her earlobe, each gentle touch sending waves of warmth through her. His hand found its way to Xiao Yan's waist, gently kneading her. Xiao Yan let out a soft whimper, her arms wrapping around Lin Yu's neck as she initiated a kiss. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Their world consisted solely of each other's breath. Lin Yu's kiss grew more fervent, his hand moving slowly upward, pausing at Xiao Yan's collarbone. Where he caressed her lightly, Xiao Yan's breath quickened, her heart brimming with sweet happiness. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu, panting, whispered in Xiao Yan's ear, "Darling, I want to be with you like this forever." His eyes glowed with intense possessiveness. Xiao Yan playfully glared at him, her arms tightening around him. "Lin Yu, you can only belong to me. If you dare to waver, I will have my revenge." Her tone was resolute. Lin Yu kissed Xiao Yan passionately. "In this lifetime, I cannot be without you, and you shall not think of leaving me." With that, he enveloped Xiao Yan in his embrace once more, tenderly kissing every part of her. Xiao Yan held him tightly in return, her hands caressing his back. After an indeterminate time, everything fell silent again. Lin Yu and Xiao Yan lay entwined on the bed, their sweat slightly dampening the sheets as their breaths gradually steadied. Xiao Yan's face flushed, resting gently against Lin Yu's chest, listening to his heartbeat, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Lin Yu tenderly stroked Xiao Yan's hair. His eyes filled with adoration. A strange smile crept across Lin Yu's face, his voice husky as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "Tonight, we shall continue this revelry that belongs solely to us." Xiao Yan playfully punched his chest, but her expression swiftly morphed into something dark and fierce, like a poisoned blade. "Lin Yu, if you dare show even the slightest negligence, I will carve your flesh inch by inch, leaving you in a state of eternal suffering." Lin Yu, unfazed, laughed even more wildly, the sound echoing unsettlingly in the silent room. He held Xiao Yan tightly, as if to embed her into his very bones. "Darling, there is no escaping me, and you cannot rid yourself of me. I in this life, the next, and the one after that, you shall remain bound to my side." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan bit down fiercely on Lin Yu's shoulder, as if trying to tear away a piece of flesh, murmuring indistinctly, "You can only be mine. If you dare look at another woman, I will gouge out your eyes. If you dare think of another, I will rip out your heart to see if it is black." Lin Yu gently caressed Xiao Yan's face, his gaze filled with obsession and madness, as if he intended to devour her. "Rest assured, in my world, anyone who dares approach you, besides you, must die. In my eyes, in my heart, forever and always, there is only you." Chapter 66. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. After donning their clothes, Lin Yu embraced Xiao Yan, softly asking, "Darling, what would you like to eat? I can order takeout for you." Nestled in his arms, Xiao Yan replied sweetly, "I want chocolate cake and strawberry milk tea. If you order the wrong thing, I will." Lin Yu chuckled at her words, pinching her nose playfully. "Then I must be extremely careful not to make a mistake, or else this little enchantress will surely drain me dry." Xiao Yan playfully punched Lin Yu's chest, pouting, "Humph, you dare call me a little enchantress? Just wait until I deal with you." With that, she reached out to tickle him. Lin Yu laughed and begged for mercy, pulling Xiao Yan even closer. All right, my darling is not a little enchantress. She is a little fairy. Is that acceptable?" Having said that, Lin Yu placed the takeout order. Before long, the order was successfully placed, and Lin Yu leaned down to kiss Xiao Yan's forehead, saying, "Darling, just a little longer, and you will have what you crave." Xiao Yan obediently nodded, nestling in Lin Yu's embrace as the two began to engage in a meandering conversation about their future lives. Their faces aglow with radiant smiles of happiness. Time gently flowed within the warm atmosphere, and soon, the delivery man's call rang through. "Oh, all right," Lin Yu replied, rising to retrieve the takeout. Xiao Yan stood up beside him, grasping his hand as she said, "I'll go with you." Hand in hand, they made their way to the door, and as it swung open, a refreshing breeze swept in, invigorating their senses. Upon returning to the room with their meal, they sat at the table, ready to indulge in this sweet repast. Xiao Yan took a bite of the chocolate cake. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Lin Yu, captivated by her adorable expression, couldn't resist planting another kiss on her. After finishing their meal, Xiao Yan leaned against Lin Yu's shoulder, both gazing out at the nightscape. The city lights twinkled like a dazzling river of stars. "Lin Yu, I hope we can remain this blissful forever." Xiao Yan gently murmured, "We will. My darling. I shall never let you go," Lin Yu declared, holding Xiao Yan's hand tightly. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted Lin Yu from his reverie, restoring his sanity. "Xiao Yan, how did I end up here with you?" Lin Yu's face was a mask of confusion and bewilderment, panic evident in his eyes. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. "Lin Yu, what are you saying? Don't you remember our sweet moments just now?" Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. "No. This is all too strange. It feels as if I've lost a part of my memory." Xiao Yan's eyes flared with hysteria as she shouted, "Lin Yu, what's wrong? Just moments ago, you professed your love for me. If you dare forget, I will rip out your heart to see if it's black. Her face twisted with rage, her hands gripping Lin Yu's arms fiercely. Her nails nearly piercing his flesh. Lin Yu cradled his head in his hands, crouching in agony. I don't know, Xiao Yan. My mind is a whirlwind. It feels like something crucial has slipped away, yet I cannot recall what it is. Xiao Yan yanked Lin Yu up, her voice dripping with malice. Lin Yu, you belong to me. Your memories must only contain me. If I cannot reclaim what is rightfully mine, I will destroy us both. Her eyes shimmered with madness and resolution. As if poised to commit an extreme act at any moment. Xiao Yan, let go. Lin Yu struggled to free himself from her grasp. Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face as she cried out. Lin Yu, you dare tell me to let go? I've sacrificed everything for you, and this is how you repay me. Very well, then let us perish together. With that, she withdrew a sharp knife from her pocket, pressing it against her neck. If you dare forget me, I will die before your eyes, ensuring you live forever in agony and regret. Xiao Yan's voice trembled, her hand quivering slightly, though the madness in her gaze remained resolute. Lin Yu stared at her in horror. Momentarily paralyzed. Xiao Yan, have you lost your mind? Put down the knife, he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and his expression contorted. Even if you die, I will not grant you that wish. I will preserve your body beside me, ensuring your soul can never find peace. Xiao Yan's expression shifted as she grasped the gravity of his words. Oh, so if I take my life, he will revert back. A tragic smile crept across her face. Lin Yu, if that's the case, I shall die for you. Just as she prepared to slice her neck, Lin Yu lunged forward, attempting to wrest the knife from her grasp. You dare die, even in death. I will turn your body into a specimen, forever keeping you with me, ensuring you find no solace even in the afterlife. Lin Yu screamed, his movements becoming increasingly violent as he gripped Xiao Yan's wrist with a ferocious possessiveness. Terrified by his demeanor, Xiao Yan inadvertently loosened her hold on the knife. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu snatched it away and hurled it far from them, then embraced Xiao Yan tightly, his voice icy yet frenzied. Xiao Yan, you shall never escape me. Even if we descend into hell, I will drag you along. Xiao Yan squirmed, her eyes brimming with despair and obstinacy. Lin Yu, you madman. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu leaned closer to her ear, whispering, then so be it. As ghosts, we can remain intertwined forever. No one shall separate us. Xiao Yan's tears spilled over as she cried. Lin Yu, why do you torment me so? I loathe you. Lin Yu merely laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Whether you hate me or love me, you will always belong to me. Suddenly, Xiao Yan embraced him, her voice a blend of sobs and unwavering resolve. Lin Yu, if that's the case, let us descend into hell together. No one shall escape. Lin Yu's body stiffened before he tightened his hold on her, as if to meld her into his very being. Yes, no one shall escape, forever bound. At that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, leaving only their entwined figures, drenched in despair and madness. Xiao Yan lifted her head, her gaze dreamy. Kiss me. But Lin Yu abruptly pushed her away. Anguish and struggle etched across his features. No, I cannot kiss you. I fear I might devour you, obliterating your existence from this world. Xiao Yan lunged at him again, clinging fiercely. If you don't kiss me, I will die right here before you. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he grasped her shoulders, roaring, You crazy woman, why do you force me so? A sorrowful smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Because I love you. Love you to madness, love you to the point of losing all reason. Lin Yu's expression twisted, and without warning, he captured Xiao Yan's lips, as if trying to pull her very soul into his being. Xiao Yan gasped, her hands wrapping around his neck as she fervently returned his kiss. Their breaths grew erratic, and the world around them faded into oblivion. Yet, just then, Lin Yu halted, fear flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yan, I fear I will harm you. I cannot control my inner turmoil. Breathless, Xiao Yan met his gaze with unwavering determination. Lin Yu, even if you hurt me, I willingly accept it. Lin Yu held her tightly once more, his voice trembling. Xiao Yan, you are my poison, yet I willingly embrace your venom. Xiao Yan erupted into laughter. My dear, if you could remain this way forever, it would be perfect. Her eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. But if you dare change again, I will do anything. Lin Yu shuddered slightly but tightened his embrace. No, my darling, I will never change again. Xiao Yan caressed Lin Yu's back, whispering, It is best this way. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death. Lin Yu bit his lip. I know. I want to grant you such an opportunity. Xiao Yan nestled within his arms. Let us eat. I feel a bit hungry now. Without hesitation, Lin Yu scooped her up, declaring as they walked. My dear, I will always pamper you like this. Xiao Yan playfully punched his shoulder. Put me down, this is so embarrassing. Yet Lin Yu held her tighter. I want to let go. Not for this lifetime. Together, they made their way to the dining table. Seemingly restored to a temporary tranquility, yet beneath this frenzied love and possessiveness, untold storms lay hidden. As they dined, their gazes intertwined, reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. Xiao Yan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Lin Yu's bowl, a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes betrayed a subtle wariness. Darling, eat more. Lin Yu smiled back. Thank you, my dear. You should eat more too. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu suddenly broke the stillness. Scooping a spoonful of chocolate cake. Xiao Yan, let me feed you some chocolate cake. Xiao Yan paused, then a smile spread across her face as she leaned in to bite the cake, mumbling, delicious. Lin Yu's gaze fixed on the cream smeared at the corner of her mouth. An almost frenzied obsession igniting in his eyes, his breath growing heavy. Like a wild beast unleashed, he surged towards her, roughly kissing away the cream at her lips, murmuring, "You are mine. Everything about you is mine. No one shall take you away." But at that moment, Xiao Yan, like a bolt of lightning, seized Lin Yu's hand with a grip that threatened to crush his bones. Her eyes, cold as a blade, pierced into him as she coldly uttered, "Lin Yu, how long can this false tenderness last? Will you discard me in the next moment, treating me like refuse, casting me into the dark corners? Speak." Her voice was sharp and piercing, as though cursed from the depths of hell. Lin Yu's hand froze in midair, his smile faltering. After a moment, he firmly replied, "Forever, Xiao Yan. I will treat you this way for eternity." Xiao Yan scoffed, turning away to continue her meal, refusing to look at him. The atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. Xiao Yan swiftly finished her cup of milk tea and placed the cup heavily on the table. Lin Yu hurriedly offered her another cup, gently saying, "Here, drink this." Xiao Yan, her expression impassive, coldly replied, "You take a sip first, then I will." Lin Yu paused momentarily, then obediently took a small sip, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Xiao Yan. "My dear. Now it's your turn." Xiao Yan accepted the milk tea, but did not drink. Instead, she let out a cold laugh. "Lin Yu, did you poison it? Are you trying to get rid of me?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. "Xiao Yan, how could you think that of me? My feelings for you are as vast as the heavens." Xiao Yan slammed the milk tea down on the table and stood up. "Humph, who knows what schemes you are concocting in your heart?" Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly. He grasped Xiao Yan's arm tightly, his teeth clenched as he said, "Xiao Yan, don't be ungrateful. After all I've done for you, you still doubt me." Xiao Yan wrenched free, glaring at him fiercely as she shouted, "Lin Yu, you madman, let me go." Instead of releasing her, Lin Yu pulled Xiao Yan into his embrace, his voice low and menacing, "Xiao Yan, you will never escape my grasp. Even in death, I shall be with you." Xiao Yan pounded on Lin Yu's chest in a frenzy, crying out, "Lin Yu, you better not revert back, or I will make your life a living hell." Lin Yu, however, laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. "Xiao Yan, even if I change, I will pull you back to my side, ensuring you are forever bound to me." Xiao Yan roared, "You're talking nonsense. Once you change back, you will no longer love me." Lin Yu's smile froze on his face, his eyes turning fierce. "Xiao Yan, do not test my limits, and no matter how I change, you remain my possession." Suddenly, Xiao Yan burst into laughter. "Lin Yu, if you think that way, how delightful. Ha ha ha. Then you'd better never let go, and be tormented by me forever." Lin Yu frowned, a mix of confusion and anger in his gaze. "Xiao Yan, what on earth are you thinking?" Xiao Yan leaned closer to Lin Yu's face, her eyes dreamy yet strange. "I was thinking, how thrilling it is to be entwined like this until the end of our lives." Lin Yu's heart trembled at her words. "You truly are a mad woman, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan giggled. "Likewise, dear." Lin Yu said softly, "Little rascal." His tone held a hint of helplessness and indulgence, yet his eyes still radiated a maddening possessiveness. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. "What, don't you like this little rascal?" Lin Yu pulled her tightly into his embrace, declaring, "I adore you, my little rascal, even if you drive me to the brink of madness." Xiao Yan gently pushed him away, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Well, who knows? One day, I might just dump you." Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly. "You dare?" Xiao Yan met his gaze fearlessly. "Watch me dare," without a moment's hesitation. Lin Yu kissed her. Xiao Yan was initially taken aback, but then wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Yu's neck, fervently responding to his kiss, murmuring, "Lin Yu, I love you madly. Even if you demand my life, I would give it to you." Lin Yu released her, panting heavily, his eyes filled with surprise and fervor. "Xiao Yan, you will always be mine." Xiao Yan gazed at him dreamily, Yes, I will forever be yours. No one shall take me from your side. Suddenly, her eyes turned wild. Lin Yu, if one day you betray me, I will personally kill you, then take my own life to accompany you. Yet Lin Yu laughed, a smile of utter satisfaction. Xiao Yan, you will never have that opportunity. Xiao Yan also laughed, her laughter bordering on madness. Then let us both go insane together, let us sink into oblivion. Lin Yu cradled Xiao Yan's face in his hands, his gaze burning and obsessive. Xiao Yan, my world consists only of you. Without you, I would rather be destroyed. Xiao Yan's eyes shone with determination. Lin Yu, if one day you cease to love me like this, I will perish alongside you. Lin Yu suddenly embraced Xiao Yan tightly. Xiao Yan, even if the next moment heralds the apocalypse, as long as you are by my side, I care not. Xiao Yan lifted her head, her eyes fervent as she asked, Lin Yu, do you enjoy this suffocating love? Lin Yu's breath quickened. I do, as long as it is with you. I relish it all. Xiao Yan chuckled, her laughter tinged with madness. Then let us remain like this. No one is permitted to escape. Lin Yu held her close, as if embedding her within his very being. Xiao Yan, you are my life. Xiao Yan's fingers traced Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu, if one day this love vanishes, I will personally destroy everything. Lin Yu kissed her forehead. That day will never come. It will never happen. Xiao Yan broke free from Lin Yu's embrace, a hint of provocation in her eyes. Lin Yu, then prove it to me. Prove it now.